In this world there are 4 vast countries, inhabited by 20 different peoples living in relative harmony with each other. It is a world of magic, inhabited by several different races, each with its own characteristics and traditions. This universe is known to many by the name Rondel, which means circle of harmony in ancient language. Various mythical creatures stroll carefree through the streets of huge cities, causing no surprise to local residents. The age of magic and sword has passed, and now Rondel is a world of very advanced magical technologies that have become part of everyday life. This is called the era of magical progress, when ancient spells merged with modern inventions into a single whole. The girl uses a wrist bracelet. She talks to her holographic interlocutor and says that she is standing at a teleportation portal. However, despite the advanced technology, this world still remains feudal, where countries are ruled by kings and nobles. Class inequality still remains in force, despite the fact that this is an era of magical progress and universal enlightenment. It is a special time called the Golden Age of Rondel, and today is December 29th, 1999 according to the magical calendar. The day before the new age, Archmage Rondel announced his will, and it turned the whole world upside down. He said that he had hidden all of his legacy in different corners of this world, leaving only mysterious hints. Those who find these treasures will gain knowledge, power, and wealth that are beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals, and those who advance the most in their search will eventually take his place at the top of the magical hierarchy. The great sorcerer shook the world with his will, was the founder of Rondel, and had a hand in the formation of this world as a techno-magical civilization. He was also the archduke of a growing empire, and his name was a great sorcerer of the Ninth Circle named Manuel Lucas. In all of history, there had only been 3 other Ninth Circle wizards like him, and he had no children or successor. His knowledge and power were great, and the Seeker would have his entire heritage in his hands. Whoever finds his destiny will eventually receive absolutely everything that ever belonged to the great magician. Immediately, a huge number of people began chasing the fate of the Archmage Manuel Lucas, driven by the thirst for power and wealth. There were constant news reports about this, and various speculations circulated. The Archmage's dungeon was located in the Dragon Wasteland. His treasure is hidden in the Alliance country of Elysia, a well-known offshore country with liberal laws. And the Archmage's heavenly fortress is located in the Storm Sea in the center of the world, surrounded by eternal storms. Regardless of nationality, race, or rank, people set out to search for the fate of the Archmage Lucas with the same zeal. Many rumors began to circulate. Many claimed to know where the fate of the Archmage was. Despite numerous attempts, no one has been able to find his fate so far, as if it was hidden by a magical spell. Many people investigated, but they never found any clue that could lead them to the fate of the Archmage. A young man stands near an energy portal, thinking about how 20 years have flown by unnoticed in this search. The guy is experiencing extreme psychological stress. Streams of sweat are running down his face from excitement and anticipation. An information screen appears, informing the user that he has received the fate of Manuel Lucas, and this man is the main character of our story. The action moves to the year 2007 according to the magical calendar, to Lawrence's castle, where new events unfold. Showing concern for their young master, the servants ask young Master Adrian why he is heading to the office. The boy states that he wants to put back the books he has already read. He says that he wants to find one book, and asks the servant not to worry. This boy is the second son of the Count named Adrian. The boy was reborn in this body, and at the same time remembers his past life well. The end of his life was very boring. He served in the army and had only 1 month left before demobilization, but he died in an accident when the truck he was riding in overturned. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the Republic of South Korea. He was in the Kingdom of Ryangard with all its traditions and customs. The boy looks closely at his hands and thinks that now he is a new person with a completely different name. Before this, he lived in a middle-class environment, and now he became the second son of a wealthy viscount and lived in a huge estate. At first he was surprised and alarmed, but then he quickly realized that his past experience could help him very well in his new life. The boy looks at the image of his father and thinks that while his peers were busy with games and other childish nonsense, he eagerly strove for knowledge. Many praised him, and the boy understood that he exceeded the expectations of those around him and his new father with his abilities. However, everything was not so rosy. This was a civilization that was technically more advanced than humanity in the 21st century. The boy studied a lot of magical treatises, since his knowledge of human science was of no help in this world. Adrian is noticeably tired of studying the treatises, and thinks that in this situation, he is simply obliged to improve his qualifications. The boy realizes that he has no choice but to continue to act as if he is a natural genius. This life was not as easy as it seemed at first glance, and was fraught with many dangers. Adrian loses consciousness and falls to the floor. The servants begin to scream loudly and immediately rush to help the boy. When he was only 7 years old, someone who was ill-wishing him tried to poison him for the first time. The doctor begins to tell them that the boy was very lucky. If they had been even a few minutes late, he would already be dead. Everyone wondered who could have done this, but the culprit was obvious to most people and left no doubt. Adrian gradually comes to consciousness and hears a female voice, which says that he cannot even imagine how scared the woman is for him. The boy is noticeably tense and begins to slowly open his eyes, trying to focus his gaze on the surrounding space. He sees a woman in front of him, leaning over his bed, asking how the boy feels after what happened. This woman is his new father's first wife, and she is a high-born noblewoman with an impeccable reputation. Adrian himself was the son of a commoner and a thorn in the side because his father loved him more than his second son. Adrian gets irritated and punches the wall in anger. The boy thinks that this world has gone far ahead technically, but the state system here is terribly backward. He wonders why his father is doing nothing, but he realizes that he too has no evidence to accuse his second wife. Adrian can't believe that the man doesn't know anything about it, which means he's just turning a blind eye to it. It was at that moment that Adrian stopped pretending to be a young talent and decided to act differently. 10 years passed, and it was the 1st of May, 2019, according to the magical calendar. Adrian has noticeably matured. The guy heads to the virtual reality capsule store for the necessary goods. The vendors greet him cheerfully, after which they begin to quietly talk among themselves about his identity. Adrian hears them, but doesn't show it. The sellers discuss the guy and say that he is the son of the Count, the owner of these lands. The guy tells the saleswoman that he can't find his scorecards, and the girl says that they were moved to the cash register. The saleswoman asks Adrian how much he will take, to which the young man surprises the woman and says that he will take every single one. Having made his purchase, Adrian leaves the store. The sellers thank him for his visit and ask him to come again. As soon as the sellers are alone, the girl begins to scold the newcomer and demands that he pull himself together. She reminds him that there is a punishment for insulting a nobleman. The guy wonders why Adrian didn't send a servant to the store. The woman replies that, to be honest, she herself doesn't know, and was very scared when she saw him for the first time. The guy asks how often Adrian comes to the store, to which the woman replies that it's usually 2 or 3 times a month. Adrian has recently become interested in online games. He looks at his package and thinks that there is loot for 5 million inside the game currency. The young man remembers his past life. He quickly calculates the purchase, and comes to the conclusion that in Korean money, it would also be 5 million. The guy's thoughts are interrupted by the servant, who informs him that a visitor has come to his house. Adrian notices a woman approaching him, who is his mother. She looks worried. The guy says that he is fine, and then tries to find out where his brother is at the moment. The brother noticed the appearance of the young man. He loudly shouts Adrian and asks if he is in his right mind, since he is wandering around the city without a car and servants. The brother continues to scold the young man. At this moment, Adrian thinks about how he got on his nerves with his moralizing. Serdik says that the young man is the son of a nobleman, and he should at least once think about the reputation of his family. The guy sighs heavily and thinks that this is being told to him by someone who openly goes after girls. If he weren't a nobleman, he wouldn't even be able to take care of himself. Adrian understands that it is better not to argue. Otherwise, this concert will drag on, after which he tells his brother that this will not happen again. Serdik begins to smile evilly and thinks that a half-breed commoner has no use for pride in this world. Adrian tries to change the subject and asks his brother why he came. Serdik makes an important statement that his father wants him to take control of one of the family's businesses. He names the company and asks the young man if he has ever heard of it. By earthly standards, local nobles are both oligarchs and statesmen, and naturally they own many businesses. One of the family's businesses is a mining company, which the father wants to put his brother in charge of. Adrian understands why his brother broke into his place and behaved this way. He states that he is not claiming anything. Serdik smiles contentedly in response, and is glad that the guy figured out what was going on so quickly. Adrian shows his brother a large amount of purchased loot, trying to demonstrate his interests. Serdik starts laughing loudly. He calls the guy a good boy and nods his head approvingly. He reflects on the fact that this man clearly does not represent serious competition for him in this matter, after which he politely asks him to continue doing exactly this in the future. After Serdik finally leaves them, his mother, with obvious concern in her voice, asks the young man if he was really completely sure that he should categorically refuse. Adrian, with noticeable firmness in his voice, replies that this was indeed the absolutely right decision, and finally decides that in the current difficult situation, it would be much better not to interfere in what is happening at all. He walks slowly past the domestic servants, who bow low to him in respect, and reflects that after the recent poisoning, such a cautious strategy is the most correct and sensible. The guy politely asks not to disturb him, says that he went to play, since he completely abandoned his studies and noticeably distanced himself from everyone, even from the most devoted servants. Most likely, the father really did not need the son of a commoner, who was not an outstanding genius, and over time he noticeably cooled towards him. Thanks to this smart decision, the young man never again found himself in truly life-threatening situations. He lived the last 10 years of his life as an invisible shadow, trying not to attract attention to himself. He successfully graduated from the academy, after which he left his parents' estate with his mother for another place. There were numerous rumors that the guy became like this because of that poisoning. Many were sincerely surprised that he groveled before his older brother and did not dare to say a word against him. Adrian is well aware that many believe that he lives in his own game and has driven himself out of the family. Most of the servants in their new home are loyal henchmen of the senior wife, and even at home the boy must constantly think about what he says out loud. Adrian is in a desperate situation. All he can do is run away from the harsh reality. Adrian enters his room, then goes to the shelf and picks up a high-tech virtual reality helmet. Slowly he puts the helmet on his head and thinks that playing online games is just another escape from reality. A satisfied smile appears on his face. A system message arrives that he is immersed in virtual reality. The guy thinks that he has very well inspired this in those around him. His character loads. The game system solemnly informs the guy that he has successfully cleared the first level of the difficult quest of fate, after which the game system reports that synchronization with his physical body is taking place. Adrian believes that if his family wants to keep a close eye on him, then why shouldn't he keep an eye on them in the virtual world? After a moment, a system message appears, stating that the abilities acquired in the online game are fully reflected in reality. 10 years ago, Adrian successfully entered the prestigious Royal Academy and began to seriously study science. He wrote a detailed essay on Manuel Lucas and found something completely unexpected for himself. No matter how you look at it, the family credo of Manuel Lucas could not be interpreted in any way except by the English word, why. Adrian asks himself a serious question and asks himself how he knows English. The guy begins to methodically analyze the situation and think about the great sorcerer of the past. He comes up with a very interesting theory that genuinely surprises him. However, Adrian sits down to read the book slowly and thinks that he does not have enough convincing evidence. It may have been just a coincidence, but it soon became apparent that the Archduke was an Earthling. His last words were really strange. He wanted to walk along the California beach again with the woman he loved. The guy didn't understand what place he was talking about because he had never heard of the California beach. But he still decided to study it in the biography because it was said by an outstanding person, and it meant something to him. Adrian carefully studies the Duke's last words exactly as they are recorded in the documents. Based on the butler's notes, the young man makes the assumption that this cannot be a simple coincidence, and that the great Archmage was an Earthling, like him. Adrian continued his investigation, studying various documents, and over time he found more and more irrefutable evidence that this man was indeed from the human world. The fact that he was from the human world was very useful to the guy in the task of the quest of fate, which the Archmage left to his descendants. Adrian spends many days on end in the huge library, collecting various information on the issue that interests him. There was a lot that was unclear about this matter. But the guy did not give up and stubbornly went towards his goal. And in the end he got what he wanted. An information screen appears next to him, which informs the young man that he is receiving the fate of Manuel Lucas. Adrian's eyes begin to shine with a joyful sparkle, and a smile appears on his face, because he finally found what he was looking for. Thoughts that he will now live in clover for the rest of his life are interrupted by a furious attack, which he barely dodges. The young man feels very irritated, and thinks that he was too early to rejoice at his success. The evil goblin continues his furious attacks, and throws a battle axe at the guy with the clear intent to kill. Adrian takes a defensive stance and thinks about how much pain he is in, and what a freak his opponent is. As soon as the guy got to the fate of the Archmage, the real suffering began. He thinks about whether it is worth getting involved with this. The fate of Manuel Lucas was hidden in the most unexpected place in the world. She was in an online game in her virtual world, hidden from prying eyes. This world is outwardly indistinguishable from reality. But nevertheless, it is a game, and there is no feeling of pain in it. However, the young man feels pain, and every fight costs him dearly. No one knew that after receiving the fate of an Archmage, a person moves his body into the game reality. The goblin continues to attack the boy while he thinks that if he tells anyone, no one will believe him. The monster has received minor damage. It is still full of strength and rushes into a furious attack. Adrian uses deft chopping movements to repel persistent enemy attacks. After a while, he feints and counterattacks, dealing serious damage to the goblin. A message arrives that the enemy has been destroyed and the guy has reached level 10. Now he can change his occupation, as he has cleared one level of the Destiny quest. The chief god moved the young man to a secret place, but he has more questions than answers. The character begins loading and synchronizing with the physical body. The guy feels relieved that he has finally reached level 10. The game system informs the guy that his abilities in the online game are reflected in reality. A glowing door appears next to him, and a message appears asking if the guy would like to go up to the second floor of the Manuel Lucas Magic Tower. Adrian accepts this offer without hesitation, and the next second finds himself in a huge room. There are many books and ancient manuscripts around him. The guy understands that this is the Archmage's office. The guy begins to think that the environment is different from what was on the first floor. At this time, he notices a huge, shining chest. Approaching him, he receives a message that he received 5 trillion loot. The game system asks to indicate the account to receive the amount. He is glad that he finally received a good reward, but he is sorry that it cannot be converted into real money. A magic circle appears next to him and a message says that thanks to its creation, the guy will get a job as a magician. A shining sphere appears next to him. The system reports that it will be synchronized with the physical body. It is the one that is the real value in the real world, not money. The system informs Adrian that he must not leave the game under any circumstances. Otherwise, his physical body will be damaged. Before this, he only saw health points and mana points and did not perceive them as something unusual. But now it's a completely different matter. He feels magical energy in real life. The sphere turns into a disc that synchronizes with his body, and messages come that the circle has been successfully created. He feels a very strange sensation and thinks that since the first circle has been created, why not learn the spell that corresponds to it? As he approaches the bookshelf, a transparent screen appears next to the guy, asking him what book he wants to find. There are so many books that the guy doesn't know how to prioritize, at which point he begins to feel very unwell. Adrian tries to cope with these overwhelming feelings, and finds himself thinking that he is in a lot of pain. The space around him begins to warp a little. He thinks about how convenient it is to read books with one click and instantly download their contents. Adrian holds another book and feels very well the nausea and pain from this process of recording information into his brain. This is a book about hiding a circle. It teaches how to hide the presence and amount of mana. This is the skill that a young person needs at the moment and in the circumstances in which he lives. Adrian confirms the download of this book, after which the space around him becomes distorted and he begins to feel overloads. The bookcase starts to glow brightly. The guy didn't even hope to reach the level of an archmage very quickly. Exhausted from loading so many books, he falls to the floor and thinks that this is only a microscopic step forward. The guy just wants to live with his mother in comfort, prosperity, and safety, and for this, he is ready to do anything. The next day, he goes to the estate's training ground, where a young officer tells the boy that he is much more resilient than he previously thought. Adrian asks if he really thinks so. The knight says that it is indeed so. Adrian says that he has been feeling out of shape lately, so he decided he needed to do some exercise. The guy feels the circle of magic developing and his endurance growing. He does this because of the game. Training in reality will affect the character. It becomes clear to him that it seems that all of this is interconnected, and that the increase in level in the game was immediately reflected in the real world. Fortunately, he solved the problem of hiding his magic circle by learning a spell that prevents knights from recognizing that he has mana. The guy knows very well that knights have this ability. At this time, the officer asks if something good has happened to the guy in his life. He states that the young man's face says it all, to which Adrian replies that he simply received a nice reward in the game. In the officer's life, there are many ill-wishers around him. They wonder why he is so friendly with this insignificant person and what he is trying to achieve. The officer feels the gazes directed at him and calls these people scoundrels, to which Adrian asks him not to take it to heart and not to pay attention to them. Adrian is pleased that the officer is worried about him, but he doesn't know that the guy is just pretending to be harmless. The guy needs to act in a way that doesn't arouse suspicion, because his brother or his mother shouldn't see him as a threat. So now it's best to look like a soft-hearted and narrow-minded person. The guy logs into the game and makes sure that his stats are actually reflected in reality. He is going to level up his character and remembers that someone wise said that the most important thing in online games is a fat wallet. He gets himself a companion, because if there is someone who will aggro all the enemies on himself, then this will help him a lot. The companion will, of course, take some of the experience that the guy himself could have received, but still, this is not a waste of money. Adrian confirms the choice of a low-class third-level companion, after which the holographic screen disappears. This companion is a low-ranking character without the ability to use strong magic. Adrian is a little upset because, frankly speaking, the choice in online games is not that great. He starts to think that he has invested 30 million, and maybe the satellite will not be to his liking. At that moment, he starts to see a blurry image of a girl. A message appears stating that the companion is Arcia Skysteel, a shield girl. The guy is very happy to see such a companion. And besides, she is at her level, even among unique companions, top-notch. This is an unusual companion, and the one who is taken once and for all and cannot be changed. The system asks the guy if he really wants to take this character as a companion. It's like there are restrictions that are put on the event, and the guy thinks that being a wizard, he doesn't need any other companion. He confirms his decision to the system, and the registration of his new satellite begins. The room is filled with a bright, blinding light. The guy thinks that it is too bright, and there have never been such bright effects before. Gradually, a female silhouette begins to appear in the blinding glow. A girl with bright green eyes slowly approaches the young man. Arcia stops and looks at the young man silently, then lowers her heavy shield to the ground. Adrian notices that the girl has a blank expression on her face, as if he had summoned some kind of golem that only has the appearance of a human, although she is indeed beautiful. Thinking that there is nothing that can be done, he suggests that the girl move to the training ground and start training. The young man is greatly surprised by the ease and power with which Arcia repels the numerous attacks of the goblins. Adrian helps the girl repel the attack by using magic arrow spells while looking at her carefully. The guy has leveled up to level 20. At this point, the game system asks if he wants to receive the books on magic and practices he received. He continues to look at the girl and thinks that even if he is losing out on experience, he doesn't feel like it matters. Although the further you go, the more experience your companion will need, he begins to think that perhaps it will be easier to practice magic in real life. The game system tells the guy that he has already spent 15 hours in the game and insists on resting. The guy agrees and exits the game. He stretches, thinking about what a productive day it was, and doesn't even notice that his female companion is next to him. After a while, he notices her and turns towards her with great surprise. Instantly, he realizes that the girl did not remain in the game, but moved with him into reality. The guy is very shocked by this fact, and he instinctively begins to crawl back. Having calmed down a little, Adrian begins to think about how this could have happened. Meanwhile, the girl remains completely calm and looks at the young man with an indifferent gaze. Adrian still can't hide his surprise and wonders who she is, this companion girl. After a while, Arcia breaks the silence. She respectfully calls the guy sir and says that she is his companion. Adrian replies that he understands that and says that he means how she was able to leave the game with him. The girl answers like a robot. She says that she understands the guy and knows that he wants to know how she can materialize in his world. Adrian believes that the girl understands everything perfectly well, since she can separate the game from reality. Arcia begins to tell that she is a magical creation of the ex-Duke Manuel Lucas. He created her with the characteristics and appearance that pleased him. The guy grabs his head. He thinks that if he had known that this would happen, he would have found himself another companion. He learns that some characters are closed to him and will only be opened upon leveling up. And if his stats are maxed out, he will be equal in strength to a Grand Master. The guy watches as a bright aura flares up around the girl and understands that in terms of magic level, this is the 8th circle, and she can compete with the strongest of this world. Previously, the boy had only heard of 7th level creatures and was amazed that the great sorcerer had created a monster of that level. He comes to the conclusion that having such a faithful, strong, executive companion would be very good. Adrian starts thinking about how to hide the girl in the real world and asks if she has a stealth function or magic concealment. The girl belongs to the warrior class, so she has no stealth, but the ability to hide her mana is possible. A moment later, the protective field around her armor disappears, as does the mana. It's a good thing she can do this, otherwise the knights would have recognized her. Adrian learns that the girl was previously in hibernation in the repair shop of the Holy City, and then moved here, and the reverse movement is only possible at the same time to which she was sent. After which the young man sighs sadly and begins to think about the possible consequences. He comes to the conclusion that he has nothing to lose, since he has already razed his reputation to the ground. Rumors immediately began to spread around the estate that some girl was coming to the master, and everyone was talking about how the servants had caught them in his room. The gossip doesn't stop there, and everyone talks about the young people spending time together, and many consider this shameful. Not everyone shares this opinion. Many are understanding and see nothing wrong with the fact that this girl is a commoner. Adrian tries not to pay attention to these rumors and gossip. He is more interested in the fact that he has reached level 30. The guy pretends that he is an immature, stupid young man who brought a strange woman into the house, and no one guesses who the girl really is, although his mother is already ready to marry them. Adrian asks the girl with interest what happens to her body when she is here. The companion responds that the body switches to eco mode and outwardly looks as if she is sleeping. But for safety, she will always have the alert system turned on. The guy understands that if something bad happens in reality, the girl will immediately react and call him. Arcia calls the guy respectfully sir and says that it is so, after which she listens carefully and reports that it has already begun. The space is instantly enveloped in streams of dense dark energy, and a huge orc warrior with 5,500 units of life level appears in front of them. The guy raises his head and carefully examines the huge monster. The 2nd level fate quest begins, in which you need to defeat the orc warrior. The monster's eyes glow bright red as he calls the guy a human and says he will level up when he kills him. At the moment when the system notification appears about the prohibition of using one-time attacks like bombs and scrolls during the battle, the guy is immersed in thoughts about how difficult it will be to defeat this monster. He quickly gives combat commands to his companion, without going into details, and she instantly understands the essence and readily confirms her readiness for the upcoming fight. Meanwhile, the giant orc lets out a deafening roar and quickly heads towards the young people. The girl immediately raises her protective shield, preparing to repel the attack. The ferocious orc suddenly increases his speed, powerfully pushing off the ground and raising his heavy weapon high above his head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The next moment he reaches the young men's positions, but the girl skillfully defends herself with a shield, and the collision results in a blindingly bright flash. The huge monster loses its balance and flies back, losing 20% of its life. The monster begins to scream loudly from growing anger and outright fear, clearly not understanding how the opponents were able to successfully repel his powerful attack. Meanwhile, Adrian reaches out and activates his magical mana, causing a brightly glowing sphere of energy to flare up around his finger. He uses a combat technique called Magic Arrow, and at high speed, a beam of magical energy slams into the giant monster's body. The monster screams loudly and begins to back away. The system reports that the monster has received critical damage from the attack. Adrian praises the girl and tells her that they worked very well as a fighting team in this fight. The guy remains completely calm, because he is wearing all sorts of magic-enhancing robes and artifacts that make his spells many times stronger than usual. He thinks that if this monster matches his level, then there will be a worthy reward from the system for victory. However, despite the great damage, the orc is not going to give up and delivers another blow, which the girl blocks with her shield at the last moment. Adrian believes that the tension of this battle with such an opponent is simply impossible to bear. The guy carefully watches his opponent and understands that, despite the huge amount of health points, he is seriously injured. Arzia continues to block attacks with her magic shield, and the guy thinks that the big guy they are fighting is really strong. Adrian understands perfectly well that if even one blow from the enemy had reached him, he would have died immediately from the damage. He believes that he would be lying if he said that an attack from such an enemy does not frighten him at all in this situation. Adrian already knows what it is to die, so he activates the spell, and instantly a brightly glowing magical seal appears in front of him. The orc screams and is perplexed by what is happening, not understanding the nature of the magical attack against him. A brightly glowing pentagram appears beneath his feet, which instantly begins to suck the creature into a magical trap. Arcia realizes that the enemy is trapped and does not let up the pressure, moving forward and covering herself with her shield. Adrian stands behind the girl, activates another magic seal, and thinks that at this level he should not let fear overcome him. He orders the girl to prevent the enemy from getting up, while he himself will inflict magical blows on him. After a powerful synchronous attack, the orc has only 50 units of health left, but he still stands firmly on his feet. Adrian looks defiantly at his opponent and thinks to himself about what a stubborn orc he encountered in this battle. The guy suggests that the creature put down his sword and try to continue fighting hand-to-hand without weapons. Next, he points a finger towards the enemy, at the tip of which a bright, energetic flame of magical power flares up. The magic arrow reaches its target, and the game system reports that the second-level quest has been completed, and the guy is given access to the third floor of the magic tower. At the same time, Lawrence, who is the boy's adoptive father, is in his office and stands by the window, deep in thought. Anna, his first wife, slowly approaches him and asks the man what he is thinking so seriously about. The woman calls Lawrence cute, but he doesn't react, keeping a stern expression on his face and just looking at her silently. Anna continues to try to start a conversation, and asks her husband what he is doing here alone at such a late hour. Anna speculates that the man is upset that Adrian brought a commoner to their family's estate. Anna approaches the man, then takes his hand and casts a charming glance at him. The man shows a letter. It is a notice of the beginning of a conscription campaign, since war with a neighboring empire is inevitable, and the overlord orders the nobles to appear with the army for the assembly. Anna learns that her husband must report to the command of the Western group of troops with 5 advanced detachments, 50 knights, and 1,000 infantrymen. She excitedly asks her husband if he is going to send Serdic to war. The woman suggests sending Adrian away, as she believes that the guy is no good for anything anyway except playing with toys all day long. Lawrence turns to the window and tells his wife that she hasn't thought about the guy all this time, and now she wants him to give his life. Anna continues to insist on her decision, and says that up until this point the guy had been carefree and enjoying his privileged life. Lawrence gives the woman a hard look, and asks if she really feels that way about Adrian's position in the family. A heavy, silent pause ensues. The spouses silently look at each other in a tense confrontation, after which the man declares that Serdic is the heir to his estate, and he will provide the woman and her son with everything they need to live. Lawrence demands that his wife accept his decision with submission and without further objection on the matter. The woman falls silent and tries with all her might to hide her dissatisfaction with the current situation. Lawrence tells his wife that he will send Adrian to war, as she asks, but upon his return the guy will receive complete independence. The man insists that the boy and his mother will not be in any further danger. No spying and no planted servants. He hopes that such a decision is fair. Adrian spends time on the training ground in the morning. The loud voice of the instructor is heard ordering him to stop. The guy stops his attack, while at the estate his father tells his first wife to give Adrian freedom. The officer praises the young man, calls him respectfully sir, and expresses his joy that the boy has become very strong thanks to the training he has done these days. The officer continues to praise the young man, while Adrian thinks that, of course, he has been leveling up all this time in the game. Adrian happily thinks that he has already reached level 30 and completed the second level of the quest. He liked the rewards for this quest, because he received a lot of gold and a second circle of magic from the game system. In addition, he received a secret storage, similar to the inventory in the game, an invisible space in which you can store things. The statistics in the game are reflected in reality, so a guy can become a magician, and at the same time have the physical strength of a knight. He thinks that if he fully masters the entire legacy of the Archmage, then he might become even greater than him. At this time, someone approaches them. The messenger informs the young man that the Count has summoned him to his office. Adrian drops his training and immediately arrives at his father's office for an important conversation. Serdic is very irritated and asks his father how this weakling can represent their family in the war. Lawrence tells his son that he is the only heir to the estate and he cannot risk it in military action. Adrian's mother is upset and asks in a quiet voice if her son can really be risked without any remorse. Lawrence sighs heavily and says that after all, an heir is more valuable to the family than other children in the house. Adrian tries to calm down and control himself, realizing that his father called him in order to say exactly this. The guy thinks that somehow he will be able to take the virtual reality glasses with him, and no one will dare to interfere with him playing thanks to his position. But this is not the most important advantage a guy can get by leaving the estate. He looks closely at his father's second wife and thinks that he can finally get out from under her constant supervision. Adrian firmly declares to his father that he understands his decision and agrees to go to war and be the representative of the family. Lawrence thanks the young man for his understanding, and Serdic, standing nearby, is trying his best to contain his growing anger. He tells the boy that he respects his father's decision, but if Adrian disgraces the family at the front, he will not leave it like that. The guy says that he will do everything in his power, and thinks that his brother is already mature in age, but not in character, because he was very spoiled. Lawrence approaches the guy and asks him to stay, saying that he needs to talk to him alone. Adrian silently looks at his father as he gets up from the table and notices that the man is very agitated by what is happening. They go out onto a huge balcony. Adrian is surprised that his father sent away the guards, which means he wants to say something without witnesses. Suddenly, Lawrence tells the boy that if he returns safely, he will move him and his mother to the royal lands. The man says that this will be his reward for going to war instead of Serdic. The guy thinks that Anna would never allow him to not be under her control. Adrian thanks his father and says that he will carefully consider his proposal to relocate in the near future. Lawrence makes the assumption that the young man still doesn't trust him after all the past events. The guy says that this is not the issue, and first we need to return from the front alive. Lawrence takes something out of his jacket pocket and holds out his hand to the guy. Adrian wonders what it could be. His father hands him 2 Class 5 and 7 defensive field rings, explaining that teleportation is impossible on the battlefield, and that this is all the man can do for him. The boy thanks his father, because these are very rare artifacts, and the father, in turn, asks his son to be extremely careful. The guy turns around and notices how Serdic and his mother are watching their conversation from the hall, not hiding their curiosity. After which he informs his father that, of course, he will be extremely careful and attentive in military operations. Adrian doesn't show it, but he thinks that it shouldn't be any other way, and those shameless idiots were certainly spying on them. The man tells the boy that his mother will not be in any danger in the house, and the boy only needs to take care of himself. When Adrian was 7 years old, he was poisoned, and his father's reaction was a shock to him. His father disappointed him many times, but still he is the only person the boy can trust. He calls the man father and says that he will definitely return, after which he shares that he trusts him. This conversation was very difficult for Lawrence. The man goes to his office, where he sits in silence and holds his head with his hand. The ring on his hand begins to glow brightly from the magical energy within it. The man is very worried inside and experiences mental suffering from the decision he made. He realizes that ever since Adrian was poisoned, he has been deliberately acting so coldly towards the boy. Lawrence is restless, suffering greatly, and rushing around the office in agitation. A clear image of Adrian appears before him. The man calls the guy his boy with pain in his voice, after which Lawrence again plunges into deep, sad, and anxious thoughts about his son's future. Adrian's mother starts to cry bitterly. The guy calms her down and asks her not to worry about him, saying that she should know that he can stand up for himself. She is afraid that Anna might send killers to the guy at the front to eliminate the unwanted heir. The guy says that this is even better. Let them commit more crimes, then it will be easier to eliminate them in the future. Mom is afraid that they are being overheard, but Adrian reassures her and tells her that Arsha is standing at the door and is in control of the situation. Adrian tells his mother that he will never tolerate this again. He promises that he will put an end to this soon, and asks his mother to wait a little for better times. 2 days later, the army begins to gather, and the old servant addresses the boy, respectfully calling him young master. The servant asks the young man who this young lady is. Adrian is a little surprised and wonders if he doesn't know Arcia. The servant admits that he heard that this is the lady of his heart, and reminds him that they are going to war, and he would not take his mistress there in his place. The gravity cruiser heads towards the front, while a meeting is taking place in a huge conference room inside the warship. Adrian believes that he could not leave the girl at home, because she is ready to protect him until her last breath. He thinks that, especially since she has recently improved a lot, and is very close in level to the highest knighthood, he needed to be well prepared to protect himself, and the guy spent 20 million gold in 2 days on equipment. There were 3 rewards for the 3rd level, and each one was worth 100 million gold, of which there was 1 universal panacea of the 3rd elixir. They are lying in the guy's storage and waiting for their time in the hidden storage of the game system. Adrian leaves the meeting and says that he will go to his room, and if there is anything important, he asks to let him know. The young man proudly declares that he can only be disturbed for really important matters, because he is going to play online games. He looks at the surprised officers sitting at the control panel, and cheekily asks them if they have anything to say in response. The officers do not dare to object and whisper to themselves about what it means that they are telling the truth about the guy's character. Adrian looks at one of the officers and realizes that this man is one of the vanguard of elite warriors. The vanguard is a special unit equipped with magic armor and magic swords. They are the main driving force of any army, and they are used to judge how strong a country is. The officer asks the guy if he is sure that now is the time to play. He tells the guy that he will be looked at as a loser. The advanced guard officer states that the guy's reputation is not so great. And besides that, he also brought a girl to the battle. He is interrupted by another officer who asks if he has decided to rebel against his lord and commander. The advanced officer says that unlike in games, he can still understand about the girl. Since she is beautiful, the man makes comments to him and demands that he watch his language. The advance officer falls silent and also glares at his colleague for interfering. The man apologizes to Adrian and asks to forgive his subordinate, as he believes that he exceeded his authority in the conversation. The deputy captain tells the guy that there is a long road ahead and justifies the guy, saying that everyone needs to have fun. The deputy asks the guy not to pay attention to the opinions of his subordinates, because he considers him a representative of the main lord. Adrian, looking at the man, thinks that he clearly didn't like him, and he's not speaking sincerely. But the guy doesn't care, because he's used to it. He leaves the courtroom and asks to tell him when they arrive at the place. A huge lizard opens its terrible mouth. At that moment, a flask with a magical explosive elixir flies at its head. The next second, a powerful explosion occurs, which throws the terrible monster back from the force of the magical impact. Arzia extends her magical shield forward and covers the young man's attacks from possible enemy counterattacks. The guy uses a weapon called Salamander Tears, which deals 3,000 damage. It's an overly expensive bomb made from rare ingredients, but it does 3,000 damage without costing mana, making it worth it. Adrian realizes that his tactics have worked. An information screen appears in front of him, informing him that he has reached level 80 in the game. The game system informs that the main god has moved the young man to a secret room for a special quest. The guy takes Arzia by the hand, and together they resolutely move forward to a new challenge. Adrian thinks that everything is going just fine, because he has a level 4 quest ahead of him with increased rewards. The next enemy is a character called the Half-Lich, who has 32,000 units of health. The young people look at the creepy creature. It transforms and begins to talk about how it will now taste human flesh. Adrian looks at his evil opponent and thinks about clearing out the 4th level before they get to Western Command. A message comes from the game system. It offers to complete the quest of an unexpected meeting, the reward for which will be the opening of the 5th floor of the Archmage's magic tower. Liches are strong monsters and serious opponents. However, the guy thinks that this specimen is slow and stupid in battle. He watches as the Half-Lich manipulates his magic staff, causing a bright red energy spell seal to appear in space. Arzia instantly tenses up as she realizes that a high-level Ice Stone Spear attack is about to come. The girl deflects the enemy's blow, but the shards of the Ice Stone Spear are directed towards the young man behind her. Arzia screams loudly and addresses the young man respectfully as Sir, warning him of the danger from the shrapnel. The girl doesn't have time to protect the guy. He understands that she won't have time, and thinks that he should dodge. Adrian was unable to deflect the shard or dodge it. The stone hits him in the shoulder. He experiences severe pain and falls to the ground. The young man is in so much pain that his thoughts are confused, and he is irritated by the joyful, eerie laughter of the Half-Lich, enjoying his suffering. Arzia boldly rushes forward and puts her shield in front of her to protect the guy lying on the ground. Adrian looks at the monster and has a feeling that this face is familiar to him. He begins to imagine his brother next to him. He begins to feel fear and excitement as an interesting guess about the nature of this creature appears in his head. Meanwhile, the monster lets out a loud laugh and asks the young people to stand still, believing that their resistance is useless. Adrian summons a fireball, and a bright field of plasma magical energy instantly flares up behind the young man. Under the cover of a fireball, Arzia resolutely rushes forward and engages in combat with a dangerous enemy. In a split second, the girl reaches the monster and begins to push it back with her magic shield, using special combat tactics. She blocks the enemy's movement while Adrian activates a high-level magical artifact under her cover. Adrian asks the girl not to ease up on the pressure and not to let the enemy switch to a more difficult level and cast a spell. The girl unquestioningly follows the order, after which the guy uses an enchanted weapon with a blessing effect. The attack is effective, and the enemy loses almost half of his health points. A moment later, a huge wall of fire appears, crashing down on the Demi-Lich with incinerating force. Adrian takes advantage of the situation and rushes forward to strike with a magical artifact in a vulnerable spot. The guy compares this monster to his brother, after which he deals him a crushing blow with particular malice. The young man feels a strong impact after using the magical artifact. The game system reports that the 4th level of the quest has been successfully completed. Adrian experiences severe pain and weakness, after which he falls to the ground. A girl immediately runs to him and worries about him. She summons a vault, after which a holographic screen appears next to her, from which she takes out a flask with a potion. Arzia holds the young man by the neck and tries to carefully give him a restorative elixir. Despite the severe pain, Adrian feels joy because he has a companion who can open her master's inventory on her own. He continues to look at the girl in fascination and thinks that she is truly special among all the characters. The 5th floor of the Archmage's magic tower opens, and the guy rushes towards a huge, brightly sparkling chest with rewards. Adrian reaches out to the bright glow and offers the girl to immediately look at his rewards for completing the quest. The system offers to transfer gold to a virtual account, but the young man's attention is drawn to a strange object among the treasures. He picks up an object from the ground, at which point the system informs him that he has received the all-round view glasses. The guy opens the description of the artifact and learns that these glasses allow you to analyze and examine various objects around you. They possess mystical properties of clairvoyance and give the owner significantly improved vision. Looking closely at the glasses he found, he thinks that this is an unusual magical artifact. Because it belonged to Manuel Lucas, the guy thinks that the glasses will allow him to see who is an enemy and who is a friend, and this is an indispensable item for such a distrustful guy like him. The 3rd magic circle is now complete and the creation of the 4th circle begins, while the action moves to the Western Command Field Camp. The military are very surprised to see that Lawrence sent his 2nd son to them, not his 1st, and quietly discuss this among themselves. The man recalls a rumor that the boy became a fool after being poisoned as a child. Adrian intervenes in the conversation, saying that he is indeed the poisoned brother. The senior officers meet the young man and tell him that he is not a fool at all, after which they respectfully call him sir, and say that these are just rumors. The deputy checks the composition of the detachment and learns that 5 officers of the advanced detachment and 50 knights arrived with the young man. The guy asks why he doesn't pay attention to the infantry, to which the officer replies that the elite decides the outcome of the war, and ordinary infantrymen can be ignored. After all, only a mage of at least the 7th circle can deal with an officer of the vanguard, the military man adds with a serious look. The officers report that his fighters have been integrated into the army as part of the 2nd separate brigade, and his brigade commander is Count Otis. The guy begins to remember who this count is, and recalls that he is a great lord of the East, famous for his military exploits. He turns to his subordinates and informs them that they are now the 2nd separate brigade under his command. Adrian hopes that no one will disturb him. He goes to his chambers and asks the girl to follow him. A week passes. The young man thinks that Otis is the best commander, because the best commander is the one who is not there all the time. The subordinates inform the young man that before the start of hostilities, Brigade Commander Otis left on business and will appear through the teleportation system. His actions seemed completely illogical, but in the absence of the officer, the guy could calmly continue his game, without fear of sudden checks. Immersed in the virtual world, the guy thinks about the imminent passage of the 5th circle. The girl suddenly warns him that a stranger has entered the room. Instantly turning off the game, the guy jumps up sharply and notices how Arja with cold determination holds the hand of the uninvited officer, not allowing him to move even a step. The officer freezes in amazement, his face expressing complete bewilderment. He never expected that the fragile-looking girl would be the owner of such inhuman strength. Adrian, instantly assessing the situation, asks himself the only question: what does this officer want, and why did he enter his room without warning? Putting on magic glasses that allow him to see hidden intentions, the guy without hesitation calls the intruder a scumbag who is not worthy of trust. Adrian sharply demands an explanation, to which the officer, stumbling, begins to justify himself by saying that he was simply worried about the condition of the guy, who had been in the game for too long. Having forcefully pushed Arcia's hand away, the officer loudly declares that the girl herself approached him, and he does not understand at all what is going on here. Adrian delivers a precise kick to the officer's ankle, and reminds him that all communications should have been made via messenger, if it was really something important. The guy emphasizes that Arcia is here for a reason. She is performing security functions, and demands that the officer immediately tell the truth about his intentions. Clenching his fists, Adrian repeats the question of why the officer came to his room, with the secret intention of committing murder while he was defenseless in the game. The man indignantly shouts that the guy is talking complete nonsense, reminding him of his rank as a squad officer, which should guarantee his reliability. Adrian demands an immediate and convincing explanation, turning to Arcia for confirmation, to which the girl calmly reports that this man was trying to separate them. Clarifying the details, the guy asks if the officer tried to take the girl somewhere, and receives an affirmative answer from Arcia. The officer explodes in rage, calling Arcia a nasty girl who specifically wants to set him up and denigrate him in front of the command. He arrogantly declares that the words of some girl cannot be placed above the words of a career officer, to which Adrian counters with accusations of breach of discipline and attempting to raise a mutiny. Snatching a combat knife from Arcia, the guy declares that he will judge the officer as a rebel, and points the tip of the blade towards the intruder. In a firm voice, the young man declares that he will use his weapon without hesitation if he does not hear a truthful explanation of what is happening from the officer. A mocking grin appears on the face of the uninvited guest. He is absolutely sure that this boy will not dare to use a weapon. Previously, Adrian had indeed shown restraint and silence, not at all out of good nature, but solely for the sake of survival. But now that Anna can no longer watch him, he does not intend to give in anymore. The guy decides that the time has come to show his true colors, and confidently tells the officer that he is going to calm him down. He continues to grip the blade tightly in his hand, and orders the officer to step forward. At this time, a subordinate runs up to the deputy commander and hurriedly informs him that the foreman ordered him to come to him immediately. The man relays the foreman's order, adding that he is going to execute one of the officers and demands that not a minute be wasted. When the deputy commander enters the tent, he immediately turns around and catches the dagger in his hand. He immediately notices that the blade is stained with blood, and this immediately attracts his full attention. Adrian, not hiding his displeasure, reminds the man that he asked him to hurry up, and looks reproachfully into his eyes. The deputy commander barely restrains his irritation and wonders with inner anger how this impudent man dared to speak to him in such a tone. He looks around the room, not understanding what happened here, and begins to look around carefully. Soon he notices one of the officers on the floor, writhing in pain and groaning weakly. The man respectfully addresses the boy, calling him Your Grace, and wants to know what exactly happened here. Adrian explains that anyone who allows themselves to harass girls is not worthy of being called a knight, and asks the deputy commander's opinion. The commander becomes enraged, shouts at the soldiers and calls them scoundrels, and demands that they explain what they have done. He then bows his head respectfully to Adrian and admits that all responsibility lies with him. The guy contemptuously kicks the officer, announces his dismissal from office, and orders that all his equipment be taken away and he be put in jail. He casts a cold glance at 3 soldiers standing nearby and accuses them of complicity, ordering their immediate arrest. The deputy commander continues to bow until Adrian firmly states that there will be no discussion, since he is now in charge here. He casually pats the man on the shoulder and coldly reminds him that this is not his territory. Adrian leaves the room with the girl, saying that the smell of blood is disgusting to him, so he will go to another room and asks to clean it up. The deputy commander watches the young man go by and thinks tensely about what kind of person he really is. Adrian thinks about how hard it was to hold back all this time and not show who he really is. Arzia desperately rushes forward and puts up her shield to protect her master from the blow aimed at him. Adrian, standing behind the girl and relying on her reliable protection, activates the artifact. He reflects on the fact that the enemy has been methodically striking at the blind spot all this time, while maintaining a safe distance. Despite the fact that the enemy has less than half of his health points left, he still maintains his fighting spirit and does not retreat. The game system announces the start of the 5th level of the quest, called Unexpected Encounters, where the goal is to defeat the Dark Knight and open the way to the 6th floor of the Magic Tower. The Dark Knight feints, gets into range, and prepares to deliver a crushing blow with his sword. Adrian steps out from behind the girl's protection and activates his magic wand to counterattack. The Dark Knight instantly turns his attention to Adrian and rushes towards him with fury. Arzia reacts instantly and, intercepting the line of attack, strikes the enemy with her shield. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, Adrian notices a vulnerability in his defense and releases a powerful energy stream in his direction. The Dark Knight doesn't have time to dodge and parry the blow, and all he can do is respond to the guy with a sinister smile. After the impact, a blinding flash occurs, and the entire space around the Dark Knight is filled with shining magical signs. The system reports that the 6th floor of Manuel Lucas's Magic Tower is now open to access. The guy approaches the sparkling chest and receives a notification about a reward of 1 billion gold, which is too large to withdraw into game or virtual funds. That's not all. He is surprised to learn that he also received a magic staff, a magic robe, and other pieces of equipment. He decides that he will keep the staff and the robe for himself, and give the remaining armor to the girl. The guy begins to think about the fact that new equipment is always a blessing. The Archmage gives the best. At this moment, his attention is distracted by something extraneous, disrupting the course of his thoughts. It turns out that he is distracted by an officer who enters the room, and when asked, Adrian replies that he felt the presence of powerful energy here. Adrian tells the man that he distracted him from an important and useful task because he was just sorting through his artifacts. The officer replies that he understands everything, after which he asks him for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. Adrian activates the vault and takes out a 2-handed magic sword, exactly the same as the ones used by the Vanguard officers. This magical sword was forged by the Archmage as a reward for completing a quest called Unexpected Encounters. Inside the sword is a core filled with magical energy, making it usable even without skills. The magical equipment of the Vanguard officers is designed to enhance physical strength, while the aura, unlike mana, cannot be created artificially. Adrian speculates that perhaps this mage equipment also has similar properties. In addition, he received a staff that has a unique skill for storing aura, and is of particular value. The young man looks at the setting sun, and now clearly understands why everyone was so eager to take over the fate of the magician Manuel Lucas. It had been 2 weeks since the boy had been appointed the official representative of House Lawrence in the coming war against the neighboring empire. Accompanying the girl, the young man walks along a wide corridor and gives a command to the guards, after which he lets them go. The feeling that a conflict is about to start recedes, at which point he notices that after the incident with the officer, everyone began to fear him. Surprisingly, even the deputy commander began to show respect for him from then on. He activates the Archmage's glasses and scans the man, learning that the emotions he is feeling are those of interest and caution. Adrian pushes these thoughts aside, deciding that none of this matters as long as he isn't distracted from the gameplay. He looks closely at his companion and, using glasses, finds out that the girl is experiencing a feeling of happiness. The guy is surprised and wonders if she is happy just because she wants to go for a walk. She reminds him of a small puppy, and for some reason this comparison seems very accurate to him. The young man is amazed that even an artificially created creature can have real emotions. He catches himself thinking that he actually knows nothing about her, and previously thought that she had no character other than banal preferences. Adrian looks around at the picturesque landscape spread out before him, and in the silence notices how nice this place is. He watches the girl carefully, trying to understand whether she has emotions similar to human ones. The glasses tell the guy that the girl is experiencing great happiness, and this causes him to burst into a fit of suppressed laughter. Returning to the camp, the young man tells the girl that they will now have the opportunity to go on walks more often. He runs into a distressed young officer in the corridor and asks him the reason for his depressed state. Suddenly, the young officer loudly greets the brigadier and invites him to have a drink together, clearly trying to hide his embarrassment. The glasses tell Adrian that the officer is feeling acutely ashamed, and he notices two others nearby who are clearly involved. Adrian directly tells the young man that it was those two who set it all up, or that he himself lost to them in some kind of argument. Adrian is about to leave, wondering whether he should really get involved in this situation or just walk past. However, a young officer steps on his foot, and the guy irritably asks if he is even worthy of the title of knight. Quietly, almost in a whisper, the young officer asks for forgiveness, admitting that he had indeed gone too far. Adrian scans the guy and finds out that he is an aura expert and has a rare combination of high magical talents. Adrian is amazed because he has never met a person who can simultaneously master two outstanding skills. He begins to wonder why this young man tolerates such humiliation and allows himself to be bullied. The guy reflects on the fact that if the officer had become a magician, he could have achieved much more in life. The officer looks constrained, does not engage in dialogue, and avoids continuing the conversation with him. Adrian irritably turns to the instigators of the incident and demands that they not dare to disturb him in the future. Once in his room, Adrian thinks about how he didn't interfere in someone else's conflict in order to avoid problems. However, he wonders how much good the officer's talent could do if it were channeled in the right direction. He comes to the conclusion that by equipping him with the equipment of a vanguard officer, he could be turned into a combat mage. Adrian continues to reflect that while talent alone is not everything, becoming a knight at such a young age means there is a chance. The boy comes to the conclusion that it would be wise to take this young knight under his wing and develop his potential. But Count Otis stands in the way of this, because the young knight serves in another county and is not officially subordinate to him. Thus, for such actions, Adrian needs to obtain permission and official approval from the Count. He considers trying to bribe Otis, figuring he might not be averse to a bribe. The guy doesn't know how useful rare talents are, but he clearly feels the need to start assembling his own team. He puts on the magic glasses and decides that now is the best time, because he is far from the influence of his stepmother. After this, the guy tells the girl that he has an idea of what to do, and adds that they have a lot of things to do. A young officer named Lopez walks slowly down a wide corridor, lost in his own thoughts. He remembers Adrian's words that he could have achieved more if he had chosen the path of a magician rather than a knight. Lopez admits that at first he thought the commander of the 2nd Brigade was just an arrogant aristocrat. However, now he is pleased with the thought that Adrian recognized his abilities and saw the potential of a magician in him. Following the order he received earlier, he enters Adrian's office and loudly announces his arrival. In the office, he is met by the Count, who smiles affably and politely invites the young man to come in. Lopez looks closely at the elegantly dressed Adrian, but tries not to show his surprise. The guy, meanwhile, is wondering why he was called. While the Count continues to speak, the Count says that the officer probably already knows that before him is a representative of the Lawrence family and the new brigadier. This news brings sincere joy to the young officer, because now Adrian becomes his lord. The Count finally asks him to serve Adrian with loyalty and devotion, as befits a true knight. The boy clearly remembers an incident from his past life when China lost to South Korea in a football match, and one fan asked an important question. He then wondered how it was possible that among the 1.5 billion people in China, there were not even 11 worthy football players. The answer was that the hypothetical Chinese Messi and Ronaldo were at that time digging in the soil on a farm, because without a social ladder, talent disappears. Adrian wonders who would have thought that so many young people in this world are simply wasted. One of such people he considers to be an unlucky knight named Lopez, and also a peasant worker whom he met on his father's estate. He also recalls one of the few soldiers who could play a musical instrument. Then a cheeky boy who was caught selling erotic magazines to soldiers comes to mind. He also remembers a maid from a neighboring regiment, and he understands that there are a great many such people deprived by fate. Adrian believes that all these people had abilities, But because they chose the wrong path, they achieved nothing. The maid asks the guy in surprise if he really thinks she can become a sorceress, since the test did not reveal any magical abilities. The guy replies that the problem was most likely with the equipment itself that was used to conduct the testing, which makes her even more surprised. Adrian guesses that no one understands his actions now, because in order to get this girl, he had to buy her from the owner and give several bribes. The young man standing nearby tells the maid not to ask unnecessary questions, and just do everything as her master tells her. This young man had previously spent a lot of time toiling in the mines, and Adrian does not understand why he is so willing to obey orders. They are now away from the camp and visiting a haute couture studio called the Royal Palace. Adrian understands that these people are very confused, because they have never been to such luxurious places before. The maid tells the guy that she is choosing a specific item from the assortment presented. Adrian looks at the young man carefully and says that he looks quite worthy. The young man in response declares that he is ready to serve his master faithfully and truly. Adrian believes that he has assembled a very worthy squad, because such talents are even more valuable and rarer than the ability to magic or fencing. He is sure that if talents are not developed, they will remain useless, as if buried in the ground, and suggests that young people not look at price tags, but choose what suits them. The guy decides that he will send his new team from the camp for training, and an individual approach will be chosen for each of them. They arrive at a brightly shining palace. Adrian believes that his people should look appropriate to their new high status. Genuine surprise appears on the faces of the young people. They are stunned by the sight of the palace and are clearly in complete shock. They ask Adrian with disbelief whether they really will be living and studying in such a luxurious place, to which they receive a confident confirmation. Adrian informs the young people that he has assigned them a servant and a butler who will help them with their daily routine. He explains that from now on they must direct all their energy and attention exclusively to their studies, while they will receive benefits and compensation for dismissal from their previous jobs. Adrian specifies that their monthly allowance will be 20 million, which brings genuine joy to the young people. He adds that if they can prove that they have not let him down, their salaries will be increased. The young people thank the guy in unison and promise to do everything possible to live up to his expectations. Adrian looks closely at one of the guys and notices in his gaze sincere surprise mixed with deep gratitude. He says that young people can do whatever they can to avoid disappointing him. The guy hopes that they will live in peace and harmony, and asks not to cause him problems with quarrels, to which he receives unanimous consent. Adrian believes that this establishment will become a real refuge for his protégés and future allies. He is confident that he is obliged to create all the necessary conditions for their development, so that their talents can be fully revealed. He orders that they be immediately informed if anyone tries to entice them with money, and promises to pay twice as much as the opponent offers. Adrian reflects on the fact that he had to spend a lot, but sees it as an investment in the future. He is convinced that the best investment in his position is an investment in high-quality and dedicated personnel. Adrian remembers his mother and comes to the conclusion that she must be securely hidden from Anna until there is an open conflict with her older brother. He glances at his companion and considers finding a safe place to hide before heading back to camp. But first, he has one important task to complete. Suddenly, Arja makes a sharp jump to the side and with an iron grip squeezes the throat of a stranger standing nearby. The girl continues to hold him by the throat, while Adrian mockingly greets the unexpected guest. The events are transferred to 2 days ago, when the guy still did not understand how his brother found out that he had started to gather commoners under his wing. Late at night, Serdik called him and said that he was doing the right thing by hanging out with the same rabble as himself. The boy considers his older brother a fool, especially after he himself let it slip that his every move was being followed. Adrian asks the spy how he found him, and wonders if he teleported straight from the royal palace. The spy tries to deny it and says that he doesn't understand at all what we're talking about. Arzia performs a spectacular throw and knocks the spy to the ground, after which Adrian asks if he wants to stay alive. He begins to choke with fear, realizing that his enhanced aura is powerless, and he is in mortal danger. He scans his female companion and panics even more at what he sees. The spy perceives what is happening as a real nightmare, because he feels that the girl is an expert in aura. He realizes that she is far from an ordinary girl, and if she doesn't talk now, they will simply kill him. After which he, trembling, asks to wait a little and promises to tell her everything. Adrian asks the spy how he found it, and if his older brother really has another rat in the teleportation room. The man trembles with fear as the young man scans him with glasses, and comes to the conclusion that he is apparently not lying. He knew that his older brother was constantly sending spies after him, but this time something especially curious was discovered. The guy notices that the spy actually carried out his older brother's orders, but clearly did not harbor any hostility towards him, and was not eager to do so. The man begins to calm down a little, but still looks sideways at the girl standing next to him with distrust and anxiety. Adrian asks the spy in no uncertain terms if he is prepared to go against his own master. He holds a knife to his head and asks him directly if he wants to live. The guy tells the man that he has no options, and if he wants to stay alive, he will have to work for him. The man looks in horror at the blade of the sword pointed straight at his face, while Adrian calmly claims that there is nothing difficult about this job, and all that is required is to send reports daily. Adrian orders the man to report something neutral to his older brother, such as that he is still busy with his usual business. The action moves to the Lawrence estate, where a male voice is heard reporting that their spy has ended up in prison. Surdic learns that unfortunately, his spy was caught right in the foreman's chambers, and this has already caused a lot of problems. He begins to worry greatly about what happened, realizing that in this situation he clearly went too far. Surdic regrets his actions, all because he did not listen to his father and continued to send spies. He understands that his father will now be furious, and orders his man to keep an eye on Adrian until his father cools down. The spy, who now works for two, tells Surdic that he will strictly follow the instructions and says goodbye until the next communication session. Adrian believes that over time he will lure away the rest of the spies and deal with them in the same way as with the spy officer. The talent pool went like clockwork, and now the young man has 20 very gifted recruits at his disposal. They all work very hard to ensure that Adrian can do his thing, and as a result, he quickly reaches level 159 in the game. He understands that one more level, and he will already be a 6th circle magician, which will significantly increase his capabilities. Suddenly, the guy receives an emergency message, and a state of emergency is declared throughout the camp. They are very close to the front line. Adrian asks his subordinate what happened. The deputy commander is very nervous and reports that the sky fortress of the neighboring empire has crossed the border. Everyone is waiting for the intelligence officers to give details about what is happening. Adrian believes that this was just the calm before the real storm. The high-ranking officers gather in the council hall and discuss the latest news, namely that the enemy empire has made the first move. Otis believes that we need to wait, and suggests loading the fighters onto an armored train, so that they are ready to move out at any moment. The Count forbids movement, since from the moment of the attack the enemy has been intercepting teleportation coordinates along the entire front. After this, he prohibits all types of communication for fighters, except for officers not below the rank of colonel. Otis turns to the young man and says that these precautions apply to his unit as well. Rising from the table, the Count announces that a full-scale war has begun, and everyone needs to take the necessary precautions. Adrian feels a surge of adrenaline and understands that things are really serious and dangerous. Adrian reaches level 160th in the game, and thinks that now he will definitely get the 6th magic circle. To advance to the next level, in the final battle, he defeated the strongest two-headed monster in a fierce fight. One of the officers reminds him that everyone is prohibited from using their devices, to which the guy replies that he will play anyway. For completing the level, the guy gets another 10 million gold coins as a reward for winning. However, these are not all the rewards, and next to it a screen appears with a new information message from the system. The game system informs that the young man receives an additional companion, a black supersonic eagle with unique abilities. Adrian reflects on the fact that he didn't know before that you could get a second companion in this game. After some time, he learns that the archer class has eagle companions, a matter on which he was ignorant. He comes out of virtual reality, and the first thing he does is ask Arcia why the eagle satellite has not moved into reality. Meanwhile, the flagship cruiser switches to combat mode and activates a powerful protective field around itself. Adrian thought that this giant black eagle would appear in the room just like the girl companion, and he would have serious problems. However, now he comes to the idea that the bird will appear somewhere near the ship and not indoors. His suspicions are confirmed when Arcia points to the sky and says that she has spotted a menacing bird high above them. After some time, the soldiers nearby notice a giant eagle and panic. They scatter as a huge, graceful bird begins to rapidly approach them from the sky. Adrian and his female companion remain in place, watching the majestic approach of the bird. The eagle lands next to the young man and gives him a fierce but not hostile look. Adrian looks back at his companion, fascinated and surprised by his impressive size and strength. Meanwhile, a giant black eagle, flapping its large wings, begins to slowly approach the guy. Adrian orders the soldiers standing nearby to lower their weapons and not show aggression. Using the glasses, the young man learns that this creature is a chimera with strong bones and skin like a dragon. Adrian realizes that even a magic sword is difficult to damage due to the powerful physique of this bird. Adrian strokes the bird and remembers that the girl became stronger as he became stronger. The guy wants to know how to unlock this bird's skills and develop its abilities. He makes the assumption that everything is simple, and it probably has something to do with completing levels, as always. The young man is distracted from his thoughts by the loud voice of the senior officer, echoing across the deck. The officer asks the guy what kind of monster it is and why it is not aggressive towards him. Adrian realizes that he was looking at the eagle and just noticed how many people had gathered around it. The boy thinks for a moment and comes to the conclusion that he has no other choice. He extends his hand to the giant bird and asks her if she wants to come with him. The huge eagle is not aggressive and allows the young man to stroke its beak. Adrian gently strokes the head of a huge black eagle. Feeling a mixture of awe and surprise, the majestic bird calmly accepts his touch. The soldiers standing nearby are very surprised. They don't understand what kind of bird it is and why it doesn't attack the guy. The bird begins to fawn over the young man, and he begins to think about why he staged this cringe-worthy performance. The war began with massive attacks rather than isolated clashes, and full-scale fighting began along the entire western border. It was a brutal battle for the complete destruction of the enemy without mercy or compromise. Adrian's brigade was fully involved in combat operations. There was no communication along the entire front, so the guy can't log into the game. Sitting in the command post, he receives a message that an enemy advanced detachment is approaching them. Adrian orders the officer not to panic, but to retreat and regroup, and then prepares for a counterattack. The officer is very surprised. He watches the young man and sees that he is extremely cold-blooded. Adrian spent a lot of time in virtual reality, and even though it was just a game, he still learned a lot, namely, not to be afraid for his life. The guy notices a video report on the nearby screen and opens his eyes wide in surprise. The enemy's advanced detachment approaches them, and they are the first to deal a crushing blow to the cruiser. The guy suddenly jumps up from his seat and orders his officers to immediately deploy energy shields over the cruiser. The junior officers begin to become noticeably nervous as they realize that the threat is truly serious and deadly. The order is immediately carried out, and powerful energy shields appear around the cruiser. The enemy's advanced detachment is already very close to the cruiser and intends to break through their defenses at any cost. One of the warriors concentrates a powerful stream of energy and directs it into the deployed energy shields. A powerful beam of energy crashes into the protective circuit, causing a deafening explosion of destructive force. The powerful vibration from the explosion penetrates the huge battlecruiser from bow to stern. Adrian believes that this is not a simple reconnaissance in force, since such a powerful blow was delivered from a distance. He demands a report on the situation. The officers report that their enemy is a seventh circle magician. With one blow, the enemy's powerful warrior tore down the protective shield. It was broken, and now it takes 90 seconds to reload. Arzia looks closely at the young man, then asks if everything is okay with him. One of the officers thanks the guy, because if they hadn't opened the energy shields in time, the explosion would have blown their ship to pieces. Adrian understands that due to recent events, the officer's attitude towards him has changed significantly for the better. He unfolds the information screens and begins to carefully study the advance guard of the attackers on the monitors. Using the remote control, Adrian zooms in on the video footage to better see all the details of the attack. The guy believes that in this fight their forces are equal, but the enemy has heavenly fortresses. The CCTV system detects 2 approaching sky fortresses, but they are much smaller than their cruiser. The officer reports that this is the first combat use of such sky fortresses in a real battle, after which the officers give the signal to attack the approaching objects with all available means. The sky fortress acts ahead of the curve and fires deadly charges at the cruiser with maximum power. This time the defense holds up, but Adrian realizes that the enemy is very serious. Adrian begins to worry as he notices that the sky fortresses are starting to detach bridges and structures. The huge structure starts moving and begins a complex transformation right in the air. Huge metal structures are heading towards the 2nd Adrian Brigade at an alarming speed. The cruiser returns fire, directing powerful energy beams towards the sky fortresses. The junior officers begin to laugh quietly. They say that the enemy ships are so hastily made that they fall apart right in the air. Adrian believes that the enemy is cunning and dangerous, as he senses a huge concentration of magical energy. Adrian orders to immediately stop the attack, wait and find out what the enemy is planning. After which the guy starts shouting loudly that the detached parts of the enemy sky fortress are about to explode. At great speed, giant metal discs rush towards the cruiser, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Upon reaching the energy shield, they crash into the cruiser, causing gigantic explosions of destructive force. The navigator gives the order to immediately retreat and change coordinates to avoid further attacks. Troops on the ground are given the order to immediately open fire on the enemy from anti-aircraft missile systems. Adrian begins to get very nervous, as he understands that the energy shield may not be able to withstand such a colossal load. The remaining metal structures continue to rapidly approach the cruiser at an alarming speed. Adrian takes command and gives the order to activate an additional large shield to increase defense. There are only seconds left before the collision between the part of the sky fortress and the cruiser, and tension reaches its limit. At the last moment, additional generators are connected, and additional protection appears around the ship. A powerful explosion occurs, and the giant cruiser slowly descends to the ground under the influence of the shockwave. Adrian feels very unwell and realizes that if he had not used his father's ring, they would all have been torn apart. The guy glances at the screen and wants to make sure that the accompanying small ships are still intact. He breathes a sigh of relief as he sees that they manage to fly away and avoid destruction. Adrian gives the officer orders to find out what is happening with their advanced detachment and to take care of the wounded. The Count is delighted, rejoices and beams with happiness after successfully repelling the attack. He thanks the guy from the bottom of his heart and believes that he did an excellent job of commanding today. Adrian claims that the man is flattering him, to which he replies that this is not so, because the guy foresaw the impending kamikaze attack in time. Otis is going to inform the general staff that today's victory was achieved thanks to Adrian, and he can count on a reward. The man believes that it is his duty to ensure that his subordinates are rewarded for their achievements, since the enemy used this tactic across the entire front, and only they managed to escape this deadly attack. Suddenly the Count surprises the guy. He says that there are various rumors about him, and asks him to enlighten him. Otis reports that many are saying that the guy has tamed an incredibly giant magical eagle. Adrian smiles contentedly, while the Count reports that the soldiers say that the guy found it unusually easy to find a common language with this bird. Adrian begins to tell that the bird was really very smart, and it seemed to understand everything he said. The guy began to communicate with it, because it is a very interesting creature with a developed intellect. The officer nearby reports that the giant black eagle may be a species of eagle from the sacred city. These birds are born with high levels of mana, and can fly up to 5,000 kilometers without rest. Otis learns that if someone manages to tame an eagle, it will never betray and will be ready to protect its owner even at the cost of its own life. The man finds this very funny. He believes that the eagle's behavior is similar to a good dog. Adrian tells the Count that the danger has passed, and asks for permission to use the connection. The man replies that he allows this to be done as a reward for successful command. The second week of the war continues. The commander of the advanced detachment believes that the enemy is unlikely to appear in the open, and will definitely not come from the mountains. He believes that this may be a trap, and orders his subordinates to keep their distance and immediately use long-range weapons if an enemy is detected. He recalls that Adrian ordered not to rely on the radar signal, and to keep the maximum distance from the enemy. The attitude towards the young man has changed a lot, and he sees big changes in people since the beginning of the war. After some time, Adrian's advanced detachment is ambushed and takes up all-round defense under heavy enemy fire. Fighting off the enemies, the squad leader considers the attack to be incredible. The enemies emerged from underground, where the radar could not detect their presence. While fighting off another attack, he thinks that it's good that they moved carefully as the foreman suggested, otherwise they would all have been killed. Even though the men consider themselves lucky, it is becoming increasingly difficult to repel enemy attacks with each passing second. The enemy is twice as numerous and needs to be held back until reinforcements arrive, at which point a powerful explosion occurs. As the smoke clears, the forward officers look around and try to figure out how bad their losses were. They accomplished their task and held out until reinforcements arrived. 10 officers of the advanced detachment under the command of Count Otis. The deputy commander wonders how they managed to do it so quickly. Did the guy really know that this would happen and called for reinforcements in advance? Adrian asks the officer why they are just hanging around and not attacking the enemy. The deputy commander reports that they have pinned the enemy forces against the mountains, and they are surprised at how calm the young man's voice is. Adrian says that it was not easy for him to get reinforcements for them. He wants the task to be completed with 5 units. Otis finds the guy's strategy stunning, as several enemy units have already been destroyed under his command. At first, the man thought it was just simple luck, but after several successful operations, there was no need to talk about luck. Otis recalls that many people said about the young man that he was a genius as a child, but after the poisoning he became useless. The Count believes that the boy is a sleeping dragon who has now awakened, and then asks a nearby officer how old he is, and whether he is the same age as his daughter. The officers are very surprised by the Count's decision. The man believes that his family has written off the guy, but he would gladly take him in. The subordinates tell the man that the foreman already has a mistress, and he is so inseparable from her that he even dragged her to the war. The officers try to dissuade the Count, but he thinks that a gambler, in his opinion, is still better than a drunkard, a drug addict, or a slut. When officers point out his daughter's fiery temper, Otis acknowledges that she does lose her temper often. Adrian, accompanied by his companion, slowly moves along the long corridor of the ship and is stopped by the deputy commander of the fleet. The officer politely asks the young man if he has a free minute to talk, to which Adrian kindly answers in the affirmative. By activating the analytical glasses, the guy reads the man's emotional state and discovers that he is in a calm mood with a hint of anticipation. The guy notes that the officer's attitude towards him has changed compared to previous meetings, when curiosity and caution prevailed, but now he demonstrates disposition and calmness. At this point, the officer directly asks why the respected gentleman so stubbornly hid his true strength from those around him all this time. The officer frankly reports that many influential people are seriously concerned that if Mr. Surdick gains power, then extremely difficult times await everyone. The man tells the boy that if he has even the slightest determination to confront his older brother, he will support him with all his might. The glasses do not record any suspicious changes in the officer's condition, which means the man is absolutely sincere in his intentions. This officer is one of his father's close advisors. The guy thinks that perhaps his father told him something before leaving for the front. Adrian sincerely thanks the officer for his frank words, in response to which the man says that he will pretend that this conversation did not happen. Adrian finds the officer surprisingly naive and rereads his state, finding him neutral, calm, but also very disappointed. The boy tries to stop the spying of his older brother and his mother, but he cannot be sure that there are not other types of surveillance that he does not know about. Adrian politely leaves the officer and reflects on the fact that perhaps he is able to cope with this task on his own, without involving outsiders. He believes that eliminating Anna and Surdick is exclusively his personal task, and he does not intend to share this pleasure with anyone. In the meantime, the young man will simply know that among their vassals, there are people who care about the fate of the family and who are ready to support him in difficult times. As he leaves, Adrian casually asks the officer if he is entitled to any reward for his valor on the battlefield. A few days later, the youngest son of the Lawrence family is solemnly awarded the prestigious Order of the Golden Lion, 2nd class, for outstanding services to the fatherland. The man reads a ceremonial speech and informs everyone present that the 23rd ruler of the Kingdom of Rangard personally awards the guy an honorary order. Adrian says words of gratitude that this is a great honor for him, and that he will cherish this award for the rest of his life. But he thinks to himself that the king needs a hero to maintain morale in the country. The guy is pleased to think that when his older brother sees him with an order on his chest, he will probably bite his elbows from anger and envy. This is indeed true. Serdic angrily hits his fist on the table, not holding back his emotions from what he saw. He calls everyone around him idiots and irritably tells his mother, who is nearby, that everyone is only talking about Adrian's successes. The boy bitterly tells the woman that if he had gone to war, all the awards and honors would have gone to him, after which he asks if his father came home. Anna says no, and speaks with contempt of the fact that he still lives with this base woman, to which the son replies that lately his father has not left her side, and asks what she is going to do. The guy continues to be hysterical and raise his voice, but Anna abruptly stops him and sternly tells him not to shout in the house. She bitterly believes that it was because of Adrian's success that his father finally left them for this despicable whore. Serdic directly asks if the younger brother really intends to completely break with their family and leave after the end of the war, to which the mother answers affirmatively and confirms his fears. She asks her son to calm down and not be afraid, since she believes that this guy will never be his equal in status and influence anyway. Anna tenderly hugs her son and reassuringly says that mommy will take care of everything and solve all the problems, as she always did before. Serdic gradually calms down and begins to believe that the woman is telling the truth and is truly capable of coping with any difficulties. In a quiet and confident voice, she says that they are supported by her influential maternal grandfather. Anna, through subtle manipulation and palace intrigue, did indeed take control of much of the real power in the estate. She calmly says that her father is still formally in power, but this is temporary and will last only until he hands her over to Anna. Serdic bitterly recalls that even from childhood he was surprised that Adrian was such an incredibly smart and capable child. He had never seen in his life a child with such a strong and insatiable thirst for knowledge and the comprehension of sciences. Serdic never understood how one could be so smart and developed at such a young age when other children were playing with toys. Now he falls into a state of real rage when he remembers that many people around him spoke admiringly about his younger brother as a real genius. He naively believed that they had completely neutralized Adrian when they poisoned him with a specially prepared poison several years ago. He thinks with annoyance about his father, and why that damn guy has started getting on his nerves again. Adrian is solemnly presented with the well-deserved order, and the people around him applaud him and congratulate him on the high award. 48 days have passed since the start of the war, and Adrian suggests that all officers take a special energy drink before the upcoming battle. The soldiers accept the invitation with great pleasure and line up in a disciplined manner for the guy to pour out his miraculous drink. Adrian carefully notices how the officers enthusiastically praise the drink, saying that it is incredibly invigorating and refreshes the mind. These people don't even realize that this energy drink is a solution of one drop of the legendary panacea, capable of working miracles. To be honest, the young man even feels a little sorry to waste it on such people, but he must do it so that the war ends quickly. The deputy commander reports that they intend to go on a risky reconnaissance mission. The guy asks to be careful and be on the alert for possible threats. Adrian learns that his division commander is calling him again and wonders why he has been doing this so often lately. The guy thinks it necessary to treat not only the officers and offers a large piece of fresh meat to a huge black eagle sitting nearby, after which he goes to an audience with the division commander, and the huge bird obediently follows him. Adrian thinks that the commander calls him too often, to which the driver suggests that his lordship especially trusts the guy and values his opinion. These constant calls are quite annoying to the young man, but he still cannot refuse the meeting according to protocol. He looks around the room carefully and is surprised to see that the other commanders are already there. Adrian is very surprised by the number of officers present, and wonders if the commander has gathered the heads of all the units for an important announcement. The guy assumes that the commander wants to announce something extremely important, at which time Otis comes out onto the balcony and joyfully greets all the assembled officers, demonstrating a clearly elevated mood. The young man carefully notices that the Count is in an exceptionally good mood and is ready to share good news. Otis suggests taking the opportunity to rejoice, saying that soon the ears will be filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions of battle. Adrian makes the logical assumption that the long-awaited end of the war will soon be solemnly announced. The Count says that a meeting is currently underway between diplomats from their side and the enemy side, and that it will soon be announced that the war is finally over. The officers begin to discuss that it seems the neighboring empire did not intend to go so far. It was a large-scale clash, but nothing more, and such conflicts happen almost every year. Adrian thinks that in his past life something similar happened in Korea, and it seems like they are just unlucky, because no one is going to really make peace. The guy tells the Count that their advanced detachment has gone on reconnaissance. He asks if it is worth bringing them back, to which the man says that until the peace treaty is signed, the war games should continue as usual, without changes. The guy is deeply offended by the contemptuous expression of war games, because the juniors suffer, and the seniors make decisions for them. Otis suggests not to be bored and have fun on the occasion of the end of the war, after which he asks the guy about the recent award of the Order of the Golden Lion. The Count believes that even more rewards and honors await the young man upon his return, and suggests that he enjoy the last days of the war. They clink glasses in a friendly manner. Adrian thinks that he really has become a hero, not a nobody, and considers what is the point of him thinking about others, because he has a brilliant future ahead of him. Thoughts about returning to his family after the fighting are interrupted by the deputy commander, who says he has good news for the young man. Adrian looks at the man carefully and wonders with curiosity what kind of news he wants to tell. The officer suggests thinking about what would have happened next if the troops of the neighboring empire had continued to fight them to the death. The man believes that 100 heavenly fortresses and tens of thousands of enemy vanguard officers would literally wipe the cities into dust. He believes that it would be a disaster of truly horrific proportions, which would destroy millions of lives. Adrian tells the officer that he should rest after duty and asks why he came now, after which he extends his hand to Arcia and gestures to give him the package that she is holding. The guy hands the man a treat, to which he asks with genuine interest what kind of delicacy it is. Adrian honestly admits that he doesn't know what it is, and tells that it's a gift from the Count, and that this treat is clearly something exquisite. While eating the treat, the officer tells the boy that he is different from other nobles, and he noticed and appreciated this a long time ago. The man really likes that the guy not only worries about ordinary soldiers, but even personally keeps watch while his men are resting. However, he cannot help but notice that Adrian holds himself with dignity, like a true nobleman, brought up in the best traditions. The officer recalls that when the enemy was coming straight at them, the boy was calmly sipping tea, and he thinks that this is evidence of his unshakable self-confidence. He remembers how at that moment his subordinates looked at the guy and had the opportunity to relieve themselves of the tension and fear before the battle. The officer informs Adrian that everyone in the 2nd Separate Brigade trusts him implicitly and is ready to follow him. Suddenly, the deputy commander bows low and informs the surprised guy that he has posted trusted people on guard so that no one can hear them. The officer reports that his men have carefully checked to ensure that there are no listening devices in this room. Adrian understands that these people are serious, and they are all on his father's side, not his older brother's. Adrian thanks the officer for taking extra precautions to protect their conversation. However, he fears that these excessive security measures will be noticed by outsiders and arouse suspicion. The officer tells the boy that he is his humble servant and solemnly swears allegiance to Lawrence's second son. Adrian thinks that the officer still wants to go against his older brother and his influential mother. He asks if the other trusted knights want to tell him the same thing, and receives an affirmative answer. There is a short silence during which Adrian thinks that this is good news for his future plans. The guy thanks the officer for his loyalty and does not hide his sincere admiration for such loyalty and bravery. He informs the deputy commander that he will accept his oath, but only on one important condition. Adrian asks the man to act as if nothing happened, and to start acting only when he personally says and gives the appropriate signal. The boy asks how many knights have sworn allegiance. The officer replies that there are 5 senior commanders and about 30 knights, and if they gather vassals, their forces will be at least twice as large. Adrian considers this to be great news for his plans, but asks for caution and informs him that he needs to make a clear plan of action. The deputy commander says that this is not all, and there is one more important news that he must report. He talks about how his father plans to send his vassal to him, and thinks that he should contact him in advance and lure him over to his side. Adrian is tense and very surprised to learn that the name of this vassal is Superhuman, a man of impeccable reputation. Superhuman was at one time second in command of the Viscount's regiment of knights, and was considered an outstanding warrior of his time. Apart from the commander himself, no one could match him in military prowess and mastery of aura, but he recently left the order, becoming a victim of the power struggle started by Anna. Adrian considers it a very serious factor that such an outstanding warrior returns to their service. The officer, in turn, notes that perhaps his return will convert many knights who support neutrality to their side. Superhuman, as a typical warrior, is highly respected among the knights and has an impeccable reputation. With him, the guy intends to significantly increase his influence, and then he will truly be on equal terms with his older brother and his mother. Adrian continues to think that luring such a serious knight to his side is really a good idea to strengthen his position. He tells the deputy commander that he wants to meet with him as soon as possible, and everything, of course, must be kept in the strictest confidence. The knight informs the young man that he will deal with this delicate matter in the very near future. The guy leaves the hall and is met at the threshold by a guard who gives him the required military salute. He thinks that influence is good, but it is not the most important goal in his life. The young man believes that there are things more important than political games, after which he activates the virtual reality glasses in his hand. With a precise movement, he places them on his head and turns on the game activation, anticipating the upcoming trials. A satisfied smile appears on his face when the game system informs him that he needs to complete the next quest to advance through the levels. The guy believes that today he will achieve the creation of the 7th circle of magic and reach a new level of mastery. Adrian lies on the cold floor in a pool of scarlet blood, his eyes unblinking and lifeless as he stares at the gray sky above. Far away from him lies Arcia, who has also been fatally wounded and is slowly bleeding to death on the stone floor. There, with them, lies a huge black eagle, slain in an unequal battle, whose wings are lifelessly spread out on the ground. A huge black prince standing nearby looks down on the defeated young men with triumph, enjoying his victory. An in-game message appears above Adrian stating that the player has been killed and needs to start over with a more thoughtful strategy. The guy does not stop the quest and tries again after restoring experience and strength. The battle continues. Adrian, passing through various levels of the quest up to the 200th level, has never died. It's normal to die and overcome difficulties in the game, but his body is synchronized with the character, and surviving death will be unimaginably painful. Arcia shows remarkable heroism and resilience. She always stands like a wall between the guy and the enemies, but now this huge monster is pushing her back. In any fight, Adrian always cared, first of all, about his safety. Thinking about this, he notices a black eagle that is trying to attack the Black Prince from behind. However, he seems to notice the attack and begins to slowly draw the huge sword from its sheath. The young men wait for the moment when the Black Prince switches his attention to the eagle in order to counterattack and deliver the decisive blow. The giant bird screams loudly and launches a furious attack, but the Black Prince easily repels it and strikes it with his sword. Having dealt with his companions, the mighty warrior raises his sword to deal a crushing blow to Adrian and end the fight. His eyes flash with a bright bloody light and he unleashes all his power on the young man. Somehow, the guy reflects his attack and thinks that his opponent is not just an aura master. He has individual abilities with the name of this quest, and his physical strength is simply unimaginable. This is a boss of such a level of difficulty that the young man never dreamed of even in his worst gaming nightmares. A second later, a message from the game system appears stating that the guy has been killed, and he is asked to recover and try again. Adrian returns to reality and experiences severe pain, which is very difficult to bear. He was resurrected in a nearby settlement and found himself sitting on a wooden bench near a small square. The pain is so strong that there is no strength to endure it, and the guy curses the synchronization with the body, because he cannot even writhe in pain, because there are people around. After a while, he uses the companion resurrection scroll, and Arcia appears next to him after a while. A little upset, she calls the young man her master, and humbly asks him to forgive her for her failure. The boy asks his female companion how she feels, and if it was painful for her to die in battle. The girl replies that of course it hurt, but in the game her feelings are not as strong as the guy's, so it's bearable. Having seen the statistics of the companion girl, Adrian immediately and without hesitation bought her for game currency. But the closer they get, the more he begins to worry about hiding behind her fragile figure during the fight. The guy is going to change his fighting style so that the girl doesn't have to take all the blows and take all his pain. In any case, tactics need to be changed, as the battle with this knight showed the imperfection of how they fight now. Before this, the equipment helped them equalize their forces, but they came across a superior enemy, and it was very difficult for the female companion to break through his defense. It takes a lot of time to reload. The guy thinks that you need to stay away from the enemy and attack from a distance. For this, it is necessary for the eagle to constantly attack the enemy from above and distract his attention from the main fighters. Arcia defended herself well against the Black Prince. He, of course, gradually overpowered her. But the girl can hold out for some time. Adrian has 3 options that come to mind. Firstly, he can use lower-level spells, which will provide a high rate of fire attacks. Secondly, he decides to use the eagle in such a way that it fights the enemy, and not just flies in and immediately flies away from the enemy. And most importantly, the female companion must actively use the sword, not only to defend herself with a shield, but also to inflict real damage on the enemy. Adrian instructs the girl, telling her that the upcoming battle will not be easy, but they simply have no other choice and need to try again. The second battle with the Black Prince ended in the same way as the first, with the death of the young men, without bringing them any closer to the desired victory. The Black Prince slowly approaches the fallen young man and mercilessly plunges his huge sword into his body. A female companion lies motionless nearby, but she is already dead and can no longer help her comrade. Adrian comes back to reality. He is near the fountain and screams loudly in great irritation, wondering how this is even possible. Arcia is resurrected again and again, in a drooping voice, asks the guy for forgiveness for another failure. Adrian tells the girl that it is not her fault at all, and is going to use his companions more actively in the upcoming battle. However, the eagle is clearly not adapted to direct combat with the enemy, and therefore dies after just a minute of battle. and 2 minutes after the eagle's death, the young man himself dies at the hands of the Black Prince. Adrian reflects on the fact that he was defeated because the eagle attacked the enemy too quickly. The Black Eagle does not deal much damage to the enemy. Its strength lies in distracting the enemy, which means it must be protected so that their fighting style can finally work effectively. Adrian is considering giving the eagle a chest plate to increase its defensive capabilities. After some time, the third battle with the Black Prince is lost, and the guy, in rage, punches the wall. He calms down, thinking that this time it wasn't so bad, and this is his challenge to pass the 7th circle. The chest plate worked effectively, and the guy saw what the eagle was capable of. He is going to restore the experience and try again. The 5th battle with the Black Prince takes place, in which the young people are also defeated by their powerful opponent. They are restored again and find themselves on the battlefield, where the enemy mockingly laughs at them. Seeing a black eagle above him, the prince tells the guy that he has a real talent for entertaining his opponent and suggests that he make it his profession. However, a confident smile appears on the guy's face, and he tells the Black Prince that he did not understand anything about what was happening. Adrian shows his opponent his magic staff and says that some people have this thing called a fighter. By waving his magic staff, several brightly glowing energy seals of the correct shape appear around him. Powerful energy beams burst out from the seals, carrying destructive force and heading straight towards the Black Prince. Adrian is on a roll and doesn't let up on the energy pressure on his powerful opponent for a second. This time the Black Prince has a hard time, and he has a hard time repelling the young magician's continuous attacks. The guy thinks this is an excellent tactic and orders the huge eagle to continue attacking the exhausted enemy. However, the enemy destroys the eagle with a powerful blow, and the young man falls helplessly at the feet of the Black Prince. Adrian is very afraid and can't think of anything to say except an inappropriate hello to the enemy. The Black Prince deals a powerful blow, and an information message appears, saying that the 9th battle is lost. The next time the young man tries a different configuration, this amuses the opponent, as the magician goes straight ahead. Adrian realizes with irritation that their time is running out in this battle as well, although this time the damage to the enemy was much greater. The biggest problem is dodging the Black Prince's attacks while casting spells. The last time the guy lasted 25 minutes. Dying from an opponent's blow, the guy thinks that he needs to try again and put on equipment that will speed up his reaction and speed, and not casting. Adrian is going to be a fast-running and agile mage in the next fight, which no one wants to be. He points his magic wand towards the Black Prince and awaits the moment of his attack with tense attention. As soon as the enemy strikes, the young man instantly jumps up and moves away from the enemy's line of attack. Having run to a safe distance, he sends several brightly shining energy spheres of destructive force towards the enemy. Arcia notices the enemy's confusion under the onslaught of the attack and resolutely rushes forward with a drawn sword in hand. Wielding his enormous sword, the Black Prince skillfully deflects the blows of the energy spheres flying towards him. The next moment he makes a sharp dash forward and delivers one powerful blow that hits both young men at once. Adrian is in severe pain and very slowly begins to fall to the ground under the weight of his wounds. However, a barely noticeable smile appears on his face, and it seems to the guy that he has finally found a solution to this problem. As he loses consciousness, he thinks that in this battle he tried to be a clever mage, which reduces his damage. He protects not only himself, but also allows his companions to attack the enemy. At the last moment, he points out that this fight lasted 62 minutes, and the damage to the knight was 84%. With the thought that he can do it, Adrian returns to reality. The guy realizes that this time the battle has captivated him so much that he has exceeded the time limit for communication. He tells his female companion that he thought he would reach level 200 without any problems, but then there was such a delay. After which Adrian looks at his body with surprise and feels some strange changes in it. He tells the girl that he feels like everything is happening in slow motion and wonders if he is sick. The girl replies that the guy died and was resurrected many times, and she thinks that this is normal. That is why the changes in the body appeared. Adrian asks his companion how she feels, and whether her sense of what is happening has changed too. The girl looks closely at her hand and says that she cannot say anything specific, but it seems to her that it has become stronger. Her statistics haven't changed, but she can't shake the feeling that she's become stronger. She wonders why this is so. Is it really experience that gives her strength? Adrian notices strange changes with the girl. Recently, she began to speak completely differently than an artificial creature. He understands that she is gaining experience and new impressions, and soon she will be indistinguishable from a real person. There are several more battles with the Black Prince in the near future. Each time the level of his damage steadily increases. In the last 17th battle, the enemy was almost destroyed, and Adrian begins the next battle with new hope. His companions are fully concentrated and waiting for the right moment to launch a decisive attack on the enemy. 30 minutes of continuous combat leaves noticeable marks on the Dark Knight, causing him serious damage. Due to the endless attacks, his body gradually begins to fall apart into separate pieces right before our eyes. The giant bird delivers the final blow, and the game system reports that the enemy has been dealt 100% damage. Adrian can't contain his joy and shouts loudly that they finally managed to do it. A huge bird circles above the young people while the guy does not calm down and continues to shout loudly that they have won. Upon completion of the 7th level of the quest, they find themselves on the 8th floor of Manuel Lucas's magical tower. The 7th floor was several times larger than the 6th, but this one was the size of a real royal library. The guy is very surprised at how all this magnificence looks, and thinks that in fact it is just graphics. He hits the protective barrier and starts to get really angry, wondering if he hasn't completed the 7th circle yet. The girl silently looks somewhere up and asks the guy to calm down, saying that everything is fine. A huge magical seal appears in front of them, in the center of which a small creature of an indeterminate appearance materializes. Adrian is very surprised to see a fairy, or to be more precise, not a fairy, but a little grandfather. He wonders if this is his new companion, who looks very much like Manuel Lucas. However, this is not true, because the little old man introduces himself with a pleasant voice and calls himself Chester. The old man tells that he is the ruler of fate and a part of Manuel Lucas's soul that remained in the tower. Adrian is very surprised to hear the mysterious phrase, ruler of fate, from the lips of this strange creature. The old man explains that in other words, he is an artificial intelligence created based on the memory of Manuel Lucas. This character looks very much like his savior, and the guy would be happy if he weren't completely confused. The guy hopes that Chester won't take away from him what he worked so hard to get in the tower. Adrian tells the old man that he cannot believe that he is an artificial intelligence, since he speaks to him freely and without a stereotype. Chester reveals that he has no soul, but has the memories of a real person's entire life. In a sense, this is eternal life. The Archmage could not resist the natural process of aging and death, but a part of him remained in this virtual world. Adrian wonders why the great mage didn't create a creature like Arcia and write his memories to it. Putting aside his thoughts, Adrian asks the old man why he appeared now. Adrian begins to wonder if this means that he will be given new tests, and some restrictions will be imposed on him. The guy looks closely at the silent Chester and thinks that, frankly speaking, the difficulty of passing the last level confused him a little. Suddenly a screen appears next to him, informing him that the guy is given the right to use administrator rights 5 times. The old man tells us that there are rules of use, and the guy has not yet fully entered into rights to the fate of Manuel Lucas. Chester says that in the future he can use them whenever he wants, and can apply them to any programs that run on the virtual system. The virtual reality system is similar to the human internet system, which means the guy can control all the information in this world. However, there are 4 restrictions on using administrator rights that must be strictly observed. The limitation is that firstly, you can only use administrator rights within the framework of Manuel Lucas's fate, and secondly, access to other people's brains is prohibited. In addition, it is forbidden to appropriate someone else's property and commit acts that could cause negative consequences in reality. Chester says that there are some advantages. You can convert game money into real money. The guy wonders if this will attract the attention of the police. Adrian asks if it is possible to create a new legend for the girl, and indicate that she comes from the holy city of Rohol. Chester promises to issue her documents of origin, which will state that she is an orphan. The guy understands that it is the old man's duty to give him administrator rights, and help him use them correctly in the future. At this point, Chester asks the young man why the boy went so far to achieve the destiny of an archmage. The young man bows to the old man as a sign of respect for the great man whose memory he preserves. Adrian says that if the great magician had appeared in this world and had not been an earthling like him, the guy would have lived in complete despondency and would not have been the way he is now. He kneels down and thanks the old man for everything, to which he replies that he is not Manuel Lucas. The young man looks closely at the creature and thinks that it can barely hold back its smile. After some time, a game message comes that the guy receives 50 million coins, and this amount will be credited to the account in the Bank of Elysia. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Archduchy, to the small town of Nishan. Former Deputy Captain of the Knights, Sir Pesius, asks his interlocutor a clarifying question about what is happening. The interlocutor answers him with something unintelligible, but from his words one could understand that he believes that when Andrian takes power into his own hands, their land will prosper even more than before. Pesius believed that the conversation would be about his father, and reports that if he had known that the man would promote the idea of supporting the power of an unreasonable child, he would not have come at all. The deputy commander reports that the guy is very gifted by nature, to which Pesius replies that this guy is too weak to be the object of blind faith. To this, the deputy commander replies that he completely forgot that the man had recently been in the boy's place. Pesius believes that the guy was actually just lucky a few times, and that he is actually a worthless young man. The deputy commander counters him and tells him that many people always see only the tip of the iceberg, without understanding the essence. He reports that the interlocutor only heard stories about the guy, but he saw everything himself and followed his orders. The deputy commander says that the guy is one of the greatest geniuses of our time, and insists that Pesius needs to meet him in person. Pesius recalls that he was said to have been a genius until the age of 7, but after the poisoning he suddenly became mediocrity. He comes up with a version that the young man hid in order to survive as a child, and only now revealed himself. Perseus asks what they want from him. The deputy commander asks to convince the vassals who have taken a position of neutrality to go over to the side of the Viscount's youngest son. Perseus says the upcoming raid will require some effort, but he is confident that it will be extremely interesting for him. The deputy commander is glad that the man made the right decision, but Perseus states that he has not yet given his consent. He says that he wants to meet the guy first, to which the deputy replies that the young gentleman himself wanted to come to him soon. The man reaches for his outer bracelet and states that he will call the guy immediately to arrange a meeting. Perseus finds this very interesting, as the young heir has been hatching his plan for revenge for over 10 years. The man really wants to see if the guy is really as worthy as the deputy commander describes him. The deputy commander begins to become noticeably nervous and wonders why the young man is not answering his call. Suddenly, both men tense up greatly, noticing strong fluctuations of mana around them in the air. The deputy commander quickly jumps to the side and draws his sword. He knows that this is definitely evidence of spatial displacement. Only 7th Circle mages can teleport like this, which causes him serious concerns. At this moment, the room is illuminated by a bright blue glow, and Adrian emerges from the portal with his female companion. Adrian looks closely at the men and realizes that from the expressions on their faces, they clearly had no idea that the building was surrounded. The guy understands this perfectly well, because the assassins came dressed in artifact clothes that hide their presence. Suddenly, bright energy flashes flare up in the room. The guy orders his female companion to get rid of them immediately. Arcia draws her battle blade from its sheath and after a few blows informs her master that 5 assassins have been defeated. The fog clears, and at the girl's feet lie the corpses of the destroyed assassins in dark clothes. The young man looks closely at the men and thinks that he clearly overestimated their abilities. Previously, the guy believed that these two were the strongest warriors in their lands, but they did not even have time to notice the approach of the assassins. Adrian states that he has been dreaming of revenge for 13 years, ever since he was poisoned, and wonders if he could have come here unprepared. The man pays attention to the girl. The guy replies that he simply needs an aura master as a bodyguard. Perseus, together with his friend, continues to stand motionless and silently, listening with tension to the young man. The man is very surprised and thinks that he underestimated this young gentleman and his abilities. Adrian's body is covered with a bright golden glow. At this moment, the men think that this young man is not simple at all. They are still unable to recover from the severe shock and do not fully understand what happened. Adrian, in turn, remains silent and looks at the men with an appraising gaze, studying their reaction. The magic glasses tell the guy that Perseus is an aura expert and has very strong characteristics. Perseus asks the boy if these were really Madame's messengers, to which the young man replies that naturally it was so. The guy turns to the men and states that they probably have a lot of questions for him. After this, he extends his hand forward, and instantly the bodies of the defeated assassins begin to glow brightly with a blue light. The men are very surprised by the magical manipulations, to which the guy asks not to be surprised, because this is only a 5th Circle spell. His body begins to glow brightly, and he suggests going somewhere else to continue the conversation. The deputy commander's body also begins to glow brightly, and he cannot hide his surprise at the guest that has appeared. The guy uses a 7th Circle spell that can cause the effect of teleportation over long distances. When it comes to strong magic, most people will think of the Mountain Kingdom, which has the most great magicians, and they will all name a great duke named Cain, famous for his achievements in the field of magic. He is a great magician and teacher, among whose graduates are 6 magicians of the 7th Circle. Everyone knows that the greatest magician is Manuel Lucas, but the greatest teacher of magicians is Duke Cain. Perseus, in surprise, even opens his mouth and asks the young man if this is true. The guy states that he really studied with this magician, to which the man asks if this is really true, since the magician died a year ago. Adrian begins to talk about how he had been studying for quite some time, trying to avoid Anna's total supervision of his actions. The man is sincerely surprised at how this could have happened, because the guy spent and devoted absolutely all his time to the virtual game. Adrian claims that this is indeed the case, because the virtual world was the only place where he could hide from Anna's eyes. Of course, this is just a fiction, but the guy is serious when he says that the Duke taught him alternately in the real and virtual worlds. He had become a great magician too suddenly, and no one would believe that a 20-year-old boy could reach the 7th Circle, and this strategy was the best to avoid unnecessary suspicions. The guy was well prepared before lying and has a joint hologram photo and a platinum record of the student. Of course, all of these are fakes, which the young man ordered from Chester in advance just in case. In addition to the photograph in the boy's hands, the old man made many clues that indicated that the Duke had a secret student. The guy believes that the Perseus family and his order will trust him when they learn about this fact. Adrian would be delighted to tell the men that he is the heir of Manuel Lucas. But alas, these words will haunt them for the rest of their lives. The young man reports that he will deal with his opponents in any case, and he has no need to aggressively expand his influence. The man asks why the guy called him then, to which the young man replies that he could not miss this chance. Adrian says that the man can do something else for him, after which he asks for his left hand. Perseus extends his hand forward, and the young man touches his wristband with his bracelet. A holographic screen appears with a message stating that a virtual account has been created for transactions. The system informs that the guy has 20 million in a virtual account and asks if he really wants to make a transfer. The guy says that he needs the man to gather loyal people for him who will carry out his orders and collect information. These people will do dirty work, but it is all for the sake of achieving the higher goal of justice. Adrian begins to think that it is rather harsh of him to ask the knight for such a thing. However, Perseus understands everything, because if they are going to confront their enemies, they really need a lot of allies. The man wonders if the guy really doesn't mind sharing such a sum, since it's very difficult to earn it, to which the guy replies that he has a talent for investing, and it's not that much to worry about. Adrian begins to think that if the knight found out that he had 3,000 times more than he gave, he would faint. He extends his hand forward, which flares with a bright light, and declares that he will depose Cerdic and become the heir to the viscountcy. The guy confidently declares that he will have a force that everyone in this country will have to reckon with, after which he invites the men to join. He extends his hand forward and silently waits for the men to respond to his proposal. Perseus pretends to be calm, but is very agitated from the tension, and beads of sweat appear on his face. Adrian feels the knight's voice coming through the bright glow, telling the boy with determination that he will remain his faithful companion until the very end of the journey. Perseus respectfully takes the young man by the hand and slowly bends his knee, demonstrating with this gesture his consent to serve and his boundless respect. Anna sits by the window in her office, lost in thought about the mysterious way in which 5 expert-level assassins disappeared without a trace. A serious-faced man standing next to her calmly states that such a development of events actually took place in reality. The woman recalls the words of the hired killers, who boasted that they could deal with any person except the Master of Aura and the Great Mage. The man states that the mercenaries were indeed very capable people, and these words infuriate Anna, causing her to throw a glass of wine at him. She jumps up from her chair, and with the last of her strength restrains her enormous rage and anger, which are ready to burst out in an uncontrollable stream. After this, she learns from the man that it was the deputy commander with his squad, and they never found Sir Perseus. The woman believes that he is alive, because if he had died, the deputy commander would have already reported this to her husband, according to military protocol. Anna believes that they are together and are clearly plotting something against her, so she comes to the conclusion that she should have kept a closer eye on them. She recalls a previous conversation with her husband, when he insistently asked her to stop spying on Adrian and his mother. Anna believes that she simply had no choice, and had to stop surveillance at her husband's request. Suddenly, the woman is overcome by a strong wave of anger, because the guy exceeded all expectations in the war. His merits became the merits of his superiors and comrades, and upon his return, he can receive a new title. The woman thinks that many people want to support the boy, and if the deputy commander and Perseus conspire, she will not be able to stop them. She must not allow this. It's about her son, and now the woman doesn't care about all the promises. She wonders if she should just kill this bastard. Instantly, an ominous red aura envelops her, and she asks what they have to be afraid of, since it's so easy to do. The man is very surprised and says that if Anna does this, it will be very difficult not to become enemies with influential people. After which he adds that the young man has recently attracted everyone's attention and interest. Anna immerses herself in silent reflection, after which she asks the man how many years he has been working for her and serving her interests. The man replies that it has been more than 30 years, to which Anna coldly replies that during this time he should have realized that she hates being lectured. A woman approaches a man and raises her voice, and he fearfully asks his mistress for forgiveness for his inappropriate words. Anna coolly approaches him and begins to pour wine from the bottle she is holding on his head. She asks if the man really thinks she doesn't understand the consequences, since she only does this because there is no other way out. Anna starts laughing ominously and asks if the man really thinks he is smarter than her and more capable of analyzing the situation. The man begins to bow and ask for forgiveness. He says that he was forced to say this because he feels sorry for the young master. Anna looks at him haughtily, after which she begins to think why he felt sorry for the guy and what prompted him to do so. She sits down next to the man and begins to smile slyly, after which she says that he will do something important for her. She declares that no one will answer for the death of the peasant, but someone will have to answer for the death of the Viscount's son, and it will be him. An ominous aura flares up around Anna. The woman orders to say that the man killed the guy out of zeal to please her, but she did not know about his plans. The woman begins to doubt the man's determination. He notices this and says that he understands everything and asks her to trust him in this matter. Anna leaves the room and says that this is wonderful. She likes this answer, after which she orders to do it for her without delay. The man slowly rises from his knees and believes that if the master is smart and strong, he will be able to overcome this test and stand firm. Meanwhile, Otis gives the guy a friendly hug and showers him with sincere compliments for his valor and courage. They clink glasses, and the Count makes a solemn toast to the victory of the 23rd Division and all its heroes. The Count declares that everyone fought very valiantly in this campaign, and at last they can all return home to their families. Otis happily states that he never would have thought that he would be showered with honors for the exploits of the young foreman. The officers also thank the young man and believe that thanks to his efforts, they have gained more respect in their families. One of the guests declares that thanks to the guy he was made an heir, and he asks him to come visit at any time, where he will be given the warmest welcome. Adrian reciprocates with compliments and says that it is all thanks to his lordship. The guy says that the count trusted him and guided him with his wisdom. Suddenly, the count tells the boy that it would be more profitable for him if the war lasted a little longer and provided more opportunities. The man believes that if the conflict had continued, the guy would have received even more recognition and could have become a lord, since his current awards do not imply this. Adrian reflects on the fact that there is a big difference between inheriting a title and receiving it for merit. Otis considers it unfair that a guy can get a title for his merits. But he will not be granted lands, and it will also be impossible to pass this title on by inheritance. The count says that he is very sorry, because such a talented guy does not have the space for full self-expression and development. The boy asks the count not to think about it, while thinking about how he will displace his older brother and become the heir to the viscountcy. Suddenly, the count asks if the young man had thought of becoming a member of his family through a marriage with his daughter. The man tells the guy that he has a daughter. This greatly surprises the guy, and he tries to turn it all into a joke. Adrian thanks him for the offer and says that he needs to think about it. The count understands this and says that he will always be happy to accept it. After which, the guy remembers that the count's daughter is known to everyone as a terrible hysteric with an unbearable character. Those present continue to drink expensive drinks and chat leisurely in this refined aristocratic setting. At this moment, Adrian enjoys thoughts about the upcoming revenge and sweet retribution for all the humiliations. He believes that when he returns home, interesting things will begin to happen that will unpleasantly surprise and shock everyone. The day after the peace treaty was signed, most of the army was withdrawn into the interior of the province for demobilization. The deputy commander thanks the young man and publicly announces that he will always be glad to see him in his home. Some of the battle cruisers begin to take off and head towards their permanent military base. Adrian feels very tired and sighs heavily from the accumulated tension and long fight with the enemy. He sits next to the defeated huge monster and thinks that every time he has free time, he needs to run and level up. In order to advance to the next 8th level of the quest, he must be at level 250, and now he is only at 202. It's already been 10 days since he reached level 200, and he doesn't feel like he's made any progress. The stronger he becomes, the stronger his opponents become. So it is impossible to level up every day like before. The young man thinks that this is not just his problem, but the problem of the whole team and a common difficulty. To quickly defeat the monster they defeated, at least 5 team members are needed, and the guy is thinking about it. However, he comes to the conclusion that he shouldn't do this. It's better to stay away from other players, because this is still a quest called Unexpected Encounters. He decides to take this as a lesson in patience and a good experience, and then orders his female companion to get up. He looks closely at Arcia and understands that the girl is thinking very deeply about something, and something is bothering her. The guy wonders what she is thinking about and what is bothering her so much at the moment. After which, he carefully examines the Black Eagle and realizes that something strange and unusual is happening to it. Suddenly, the guy begins to feel very anxious and instantly realizes that something is happening in real life outside the game. The next moment, Adrian gives the order to immediately exit the virtual reality and return to reality. Having regained consciousness, the guy immediately notices that his female companion is repelling a furious attack from an unknown enemy. Arcia desperately rushes forward and delivers a series of rapid strikes with her sharp sword at the attacking enemy. The guy instantly activates his aura and creates a large protective shield to cover himself and his ally. Having repelled the attack, the girl tells that assassins have arrived, just as dangerous as last time. Adrian is very surprised and asks since when do assassins have expensive, high-quality magic swords in their arsenal. He is safe within a magical protective sigil and learns that there were 3 scouts, all of whom were equipped with magical armor and swords. The female companion reports that the assassins were trying to escape after the failed attack and leave unnoticed. However, the deputy commander's men managed to detain them, and now 5 officers from the advanced detachment are engaged in a fierce battle with them. The guy considers this to be great news and thinks that 5 officers will very quickly deal with the enemy without any particular problems. At this moment, a strong blow is heard. Part of the wall flies into pieces. The guy thinks that they have another very strong opponent. The fragments of the protective wall collapse, and from the breach, several red eyes of an unknown creature, burning with rage and hatred, can be seen. Breaking the protective barrier, a huge spider of terrifying size and appearance begins to approach the young people. The guy looks closely at the monster and thinks that this is a very serious opponent, capable of causing significant harm. Despite the serious threat, a strange smile appears on Adrian's face, and he reports that there are 6 of them against him. He understands that the lady has decided to take him seriously. The young man activates the portal and plunges his hand into it to extract the weapon. Adrian believes that the female companion lacks a magic sword to fight effectively, and gives her a rare artifact of high quality. He himself is armed with a magic staff, which consists of metril and dragon bone, increasing magical power by 30%. The girl's sword increases the aura and releases additional energy. It synchronizes very well with the characteristics and strengthens the owner in battle. Meanwhile, the huge spider breaks a huge hole in the defense and, twitching its giant paws, slowly moves forward towards the target. Adrian says it's a shame his opponents chose a target they couldn't handle and overestimated their strength. The huge spiders continue to surround the young people. The magic seal is working at the limit of its power and may not withstand it. Adrian concentrates a huge flow of energy in his hands and uses a powerful technique called Fire Strike. The room is filled with a bright, blinding light, and powerful streams of destructive magical energy of unprecedented strength burst from his staff. There is a huge explosion, and a powerful beam of magical energy pierces the metal plating of the cruiser and shoots high into the sky. Adrian is thrown high into the air and flies above the massive cruiser, surveying the battlefield from above. The guy looks closely at the giant crater left by his magic in the cruiser's hull and tries to assess the extent of the destruction. Adrian's face becomes extremely serious and focused. He orders his female companion to follow him. A voice from the radio calls the captain and loudly announces that something is wrong here and that something incomprehensible is happening. After which the radio announces that they need to attack. The man does not finish the sentence, after which his loud, piercing scream is heard. The next moment, a powerful explosion occurs, which makes a huge hole in the cruiser and throws the knights and huge spiders out. The captain looks closely at what is happening and does not understand what is happening here and how this became possible. He is under a lot of tension and clenches his teeth. Beads of sweat are running down his tense face from the stress. Adrian is surrounded by a dazzling aura. The enemies do not understand how such a monster could hide his true powers from the Lawrence family. Arcia is extremely focused on the fight and tries to prevent any of the enemies from getting close to her master. Adrian emits blinding streams of energy and confidently moves forward towards his enemies with a determined expression on his face. He directs destructive beams of gigantic power at his opponents, sweeping them away with powerful spells. Arcia complements the attack by approaching the giant spiders and delivering powerful blows to them with her magic sword. The enemy squad leader orders that this archmage be killed immediately, as he is preventing them from teleporting and escaping from the battlefield. His subordinates tell him that they can't do this because the Aura Master is with him, and then they try to escape. One of the enemy knights tries to take advantage of the confusion and quietly leave the battlefield, hoping to hide in this chaos. The guy instantly notices him and stretches his hand forward, from which bright streams of magical energy burst forth. The enemy knight instantly stops and cannot move, as he is bound by powerful magical energy. Arcia instantly runs up to the immobilized knight and strikes him with her sharp sword. The enemy's armor is very strong and high quality, and the girl has to strike again and again to break through the defense. Adrian screams loudly and orders the girl to stop and not kill him, because the prisoner can be useful. The female companion carries out the master's order, and the magic sword stops a few centimeters from the enemy's head. The enemy is very scared and unable to move, while the female companion awaits the next order from Adrian. He looks at the young magician in horror, while the boy advises him not to try to run away, because it is useless. Adrian offers the enemy to help each other. In this case, he has a chance to survive and avoid death. At this moment, the enemy fighter suddenly falls to the ground. Adrian orders the female companion to stop him immediately. Arcia removes the knight's helmet and tries to feel his pulse to determine the man's condition. The girl reports that the knight is dead. Apparently, he bit into the capsule of poison attached to his teeth. Previously, the guy thought that such things only happened in novels. He had little experience of meeting assassins, and he clearly underestimated their determination. Adrian notices that the knights have formed a circle and have clearly begun to discuss his identity and further actions. The deputy commander begins to tell his subordinates that the young master is Duke Kane's disciple. This statement greatly surprises the soldiers. They do not understand how this can be, since the young man was always under the strictest supervision. Ballantyne states that he has no doubt whatsoever about the Duke's talents, but he believes that the young gentleman was able to reach such a level because he is gifted. He states that the guy was making plans for the future and deceiving everyone with his unsightly behavior in order to survive. After which he suggests that his subordinates think about whether they should stay on the sinking ship and tie their fate to the doomed side. Adrian looks at the burning ship and thinks that the deputy is very good at influencing people, and they will soon arrive at the estate. Mom loudly calls Adrian by name, and with tears in her eyes, she rushes to meet him with open arms. She hugs the young man, calls him her boy, and asks if he was wounded in the battle. The boy notices his father's satisfied face. The man praises him and says that he is a great guy and the hero of the family. Adrian expected to be greeted with a ceremonial welcome from the front, but it was very quiet and uncrowded here. The father apologizes to the boy for not being able to greet him as befits a true war hero. He says that they organized a reception in his honor. At this time, the guy thinks that Anna and Serdic probably had a hand in this. The father suggests going to celebrate together. At this time, something attracts the guy's attention and makes him wary. He senses that a flying fortress has appeared somewhere nearby, which has turned on its camouflage and energy-saving mode. A barely noticeable, satisfied smile instantly appears on his face, revealing his inner satisfaction. Huge tables are laden with various exquisite dishes and expensive drinks, creating the atmosphere of a luxurious feast. The officers and knights congratulate the young man and tell him that it is a great honor for them to fight side by side with him. One of the officers bows to the young man and says that thanks to him he returned home safe and sound. At this moment, Adrian notices out of the corner of his eye that Anna is approaching them with her large retinue. The young man bows sarcastically and says that it has been 3 months since they saw each other, after which he calls them dear relatives. Anna looks at the guy with hatred, as if she doesn't believe that he is really alive and standing in front of her, and not a ghost. Adrian looks closely at the man and understands that something is clearly wrong with the butler. He heard that the butler had served Anna faithfully for 30 years, but he wondered why the man was so attracted to him. At this point, he notices the crown commander and thinks that this seems to be the concentration of Anna and her son's power. Serdik interrupts the prolonged pause and says that he must admit that the guy did not disgrace the good name of their family. He believes that, of course, it was a duty, but one way or another, he recognizes this achievement. Adrian tries to put on a friendly smile, but he thinks to himself that he doesn't believe a single word his brother says. The guy has a great desire to cut off their heads right now, but first he needs to justify it, because they made him suffer for so many years. Adrian wants to drown them in such a swamp from which they cannot get out, and then strangle them when they are already in despair. The guy thinks that he can no longer hide his true face and tells his brother that he finds it funny to hear this. He is outraged by his brother's insolence, as if he had achieved something in life through his own efforts. Serdik falls silent, and the servants standing nearby open their mouths in amazement at the sight of such insolence. Adrian believes that they need to be provoked first, so that he has grounds to strike. The guy says that he imagines if his brother had led the people into battle, because in that case, everyone would have been killed. This statement causes great anger in Serdik, and he begins to lose his composure from such impudence. The brother starts to explode when Adrian reports that even the vassals say behind his back that he is an infantile blockhead. Serdik goes into a state of rage, while the young man continues to provoke him with barbed phrases. Adrian asks his brother if his stupidity was passed down from his mother's side. At that moment, the sound of breaking glass is heard. Because of such a sharp and impudent speech, the waiter could not hold the tray with glasses in his trembling hands, and dropped them on the floor with a crash. Anna and her son were furious, while the boy calmly waited to see what their next move would be. Serdik's reaction was extremely unexpected, as he suddenly began to laugh loudly and hysterically, as if he had heard a funny joke, after which he contemptuously tells the young man that he has become very arrogant after the war, calls him a puppy, and resolutely grabs the hilt of the sword. Serdik is no longer able to contain his seething rage and sends numerous rude insults towards the impudent guy. The father, in a stern voice, orders his son to calm down immediately and put away his weapon, as he does not want him to ruin this important happy day. Serdik asks the guy with disdain why he suddenly became so bold, and whether the reason was that he communicated with this dangerous rebel. He continues to furiously shower the guy with dirty curses, and angrily asks how he dares to so brazenly violate the sacred hierarchy of this ancient family. After which Serdik suddenly attacks the deputy commander, and asks him a direct question whether he has completely gone crazy. He firmly believes that it was the deputy commander who secretly instigated Adrian, and sternly orders the guards to immediately seize this treacherous rebel. However, the security present is in no hurry to act on orders, and an oppressive, tense silence hangs in the air. Serdik asks the knights present in bewilderment why they are staring at him so stupidly, and demands that they immediately carry out the order given. After which the knights defiantly declare that if Serdik really wants to arrest the deputy commander, then let him try to do it himself. Serdik is overcome with wild, animalistic anger and fury, and demands that the impudent officer immediately repeat the insolent words he just said. His rage and malice reach such a critical point that a dark mystical energy begins to ominously thicken around his tense figure. He cannot come to terms with the fact that this pathetic nobody is talking to him so insolently, and that such a humiliating situation has even occurred. Serdik loudly shouts that now these damned bastards will certainly die, and quickly rushes forward drawing his sharp, shining sword. Ballantyne is visibly nervous as she watches the rapidly unfolding confrontation, but Adrian remains standing serenely in his original place without the slightest sign of concern. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly stops Serdik's furious attack, sharply and firmly grabbing his raised hand. The guy slowly turns around and notices with surprise that his faithful female companion was there at the right moment. Arcia is outwardly completely calm, and as if nothing had happened, she continues methodically eating a huge, delicious chicken leg. Serdik insults the girl with the most rude words and insistently demands that she immediately let go of his hand raised to strike. He screams loudly in indignation, but his soul is gradually filled with cold fear, as he cannot understand where this fragile girl got such incredible powers from. Suddenly, Arcia suddenly moves and delivers a crushing blow with a chicken leg right to the guy's arrogant face. Serdik screams loudly in pain and very slowly begins to helplessly lean back under the impact of the unexpected blow. Anna and her numerous retinue freeze in complete amazement, and even open their mouths wide from the sudden surprise. Adrian smiles contentedly, as he clearly enjoys this absurd and comical situation with an arrogant opponent. The female companion freezes in her previous place, still holding tightly in her hands the huge bitten chicken leg. Ballantyne is shocked by how quickly the situation is developing and, in a conciliatory tone, asks everyone to calm down immediately. Under the impact of a powerful blow, Serdic falls heavily to the ground and completely loses consciousness. The numerous servants nearby are shocked by the incredible events and cannot even move from their place. Adrian is unable to hide his undisguised pleasure. He thinks that the beginning of this brawl was extremely pretentious and theatrical. Serdic was so unbearably arrogant and haughty, and then suddenly he received a crushing blow with a chicken leg from a girl who was half his size. The loud and commanding voice of the Crown Commander is heard. He sternly orders everyone to stop immediately and firmly says that enough of this disgrace. Having bared his sharp combat blade, the man reproachfully says that the young master has finally gone beyond all reasonable limits of decency. Adrian, with caustic sarcasm, politely calls the knight sir, after which he defiantly asks if maybe it was he who went beyond all acceptable limits. The guy knows perfectly well that Crown has committed so many serious crimes that there is no count of them, and he has absolutely no shame either. Serdic, standing at the officer's feet, shouts loudly and indignantly asks why he does not act decisively and just stands there. He screams hysterically that these vile degenerates dared to brazenly hit him, and they all certainly deserve a painful death. Crown begins to grin evilly and calmly confirms that everything is exactly like that and that it is quite fair. However, a second later, he states that as a loyal vassal of his father, he cannot cause serious harm to members of the noble Lawrence family. After which he points his sword threateningly at his female companion and gloomily says that this impudent girl will be a completely different conversation. He declares that this commoner, who raised her hand against a person of blue blood, cannot be forgiven by the laws of the kingdom. Arcia calmly listens to these threats and calmly continues to methodically consume the remains of the chicken leg. Crown raises his sword, preparing to deliver the fatal blow, and announces that he will carry out the just sentence himself without any trial. In a loud voice, he declares that this impudent girl is sentenced to immediate death, at which moment the knights standing nearby tightly surround him and point their weapons at him. Crown wonders what exactly is going on in this strange and unexpected situation. Ballantyne in turn sternly orders him to immediately put away the weapon and move away from the girl. Ballantyne informs the surprised knight that he is not going to listen to his arrogant orders and insistently demands that he move away from Arcia. Crown looks carefully at the knights surrounding him and bitterly realizes that even Serdic's people are in solidarity with them. He believes that most of these vile scumbags only think about their own gain and not about duty, but even these hypocrites sided with Adrian. At that moment, a group of heavily armed knights in shining armor confidently approach them. Adrian understands that the long-awaited reinforcements have arrived. Now it is clear why Anna did not rush to protect her beloved boy. She constantly transmitted secret orders to the knights via telepathic communication. Serdic happily declares that now all the guilty will be severely punished. This greatly angers Adrian, and he asks how he dares to threaten him. Serdic points towards Adrian and his men, and demands that the soldiers deal with them immediately. The officers who have sided with Adrian draw their swords and line up in tight battle formations. Adrian has more knights. However, they all have no armor, and are armed only with light swords. The guy understands that the enemy has just over 10 soldiers, but they have armor and heavy weapons, and of a high class. Crown tells his deputy that he apparently forgot his place, and came here intoxicated by his victories at the front. He states that such behavior is unacceptable, because of them, the knights they deceived will now suffer. After which Crown says that they will not kill the family members of senior officers, but they will live in hellish conditions much worse than those before. Adrian silently ponders whether to respond with force, as it could result in a real bloodbath. Lawrence tries to calm his second wife and demands that the young man immediately use the magic rings. Serdic starts laughing loudly and suggests that the guy run away from here as fast as he can. Meanwhile, the officers subordinate to Crown receive orders and form tight battle formations. Crown slowly raises his hand and gives the order to prepare for attack. The deputy commander steps forward, covering Adrian with his body and drawing his combat blade. Adrian's eyes flash with a bright shine. The guy silently calls these people fools. He loudly declares that these people are dangerous rebels who want to harm the Lord, and then orders the knights to protect their master. Many officers listen to Adrian's instructions and form a protective ring around him and his father. Anna and her son smile contentedly. They believe that the balance of power is still on their side. Crown in turn wonders what they are doing and what it will lead to. Adrian confidently tells his opponents that they are the rebels, not his people. The guy gives his female companion the order to put an end to this whole sad spectacle and show true strength. The illusion magic is removed. Adrian orders the girl to leave these three to him and deal with the rest of the opponents. The next moment, Arcia breaks away and makes a sharp jump towards the enemies. Serdic watches in amazement as the female companion moves at great speed, striking his soldiers one after another. Anna also experiences great shock as she watches her loyal knights fall dead. Cold sweat appears on Crown's face. He clearly did not expect this turn of events. A second later, he hears Adrian's voice asking him to repeat what he just said. Adrian skeptically remarks that his men lack discipline, then deals the knight a powerful blow. Despite the force of the blow, Crown manages to stay on his feet, and he wonders how this is even possible. He sincerely cannot understand how this girl turned out to be an aura master, and how this slug could deal him an unexpected blow. Crown orders the remaining knights to surround the aura master and then give her a fitting rebuff. In a loud voice, he demands that they remain calm and tells his subordinates that they will definitely cope. Adrian activates the speed boost and thinks that he will now teach this arrogant gentleman a lesson. Crown understands that only 7th circle mages can use 5th circle magic without casting spells or making gestures. Only they have a special skill that shows the officer of the vanguard of the mage killers that in front of him is an archmage who is stronger than him. A huge energy ball hits the man's body, causing him unbearable pain and suffering. Crown is seriously damaged and falls unconscious next to Anna and her terrified son. Serdik tries to crawl back in horror. Adrian's voice is heard, saying that now they will have real fun. The guy slowly approaches Anna and asks her what she thinks about this. Meanwhile, the powerful energy flame continues to devour Crown's body, but he is unable to do anything and only screams loudly in despair. With his last strength, he tries to strike the young man, but the magical fields push him back and throw him aside. Adrian sarcastically calls his opponent Sir, after which he advises him to lie on the cobblestones and not fuss. However, Crown does not intend to give up. He gathers all his strength into a fist in order to continue the resistance. Anna still can't get over the shock of watching the battle unfold. She watches in horror as Crown's unconscious body falls to the ground again. Adrian demonstratively straightens his jacket and revels in his victory. Anna's eyes reflect insane horror. She does not understand how the young man became an archmage. A satisfied smile appears on Adrian's face, and in a quiet voice he informs them that they are done for. A loud scream is heard and the man slams his fist on the table with all his might. In anger, he loudly asks how this puppy dared to do something like that. Serdik points his finger at the young man and orders his subordinates to deal with him immediately. The next video shows a scared Anna. One of the officers shouts that the enemy is an aura master and orders to surround her and fight back, after which a satisfied Adrian is shown. A wide smile appears on the guy's face. The video recording stops and the device transmitting the holographic image turns off. The man continues to pound his fist on the table and loudly asks his subordinates what it is. Subordinates say that this video has gone viral on all social networks, and tomorrow this event will be on the lips of all residents of the country. They assure that everyone is already saying that the Count supported Anna and Serdik in their act of betrayal, to which the man states that the empty talk of the rabble in the virtual world does not interest anyone. They object to him that many nobles hold the same opinion, but the Count only smiles in response and asks what they will do. Write a couple of complaints about him. The Count believes that even if the team consists of an archmage and an aura master, this does not give them the power to change the world. He is confident that he has a power comparable to the military strength of the Marquis and the Duke combined. Before him are many thousands of loyal knights who loudly welcome his appearance on the castle balcony. The adjutant is very worried and asks the Count what will happen if the royal family intervenes in this difficult situation. The Count answers the agitated man that naturally they will intervene, because the young archmage and new master of aura cannot help but attract their attention. The Count smiles slyly. He is going to expose them as imposters. If people doubt that they really have the declared abilities, then the problem will solve itself. He believes that in our time, no one will guarantee that this video is real and not artificial graphics, and is going to simply declare that this video is a fake. The man is very indignant. The opponents have achieved what they wanted. The brainless rabble is passing this news to each other and discussing these dirty rumors. The Count declares that all this is just a search for a plausible pretext, and the real goal of the opponents is war. He abruptly gets up from the table and thinks that these idiots have completely lost their minds to challenge him. The Count begins to approach the window and asks his adjutants how many troops they can send outside the province. The subordinates quickly calculate the resources and say that 200 vanguard officers and 2 heavenly fortresses can be dispatched. A moment later he becomes furious. He is very irritated by how dare this boy, whose lips are still wet, provoke him. His angry voice is heard. The man declares that they will get a war, and they will all regret it. At this point, Adrian starts scratching his ear really hard. The guy thinks that the Count has already watched the video and is preparing to attack. The young man imagines his enemies very vividly and believes that this trinity is inseparable from each other. The guy thinks that his revenge will not be complete until he deals with everyone. Adrian believes that he needs to strengthen his position in society in order to succeed. At this moment, a pretty girl enters his office accompanied by 2 young men. The girl greets the guy and says that she is Kane's daughter and her name is Olivia. This girl is an archmage and a subject of the kingdom. She is the famous teacher of the mages of Duke Kane. She is said to be just short of the 8th magic circle, and is the de facto head of House Kane after her father's death. Unlike Adrian, who got his 7 circles from a virtual reality quest, she is a truly gifted sorceress who reached the 7th circle with great difficulty. The guy asks the girl if she recognizes the authenticity of the tablet. At this time, he feels very strange changes happening to his body and the reality around him. The space around begins to warp. A girl's voice is heard. She says that the sign really does look realistic, but even such a sign can be faked. Adrian looks closely at the two young men standing behind the girl and realizes that they are resonating with their circles of magic and trying to suppress his will. The guy is experiencing colossal stress and is holding on with all his might. Magical energy of colossal power begins to spread throughout the room. The guy continues to experience colossal pressure. Adrian loudly asks what they are doing and asks these young people to stop immediately. Suddenly, the magical pressure weakens and the girl starts laughing, after which she tells the guy that it is simply brilliant. Olivia tells the young man that there is nothing special about it. She just checked his level. With the power of her mind, the girl lifts the coffee mug and says that she just wanted to see as accurately as possible what the guy's limit is. Adrian thinks that the girl looks sophisticated, but her methods are rather crude. He thinks that now she understands who he is. Olivia is not going to refuse support to a talented archmage who claims to have been her father's student and can help her family expand its influence. The guy understands that she doesn't really care whether he was her father's student or not. She just wants to cooperate with a powerful archmage and considers her a wise woman. Adrian asks if the girl is afraid that he will turn out to be a villain. Olivia is completely calm, because she confirmed the identity and abilities of the young man. The guy thinks that they recognize him, after which he respectfully turns to the girl and says that he has one request. The next day comes. The Count asks his subordinate how much time it will take to gather troops. The adjutant reports that this will take at least another hour, to which the Count urges him and asks if there is no way to do it faster. Suddenly, another young man runs up to them. He turns to the Count and asks him to watch this video immediately. A holographic image of Olivia appears, and the girl announces that she would like to announce something. In a loud voice, she declares that Adrian is a student of her late father, and moreover, an archmage of the 7th circle at the age of 20. The Count's face is distorted with astonishment. He is horrified and stunned. The girl believes that the guy has a rare talent for magic, and he can soon reach the 8th circle. The Count turns off the video and thinks that this bastard has beaten him again. His face twists with anger, and he understands that this time he will not escape the attention of the royal family. He understands perfectly well that if someone around him tries to cause Adrian any harm, Olivia will certainly perceive such an act as a direct act of aggression against her own family. Screaming loudly and calling the girl a despicable piece of trash, he throws the electronic device with all his might against the massive brick wall. His subordinates do not dare even move, and only after a few agonizing seconds does the Count's commanding voice ring out in the air, announcing that they are moving out immediately. The adjutant timidly tries to start a conversation with the Count, but the latter sharply asks him if he has accidentally gone deaf, since they are moving out exactly as they had originally planned. The adjutants try to say something about the royal family, to which the Count replies that they are completely unaware that they have gathered troops to invade Lawrence's territory. The Count believes that they have a real chance. The main thing is to achieve the set goal, and only then deal with the inevitable consequences. The adjutants warn him and say that 2 influential families have united, to which the Count falls into a real rage, and says that he doesn't care at all about the opinions of these people, because they are just foreigners. The subordinates suddenly fall silent, since they do not dare to contradict their formidable master in such circumstances. The Count hopes that the guy will relax, comforting himself with the sweet illusion that they will not attack. But this is the most opportune time for a surprise attack. At this moment, a huge black bird appears in the sky. The big black eagle listens attentively as his subordinates tell the Count that they will speed up as much as possible. The bird looks attentively at the people below and seems to be in a state of deep trance. Adrian is very far from the black eagle, but he can see everything that is happening through the eyes of this huge bird. Having learned this important information, the young man plunges into deep reflection on the current situation. He remembers his meeting with Olivia. The girl then asked the guy if all he wanted was for her to publicly acknowledge him. Adrian smiled back and replied that that was really all he needed from her. The girl states that she understands the guy's situation perfectly well, and if he wants her support as her father's student, then she will certainly provide it. She is sincerely surprised by such a request, because in the current situation, she expected something completely different from him. A satisfied smile appears on Adrian's face. The young man is clearly pleased that everything is going strictly according to his plan. Having finished the conversation, he gets up from the table and informs his female companion that they are leaving immediately. In a moment, they are engulfed in a bright blue glow. When it comes to revenge, the guy does not want to rely on anyone. He believes that revenge is a personal pleasure. He knows perfectly well that the Count is angry and may make a fatal mistake, and he wants everything to be exclusively according to his plan. Anna, together with her faithful people, covered with wide cloaks, climbs the high stone stairs of the ancient building. Adrian tells Olivia that these people are his exclusive prey, and he does not intend to share it with anyone. The young man has no intention of sharing this pleasure with anyone. He intends to hunt these people alone. Loud screams echo throughout the gloomy prison as guards shout that prisoners have escaped from their cells. The guards are perplexed, not understanding how there are still some idiots willing to serve this spoiled brat and his mother after everything they have done. Serdik stops his hasty run and freezes in place. He hears the voices of the guards. Some of them want to go upstairs and call for help. Anna orders him to pull himself together and tells her son that she knows the right path. The woman reaches her hand out from under her wide cloak and takes out a glowing golden key of an unusual shape. At this moment, a heavenly fortress hovers over the prison and removes its energetic camouflage, becoming visible. Anna orders her people to hurry, and thinks that her father will take revenge on these scoundrels for everything they did. Serdik asks if his mother will really do this, to which the woman says that she has no choice, and they cannot live like this any longer. He tells his mother that she is right in her actions, to which the woman loudly interrupts him and angrily orders him to immediately shut his mouth and follow her. After some time, Serdik and his mother find themselves on the roof of a building. Anna turns her gaze to the sky and stares at the enormous sky fortress hovering in the air. The magical protection dissipates, and a giant structure hovers over the building, revealing itself in all its grandeur. The woman resolutely holds out the key, which flares with a bright golden aura. Immediately, a glowing screen appears in front of her, a message asking if she really wants to go to the sky fortress. Anna confirms her actions, after which their bodies are instantly captured by the light beams directed at them. Instant teleportation occurs, and Anna and her people find themselves inside the sky fortress. Serdik, having got on the ship, calms down and begins to look around with curiosity. A creepy smile appears on the woman's face. She is going to do everything possible to make this bastard finally die. Anna is not going to submit to someone else's will. She wants to destroy the guy and the entire estate with the help of the heavenly fortress. Anna approaches the control panel, and with a sharp movement inserts the golden key into the corresponding lock. The key is recognized, and biometric data is taken from the user's identity to confirm access. The biometric data is verified by the system, after which the voice asks the woman to enter her voice data for final identification. The system sends warnings. It informs the woman that her biorhythms are currently unstable, and she is trying to activate the heavenly fortress under pressure. Anna tries to trick the system. She says that it is not so, and it works. The heavenly fortress is activated, giving her administrator rights. The massive structure begins to move as the woman activates cannons for a fiery assault. The gun is pointed towards the estate. Anna loudly orders that as soon as the guns are ready and loaded, they must open fire. Suddenly, Adrian appears behind her. The guy quickly covers her mouth with his hand, and with cold determination says that it's enough. Adrian tells the woman that he knew she would do exactly that. The guy smiles at her and thanks her for activating the sky fortress. A powerful energy wave throws Anna's subordinates aside. Arcia appears in the room and grabs the frightened Serdik by the chest. In a quiet voice, Adrian tells the woman that she is trying to bomb the estate with a sky fortress, and her crimes are growing and growing. Anna is very surprised and does not fully understand how the guy fooled her. Adrian tells her that the Count has almost reached their border, and she and his brother will defend the estate with their bodies. The guy says that he has been waiting for a long time to see something like this, and casually pushes the woman to the floor. He tells her that this fortress has an incredibly complex security system, and thanks to Anna, it was disarmed. Anna starts to smile fakely. She tells the guy that she doesn't know what he's up to, and they're all a little excited, after which she suggests that they calm down and talk. Adrian orders his female companion to stop and asks her to drag her brother to him. Arcia respectfully calls the guy sir, after which she throws Serdik to her mother. Serdik tries to find a common language with the young man. He asks why he is doing this, and reminds him that they are brothers. Adrian raises his hand, and the next second a large energy shield forms around his enemies. The female companion points to Anna's subordinates and asks what she should do with these knights. The prisoners confess that they have committed a crime for which they deserve death, but ask to be spared. Adrian knows that these knights are the Count's men, and reports that they will now send them to him. A moment later, the knights are thrown out of a huge hatch and fall to the ground at great speed. Adrian tells his female companion that he forgot to upload the video and asks her to edit it. Serdik makes numerous attacks on the protective dome, but he is unable to penetrate it. Arcia asks if the guy really enjoys distributing such videos, to which he replies that he will use social networks for political games. A video appears on social media showing Anna activating the cannons of the Sky Fortress in order to destroy the Lawrence estate. The Count is furious. He is very unhappy that some rabble laughs and mentions him on social networks and in comments. He wants to find and execute every freak who insults him in the virtual world. The adjutant tells him that it is possible, but it will take a lot of time and effort. And besides, this resource is under the jurisdiction of Elysium, and they do not give out personal data of users. In response to this, the Count calls everyone brainless idiots and is eager to rip their heads off. The huge battlecruiser is loaded and warming up its giant engines. The officer reports to the Count that everyone is assembled and ready to deploy. The Count sternly warns the officer not to dare let him down in this operation, otherwise the consequences for him will be dire. The man throws his hand forward and then begins to shout loudly forward. The mages immediately carry out the order. They hit the ground with their staffs in sync, and they burst into a bright blue glow. A brightly shining energy field forms above the huge cruiser, after which a magical portal begins to open. The glow continues to grow rapidly, and at some point the portal expands to such a size that an entire cruiser can pass through it. The Count watches in fascination as the massive cruiser begins to plunge into the energy portal. He thinks that he should have gone there personally to take charge of the operation. At this time, Anna and her son hit the walls of the protective dome. The woman screams loudly and asks her father to stop. Above the heavenly fortress where Anna is located, a huge magical sign flashes with blinding brightness. Adrian falls silent and plunges into deep thought. He feels magical vibrations in the space. The young man suddenly jumps to his feet and loudly announces that they are already here. The guy loudly orders to immediately activate the mana at full power. Bright lightning bolts begin to flash around the protective dome in which the prisoners are located. Serdic experiences great horror, screams loudly, and asks the young man to stop. After which, with tears in his eyes, he asks him for forgiveness. Adrian takes his time watching the wine play in his glass, and says that he is simply applying the experience he gained in the war. After which he calls the prisoners his relatives. Meanwhile, the magical sign in the sky expands, and the Count's battlecruiser appears from it. The sky fortress is engulfed in bright red flashes of energy, as the boy prepares to launch a kamikaze attack. Serdic, trapped by the energy barrier, screams loudly in horror. Adrian revels in his revenge. He smiles widely and sarcastically says goodbye to Anna and his little brother. After some time, the sky fortress begins to quickly rotate around its axis and crashes into the battlecruiser. A bright and powerful explosion occurs in the sky. Adrian and his female companion dine on the estate's wide balcony and watch the bright flashes in the sky. After drinking a glass of wine, the guy remembers someone else's words. Someone said a long time ago that revenge is futile. He asks the girl to make a wish. Arzia looks up from her food and asks how it is. The guy tells her that when you look at fireworks, you can make a wish, and thinks that no wine has ever been as sweet as it was at that moment. That day was the 15th of August, 2019 according to the magical calendar. Adrian destroyed Anna and her son, who were his constant enemies. The Count is in his office, immersed in silence. The room is completely silent. He taps his fingers nervously on the table, wondering what this is and why his troops aren't responding. The Count asks his subordinates why no one reported via personal means of communication, since the operation should have already been completed. The subordinates fearfully report that something must have gone wrong, and the Count begins to think that the magicians made a mistake with the destination. The man then asks the adjutant what their agents at Castle Lawrence are saying. The man replies that there is no connection with them either. It was interrupted just at the moment when Anna was arrested, and most likely their agents were exposed and arrested. The Count grits his teeth. He asks those present if they are making fun of him, and thinks about the fact that perhaps this was all planned in advance. His rage reaches its limit and a powerful magical energy bursts out in the room. Before his eyes there is a clear image of Adrian, who is mocking him. The man can't come to terms with it and can't even think about whether this puppy, who is younger than his grandson, could have outdone him. After which the Count calms down and remembers that they have agents in the neighborhood from Lawrence, at which point the subordinate makes the assumption that the portal's malfunction has jammed all communications in the region. Another man joins the conversation and says that he was looking for news in the virtual space, and this article was written 3 minutes ago. He turns on the video recording, and there is a bright and powerful explosion in the sky. Huge fragments of the giant structure begin to fall onto the city below after the explosion. Huge chunks of rock and metal structures fall on the knights below. One of the knights draws his sword, and with a deft blow cuts through the falling stone. The next moment, another, more powerful and bright explosion occurs in the sky. The knights draw their swords to break large fragments into smaller stones. They raise their heads high and watch attentively as new flashes flash in the sky one after another. The Count sits silently at his desk, watching the holographic video footage over and over again. He clenches his fist tightly as the adjutant says that the description of this video states that about an hour ago a state of emergency was declared in the capital of Viscountcy. The residents were evacuated at the moment when there was no communication and a large explosion occurred in the sky. A few minutes later, they learn that communication has already been restored, and the Lawrence family has issued an official statement. The Count cannot contain his rage. He falls into a state of madness and hits the table with great force. The frightened subordinates silently begin to back away from the enraged master. Meanwhile, the Count does not calm down and continues to smash all the furniture located near him. After a while, the man gradually calms down, while the servants watch him and the broken furniture around them in complete horror. The Count inquires as to how many troops can be mobilized at this time, and the officer reports that there are currently 75 advance guard officers and 1 sky fortress. The officer then emphasizes that bringing in additional forces would be considered a direct violation of the law. The Count is well aware that Adrian used his sky fortress as a sacrifice to destroy his ships with a powerful blast of mana at close range. Despite the fact that the fortress was outdated, the Count's ships had no chance of surviving such a blow. This means only one thing. The guy is fully aware of the Count's actions and intentions. However, the Count believes that Adrian will not be able to do this again since he no longer has a single sky fortress nearby. When his subordinates try to object, the Count coldly says that these forces are sufficient in any case. The Count is furious when he receives an urgent message from the royal family, directly forbidding him to use military force against Lawrence. He laughed with irritation and showed his disdain. The subordinates are in a state of shock and fear. None of them dares to contradict their master. The man struggles to contain his growing irritation and ponders how much it cost him to underestimate this puppy. It may take the Count a long time to restore his lost troops, since one sky fortress costs about 15 billion, and several million more are needed just to equip one officer of the advanced detachment. He understands that it will take at least 20 billion to restore it, meaning that one mistake could cost his family's entire military might, which they had built up over generations. He turns to his subordinates and asks if they have managed to restore the communication systems, since without this further action is impossible. His subordinates report that everything is working, then he immediately orders to establish contact with Adrian. A huge black eagle soars high in the dark night sky, its silhouette and movement inspiring anxiety and a sense of threat. This bird, like Arsha, is a companion, but, unlike it, the purpose of the eagle is completely different and strictly limited. Arzia is essentially a humanoid creature with a wide range of capabilities and the ability to perform complex tasks, and the black eagle is only an auxiliary satellite, used exclusively in combat operations and for reconnaissance functions. He is a high-level chimera with a skeletal frame and black dragon skin that is resistant to magical weapons, and also has a powerful regenerative ability. Adrian considers the Count to be impudent, because after everything that happened, he dared to contact him and conduct a conversation as if nothing had happened. The Count is forced to admit that the guy is smart and his cunning worked this time, but he immediately warns that next time luck may turn away from him. The guy, remaining calm, asks the man not to worry, because his revenge will only come true when he destroys him and his entire family. Adrian reminds the Count that Anna and Serdic loved this heavenly fortress so much that he left them there forever, arranging a luxurious cremation ceremony. The Count furiously tells the boy that he will never forgive such humiliation, calls him a puppy, and promises that he will pay 1,000 times more. The boy remembers Anna and her son, thinking with disdain about how pathetic they were, and how they stuck their noses up in the air, while in the end, they became just a means to an end. The next question surprises the Count. The guy asks if he is by any chance on the 70th floor of his castle. Adrian tells the man that he has prepared a gift for him, and it should arrive by now. At that very moment, a huge black eagle flies up to the upper floors of the Count's tower. The servants start to get very nervous when they learn about magic from memory. This skill is a perfect spell without cast. The Count demands to calm down immediately. He does not yet know that it is possible to save up to 10 spells and cast all these 7th circle spells at the same time. Adrian asks the Count if his vaunted shield will be enough to repel such an attack. The eagle flies up to the upper floors of the building, and a dozen bright energy seals flash in the sky around it. The Count and his servants watch this through the huge windows of the room. He is in a state of shock, and the servants are in the same state of shock. Their eyes are full of fear and horror, and their mouths are open in surprise. Adrian laughs loudly and announces that this is his gift, 10 spells of the 7th circle of light blast. The magical seals hovering in the sky begin to glow with even greater brightness, and beams of deadly energy are emitted from their surfaces. The beams take the form of blazing plasma fields and crash into the building's protective barrier at great speed. Adrian starts laughing when he hears the Count's servants reporting that the protective shields are about to break, and suggests that they quickly use teleportation and leave the place. The young man tries to calm down and wipes the tears from his eyes, sincerely hoping that everything will end well in the end. Soon, the furious curses of the angry Count begin to be heard through the magical connection. The guy calmly says goodbye, says that he has to go, and disconnects the connection. At this moment, a stranger enters the room, who respectfully addresses Adrian as young sir. The guy learns from the person who entered that the journalists have been waiting for his appearance in the conference room for a long time. As he steps out into the corridor, Adrian sees the servants lower their eyes and bow low before him. Adrian walks leisurely past the huge rows of servants, who do not dare move in his presence. Suddenly the boy stops, as he is attracted by the unusual behavior of one of the servants. The young man recalls that just recently all the servants of the estate treated him with obvious disdain and coldness. Now they are all afraid to even remember it and tremble with fear in his presence. Adrian tries not to pay much attention to them and thinks that such a radical change in their behavior is quite funny. Adrian has finally said goodbye to his miserable past, in which he pretended to be a fool, and now the second stage of his wonderful life has begun. The news that the Lawrence estate has been the target of a kamikaze attack by a sky fortress is making headlines. A huge number of people learn that the Count invaded the Viscount's territory with 1 sky fortress and 200 vanguard officers, and they were incinerated in a split second. Some accuse the young man of using the same ruthless tactics as the enemy empire, which claimed hundreds of innocent lives. However, Adrian counters and states that this would never have happened without the Count's invasion, and he acted solely to protect his lands. After some time, the next news comes out that the Count's castle has collapsed as a result of a powerful counterattack. The Count is alive, but seriously injured. The sensational news that the young genius has defeated the significant military forces of the powerful Count comes to the fore. Adrian points out the huge number of people who write enthusiastic comments in his support, and he already has over 1 million subscribers in just one day. Ballantyne expresses her serious concerns, and is very worried that people will accuse the guy of attacking an influential nobleman. The guy doesn't consider this a big problem, and says that there is no point in thinking about the reaction of strangers. He starts laughing loudly and confidently states that now no one will ever be able to stop him. The incident with the powerful count caused a great stir both in the country and abroad. The count still retained considerable influence, so some corrupt journalists wrote devastating articles about the guy, but the common people invariably remained on his side. Even those nobles who had until that moment cautiously maintained strict neutrality joined him. Nobles usually treat common people as powerless slaves, but the guy is fundamentally different. The count desperately tried to get out of this extremely unpleasant situation for him by all available means and methods, but he succeeded with great difficulty. In this cruel world, discrimination based on class is an integral part of the political system, and not at all because the lower classes are somehow worse than the higher ones. The father shows official documents and worriedly informs the boy that a strict order has arrived to immediately report to the state inspector. This unexpected news noticeably tense and alarmed the young man. Adrian carefully studies the official document, which clearly states that he and his girlfriend are required to appear at the inspection at a strictly appointed time. From all this, the logical conclusion follows that either these are the insidious tricks of a vengeful count, or influential nobles have decided to thoroughly put the squeeze on the guy, or the powerful royal council has a grudge against him. If they wanted to be friends, they would have sent a completely different, more friendly order. In this tense moment, the man carefully asks the guy if he has any thoughtful plan of action. Adrian asks his father what, in his opinion, influential nobles love and value most in the world, to which the experienced man answers without hesitation that it is money and wealth. Ballantyne fully agrees with this opinion and thinks deeply about what this unpredictable young man is really up to. Adrian confidently declares to everyone present that he will certainly make them radically change their minds with the help of money, and many nobles will be extremely interested in this proposal. The father was very interested in the young man's cunning plan, and he politely asked him to explain everything in more detail from this point on. He patiently explains to his father that he has earned a decent amount of money through successful investments, and if he agrees to pay taxes on this amount, the nobles will immediately appease him and will treat him much better. Adrian notices that those around him are not very happy with what he said, and rightly believes that it is better to demonstrate everything with a specific action rather than utter loud words. He shows off his bank account, which contains 60 billion, which greatly surprises and amazes all the people present. The father's loud, amazed voice echoes throughout the spacious estate, excitedly declaring that this is simply unbelievable and does not understand how archmages can accumulate such a huge amount of money. Adrian starts to be modest and calmly says that he was just a little lucky in choosing the right strategy. Lawrence ponders for a moment over what he has heard, and then confidently declares that the nobles will simply go crazy over such fantastic figures and sums, to which the young man curiously asks his father how much, in his opinion, the tax deduction would be on such an amount. The father states that this will be at least about a fifth of the entire amount he has saved. Ballantyne joins in the general conversation and tells that he heard that for paying taxes in an especially large amount, the royal treasury can partially exempt the payer from future taxes. The boy considers this great news and happily tells his father that he will have to say goodbye to a fifth of the money, and he has grandiose plans for all the remaining funds. Adrian confidently states that he will definitely acquire several powerful sky fortresses for his family and hire experienced vanguard officers to service them. The next day, another news broadcast comes out, where the presenter talks in detail about how the influential Lawrence family paid the state huge taxes on their income from successful investments. The sensational news that the young man had earned an incredible sum on investments literally shocked and excited the entire high society of the country. Otis happily declares that this guy is a real madman and sincerely praises him for always being able to surprise and amaze people. His daughter curiously asks if this is the foreman her father had recently told her about at the dinner table. The count thoughtfully states that this guy has risen too high in just a few days, which leaves him with mixed feelings. The count tells his daughter Michelle that he is not at all against getting such a promising and rich son-in-law. The girl openly states that she definitely likes the appearance of the young man, but she categorically does not want to be a kept woman and is going to find the fate of the archmage Manuel Lucas. The father sternly asks his daughter how long she plans to live in the clouds and when she will finally grow up and become more practical. The woman stops abruptly and watches attentively as the thoughtful count silently and intently examines them. He states that he would not be very surprised if this legendary destiny had already been found by young Lawrence, because it explains a lot, including his bold actions and incredible enrichment. The woman rightly states that the guy is definitely not stupid and actively begins to establish useful contacts with influential neighboring families. The count says approvingly that this is an excellent political move that will significantly strengthen his position in society and at court. Michelle shares that she heard that the guy's money is indeed from investments, to which the man replies that there may be some secret deal between him and the royal family. They begin to actively discuss various conspiracy theories, when suddenly the announcer on the screen reports that an important message has been received. The girl says that the Republic of Prius has officially announced that its citizens have finally found the legendary fate of Manuel Lucas. This message causes an extremely strong and violent reaction from Michelle. She loudly screams that this fate belongs only to her and no one else. Adrian is in a huge library, calmly resting after the tedious process of loading a large number of different books into his memory. The guy thoughtfully holds a thick book in front of him and thinks about how wonderful it would be if scientific books could be loaded as easily and quickly as magical skill books. Tomorrow he has an important visit to the state inspector, and the day after tomorrow an official reception for influential members of the royal family. Besides this, he must definitely look for suitable sky fortresses and high-quality weapons for officers. The guy always has a lot of urgent matters, so he enters the game only when he has a free minute. He thinks critically that these books contain too much empty talk and only 1% of truly valuable military research. The revolutionary weapon invented by the brilliant Manuel Lucas radically changed the modern way of waging war, but he himself was a convinced pacifist. Manuel Lucas has spent most of his time studying in depth the complex teleportation between different worlds and dimensions. He never married and never even found a worthy successor to his knowledge. The magician spent his entire life searching for a way home to his native planet. Everyone talks about him as this great man who changed this world forever. But in reality, all his life he desperately wanted to get back to planet Earth. He deliberately left obvious hints that he was an Earthling, most likely in order to find his own kind among the time travelers. Unfortunately, such a person appeared in this world only after his premature death from old age. Suddenly, Chester unexpectedly appears in the spacious room. The old man respectfully declares to the guy that the young gentleman really knows how to show due respect to his elders. Adrian modestly states that he is just a normal person and thinks that respect for people is completely natural, to which the old man politely asks him not to be unnecessarily modest. The old man appeared just in time, because the young man just wanted to find him and ask him one very important question. The guy cautiously asks if they will be caught and accused of laundering dirty money, to which Chester honestly states that there is, of course, a chance, although it is extremely small. Adrian understands perfectly well that if they take all the investors he named and carefully compare their real capital, they will certainly see that the final amounts do not match at all. The guy generously bribed influential nobles to cover up the unpleasant incident with the Count, and it really was a good idea, but he attracted too much unwanted attention to himself. He categorically does not want anyone to find out that he took all the priceless legacy of the great Archmage, because in this case, he will have a much greater chance of losing everything irretrievably. So the guy must keep this a strict secret, and therefore came up with a cunning plan. A huge, enthusiastic crowd of people loudly chant, "Long live the Prius Republic," and cheer wildly as the popular leader of the nation steps out to the people. Fremont looks out of the luxury car with a smug expression and greets those around him with a joyful greeting in return. He is extremely pleased with the way he is idolized by the crazy crowd, and he sincerely wants this adulation to never stop, constantly thinking that he is their only savior. This year he turns 29, is considered the flower of the nation, and is the only son of the powerful president of the republic. This guy has a particularly arrogant nature and shamelessly uses his power and political immunity at every opportunity. From the day he was born, he was constantly surrounded by incredible luxury and huge amounts of money from the family business. He is a second-generation tycoon who shamelessly uses his famous father's big name as a cover. Adrian's cunning plan is to make everyone believe in the lucky man found with the fate of an archmage, and thereby divert attention from himself. This complex operation could permanently clear him of any suspicions people have about the boy, and buy him precious time until he reaches the powerful ninth circle of magic. Adrian doesn't regret at all that he planted a powerful time bomb, but he seriously doubts whether the holy name of Archmage Manuel Lucas can be entrusted to such an unworthy person as this guy. The old man wisely reminds the boy that this republic is rightly considered one of the 4 main empires of Rondel, and practically the only state that officially adheres to democracy and honestly elects the president. In the harsh reality, total corruption and constant collusion between corrupt politicians and greedy businessmen methodically destroy the country, and state prosecutors and controlled media are obedient government dogs. In the grand scheme of things, this is no different in principle from a regular dictatorship, where the current president has shamelessly held his high post for 14 long years. And Chester rightly claims that this will further increase the president's ratings. The old man wisely states that the situation would not have changed significantly, whether there had been sensational news about a happy meeting or not, since a diplomatic war between many states is absolutely inevitable. Yet when the time bomb codenamed false owner of a lucky meeting inevitably explodes, it will be extremely difficult for the president to find a safe place, and in the long run, these actions will likely lead to a radical change in power. The guy begins to worry a lot that in such a sad case, because of his secret operation, there will inevitably be many victims among completely innocent people. Chester seriously tells the guy that the reason he had to go so far in his plans was due to a complete lack of attention to detail. The old man was very surprised by what was happening, He had not expected at all that the guy would care too much about the lives of other complete strangers. After which, he wisely reminds that the young man recently burned the military forces of the Count and his relatives without the slightest hesitation. To which the guy calmly replies that they were his enemies, and that was a completely different story. Chester, in turn, smiles understandingly, and rightly believes that this is a very good and correct train of thought. He seriously tells the guy that their main goal is to prevent innocent victims from appearing, so no mercy towards real enemies. The guy thinks that in such difficult situations, Chester is very similar to a living person, and not an artificial magical creature, and wonders if he will be able to create such intelligent creatures when he reaches the powerful ninth circle of magic. Chester tells the guy that he only has one management privilege left to use in a crisis. Adrian sensibly says that he will save it for a rainy day. Sometimes it feels like it will take forever for him to finally reach level 250, which is the first requirement for the 8th quest of the Happy Encounter. In the luxurious mansion, lively conversations can be clearly heard. People are excitedly discussing what the young lord said, that he plans to purchase 5 heavenly fortresses. His interlocutor sensibly replies that the maximum number of heavenly fortresses that a county can legally possess is strictly limited to just 1. They make the logical assumption that the guy has come up with some kind of cunning plan, and will grant Arcia the appropriate count's powers to bypass the restrictions. The women of the servants also actively discuss this interesting topic and seriously ponder whether it is normal to have so many lords in one family. Her interlocutor sensibly answers that titles are granted solely on the basis of merit, and the guy is not just a new great nobleman, but one who is endowed with corresponding outstanding military abilities. Times are changing dramatically. To put it simply, a new influential power has appeared in the kingdom. The service staff continues to animatedly discuss this sensational news when suddenly there is an insistent knock on the massive doors. The older girl immediately stops the conversation and politely announces that they will leave the discussion on this interesting note. The girl hurriedly reports that Lady Arcia has called her to her place, but the servants begin to quarrel. She asks in bewilderment what they are talking about, and begins to argue heatedly about the queue. In the end, the eldest of the servants wins this petty dispute. She is very irritated and thinks about how the younger servants dared to contradict her. Because most of the servants in the Lord's castle were on Anna's side before, now that Anna is not around, they are well aware that they are walking on very thin ice every day. And although these people absolutely do not want to catch the eye of the young lord, because they have accumulated many sins, they also do not want to quit, since the situation is quite favorable, and there is confidence in the future. The maid cautiously enters the girl's room and politely informs her that she has brought her a delicious lunch. Arcia casts a sharp, piercing glance at the maid, after which she utters words of gratitude in a barely audible, quiet voice. The maid is well aware that serious disputes have broken out among the servants, since everyone was eager to serve this particular person, since such work was considered relatively easy and less burdensome. Despite her fearsome title as an aura master, Lady Arcia actually has a surprisingly gentle, delicate nature that belies her official status. Besides everything else, the girl is endowed with an unusually friendly and soft smile, which she demonstrates quite often, lighting up the faces of those around her. The maid's head is filled with thoughts that this girl comes from the common people, like herself, and this seems incredible, considering that her companion could have received the title of Count. Arcia addresses the maid with a direct question about what she wanted to say, and this unexpected question immediately tenses and frightens the young servant. The maid is a little embarrassed, and timidly asks permission to ask just one question. After some time, the maid cautiously asks if the young lord would like to fire the castle managers for their dishonest work. Arcia thinks about this question for a bit, after which she calmly answers the girl that the young lord is actually a very good, kind-hearted person. The maid is incredibly pleased and inspired by the words that the guy can't stand it when someone suffers because of him. However, immediately after this, Arcia, in a cold, chilling voice, declares that the guy shows merciless cruelty to those whom he considers his enemies, after which she shrilly asks the maid if she by any chance belongs to the category of such people, causing the girl to experience a fit of real horror. These ominous words cause the maid to fall into a state of wild, paralyzing fear, causing her body to tremble with excitement. Arcia waits silently and patiently for an answer, after which the maid hastily assures that, of course, this is absolutely not true. The girl companion smiles softly in response, and says with a satisfied intonation that this is really very nice and makes her happy. After which she notices the young lord entering the room and is about to leave the room immediately, as she feels awkward and embarrassed. Adrian watches her with a long, thoughtful look, and reflects on the fact that the girl has been acting very strangely lately. That same day, an alarming rumor spread throughout the castle that Adrian never forgot favor or malice, and Arcia was extremely intolerant of those who encroached on her beloved. A guy from the talent group approaches with a question, wanting to know if they can follow the young lord to the royal castle for an upcoming event. Adrian is very surprised by such an unexpected question, and does not understand at all what this young man really wants to achieve. To which he calmly replies that he and his faithful friend simply lack such experiences and impressions. When the war in the neighboring empire was in full swing, in addition to leveling up in the game, there was another important thing that seriously interested Adrian. He was actively involved in searching for talents with great potential, using his magical glasses for this noble cause. The guy sincerely believes that the young lord couldn't just summon them without a special reason, so he must have some kind of well-thought-out plan. Adrian honestly reports that this can hardly be called a serious plan, since he just wants the two to gain more invaluable experience. The guy confidently states that the two are heading to the royal castle to conduct an important investigation by the Audit and Inspection Commission on Nobles. Adrian orders that special attention be paid to those influential people who rule the country, since this is their main task today. The driver suddenly interrupts their lively conversation, and respectfully informs the young lord that they are already directly at the teleportation gate. The guy resolutely orders the driver not to slow down under any circumstances, and after a while they suddenly find themselves in a huge, noisy metropolis. A young man from a group of talents, his mouth open in genuine surprise, looks with admiration out of the car window at the majestic, huge buildings of the capital. Adrian is not at all surprised by this grandiose spectacle, while the enthusiastic voice of the guy is heard, who continues to be sincerely surprised by the magnificence he saw. Adrian is visibly tense, as he understands perfectly well that they have no right to make a mistake. The capital of the kingdom is a huge, thriving metropolis, with a colossal population and majestic high-rise buildings reaching into the sky. People standing near the impressive administration building are very surprised by what is happening, and unanimously believe that Adrian looks much better in life than on video recordings. An impressive, numerous support group had gathered near the building of the royal administration, which clearly indicates that Adrian and his female companion are quite popular among the people. Adrian is pleased to tell the clerk that the media has indeed done a good job of promoting their names and reputations in the community. The clerk pauses briefly, meaningfully, and then carefully informs the guy that he has no idea what kind of commotion there was here before his long-awaited arrival. Adrian reflects on the fact that everything is happening exactly as he had predicted in advance, since the ruling class clearly does not like it and is causing concern. The clerk delicately informs him that the boy is already quite popular among the non-hereditary nobles, since he has honestly received his high position for his own outstanding services. Adrian carefully scans the chief manager with his magic glasses, and is pleased to realize that he has 4 high-level talents, and such a rare trait as sincere conscientiousness. Adrian is genuinely pleased to have the opportunity to meet this promising young man, and is very pleased to hand him his personal business card. The boy tells the clerk in detail that when he was solemnly awarded the title of nobility, he immediately thought about appointing a talented manager who could take care of his vast estate. Adrian kindly informs the guy that if he is interested in a lucrative job offer, he can let him know at any convenient time, and he will make sure that he is served appropriately. At that very moment, powerful protective energy barriers suddenly disappear, and 3 massive battle fortresses menacingly appear above the headquarters building. The manager informs the young people that they have arrived at the scene and are now in close proximity to the investigation room. He informs in detail that the young lord has every right to enter the specified room, and a thorough check will take from 2 to 4 hours, during which the servants can calmly wait in a special rest room. Adrian politely asks his loyal subordinates to take a walk somewhere in the nearby area, and promises to let them know when he has completely finished all his important business. The young man is clearly liked by the good-natured clerk, as he, in a cautious, quiet voice, urges the guy to exercise extreme caution during the upcoming conversation. He tells Adrian that he doesn't know exactly what's going on there, but the chief inspector is definitely not thrilled with the guy. This unexpected warning evokes a light, confident smile from the young man, after which he enters with a decisive, firm step into the spacious hall, where the investigation committee is seated at a long table. Adrian understands perfectly well that all these influential people are extremely serious, but he remains completely calm because he can always leave the country. The chief inspector of the nobility gradually begins to understand why the count was so worried and anxious about the appearance of these 2 mysterious individuals. Adrian bows politely to the assembled group, and with sincere respect says that it is a great honor for him to meet the 2nd prince and 2nd commander of the royal guard, mentally noting that this impressive man is a master of aura. The chief inspector smiles kindly at those present, and joyfully invites the young people to raise their bowed heads before the high-ranking persons. He officially announces that he will now conduct a thorough document check, and politely asks the young people whether they are completely satisfied with this procedure. Adrian respectfully declares that if the noble inspection has made such a decision, then he does not dare in any way contradict this authoritative decree. The guy discreetly uses his magic glasses and gets valuable information that the interlocutor is watching him closely, and at the same time experiences a noticeable feeling of discomfort. Adrian is completely at a loss to understand what exactly is causing this strange, unsettling feeling. So he bows deeply and sincerely asks to forgive him for his rudeness. The inspector kindly asks not to worry too much, so the matter is insignificant, and kindly invites the young people to sit down comfortably in the prepared places. Adrian and his female companion obediently sit down opposite the strict commission, and the long-awaited inspection of his activities and powers officially begins. The guy calmly considers this to be the most ordinary routine check and is confident that if they have something serious against him, then he will definitely have a convincing alibi for this. The guy's actions cause significant material damage to the influential count's side, to which the man calmly replies that it was a completely ordinary territorial struggle for spheres of influence. Adrian was sincerely worried that his relationship with the chief inspector left much to be desired. But he, as it turned out, was a fairly honest and decent person. The inspector states that the count was the one who started this senseless war, and should have known in advance about the inevitable consequences and damage, after which he firmly states that he sees no point in making serious accusations. To which one of the officers cautiously, in a quiet voice, reports that the count was, after all, a fairly large political force, and was traditionally on their side. Adrian is genuinely surprised by such an unexpected decision, since the chief inspector usually unconditionally supports the interests of most of the influential noble courts of the kingdom. The man asks with slight irony whether everyone around him really thinks his decision is completely unreasonable, after which he once again states that all charges have been finally dropped. After which the inspector says that he does not want to beat around the bush, and honestly tells that the count had long been considered one of his closest confidants. But the guy decisively knocked him out of the game. He sincerely tells Adrian that he does not blame the guy at all for what happened, because, as he had already said earlier, it is entirely and exclusively the fault of the count himself. The man frankly states that it would be much worse and more dangerous for everyone if the talented guy suddenly switched to the political side of his influential brothers. Adrian suddenly realizes what the true, hidden purpose of this important meeting really is and why he was invited here. The chief inspector's elder brother, the first prince of the kingdom, has already been officially crowned and has all legal rights to the throne and power. But it turns out that everything is not so simple, since the second prince recently unexpectedly became a real master of aura, which radically changed the balance of power. They are now on relatively equal political footing, but the very idea that the second prince has gone so far worries many. Everything is gradually unfolding in such a way that the decisive trump cards in this dangerous game remain on the side of the ambitious second crown prince. The army of the powerful count is half defeated and weakened, but this is clearly not enough to finally resolve the current critical situation. It's not just that Adrian has outstanding fighting abilities, he is also incredibly rich and influential, and right now the guy is a major player in the political arena. Adrian bitterly admits to himself that there is absolutely nothing good in actively participating in a brutal political war for power. The guy humbly declares to the influential inspector that he is far from the best and most experienced player in the complex political field, and besides, he has not yet officially received his noble title. The second prince meaningfully informs that if Adrian decides to join his political faction, he will definitely appreciate his high status and outstanding merits in the last bloody war. Adrian is very surprised after the chief inspector solemnly promises to help the guy get the prestigious title of Marquis, which is much higher and more honorable than the usual title of Count. The young man asks incredulously if such a thing is even possible within the framework of existing laws, to which the inspector replies that in ordinary reality it is impossible, but with his influence it is quite feasible. Adrian asks the second prince if he really needs him so much, because this generous offer seems too tempting and suspicious. The inspector turns his close attention to the girl companion and, without hiding his true thoughts, admiringly reports that next to the guy is a truly charming master of aura. Luke believes that the guy will definitely agree to the lucrative offer, and closely watches his response, expecting a positive answer. Adrian, in turn, wisely does not rush with a final answer, and deliberately immerses himself in deep, serious reflection on the consequences of his choice. The guy carefully asks the inspector if he can calmly think over such a serious proposal later, to which the man immediately becomes noticeably tense and stern. The inspector coldly states that wizards should be especially careful in their actions, especially those mysterious individuals who have been hiding something all their lives. After which the man tells Adrian that he understands his difficult situation perfectly well and generously gives him a whole week to think over the final answer. Luke extends his hand to the boy in a friendly manner and asks him defiantly if he thinks that the royal crown rightfully belongs to the one who has a legal claim to it. He tells the boy that if the legitimate heir receives the crown, the kingdom will be under serious threat of existence, and he, as a true nobleman, must also seriously think about the well-being of his country. After this, he politely turns to his silent female companion and delicately informs her that she too must think carefully about this important proposal and its consequences. He is very surprised by the girl's unusual appearance, how small and fragile she looks, although he understands perfectly well that she is a powerful high-level aura master. He also politely shakes the girl's hand and muses that perhaps they will have a duel in the future, as he has never had to face a female aura master in open combat. The chief inspector kindly tells the young men that they look a bit sad and gloomy, and expresses his hope that he will see them again soon. An officer who passes by Adrian, in a cautious, quiet voice, persistently advises him to stop thinking endlessly and just accept this advantageous offer without hesitation. Adrian learns from him extremely important information that the second prince, by his nature, is not used to accepting categorical refusals from subordinates. Adrian speculates that the chief inspector was simply stalling for time and doing all this solely to comply with the necessary formalities. The guy seriously thinks about what decision he should make in this situation, after which he carefully asks his female companion if she is by any chance hungry. Arcia calmly replies that she is not very hungry, but she certainly would not refuse a light snack in pleasant company. After which, Adrian suddenly remembers the girl's strange reaction, and is surprised to realize that she is not a human after all, but an artificial magical creation. The young man kindly offers to grab a bite to eat, and confidently states that he knows several really good restaurants in the area. Suddenly, Adrian turns around sharply as he clearly hears an unfamiliar male voice cheerfully informing him that this is indeed a great and wonderful idea. A smiling young man casually approaches them and says in a friendly manner that he knows of several really good places not far from this place. The stranger smiles happily at his interlocutors, and carelessly says that it just so happens that he knows a whole bunch of decent restaurants in the area. Adrian is very surprised by the unexpected appearance of a mysterious stranger, and begins to think hard about who it could be and what he wants. Meanwhile, the young man behaves completely naturally, trying to continue a light, casual conversation with his new acquaintances. Adrian quietly activates his magical glasses. The information he receives greatly surprises and even shocks him. The young man turns out to be none other than the first prince named Michael, and he is a powerful supreme mage of the fifth circle. Adrian notices that the surrounding servants do not react at all to the appearance of the first prince, who freely walks around the area. No one really notices him thanks to a skillful spell that changes his appearance. Michael smiles mysteriously at his interlocutors, and mentally thinks that in front of him is that same famous couple, consisting of an archmage and an aura expert. Adrian immediately understands that he definitely shouldn't make this influential man his personal enemy. So the guy smiles diplomatically and politely asks if he can expect truly exquisite cuisine at the proposed establishment. The first prince begins to laugh sincerely and loudly at this remark, after which he politely asks his new acquaintances to follow him. Adrian understands that the guy is not deprived of many outstanding talents, since he really has a very high natural intelligence, excellent learning ability, and a rare ability to effectively manage other people. He continues to carefully examine the first prince with his magic glasses, and is surprised to think that his characteristics seem too good for an ordinary person. His numerous talents make a clear bias towards politics and government. In his entire life, the guy had never met a person with 3 very high natural talents at the same time. He mentally compares the first prince with the girl companion, and comes to the conclusion that, after all, the combination of his characteristics is even better and more versatile than the girl's. Adrian notes with interest that the boy has relatively low mana reserves, but thanks to his exceptional natural wisdom, he was still able to become a powerful supreme mage. After which the young man, with slight irony, tells the first prince that he turns out to be even more mysterious and unpredictable than his ambitious younger brother. They finally arrive at the appointed place. Adrian, with undisguised surprise, learns that they are in a special teleportation room. The guy is very surprised by what is happening, because earlier he was firmly convinced that it is absolutely forbidden to use teleportation magic inside the royal palace. Powerful blocking protective spells are in effect throughout the entire territory. The first prince patiently explains to the curious guest that deep beneath them lies a rich mine of magical stones, and sometimes their powerful energy collides with the surrounding mana and seriously interferes with teleportation magic. Adrian tries his best to hide his growing surprise and watches with curiosity as the boy casually takes out some kind of complex teleportation control panel from his pocket. Michael presses the button on the remote control, after which the magical shield around the palace begins to slowly weaken and lose its protective power. Adrian is genuinely surprised by what is happening, because the young man effortlessly turned off the complex blocking magic, which was considered impregnable. The boy looks at the first prince and realizes that he knew about his unusual nature and hidden abilities from the very beginning. Adrian becomes wary and thinks intensely about the mysterious guy, wondering who he really is. The young people enter a huge, brightly shining throne room, where the first prince announces that they can now speak completely freely. After which Michael pretends to be a forgetful person, takes out a familiar control panel, and presses a small button to activate the protection. A powerful protective barrier appears around the castle again, and the first prince calmly announces that all blocking magic is now active again. The young men shake hands amiably. Adrian thinks that the second prince clearly has no idea how his brother is playing with the defense system. Adrian respectfully tells the young man that meeting him is a great honor for a simple adventurer. A butler enters the spacious room and politely asks his master how he can be of service at the moment. The prince asks him to set the dinner table and informs him that he is going to dine with his dear guests in an informal setting. Adrian notices that around the prince there are people with first-class magical talents and extraordinary abilities. Michael is in a joyful mood and offers his guests to taste the best drinks obtained from the royal cellars. He reports that he personally hired the chef for this palace and assures that he is one of the best chefs in the country. Michael tells the guests that they definitely won't be disappointed. after which he suddenly admits that he is the guy's subscriber. He shows his account and says that the nobility usually looks down on the virtual world, but not him personally. Adrian thinks about the fact that the prince treats him like a best friend, and his behavior is not at all like his brother. Adrian notices that the guy seems to have a good sense of humor, and thinks to himself that these two princes are exactly like opposites. The butler places an elegant dish in front of the girl, and her mouth begins to treacherously drool from the delicious aroma. The dinner continues in a pleasant atmosphere, and Adrian directly asks the prince why he invited them here. The prince begins to joke about the serious question, to which Adrian asks if he really wanted to recruit them into his service. After some time, Michael replies that this is indeed the case, to which the guy asks what expectations are from them and what the prince can offer in return. The prince replies that he has no concrete proposals at the moment, but he intends to make a lucrative offer after ascending the throne. Michael smiles widely and tells the guy that he will not stop him from receiving the honorary title of Viscount. Adrian thinks that the prince is not so simple, and wonders what he really has in mind. Michael suggests that his brother promised the title, believing that he has sufficient authority, but the council may not give the title to Adrian. He states that one must be careful with his brother, as he very often makes completely empty promises to people. Adrian believes that the words that the guy will not interfere mean that he will help to get this coveted title. In confirmation of these thoughts, Michael begins to laugh cheerfully and says that Adrian will receive a title by joining Prince Luke's faction. The second prince then says that he hopes that Adrian will join him after successfully obtaining the title. Adrian is now in the role of a joker, and whichever side he chooses will gain a huge political advantage. Adrian states that he has many options to choose from, but there will only be one answer. The guy decides to do as the prince said. Michael asks Adrian if he wants to think about the offer some more, to which the guy replies that the prince deserves the throne more than his brother. The young men continue to discuss this important political topic, while the female companion silently eats the expensive royal treat. Michael suddenly asks why the girl is so calm, and doesn't she care which side Adrian will choose in this confrontation. The guy asks the female companion what she thinks, and says that the first prince's interests are different from the second prince's, and he is not as malicious. Arcia, without hesitation, declares that as long as Adrian is happy with their relationship, she will always follow him. Michael does not hide his sincere joy. He really liked the girl's straightforward and honest answer. Meanwhile, the servants fill the huge dining table with more and more elegant royal dishes from different cuisines. Adrian is not against receiving the title and joining Luke's faction, but believes that the second prince might suspect something if Michael does not oppose the new title. Michael says that his brother will certainly suspect something is wrong, so he is going to pretend to be preventing it at first, and then back down. Adrian says that this is not enough, and believes that instead of simply backing down, the guy should claim some benefits for his concessions. Michael thinks about the proposal, and then asks curiously what exactly it might be in their particular case. Adrian's eyes flash with a bright radiance. He believes that there is no reason to simply retreat, and this is a chance to get rid of the second prince. Michael falls silent again and becomes deeply immersed in thought over his new ally's bold proposal. The topic of conversation shifts to the recent conflict with the Count, where he lost 40% of his strength. Adrian states that due to these events, this nobleman no longer deserves the honorary title of Count of the Kingdom. It seems that Michael understands what is being discussed. It is necessary to take away the title of Count in exchange for issuing the title of Viscount. Adrian thinks this is a good deal. He will cause great damage to the second prince's faction by demoting the Count. The guy suggests that it would be a good idea to promote one of the first prince's men to the vacant position of Count. Adrian looks closely at the prince and thinks that if he accepts the terms of the deal, he will be able to get the most out of the betrayal. The guy starts scanning Michael with his magic glasses and learns that he is experiencing a growing sense of suspicion. Suddenly, Michael asks an unexpected question. He is interested in who Adrian met before meeting him at the palace. Michael falls silent, waiting for an answer, but the magic glasses indicate that the young man is extremely suspicious. Adrian begins to remember previous events and thinks that first he communicated with the manager and then with the second prince, after which he remembers all the inspectors who were present at the interrogation and mentally lists all 9 people. Michael still doesn't say a word, continuing to remain silent and only occasionally nodding in agreement. Adrian gradually begins to think about what exactly he might have done wrong and what strange things are happening around him. He uses the magic glasses to scan the prince and sees that he is showing interest, and his emotions are determined to be strong surprise. It seems that Adrian is slowly beginning to guess what thoughts the first prince might have had at that moment. Although Adrian does not have the ability to read minds, he is able to read people with his glasses, and the prince was clearly confused, believing that his plan had been exposed, as it was conveyed almost verbatim, although he himself did not mention it. Michael begins to tell the young man that he has suggested an idea that he had previously thought of himself, and this leaves him very confused. Michael thanks the young man for his help and hands him a cell phone. The prince explains that this device is a secure communication channel that no one can eavesdrop on, and he will contact him through it if there is anything else that needs to be discussed. Michael is pleased with the result and reflects on how today's lunch turned out to be filled with joy and benefit. Young people stand on a brightly sparkling magic sign located in the very center of the room. After this, the entire space is suddenly illuminated by a blue glow, and the prince, raising his hand, says goodbye to the guests. Adrian tells the young man that he will look forward to their next meeting. A moment later, the glow intensifies to its limit, and the young people disappear from the surrounding space. The magical glow reaches a blinding brightness. Adrian and his female companion find themselves in another location. Adrian asks the girl where they were transported. Arzia replies that they are in a warehouse near the entrance. This is the very place that the first prince took care of, and the boy wonders how many more such secret places he has. Adrian invites his female companion to take a short walk, and reflects on the fact that his new acquaintance is a very insightful person. After some time, he notices the deputy commander and his student around the corner. They clearly didn't expect to see Adrian here and screamed in fright, opening their mouths wide. Adrian wonders what they are doing in this place, and what exactly they are hiding behind their backs. Arcia silently approaches the young man, touches him with her finger, and wants him to look away. Turning around, Adrian notices a large amount of merch with images of himself and his female companion. This leaves him extremely surprised and makes his eyes widen. The officer and the guy replenish their stock of figurines. The guy wonders why such souvenirs are sold in the shops inside the castle. Valentine starts making loud excuses, claiming that they just wanted to look at some really nice merch. The newscaster's voice is heard reporting that the Prius Empire's national debt has increased by 12% in the past year. The country is plagued by rampant corruption, and signs of inflation and economic weakness are being pushed into the background as the Republic focuses exclusively on military might. The Republic's hopes rest on a lucky man named Fermont, who is the son of the current president. Hearing on the news that the president's son allegedly received the fate of an archmage, the man grits his teeth and lets out a loud roar. Sitting on his majestic throne, the emperor loudly complains that the fate of the archmage has fallen into the hands of ignorant people. His piercing cry echoes throughout the Golden Dragon's castle, because he believes that his country deserves more, since it was the birthplace of the archmage. The emperor demands an answer, and his subordinates, bowing their heads, do not dare to utter a single word. The man angrily asks if they haven't put enough resources and effort into finding the archmage's fate. The girl, who is the head of intelligence, not wanting to further anger the emperor, agrees with everything he says. She wonders to herself if the emperor really believes these freaks and what they tell him. The emperor begins to think, as he is informed that the probability of this information being true is 50%. The girl reports that she has studied the enemy's research progress, and found that they are developing too slowly in comparison, continuing to use outdated methods. She notes that there is an important nuance. No one understands the essence of the core of fate encrypted in the text, because the archmage left encrypted clues everywhere in a language that he called English. She finds it extremely strange that the Prius Republic suddenly acquired the fate of an archmage without resorting to deciphering, because it makes no sense at all, unless all the clues turned out to be a false trail. To this, the emperor asks why the girl then estimates the probability at 50%. The intelligence chief explains that this either means there is no real clue, or that someone else has already found the true destiny. She suggests that if this was done intentionally, the true purpose was to involve the Primus Empire in the situation. But the emperor does not understand why this is necessary, since the one who found destiny could simply remain in the shadows. The girl intends to conduct additional calculations, and puts forward the version that this person has either already attracted attention to himself, or there is another reason unknown to them. The emperor believes that high-level manipulation is behind everything that is happening, and orders a thorough investigation. He believes that only 4 countries have the ability to fully master the power of the Archmage's destiny. After this, the emperor reports that he has learned of very interesting news spreading throughout the neighboring kingdom. The chief of intelligence confirms that a young man appeared there who reached the 7th circle at the age of 20, and he also managed to earn huge amounts of money through investments. The announcer reports that many stock exchanges have confirmed the reliability of the guy's investments, and there is no evidence that he has the fate of Manuel Lucas. The emperor finds this very curious, and wonders whether it is possible to achieve such results solely through one's own talent. After all, at one time there was a man with an even more outstanding talent than that which young Lawrence possesses. The emperor's face becomes extremely serious, and he plunges into deep and concentrated thought. He then informs the intelligence chief that the neighboring kingdom is missing an heir to the throne, and in their situation, misleading everyone seems illogical. The emperor orders increased surveillance of neighboring states, including all representatives of royal families and nobility. He believes it is necessary to send a serious warning to neighboring countries so that they realize the extent of the threat. The emperor declares that the fate of the archmage is the property of their state, and any annexation of it will be regarded solely as theft. He takes on a demonic appearance and adds that if the neighbors do not understand the seriousness of the situation after the warning, it will be transformed into a direct threat. After which he rises from his throne and says that there is one more important task. He asks the chief of intelligence to immediately establish contact with the young man from the neighboring state. The emperor wants to find a common language with him and offer him the opportunity to immigrate. He believes that it is better for the young man to be a count in their great empire than to remain where he is at the moment. The young people are in great shock when they learn that Adrian has locked his half-brother and his mother in a flying fortress and killed them for disturbing him. Many people are very upset because they did not expect the rumors to be true. The young man claims the guy is a psychopath, sat and watched his family die like it was fireworks, and then posted a selfie of himself sipping wine while it happened. His interlocutor begins to worry greatly and wonders what will happen to them, since Adrian himself is a 7th circle mage, and he also has a lover with him who has the level of an aura expert. The girl sitting at the head of the table demonstrates amazing calmness and says that the count himself is to blame for what happened, because he ran there like an idiot with all his troops. This young lady holds the position of High Lord of the Southeast and is the eldest daughter of the Count of Cascabel. The young people around her are genuinely surprised that she remains so calm and does not feel any fear, to which Isabella quietly replies that young people are simply cowards. In a loud voice, she declares that times have changed, and this is no longer the age when everyone trembled at the sight of one great mage and aura expert. She claims that the young gentlemen are underestimating their strength, because their flying fortresses can withstand serious attacks, and the aura experts can be destroyed without counting if the vanguard is used. Isabella calls those around her fools who continue to be afraid of one guy, despite the fact that they are among high-ranking nobles. Then the girl looks at the pale faces of those present, and understands that fear has actually firmly settled in their hearts. This begins to irritate her. She gets up from the table, announcing that she is leaving the meeting. She politely refers to urgent matters, and the young men ask her to return as soon as possible while they enjoy themselves in the castle. Isabella leaves the banquet hall in irritation, the servants bowing politely after her. The girl falls into deep thought, beginning to wonder if this young man is really that dangerous. She remembers the imperial school, his shining silver hair and expressive blue eyes. Isabella recalls that his bright appearance was hard to miss even at the academy, where dozens of gifted classmates had gathered. A guy makes a remark to a group of unruly youths who are bullying a classmate and tries to stop them. The children of influential parents demand that he immediately shut up, considering it unacceptable that anyone would dare to stop them, especially some commoner. The guy bends over the beaten girl. Those around him mock him and ask if he is afraid of being punished for such treatment of aristocrats. Isabella angrily tells the guy to look forward to the consequences for his defiant behavior. The young man feels great concern for the beaten girl and thinks that he will take revenge on her offenders in the most painful way possible. He believes that these scoundrels will definitely regret having ever been born. Isabella admits that she always liked the guy, especially when she saw his handsome face distorted with rage. She believes that some count without influence in politics will not be able to oppose her, because she has controlled the social circle for the 6th generation. The girl is distracted by her thoughts and asks her father again what he just said. Father repeats that His Majesty Luke promised young Lawrence the title of Marquise. The girl is very indignant and cannot understand how such a high title could be bestowed on some offspring of a viscount's mistress. She instantly falls silent and feels fear, realizing that the boy became a 7th circle mage at 20 years old, and wonders what will happen if he reaches the 8th circle. Moreover, next to him is a person with the potential of a Grand Master, equal in strength to an 8th circle mage. His existence becomes vital to their family if they intend to change the balance of power in their favor. And there is nothing wrong with winning over someone more influential to their side. The father wants his daughter to establish a relationship with this guy. Isabella bursts into the room like a hurricane and loudly demands that everyone listen to her immediately. At this time, her friends are having fun carefree and are surprised to notice that the girl has unexpectedly returned. Looking at her stupid and careless friends, Isabella begins to get angry and realizes that she made a mistake because these fools cannot help her in any way. Arcia tries on new armor, which makes her look even more irresistible than before. Adrian is happy looking at the girl and tells her that this outfit really suits her. The first thing the guy did after returning from the royal palace was to finally go online and play a game. And if it suddenly turns out that there is a character who looks like Arcia who has become a star, then there will be no end of problems. A young man asks Adrian if he is going to go into the military industry in the near future. The man makes a remark to him and asks him why he thinks he can speak in such a tone to the young gentleman. Adrian scans the young man and finds out that he is a budding accountant with high intelligence and excellent administrative skills. Adrian asks why the guy came to such a conclusion, to which the accountant replies that the production of carbon steel and iron will bring huge profits. The accountant says that there is a need to diversify investments, and therefore he considers his idea to be an excellent plan for long-term investment. Adrian praises the young accountant and tells him that the proposed plan is indeed a very good one. Perseus doesn't mind this, but wants to have all the information and understand the priorities so that he can strictly follow the instructions in the future. A barely noticeable smile appears on Adrian's face, making it clear that the guy is clearly pleased with what is happening. Adrian states that they will start by developing gear for the vanguard and focus on that area first. Adrian claims that they have obtained the operating principle of the power system and an approximate method for making secret equipment. If this technology works, the assistants will likely be able to handle the task. Currently, the production of equipment for the Vanguard is divided among several aristocratic families. If Adrian starts making his own gear, it would be an open challenge to these families, and the accountant warns that the authorities will not tolerate such behavior. Adrian believes that there is no reason to worry, since after his visit to the palace he has a plan of action suitable for the current situation. He adds that a serious threat can be avoided if we first create equipment comparable to or less powerful than the enemies. However, the guy understands that if a great mage of unknown origin at the age of 20 starts producing equipment for the Vanguard, it will certainly cause a public outcry. Adrian emphasizes that he does not intend to limit himself to just equipment, and demands to immediately report if a worthy magic tower appears on the market, after which he activates the magic glasses and records in his subordinates' clearly expressed emotions of admiration and devotion. Gradually, through consistent actions, Adrian wins the respect and loyalty of his employees. Lawrence is so shocked by what is happening that he almost chokes on his tea from surprise. Adrian informs his father of his decision to accept the second prince's offer, as he sees no compelling reason to refuse it. The guy reflects on the fact that since his return from the war, not a single day has passed without new and unpredictable events. His father tells him that it seems that his mother is still not used to the role of mistress in her own home, and feels out of place. The boy suddenly says that it would be nice to become the king of the state and have a harem, which causes an extremely awkward reaction from the parents. The parents look at each other in amazement, not knowing how to properly react to their son's unexpected statement. Adrian hears their reproaches about the inadmissibility of such statements in the presence of his beloved. But Arzia continues to dine as if nothing had happened. He explains that he was only joking, but his father sternly replies that there are things that one should not laugh at. Adrian activates the magic glasses, and is surprised to find that the girl is experiencing complex and subtle emotions. He is amazed by the fact that an artificial being is capable of experiencing genuine human feelings and emotional vibrations. Adrian concludes that in the future, he should be more careful in his statements and choose his words more carefully. Wanting to change the subject, he announces that he intends to return to the work that he was forced to temporarily postpone for objective reasons. He emphasizes the need to urgently restore order among the vassals of Anna and Serdic who were in their service. Adrian is confident that the cleansing should be carried out not only in the immediate environment, but also along the entire outer perimeter of influence. The Emperor believes that the title of Marquis in this situation is a clear and excessive exaggeration of merit. However, they object to him, reminding him that the young man, at 20 years old, is already a great magician and a rare talent. Many emphasize that we should not forget his significant achievements in military campaigns and tactical victories. The second prince warns that if the boy moves to a country where he will be treated with more respect, they will lose a valuable ally. Michael joins the argument and claims that his brother is promoting the young man only because he himself was able to secure his support. His brother angrily answers him, asking if he has gone too far in his statements, to which Michael responds with a quiet, restrained laugh. Luke begins to feel growing irritation, makes a sharp remark to his brother, and asks him to behave in a manner worthy of his status as crown prince. Suddenly, the count learns the unpleasant news that he is being asked to leave his post. The meeting continues, and senior participants begin to consider why they should give up their current influence to gain new one. Opinions gradually diverge, and the discussion imperceptibly develops into an open debate. Michael, with a satisfied smile, notes to himself that this is exactly what he expected, knowing his brother's character very well. The young man makes his own proposal, expressing hope that Count Otis, who had made his name in the war as Adrian's commander, would be appointed Macraw. Michael emphasizes that he does not doubt Adrian's outstanding achievements, but asks that the contribution of his immediate superior be taken into account. Luke tenses up and can't figure out what game his brother is playing right now and what he's really trying to achieve. The Emperor calls everyone to order and asks them to stop arguing and squabbling. He thinks silently for a while, after which he announces that the decision has been made finally. He says that he will satisfy the requests of both Crown Prince Michael and Prince Luke equally. 2 days pass and the day of the official celebration of the great victory arrives. Adrian's mother experiences genuine joy and admiration at the sight of the luxurious and incredibly expensive palace. The woman begins to worry and asks her son if she looks too strange and tasteless. Adrian looks at his female companion and notes to himself that she looks especially beautiful in this outfit. Adrian understands that he is at an official ceremony, and everyone present needs to look appropriate. Looking around, the young man notices a group of his old acquaintances in the crowd. One of the young men turns out to be a hereditary nobleman whose family lands are located nearby. The other young man next to him also belongs to the nobility and comes from the house of the Viscount of Parma. In their company are young girls who hold equally high and respected noble titles. The final girl attracts Adrian's particular attention and turns out to be a noblewoman named Rania. Adrian smiles and thinks to himself that he's already starting to miss these disgusting faces. The guy says goodbye to his classmates and says that he will definitely visit them later when he has time. Adrian thinks that these guys have matured a lot, but they still get together and gossip like in the old days. Mom asks her son who these young people are, and Adrian replies that they were his classmates at the academy. The young men begin to get noticeably nervous when they see how Arja, at the end of the conversation, cast a very anxious glance at them. They become even more frightened and hope that Isabella will be able to provide them with the necessary protection if necessary. Arcia asks Adrian what to do with these young people and suggests that if possible, he should simply kill them. Adrian says that not now, because he gave them a completely different promise earlier and intends to keep it. The maid greets the Lawrence family and offers to show them to their designated seats. Those around them pay close attention to them, noticing that Lawrence is being offered seats of honor in the front row. Adrian begins to feel a strong discomfort from the dozens of eyes literally drilling into them. The Lawrence family finds themselves surrounded by a distinguished audience, the women admiring their magnificent dresses. The head of the family feels extremely awkward under the hail of compliments and attentive glances. Adrian comes to the conclusion that all high-ranking aristocrats are already aware of his new title of Marquis. He looks to the side and notices the Count, with whom he had recently had an armed conflict. The Count glances at him from under his brows and demonstratively pretends that he does not notice any reason for irritation. Adrian instantly realizes that, in all likelihood, the second prince had warned him in advance about the impending situation. After some time, a solemn ceremony begins in honor of the celebration of the great victory and the end of the military campaign. Those present begin to applaud Count Otis, who is officially awarded the Order of the Golden Lion for military merit. In addition, Count Otis is officially awarded the new high title of Border Margrave with the corresponding powers. The guy points out that the officer standing next to Luke is the most outstanding swordmaster in the entire kingdom. On top of that, he begins to realize that many aura experts are taking a keen interest in his girlfriend's personality. Adrian smiles contentedly and believes that the girl will under no circumstances support the second prince. After some time, the man leading the ceremony calls Adrian and Arzia and solemnly orders them to kneel. The young man is officially awarded the title of Marquis and is also provided with additional lands in the form of an estate. Arcia is granted the title of Countess and is given considerable land holdings as a special act of recognition. In addition, it is reported that each new title holder will be entitled to one heavenly fortress. The host of the ceremony hopes that the young people will do their best to defend the kingdom. Adrian thanks the emperor for his generosity and offers to bow his head before him. The emperor pauses for a moment, then asks the boy if he has anything to say. Firstly, Adrian does not know how to thank his majesty, who is the heart of justice in this country, for the mercy shown. After which the young man expresses gratitude to the crown prince and the second prince. The boy has things he wanted to do when he becomes an aristocrat with a name, and he wants to reveal this secret desire to everyone present. He watches his former classmates, who are now shaking with fear. Rania tries with all her might to maintain her composure. It seems that now she will lose consciousness from fear. Looking again at his classmates, Adrian happily declares that he is now declaring a territorial war on these four families. The second prince is furious with rage, while a satisfied smile appears on the first prince's face. Lawrence and his wife are shocked by this sudden announcement. Many officers jump up from their seats, knocking over their chairs and wondering what is going on. Adrian, in turn, falls silent and watches how those present react to this. The emperor was worried. His anxiety was only growing these days, and it was connected with the succession to the throne. There was a long-standing dispute that flared up between the crown prince and the second prince. His head is already splitting because of the children, and now Adrian is declaring a territorial war. The second prince admits that he misunderstood the guy's intentions. At first, he thought that he was a typical scientist. He could not even imagine that the guy was such an aggressor. He asks Adrian if he knows that the new lord has no right to expand his territories for the next year. Adrian confidently declares that in this case, he will simply destroy these four families and return their lands to the possession of the crown. The second prince understands that it is completely useless to stop this psycho. As he leaves, Luke states that the guy's behavior today has greatly disappointed him. Adrian opens the curtain and is about to enter the reception hall. He wants to make sure that the official part of the celebration has begun, after which the young man tries to understand what his female companion thinks and feels. Even before the celebration began, everyone was rushing to exchange greetings with them. But now, not a single person approaches them. Adrian believes that today he has become the biggest scoundrel in the family, to which his father replies that this is true. The guy apologizes and says that he didn't originally plan to go that far, and was apparently a little nervous. Lawrence asks himself the agonizing question of why this territorial war is necessary, to which the guy replies that it is revenge. Lawrence, in turn, says that declaring war on four families at once is very dangerous, and the guy should have understood this when he declared war. Adrian asks his father not to worry, but the man is very worried and sighs deeply. The mother watches her husband and her son in agony while the father says he believes in him. He tries to change the subject and says that it has been a long time since he took part in the festivities hosted by the royal family and plans to enjoy it. Lawrence asks his wife not to worry and to believe in her capable son. Adrian doesn't show it, but he is very happy that his father supports him. The guy continues to observe his parents and understands that the relationship between them is very subtle and complex. All this time, the father walked on tiptoes in front of Anna, but now he can take full care of his mother. Adrian turns to his longtime detractors and believes it's time to pick up where he left off. Young people argue loudly about the reasons for this territorial war. They agree that the reason is something they did as children, and they think about their chances of winning. Only Rania has no idea what they could have done as children. One of the young men suggests uniting for a start. He orders them to calm down and listen to him, no matter how small their forces are, because by uniting they remain noble families. The girl supports him and begins to feel joy. She believes that the united coalition will be much stronger than their enemy. Unexpectedly, Adrian intervenes in their conversation, laughing happily and waving his hand at them. Someone present calls Adrian by name. The guy makes a remark and asks how dare they address him in such a way. One of the guys asks not to make him laugh, and asks if Adrian can really be considered a full-fledged marquise, for which he immediately gets a glove in the face. Adrian loudly declares that he cannot forgive such rude behavior. The guy challenges the offender to a duel. At this moment the voice of a man is heard, who respectfully states that Adrian is not allowed to participate in this. He sees the heads of 4 families approaching him. One of the men asks if the young man himself provoked them first. In addition, the man states that according to the laws of their country this is impossible, to which Adrian replies that it is a pity. If he had deprived the young gentleman of his head, they would not have had to participate in the war. The man doesn't know what Adrian has done wrong to his son, and asks if the boy has gone too far. Adrian replies that the man himself can ask his son, after which the guy declares that a letter declaring a territorial war will arrive within a week, and if they don't want their family to fall because of their stupid son, they must arrest him and deliver him to him. Isabella hides in the crowd and listens carefully. The man continues to be indignant and tells the guy that he crossed the line. Adrian is not going to argue any further. He leaves his opponents and says that they will see each other on the battlefield. Arcia does not utter a single word and silently follows her master. A young man tries to explain something to his father, but the man interrupts him and says that they will talk later when they get home. The guy notices Isabella and starts calling her name loudly, asking why she only showed up now. He plaintively asks the girl to talk to his father, expressing a strong desire to resolve an important issue with him. This incident immediately pops up on social networks. Adrian thinks that he didn't even have to post it himself, and there will be no problems with justifying a territorial war. The guy returns to the conversation. His interlocutor talks about the specifics of heavenly fortresses. He hands over a detailed catalog and says that they are outrageously expensive. Looking at the guy, many people think he is crazy. They say that it is completely illogical to enter a war without having enough power, but Adrian is just going to buy it. At the moment, the guy has a fortune of 48 billion, and if he combines the confiscated property from the Count's faction and the belongings of Anna and Serdic, the total amount will exceed 70 billion. Moreover, in the near future the guy can add an installment plan based on his credit rating. The transaction amount is large, and the sellers want to receive part of the amount up front, to which Adrian asks if he can count on a tax exemption, after which further terms are discussed and the deal is declared complete. Adrian thanks the agent, noting that even if he bought 8 sky fortresses, he would still have 20 billion left over for change. This deal is so big that it will seem unrealistic to many. Adrian suddenly notices Count Otis, who has been watching him for a long time. The Count greets the young man and says that he is incredibly happy to see him. The guy asks the man to drop formalities, because they are on the same side. The Count is a little embarrassed and reminds the young man that he now has the status of a marquis. The conversation continues, and the man is surprised to learn that Adrian has purchased 2 sky fortresses. The Count begins to think that he should also strengthen his military power, because it should be no less than that of the marquise. After which, as if by chance, he changes the subject and invites the guy to meet his daughter. Michelle bows respectfully, then introduces herself and says that she is pleased to meet you. Adrian looks closely at the girl and thinks that she is clearly not lacking in beauty. In turn, Adrian introduces Arcia and tells those around him that she is his fiancée. Adrian recalls that according to rumors, the Count's daughter is considered a real psychopath with a disgusting reputation that causes anxiety and fear. However, carefully studying the girl's appearance, he comes to the conclusion that her appearance does not at all correspond to such a frightening image. Adrian continues to scan the girl with his magic glasses and is horrified to learn that she can interpret English. The guy tries to calm down and thinks about how this is possible. Does the girl really know the same English language that he knows? The Count begins to praise his daughter and tells the guy that until now she has been actively searching for the fate of the Archmage. The man reports that the girl fell into a deep depression after learning that the fate of the Archmage was found in the Republic of Prius. The girl begins to feel irritated, and with obvious displeasure tells her father that he completely misunderstands her. The guy has a cheat code in the form of being born on Earth, and if it weren't for him, the girl could have gotten the fate of an Archmage. Michelle begins to tell that this fate is a fake. In fact, it is hidden in an unknown location. The girl continues to talk about how the details are classified, and that this location is difficult to find without being an aristocrat, to which Adrian silently smiles. The guy continues to scan the girl and wonders what's wrong with her. At first he thought she was just able to make small predictions, but she's really close to solving the mystery. The young people continue to chat pleasantly, Michelle declaring that she prefers people who made themselves rather than those who received a title by inheritance. Suddenly the girl declares that she would like to communicate from time to time, which greatly surprises the guy. She respectfully calls him Your Grace and asks what he thinks about it. Adrian smiles contentedly and says that this acquaintance will bring him great benefit. The Count and his daughter bow to the young man and say that he is all for it and will send an invitation as soon as possible. Left alone, Arja asks whether to kill this girl, to which the guy forbids this and offers to watch them for a while. He continues to quietly watch Michelle, who is very animatedly explaining something to her father. Adrian increasingly realizes that he needs to take an even closer look at this girl. Meanwhile, smiling and laughing, the Count and his daughter move away from the young people. The two barons discuss ordering 8 sky fortresses and 400 pieces of exclusive equipment for the vanguard. The Baroness is standing next to them, and the voices of men can be heard discussing the support of high-speed ships with teleportation artifacts. The Baron sitting next to him says that he has information about 4,000 power armor and swords for knights, as well as 20 medium-capacity ships for 500 people. They fall into silence, after which one of the barons announces that this may not be the entire shopping list for today's visit to the capital. The man loses his temper and starts shouting loudly, calling the guy a brat who is seriously planning to wage war. The Count sitting next to him clutches his head and thinks that this guy is a real psychopath who spent tens of billions on weapons in one day. They try to support him and tell him that the guy bought a lot of weapons, but he has no soldiers. A woman enters the conversation, stating that nothing has gone according to their expectations since he arrived. The barons come to the conclusion that the guy should be thought of only from the point of view of leadership and common sense. They have no right to make a mistake, because their enemy is about to become an archmage. The woman sitting next to him suggests sticking to the worst possible scenario. Suddenly a man comes with bad news. He says that Adrian posted an advertisement for hiring knights on his online diary. The man reports that the ad has collected about 4,000 comments from residents of the kingdom, and they all want to work for the guy. The next news is no better. Adrian today also acquired a magic tower, plus a company for the production of artifacts, so there is no way to use magicians and technicians against him. The Baron grabs his head again and thinks about how they will have to resist the maximum amount of forces. But that's not all, because this colossal force will be led by an archmage with incredible abilities. In addition, he has a fiancée who has the status of an expert in the field of aura. The aristocrats begin to whisper quietly, realizing that their deeds are truly horrific, and they come to the conclusion that this will not be an equal war, but a one-sided massacre. Suddenly one of the barons declares that they can try to drag their allies into the conflict. Then it will be a civil war, and in this case the royal family will intervene. They tell him that young Lawrence will not care about the interference of the royal family, because he declared war on them right in front of the emperor. The baron clutches his head and deeply regrets that they did not have the opportunity to prepare countermeasures initially. After which he turns to the adjutant and shouts loudly in his direction, ordering him to immediately bring this bastard here. The adjutant asks who the man is talking about, to which the baron replies that he means the main culprit of this meeting. A huge black eagle soars above the estate of Marquis Lawrence in Megapolis. The guy stands on a huge balcony and watches the city spread out before him in complete silence, immersing himself in feelings that are unusual for him. Looking at the majestic megalopolis, he truly realizes for the first time that he has now become a great lord. The man respectfully addresses the guy, Your Highness, and asks how he likes the newly assembled knightly squad. The boy turns and watches as 2 officers approach him. These knights are among the finest warriors of the Vanguard Legion. The officer reports that he is absolutely delighted that in such a short time it was possible to assemble an excellent knightly detachment. The Baroness tells Adrian that he has surprised them more than once. She is very surprised that the young man in just a couple of days created huge military reserves, including sky fortresses and skirmishing, and also prepared knights. The officers continue to praise the guy and report that there was not a single useless move on his part. Adrian asks if there is a way for the knights to go to war immediately, without wasting time on additional preparations. The officers respond that all the fighters have already been selected taking into account the necessary experience, so no difficulties are expected. Several 2nd and 3rd generation battle fortresses hang in the sky near the estate. Adrian begins scanning the warships with his magic glasses. He expresses slight dissatisfaction with the fact that he was given not the most modern examples of aviation technology. He was given models that were no longer in production, which clearly did not meet his expectations. He greatly surprises the officers by declaring that he intends to use them for some time, and then sell them at a low price to some small estate. Adrian steps out onto the balcony and solemnly announces to the knights that the moment has come to enter the decisive battle, ordering them to complete all preparations within 3 hours. He also demands that the combat forces be immediately divided into 4 separate groups. The officers are surprised because, in their opinion, such a step requires official permission from the royal family. However, Adrian, without losing his composure, only smiles and assures them that permission will be received, albeit a little later. He adds that for now, they will call what is happening an exercise, as everyone does who wants to bypass bureaucratic obstacles. The young count struggles to rise from the floor, holding his face with his hand, barely holding back the pain and humiliation. At this time, his father sinks into a chair at a table covered with empty bottles and plunges into a deep alcoholic oblivion, dissolving in his own intoxication. The girl, crying, runs to her mother, who tries to calm her down. The woman herself silently looks at her daughter, whose face is filled with tears. Preparations are completed, and the huge battle flotilla is lined up in battle formation. As Adrian confidently moves forward with his female companion, he throws a magical cloak over himself. The cloak instantly flares with a bright aura, emphasizing his determination and strength in the coming battle. The action takes place in a small town located in the county of Parma. The girl thinks that the emperor wanted her to recruit the guy, but who would have thought that everything would happen so quickly? Frightened people are scurrying around her in panic, but the girl continues to smile calmly, not giving in to the general chaos. She believes that she will soon be able to understand who is in front of her, a madman without a king in his head, or an eccentric person with well-thought-out plans. A girl approaches her and quietly says that she didn't know about the other visitor, after which Elle casts a piercing glance at her, and tries to remember where she heard this voice. She recognizes the girl as the Duchess, and greets her respectfully, after which they both continue to silently look at each other for quite a long time. Adrian lounges on the sofa, smiling broadly as a group of parliamentarians address him respectfully as Your Lordship. They point out that the authorization to wage war has still not been received, and ask whether he is ignoring the law given that troops are already deployed in front of their county. Adrian tells MPs they are deeply mistaken and says it is actually just an exercise. At the same time, he assures that he intends to comply with the law and will not attack without proper permission. A county official asks if Adrian plans to launch an attack immediately after receiving permission. Adrian answers in the affirmative, confirming that the attack will follow without delay. Parliamentarians express the opinion that it is unwise to start a war over a petty school quarrel, but the guy instantly silences them by using a magical gesture and completely blocking them in an impenetrable dome. He receives a call informing him that from now on, Adrian has been officially given permission to start a territorial war. This makes him smile contentedly and think that the timing was just perfect. He then goes on to explain in detail that the royal family made their decision based on which candidate would be most useful to them. This message causes noticeable excitement and nervousness among the messengers, who are aware of the seriousness of the situation. The man begins to beg the guy to make a rational decision. Adrian orders the man to leave slowly, saying that now he needs to convince the ruler of Parma. The territory of Parma has one chance to survive, to surrender. Otherwise, war cannot be avoided. He is confident that only capitulation can preserve peace and stop the destruction. At this moment, a magic sign appears in the room, which prohibits teleportation. It begins to shine brighter with bright blue energy, which means that the magical prohibition has been activated. Loud sound commands are heard, and the heavenly fortress is commanded to move forward. The knight's goal is to capture Parma and completely break the resistance of the local defenders. The messengers are unable to contain their emotions and begin to tremble with fear. Adrian mockingly asks if they're going to go back. He turns to a senior parliamentarian, saying that he has no time left for idleness. After much thought, Adrian slowly rises from the sofa, preparing to take decisive action. He confidently approaches his female companion and extends his hand to her, inviting her to join him in some action. Adrian states that from now on he and Arzia will join the main attack. With a serious expression on his face, he gives the officers a clear command to immediately begin carrying out combat operations. Perseus is very surprised when he learns that the young man is handing over command to him. The man tries to stop the young people, but they ignore him. Smiling cheerfully, the young people head towards the location of the vanguard regiment. Someone once said that even after revenge is accomplished, all that remains is a feeling of emptiness. The astonished city dwellers stop in their tracks and look up to the sky where a huge warship hangs above them. The knights of the vanguard regiment line up in battle formation. At this moment, the guy thinks that, in the end, revenge breeds revenge. Activating the magic staff and soaring into the sky, Adrian confidently believes that his opinion on this matter differs. With his female companion, he surveys the city and thinks that nothing gives a clearer sense of purpose than revenge. Images of Anna and her son clearly appear before his eyes. Adrian believes that destroying his enemies will be his starting point for a new future. The young count is unable to contain his hysteria. He holds his head in his hands and screams loudly. The guy hears distant cannonade and thinks that this psychopath really did attack them. At this moment, a group of officers appears in the room. The guy asks what their chances of victory are. The officer reports that the enemy is 3 times stronger, and frankly, their chances of victory are 0. The young man continues to shout at the officer, reminding him that he hired them, paying them an exorbitant amount of money, and is not going to listen to all this. The man reminds the guy that even in this situation, he only thinks about himself. The knight asks the young lord if he needs to be told what he should do in this situation. The military believes that if they allow Adrian to carry out his vengeance, his anger will subside, and then perhaps the damage to the territory will be less. The boy angrily asks how they dare say such a thing to the Lord's son, to which the knight replies that everyone in the castle thinks the same. No one can understand why. Because of his decisions and actions, everyone will now have to die. The knight tells the boy that when those below him in rank die, everyone will definitely blame him, and not Marquis Adrian. More than 10 people died directly or indirectly at the hands of the young lord. The military reminds us that what goes around comes around. The guy backs away from the soldiers in horror and does not want to accept the reality of what is happening. The young lord does not understand what he is being accused of, because he was only punishing the losers of the lower classes for the sake of discipline. The guy screams loudly, calls Adrian crazy, and demands that the knights do something immediately. The knight commander froze in place. He silently looked at the young lord and did not utter a sound. The guy suggests to the commander to form an alliance, asking for support from neighboring provinces and to act together for salvation. The knight commander does not answer the young man and throws his power armor and sword in front of him. After which, in a rough voice, he orders the young lord to put on his armor and ask Marquis Adrian to come out with him one-on-one for a duel. After some silence, the commander of the knights calmly announces that this is the count's order. The young lord begins to have a fit of hysterics. He screams and showers those around him with the latest insults. The officers begin to dress the young man in armor. He screams loudly and calls the knights psychos who have gone mad. Adrian recalls his school years, when he said that he would make his ill-wishers regret that they were born. The lord cries loudly. He is unable to cope with his hysteria. Having dressed the boy in battle armor, the group of knights begins to advance towards the entrance. The lord limply follows his companions, his eyes wide with fear reflecting the deep horror of what is happening. Suddenly, the knight commander says that there is no reason to despair so much. He tells the boy that his opponent is, after all, just a mage, to which the young lord begins yelling at him again. The knight tells the boy that if he plans to cower in the corner in fear, he will definitely get his head cut off. The man says that even if the guy hides, the outcome will still be the same. He will simply become a victim of revenge. The commander hopes that the boy, taking advantage of the vanguard's equipment, will be able to break the Marquis's defense and defeat him. The lord, overcome with fear, desperately tries to pull himself together and not show his subordinates the true depth of his horror. The captain of the knights confidently extends his hand to him and informs him that the Marquis of Lawrence has neither a wife nor an heir to the throne. So a bloody territorial war will bring political benefits if it ends in their military victory over the enemy. The knights put their hopes in the young lord and say that he will be their hero in the upcoming battle. The lord, in a rage, loudly shouts that he will certainly kill the damned Adrian and swears that they will not get away with this act. Loyal subordinates inform their master that if he defeats the enemy, they will gladly accept any just punishment he inflicts. The guy thinks that the superior vanguard equipment with incredible defense and powerful attack will protect him from any enemy mage. The young lord braces himself for the possibility of a miraculous outcome when he receives a crushing blow to his battle helmet. Ominous magical signs appear in the stormy sky, from which bright lightning bolts burst forth, mercilessly striking the knights of the vanguard. At monstrous speed, lightning strikes the knights, easily piercing their powerful armor as if it were paper. The young lord finds what is happening impossible, and is at a loss as to what is happening to his army. At this moment, Adrian majestically descends from the sky onto the battlefield, illuminated by a pulsating bright glow of magical energy. The young man slams his magic staff down on the vanguard knights with incredible force, each blow shaking the air and causing his opponents to shudder. Experienced fighters immediately realize that before them is a real mighty archmage, whose power exceeds all expectations and inspires involuntary respect. Next to the formidable magician is his faithful companion, who silently watches the battle and is ready to support her lover at a critical moment. The young lord turns to the captain with concern, asking if he really wants him to go to this hell. At this tense moment, Adrian deals a crushing blow to the knight, and the metal helmet shatters into small pieces from the monstrous force. The knights quickly regroup into battle formation and prepare for a joint attack, believing that their numerical superiority will give them a chance of victory. Adrian deflects all blows with his staff with amazing agility and instantly moves to a safer place to continue the battle. He strikes the ground with his staff, and a bright field of magical energy instantly flares up around him, pulsating with incredible power. Bright lightning bolts are emitted from this field and instantly strike the vanguard knights, causing them to shudder from the electrical discharges. The young lord is filled with wild horror, completely unwilling to enter into this hopeless battle against such a powerful opponent. Meanwhile, the flying fortress begins to move and hovers in front of the estate like a menacing shadow, covering the land with its presence. The magical protection falls from it, and the huge structure becomes visible to all the people below. The vanguard knights immediately notice it and raise their heads to see this incredibly large structure above them. The tower begins to rotate and emit a powerful electromagnetic field, which spreads in waves throughout the area. A powerful energy field descends upon the vanguard knights, paralyzing their will and depriving them of the physical strength to resist. The young lord grabs his helmet and desperately tries to resist this destructive radiation that is restricting his movements. Having disarmed the knights, Adrian fearlessly approaches the young lord, demonstrating complete superiority in this unequal fight. The young man controls his wild fear with all his might, and gradually realizes that Adrian is standing in front of him. The guy smiles happily and tells the Lord that he thought he would find him somewhere in a shelter, and not on the battlefield. His warriors, having teleported from the Sky Fortress, surround the pitiful remnants of the young Lord's detachment in a tight ring. The voices of the knights are heard asking for mercy, and announcing that they surrender without further resistance. One of the knights casually pushes the young Lord in the back, directing him towards Adrian. The young man feels fear, but gradually begins to understand that he simply has no other choice in the current situation. The knight captain gives a vicious look, making it clear that he will not back down from his decision, despite the hopelessness of the situation. The guy still can't accept what's happening. He's very nervous, and tears of despair and impotent rage appear on his face. Overcoming his fear, he raises his sword and declares to Adrian that he challenges him to a fair duel. Adrian seems to be very surprised by this decision, as he did not expect such a turn of events from his defeated enemy. Meanwhile, the young lord says that if the guy is considered an aristocrat who has honor, he will not ignore his challenge. Adrian doesn't understand what this crazy freak is talking about, mumbling something about duels and honor. Adrian jumps into the air and delivers a powerful blow to the young lord with his magic staff. Everything happens so quickly that the young man does not understand at all what happened in these split seconds. He instantly falls to his knees, experiencing intense pain and clutching at his severed hand, which is bleeding. Adrian happily tells him that this time he spent 70 billion in installments to buy weapons. Looking at the shaking young lord, the boy states that he has a feeling that he will be able to pay off the debt in an instant. The young lord experiences mixed feelings of anger, fear, and complete hopelessness in this critical situation. Expensive equipment of the Vanguard Knights is scattered around, and a huge sky fortress hangs in the backyard of the estate. The young lord looks in horror at his severed, bloody hand, which is in the beak of a huge black bird. Adrian continues to laugh and tells the guy that the icing on the cake will be his rich family's treasure trove. He can't believe that this is the guy's main goal, to which Adrian replies that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone, got revenge, and got money. The lord begins to lose strength and gradually sinks to the ground, no longer able to support his own weight. Adrian begins to list the wounds he inflicted on his fallen opponent during this short but brutal fight. The guy methodically talks about broken ribs, humerus, and wrists, like a doctor keeping a patient's medical record. As he approaches his opponent, Adrian states that he needs to add a serious foot injury to complete the picture. Adrian goes on to say that the same injuries were suffered by the people who were once abused by the young lord. The wounded guy sits motionless and silently listens to Adrian, while in his own pool of blood. Adrian thinks that it is not necessary to say this, because these guys have been tormenting him mentally for too long. Arcia, clutching a heavy battle sword in her hands, silently approaches the helpless young man with the clear intention of finishing him off. Adrian stops his female companion and tells the young lord that he will not let him die so peacefully and easily. The enemy's body glows with a bright golden light, and a powerful healing spell begins to take effect, restoring their damage. Adrian thinks it would be a shame if this bastard died from simple blood loss, and orders the soldiers to take good care of him. The captain of the enemy squad sincerely apologizes to Adrian and bows his head with a submissive look in a sign of complete submission. He offers the young man to take him to the Lord's luxurious office for further negotiations and resolution of important issues. In response, Adrian smiles and sarcastically asks the man why he became so sympathetic and kind after a cruel defeat. 30 minutes later, the battle between Marquis Adrian and the Viscountcy of Parma finally ended with the complete victory of the young magician. Él sonríe alegremente y recuerda que el tipo vino de un círculo social insignificante, y la chica apenas habría venido aquí a ayudarlo. In response, the girl asks not to misunderstand her, of course. She considers the guy part of her social circle and a worthy partner. The girls continue to communicate pleasantly, but in reality they are extremely negative towards each other and hide their mutual dislike. The young lady asks Elle what brings the head of intelligence of a neighboring empire here at such an inopportune moment for a visit. The teleportation magic kicks in, and Elle tells the girl that if they fight, they will only tire each other out pointlessly. They make the sensible decision not to quarrel and go and see how good this mysterious young man really is in a fight. What they see surprises them both greatly, and they wonder in bewilderment what this strange tactic even is. They are very surprised that the young man, being a powerful magician, prefers to fight in close combat instead of using ranged spells. Elle knows that the main reason for the limitation of mages in modern battles is not at all due to incompatibility with the Vanguard. The whole point is to ban teleportation magic, since short-range movement magic spells can increase the survivability of less agile mages. Since the best way to solve this problem was magic that prohibited teleportation, it began to be actively used, and transference became impossible to use on the battlefield. Eventually, this rule forced many mages to completely isolate themselves from the battlefield and avoid direct confrontation. This is why Elle is so surprised by the tactics used by this unusual young man. His technique suggests that he can simply dodge it himself, without using forbidden teleportation magic to move. The girl standing nearby is also very surprised by what is happening and wonders whether a battle of such a high level is really possible. She understands that even with the help of many magical spells, doing something like this is extremely difficult and requires exceptional skill. And this requires a sufficient amount of vast combat experience, a trained body and combat instinct, which only a few select warriors can achieve. Elle finds it hard to admit, but she tells the girl that her priest simply amazes her with his incredible abilities and fighting technique, to which the girl sharply demands that Elle immediately stop being interested in her people and not interfere in her affairs. They continue to watch the unfolding battle closely and agree that they both definitely like the young man. Elle snaps her fingers and announces that she is going to leave this place, as her business here is finished. She notes that she saw exactly what she wanted, and now the fate of these rich territories has already been finally decided. Her interlocutor does not answer, and only plunges into deep thoughts about the events taking place. Elle says goodbye that she doesn't want to share the pleasure of hunting and came here just in case. The girl thinks that by performing all these spells, the guy demonstrated many unique habits inherent to the great school of magic. She watches the huge black bird hovering over the battlefield and thinks that she shouldn't have doubted the guy. Adrian casts a sharp glance towards the skyscraper where the girls were, thinking that they were both finally gone. He is interrupted from his thoughts by a soldier who runs up and says that they need to move in the indicated direction. A powerful explosion thunders in the room, and Lord jumps back in horror, escaping from the flying debris. The doors in the room shatter into small pieces, and Adrian slowly approaches the frightened man, holding a magic wand in his hands. The Lord recognizes the young man and, in a voice trembling with fear, pronounces his name, like a spell capable of stopping the inevitable reprisal. The man backs away and in a panic demands that the guy not come closer to him, afraid to even imagine the consequences of the meeting. A second later, he stumbles awkwardly and loses his balance, before falling with a thud onto the cold stone floor. Adrian hits the floor with his magic staff, and the powerful blow causes the solid stone covering beneath his feet to crack. In a quiet but piercing voice, Adrian asks the frightened lord why he did not sign the proposed capitulation pact at the time. Trying to cope with the growing horror, the man asks the boy what he is going to do with him and his family. Adrian starts laughing in the man's face and asks him not to worry, as he is not going to kill anyone except the main culprit. Adrian offers the man to resign himself and become a fallen aristocratic family whose property and title were stolen, or simply die. Anger and despair overwhelm the man. He is silent, and bitter tears of hopelessness begin to slowly flow down his face. At the moment when the county of Parma disappeared as a result of the war between Marquis Adrian and the 4 counties, it became clear to everyone that the war was practically over. After the rapid fall of the county of Parma, Adrian's troops immediately attack the unsuspecting neighboring county. The man uses a magical video link and loudly announces that Adrian has already occupied the neighboring territory and is preparing to attack them. He asks his interlocutors not to forget about the seriousness of the situation and informs them that if he loses here, they will be the next victims. After which, he throws the video communication device aside in rage and clutches his head with both hands in complete despair. The interlocutor asks the Lord a cynical question about how about simply handing over their own children to Adrian for reprisal. At this point, the Countess begins to tell the latest disturbing news and reports that when Adrian finished off the young lord, he entered the castle victoriously. She believes that for the young man, revenge was primarily just a convenient excuse for starting this bloody war. The woman starts screaming loudly, saying that everything is completely obvious, and the guy wanted to replenish his treasury by growing a huge army. Having calmed down, she says that everything is obvious. They cannot win this war, and Marquis Adrian is going to pay for the military expenses at their expense. She suggests that men finally calm down and radically change their hopeless strategy of waging war to a more reasonable one. The squad captain reports that the scouts have safely arrived at the strategically important teleportation zone and taken up positions. He receives an urgent report from scouts and immediately gives orders to his subordinates to take the most advantageous tactical positions. The vanguard's task is to hold the teleportal until the main reinforcements arrive. Soldiers are given strict orders to use temporary advantages to seize government buildings and take civilians hostage. The captain believes that if this risky operation is successful, the tide of the war will turn in an instant, and they must do it at any cost. He unrolls a magical scroll, and an ominous countdown begins until the operation begins. 15 seconds pass, and the magic scroll begins to shine with a bright, blinding light, pulsating with powerful energy. A squad of soldiers is enveloped in a brightly glowing energy field, preparing them for instant teleportation to a designated point. A portal is activated in the sky to transport to a civilian city, whose inhabitants are completely unaware of the threat. Bright flashes of magical energy flare up over a peaceful city, after which enemy soldiers suddenly appear there. The captain of the Vanguard detachment tries to establish contact with the command, reporting that they are safely in place. The remaining counties have united against Marquis Adrian, and are preparing to launch a surprise, decisive blow against his positions. The captain thinks that he has prepared a worthy welcoming ceremony for all his experienced fighters. He is distracted from his thoughts by a nearby officer who excitedly reports that he noticed something in the sky. Soldiers hovering in the air above the city are alarmed to see a huge flying sailboat rapidly moving towards them. On board is Adrian, who raises a magical staff high above himself, flaring up with bright flashes of destructive energy. The guy laughs loudly and mockingly orders the scouts to come to him immediately. A huge magical seal flares up around the sailboat, instantly spreading in all directions, covering the confused scouts. Their bodies are subjected to a powerful energy field, rendering them unable to resist the spell. Gradually, the glow becomes unbearably bright, and the captain of the scouts realizes with horror that their secret operation has been exposed. Their bodies begin to shine brightly under the influence of magic, after which the scouts are involuntarily transported to another location. Having materialized in an unfamiliar place, the captain turns his head around in surprise, gradually realizing that they were teleported. He begins to swear loudly and anxiously wonders where they are now. A moment later, the soldiers of the reconnaissance detachment notice with horror the Knights of Adrian, who methodically surround them in a tight ring. The ring gradually tightens around them, and the scouts realize with despair that the forces are completely unequal. Like a bird of prey, a huge flying battle sailboat materializes in the air and slowly hovers over the confused opponents. The captain of the Knights swears loudly and thinks with horror that they are in an extremely serious mess. A joyful, satisfied smile appears on Adrian's face, because the guy understands perfectly well that his opponents are now completely surrounded and defenseless. The enemy knights raise their heads to see Adrian standing on the upper deck of the majestic sailing ship. A majestic battle sailboat, reminiscent of a formidable fortress, soars in the beautiful blue sky. On the upper deck, Adrian sits quietly on a luxurious throne, the guy slowly sipping expensive, exquisite wine. After which he rises from his throne, and with a grin announces that they are already here, just as he predicted. The man is very surprised by what is happening, because everything happened exactly as Adrian said earlier. He believes that the young man has the gift of clairvoyance, to which the guy replies that this is just a simple logical prediction. The man begins to think that now he is becoming truly scared, and he could not even imagine how glad he is that he is not his enemy. Adrian grips his magical staff tightly, which instantly begins to emit a bright, pulsating energy of incredible power. Enormous energy vortices begin to rapidly swirl around the young man, and a giant glowing pentagram appears under his feet. Adrian laughs happily and says that his opponents had a really good strategy, but it was completely useless because they were one step ahead. The man lowers his head and thinks with sympathy that he now even feels a little sorry for their unfortunate enemies. A combined squad of enemy scouts anxiously notices a giant battle sailboat heading inexorably towards them. Adrian raises his magic staff high above himself and announces in a loud, triumphant voice that he has prepared a solemn welcoming ceremony for everyone. Having moved all his opponents to another location, he himself appears in it and slowly descends from the sky to the ground. He orders his enemies to lay down their arms immediately and surrender unconditionally if they truly want to save their lives. The knights of the enemy squad are alarmed to realize that they have found themselves in an extremely difficult and practically hopeless situation, and do not dare to offer resistance. The captain of the scouts cannot come to terms with how easily they were fooled, and bitterly realizes that they have no chance. The rank-and-file knights standing behind him begin to slowly whisper, saying that Marquis Adrian is next to them. A desperate plan is gradually maturing in their heads. They believe that the war will end immediately if they manage to capture the young Marquis. Ballantyne begins to worry greatly, believing that the young man is in mortal danger and could suffer from a sudden attack. Arcia reacts instantly to the threat. She quickly jumps off the flying sailboat and deftly lands next to the young man. The enemy knights believe that this is their last chance for success, and immediately launch a desperate attack on the Marquis. They order the guy to surrender immediately, but Adrian calmly activates magic spells that mercilessly throw the attackers aside. Many knights instantly realize that their daring plan has failed, and a mocking voice of a guy is heard, saying that it is they who should give up. Adrian swings his staff, causing nearby enemy knights to scatter like leaves in the wind. The guy believes that with his incredible strength and power, he shouldn't even seriously think about such pathetic threats. Arcia grips her battle sword tightly in her hands and stands faithfully next to the young man, ready to protect him. A series of bright, powerful explosions run across the vast field, shaking the ground and filling the air with roar. The captain of the enemy knights, watching this defeat, continues to swear loudly from complete despair and hopelessness. He still hopes for a miraculous victory and orders his subordinates not to capture the guy, but simply to kill him. Adrian casts a powerful spell again, and a blindingly bright explosion erupts across the battlefield, shaking everything around. The knight captain understands that he will no longer be able to dodge this deadly spell, and he urgently needs to cover himself with the sword's force shield. A huge field of hot plasma transforms into a hemisphere, and quickly heads towards the confused knight captain. The man sighs in resignation, and desperately hopes that he can withstand this devastating attack and stay alive. The flash after the powerful explosion gradually dissipates. The knight captain looks towards his opponent with undisguised hatred. He watches with horror as the young man runs towards him with determination and speed, preparing to deliver the final blow. An expression of great fear appears on the man's face, and he loudly orders the boy not to get too close to him. The knights try to shoot at Adrian, but he deftly dodges them on the move, using protective magic seals. Having approached the required distance, the guy activates his staff, which instantly flares up with a bright glow of destructive energy. The captain of the knights is unable to believe what is happening. His face reflects intense horror at the imminent death. The man understands that the guy creates a protective aura around himself from the avant-garde equipment and uses the strongest protection of the fifth circle. Out of complete hopelessness, he clenches his teeth with all his might, preparing for the final battle. The man wonders how a magician can be so strong, to which the guy starts laughing and replies that he gets asked this question all the time these days. Adrian covers the can of drink and begins to greedily drink its contents, enjoying the coolness after a long battle. Suddenly he stops as numerous holographic screens with important messages appear next to him. Adrian smiles contentedly as the screens show only good news about the progress of military operations. The 4-county territorial war was over in half a day. The final push was a one-man operation, and the enemy had no chance of winning. The young man instantly defeated the enemy forces and was able to quickly capture all the remaining castles without much loss. Adrian is pulled out of his thoughts by a loud knock on the massive entrance doors of his residence. A girl appears at the threshold. The guy kindly asks her to come inside and make herself at home. The maid, who is behind Arcia, swears loudly and indignantly says that the girl is covered in dirt. Arcia expresses a desire to eat a delicious pie, to which the maid sternly replies that sweets are served only after lunch. Adrian looks closely at the girl and catches himself thinking that the maid has really adapted well to the new conditions. He noticed her a couple of days ago, right after the end of the victorious war, and decided to take her into service. A guy is with a girl in a noisy market, while numerous people around ask her for forgiveness and say that they were wrong. Adrian tells the girl that these are the same people who cruelly abused them in the past. The guy recalls that it was the girl who suffered the most because she had to leave the prestigious academy due to bullying. He recalls that despite the fact that he was also being bullied, the girl had the courage to talk to him. She felt sorry for him and quickly became friends with Adrian, which was immediately noticed by numerous ill-wishers. Isabella casts her evil, insidious gaze at the young men, full of undisguised hatred and a desire to hurt them. Katrin begins to remember with horror her difficult school years, when she was constantly bullied and pestered with cruel attacks. The memories cause her a chilling horror and make her shudder from the humiliations she experienced. The guy tells the girl that for political reasons he needs some time, but he plans to make all the offenders apologize. Katrin is shaking violently and begging the guy not to do this. She says that he must stop all this immediately. Adrian sighs heavily and realizes that she is still a very kind and compassionate girl. He takes her hand gently, after which he says that he cannot act differently in the current situation. Their hands flare up with a bright golden glow. The guy understands that the girl still doesn't know a lot about what's happening. Katrin looks at the guy with deep gratitude and thinks that he is her real savior. She is unable to contain the overwhelming emotions, and tears of happiness and relief appear on her face. The young man affectionately calls Katrin by name, to which the girl immediately responds and turns to him. Adrian asks her how she is doing and how she has been feeling lately. Katrin smiles contentedly, clearly making it clear with her appearance that everything is absolutely fine with her. The girl begins to laugh joyfully, thinking that every day is now truly wonderful for her. Arcia silently continues to consume a huge amount of food and looks closely at the girl, studying her behavior. Adrian is pleased that she is doing well and feels safe under his protection. Meanwhile, the action moves to the luxurious main palace of the first prince, where important political negotiations are taking place. The young man reminds himself again and again that it was a truly brilliant decision to attract such influential allies to his side. The disappearance of the 3 families supporting the second prince eventually led to a favorable outcome. But in the process, one family supporting the crown prince also disappeared. The first prince believes that nothing can be done about it, because they went against Adrian and paid a fair price for it. The first prince asks how Luke reacted to this, to which the boy replies that he was very upset by what happened. He asked not to go so far towards the nobles who were on the same side as their family, even for the sake of revenge. In addition, under the cover of war, the second prince wanted to finally deal with his political competitors. The phrase that after a long silence the second prince decided to let the guy get away with everything makes Michael laugh out loud. He believed that in any case, this had further narrowed the gap between them and the second prince's powerful faction. However, a narrow victory is not what Michael really wants to achieve in the political game. He wants a complete and unconditional victory, to which the guy asks if he is afraid that a civil war will finally destroy the country. Michael states that all this is being done for the sake of what his father has planned for the crown prince's complete victory over his opponents. Even though politics is a huge dogfight where people do nothing but bite each other, a strategy built on betrayal still makes him uneasy. However, only ordinary people think this way, and Adrian asks the prince when he should begin the planned operation. Suddenly the guy starts laughing loudly. He realizes that the second prince is still persistently hitting on his Arcia. Michael is very surprised when he finds out that the guy is not at all against the fact that such a problem has arisen at all. Michael falls silent, then asks permission to apologize to him as a member of their influential family. The second prince's self-confidence has become slightly excessive since he became an aura expert, and believes that any woman should fall at his feet. Adrian begins to tell that the girl cuts people as often as she drinks tea, but she is still an innocent child who does not know about many things. If things continue like this, he will be the first one to cut off the second prince's head before the civil war starts. Michael listens to the guy, after which he says that he has one interesting proposal to solve the problem. He asks why the young man doesn't have a formal ceremony instead as an alternative. Adrian is very surprised when he realizes that he is talking about a wedding ceremony between him and the girl. The action moves to the castle of the county of Klein, where a young man walks leisurely along the ancient stone pavement. He thinks about what the first prince had just recently told him during their confidential conversation. The young man insisted that marriage was the best solution in this difficult situation. Arcia and the young man are just false lovers, not real lovers, and the girl belongs to the legacy of a powerful archmage. The guy is sure that the girl will follow his decision without any objections, but can he constantly use her for his own purposes regardless of her feelings? Arcia turns around and instantly becomes wary, noticing how a young man with a serious expression on his face slowly approaches her. Adrian says that they need to have a serious talk, to which the girl replies that she is all ears and ready to listen to him. Suddenly the guy goes silent, staring at the lawn, and asks the girl in bewilderment what the hell is going on in front of them. Looking at the numerous bodies of people lying unconscious on the lawn, Arcia calmly states that she just got in a little practice. The guy asks the girl if she is really sure that she is talking about training and not about something more serious. Arcia begins to claim that it was really just a routine training session, at which point the young people are interrupted by an alarmed maid. She approaches the young people and clearly does not dare to talk about something important, and nervously fidgets in place. Adrian asks the worried girl with concern what happened and why she is so worried. He feels that there is some serious problem since the maid is in such a state of agitation. Suddenly the young man is surprised as he learns that His Highness the Second Prince has sent someone, and that person wants to meet Lady Arcia. Arcia maintains an outward calm, but thinks that the second prince's gaze is unpleasant to her. She does not want to meet him. The maid is very worried, because if the countess does not respond to the invitation, this could lead to serious political problems. Meanwhile, a messenger officer appears next to them. He bows respectfully and politely greets the young people. The officer is very surprised to see a guy next to a girl. Adrian suspiciously asks the soldier what's going on. Adrian still doesn't understand what brought the officer here on an official visit, and suggests getting straight to the point. The officer prepares to give a ceremonial speech and activates a magic ring placed on his hand, after which a huge bouquet of beautiful flowers appears in his hand, and the officer announces that His Highness Prince Luke invites the Countess to dinner. He hands the girl flowers and tells her that the prince is sending her this luxurious bouquet as a sign of his affection. Adrian reacts nervously to this. He activates the magic seal, rips out the bouquet and instantly teleports it to an unknown location. The girl responds with a categorical refusal, but the officer asks her to think again and not rush into a final refusal. After which Adrian asks the officer what kind of family he comes from. His voice sounds threatening. The boy knows that to become a royal knight, one needs some kind of noble origin and connections at court. The officer asks why he is interested in this, to which Adrian replies that he likes to carry around sky fortresses and destroy entire families. He thinks that he can't cut off the officer's head right now because he's just an errand boy for the second prince. The officer experiences great fear when he learns from the boy that he could cut off his parents' heads instead of him. To this, the officer states that this is very rude of the guy, and he only came on the orders of His Majesty. Adrian says that he is the one who is offended, and from now on he will not sit quietly if someone else comes with indecent proposals. The second prince reacts angrily and asks the messenger officer if the young man really said that. The officer confirms his words and reports that the guy looked serious and was definitely not joking. He believes that the second prince needs to retreat now, because further provocations will not lead to anything good. The officer then asks if the prince wants this woman so much, wouldn't it be better to take her when he gets the throne? Luke tells the officer that this is a very good and reasonable proposal to resolve the current situation. He believes that he should definitely take on the serious education of this spoiled young marquis and put him in his place. However, he believes that now is not the right time for this, as too many factors are stacked against him. Luke begins to laugh evilly and declares that he has another compelling reason to take the throne at any cost. The profit calculations after the territorial war are finally over, and Adrian with undisguised pleasure counts his significantly increased capital. The spoils were not only personal funds received from the losers of this bloody territorial war. Also captured were a huge amount of magical mana stones called mithril, which were of colossal value. In addition, the loot included valuable jewelry, precious metals, and priceless works of art from various eras. Anything worth even a penny was mercilessly confiscated as war booty. Adrian activates his magical vault and decides to take a close look at the biggest benefit from this bloody war. In his hands is the legendary Heavenly Sword Handle, which is an incredibly rare and ancient relic. It is believed that this sacred sword handle was used by powerful celestials in the distant mythical era, when it allowed the weapon to be condensed and strengthened, while releasing colossal streams of destructive energy. The handle is made from a rare mineral, which is produced in extremely limited quantities of only about 500 grams per year. Adrian looks closely at the priceless relic and reflects that it is worth much more than the entire Sky Fortress. The guy believes that he must visit the sacred lands where this unique mineral is mined in the very near future, but now he has much more important things to do. The vampire leader turns back sharply, clearly sensing with his heightened senses that something is wrong with the surroundings. In this tense moment, Arzia instantly rushes forward, jumps into the air and delivers a powerful kick straight to his head. The vampire spits out bloody, knocked-out teeth and flies far back from the crushing blow. Adrian happily notes that this damned vampire is very similar to the hated second prince in his facial features. The guy uses powerful spells of magical fire, and the next second the enemy's body is enveloped in a giant all-consuming flame, capable of incinerating all living things. The young people act incredibly harmoniously and decisively in this brutal fight for life and death. Adrian makes a swift dash forward and delivers a crushing blow with his magical weapon, after which the vampire is thrown high into the air. He does not stop his relentless pressure and continues his furious, merciless attack without the slightest respite. A short moment later, the vampire's mangled body finally disintegrates into tiny pixels and disappears without a trace, and the young people triumphantly clap their hands. Adrian catches himself on an interesting thought that this exciting hunt is very refreshing and gives him an unusually joyful mood and new strength. Lately, he had been completely occupied with exhausting work, so he could only devote 3 hours a day to his favorite game. Adrian successfully rose to level 205th, for which he delegated all matters that did not require his personal presence. And secondly, he transferred his magical magic glasses to the faithful Arcia in reality for more effective work. Now the devoted girl can independently perform all administrative tasks, while he enjoys playing in the virtual world. Adrian believes that with such impressive momentum, he will rise to the maximum level as quickly as is physically possible and open the legendary 8th circle. A guy receives an urgent message that his reconnaissance team has discovered a talent of an incredibly high level. Adrian asks to recruit this man as quickly as possible, to which the faithful girl calmly replies that the necessary measures have already been taken and delicate negotiations are underway. He curiously asks what level this mysterious talent is, to which Arzia meaningfully replies that it is the rarest divine level. Adrian is very surprised by the information he received, because the unknown stranger has a unique innate trait under the mysterious name of a saintly nature. This is a truly unique opportunity, and the young man begins to think hard about this discovery, after which he suddenly screams loudly. The action quickly moves to the remote outskirts of the city, to a small, inconspicuous shop, lost among narrow alleys. Arzia is accompanied by her loyal assistants and looks closely at the mysterious girl, assessing her potential. She carefully adjusts her elegant magic glasses. At this time, the polite voice of the saleswoman is heard, who kindly asks how she can help the visitors. The girl asks a direct question about what exactly the mysterious Arzia and her companions are looking for in their modest little shop. The scan clearly shows that this girl is an ordinary commoner of 15 years old, and has a special rare talent called divine power. In the mighty kingdom of Rondalla, there is only one almighty god, and one single official religion for all subjects. Here, all the inhabitants selflessly worship the great creator of this world, and the supreme being known as the only god of the universe. The doctrine of this one omnipotent God is called sacred sepietism, and is the basis of the spiritual life of the kingdom. The center of sepietism, and the place where its highest leadership is located, is called the Sacred Lands, also known as the Golden Country, which no empire dares to attack. This sacred holy land is ruled by 3 supreme spiritual leaders, the Holy King, the Saint, and the mysterious Saintess. The Holy King is responsible for closely overseeing the general management of the entire powerful church and its affairs. The sacred duties of a saint include strict control over the army, including the elite holy knights and their training. The saint responsibly looks after all the priests who perform truly divine miracles in this amazing world. The guy curiously asks where the mysterious girl is, to which he receives an exhaustive answer that she was taken to a special hall for gifted talents. Adrian resolutely enters the spacious room, and immediately pays close attention to the unusual new girl. She bows low and respectfully greets the guy, respectfully calling him Your Highness. Adrian politely greets her in return, after which he gallantly introduces himself and says that he is sincerely glad to see her at his family estate. The guy carefully scans Barnett and is surprised to realize that she is indeed surrounded by the rarest Saint Aura, which confirms all the assumptions. Arcia told the guy in detail that she was found working part-time in a very ordinary store, since the family faced serious financial difficulties. The young people sit comfortably at a large table and begin a leisurely, friendly conversation about future cooperation. The girl confirms with genuine joy that her cherished dream has always been to become an influential administrative official in the government apparatus. Adrian confidently asserts that the girl's outstanding talents are completely unsuitable for boring, routine administrative work in the office. The guy seriously says that the girl has a rare talent of divine power, and her unique nature is simply amazing. The resources are so huge that she can very well achieve the highest position of a saint. He firmly places the mug on the table and categorically states that it is absolutely impossible to become a saint with only innate potential without proper training. A holy knight who has received the blessing of the one and only God is traditionally chosen from the holy royal family, solely by blood and lineage. However, the saint and saintess are chosen only by God himself every 50 years, completely regardless of their social status or origin. Therefore, in the divine election, the saint must show himself excellently, speaking on behalf of the sacred person of the Almighty God. Adrian firmly believes that since God sent him such an exceptionally talented person, he will definitely not sit idle. The girl is amazed to learn that the guy has carefully studied and learned that the selection of a new saint will be held very soon, and he is going to provide Barnett with his full support to make her a saint. The girl considers this completely impossible, to which the guy calmly replies that 7 out of 10 saints were previously ordinary people, and this is not so impossible to accomplish. However, such a grand transformation does not happen overnight, so it requires colossal efforts and an iron will on the part of a determined girl. Before the solemn election, Saint Barnett will have to thoroughly study much, court etiquette, complex theology, divine magic, and many other important disciplines. At the moment, Adrian is going to provide the girl with an impressive initial payment of 200 million, and then a monthly salary of 500 million. It wouldn't be a financial loss even if the guy paid her 10 or 100 times more. Because if he could create a saint with his own hands, it would give him truly great power. The guy insistently asks the girl to think seriously, because it is much better and more promising than the boring career of an ordinary administrator. The guy next to the girl authoritatively informs that Adrian is not the kind of person who frivolously jokes with such serious proposals, and he can be completely trusted. Adrian thinks deeply about the fact that he has placed a mysterious girl and a capable young man here, and believes that their successful combination can be extremely promising. The young man has political talent and diplomatic traits. If he helps the girl, they will be able to create their own powerful synergy effect. Adrian firmly declares that from today on, they will become full members of the family in his family castle, and their parents will also be allowed to visit them at any convenient time. Adrian turns to the young man and sincerely asks him to take care of the talented girl in every way possible. The guy respectfully calls Adrian Your Highness and solemnly says that he will do everything possible to fulfill the assignment. Adrian smiles contentedly and is clearly satisfied with the brilliant result of this important meeting. The guy is looking forward to the upcoming grand battle for the prestigious title of Saint and her election. At first, Barnett gradually got used to the new, unfamiliar surroundings in the luxurious castle and the unusual way of life. The huge, ferocious goblin charges forward furiously, but his devastating attack is successfully stopped by a powerful magical seal that appears in the air. With the help of reliable protection of magical seals, Adrian skillfully covers his female companion, who deals crushing blows to the attacking goblins. With one powerful swing of her sharp sword, she mercilessly cuts through entire rows of huge aggressive creatures, scattering their remains across the battlefield. Arcia receives an urgent combat order to cover their strategic position for 10 hours, and immediately carries out the complex order. Despite being seriously injured, the goblin is still full of strength and unbridled aggression, continuing his furious attack. Adrian and his female companions skillfully deflect his crushing blows, and deftly move to an advantageous line of attack. At the right moment, the young man rushes forward, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. He activates a powerful magical staff, and his eyes instantly glow with a bright blue light, emitting magical energy. All this time, Adrian has been persistently spending precious hours to raise his gaming level by any means necessary. The pace of improvement turns out to be too slow for his ambitions, and this begins to noticeably irritate the goal-oriented guy. However, after some time he wisely calms down, as he understands that he cannot do anything drastic about it in the near future. In his well-thought-out strategy, leveling up in a group of 5 to 10 people is extremely important, especially since the group is equipped with various weapons and skills. However, a successful combination of 2 fighters together with tamed animals also demonstrates good results in combat conditions, especially with proper coordination. Adrian thinks deeply and gradually realizes that the main problem is not this obvious factor at all. The guy realizes with alarm that lately he has been increasingly encountering other players in his hunting territories. Adrian gives the command to his Black Eagle and decisively announces that it is time for them to move on immediately. The team is suddenly stopped by an unfamiliar girl player who loudly shouts at the guy, attracting attention to herself. The girl curiously reports that she has never seen such a rare bird as a support, and asks how she can get it. Adrian patiently begins to explain that it is a wild animal that he has temporarily tamed with complex magic, but that it is not a permanent support. Having received exhaustive answers, the girl leaves and thinks about who she should try to tame for her own needs. Young people continue their exciting battle in virtual reality. The guy thinks about how much a gaming company might cost and why he shouldn't buy it. This ambitious idea seems ideal to him, and he seriously thinks about why not make such a purchase, because the idea seems quite reasonable. The main user base consists of commoners, which means there is a possibility that the game is simply undervalued in the financial market. After destroying another powerful monster, Adrian receives shocking information that the country's gaming industry is valued at 102 trillion. It turns out that the game is not so undervalued on the market, and the guy is disappointedly thinking about what else he can come up with. He is thinking hard about how he can level up further without running into other annoying players on the grounds. It seems he has found another suitable way that does not require buying the entire gaming company. Adrian is going to monopolize the hunting lands, and for this purpose, he goes to the prestigious Black Dragon Guild. The Black Dragon Guild office is a rather calm and dull place where interesting events rarely occur. One of the young men excitedly reports that there is fresh news that the government will double the time limit for access to the game. The girl is skeptical that this is just gossip, because the laws are becoming stricter, and recently even all cash transactions were finally blocked. An experienced player sitting nearby, in turn, suggests implementing the opportunity to sell goods through intermediaries in a country where cash transactions are not yet prohibited by current laws. A girl enters the room and officially informs the head of the guild that someone is persistently asking her about an important matter. The guy reports that this is a mage of about level 200, and he insistently wants to meet with the head of the guild in person. The leader authoritatively tells his subordinate that it would be better to simply send him away, since it is obvious that he is being cunning in order to join a prestigious guild, but the girl persistently insists on a meeting. The guild leader is very surprised when he learns that the mysterious guest brought the rarest decathlon heart as a gift. Moreover, the girl carefully notices that the young man has the best upgraded level 200 equipment. They conclude that given the potential of the equipment, the boy is better equipped than any high-level user in the kingdom. Adrian ceremoniously enters the office and begins to politely greet and introduce himself to all the guild members present. The head of the guild continues to carefully examine the young man, and once again agrees that the guy's clothes are worth a fortune. She wonders what kind of noble family the guy comes from, and asks a direct question whether he really came to offer some kind of profitable deal. Adrian firmly declares to the head of the guild that he wants to rent the hunting lands on exclusive terms. The girl begins to be amused by such an unusual offer, because the guy is interested in the conditions that he can use them only for himself. In this case, the guild's rights will be seriously limited, and the girl wonders in bewilderment what kind of nonsense the young man is talking about. Adrian generously offers to pay 5 times more than what the guild currently earns from these territories. The guild chairman is interested in such a generous offer, especially since the payment will be in cash. She asks the guy what kind of lands he is interested in. Adrian states that he is interested in the Chimera Dungeon. The girl begins to be indignant, since this location is used daily by more than 200 active players. She reports that they have a very large stable income from this popular location. Adrian begins to count the profits and says that he will cover all the losses. Adrian continues to insist on his condition. He wants his rented lands to be blocked from entry for other players. The guild leader begins to suspect that there is some legendary artifact in these hunting grounds, but the guy calmly replies that he just wants to raise his gaming level. Those present are very surprised by the intentions of the guy, who is going to spend colossal amounts of money just to pump up his personal level in the game. The girl is interested in this generous offer, especially since the payment will be in cash. She asks the guy for how long he wants to rent the popular location. Adrian says he needs to look at the efficiency and wants to rent the land for 1 month to start. Adrian states that if the level is successfully increased, he will extend the lease or lease additional profitable hunting lands. The news that the guy is going to rent hunting grounds until he reaches the maximum level causes genuine delight and joy in the guild leader. She imperiously orders her subordinates not to stand like idols and to immediately bring tea. The girls immediately rush to carry out her urgent order. Adrian confidently believes that the deal will be successful, and he will achieve his cherished goal in the shortest possible time. Players begin to open their virtual accounts in order to ensure that the promised money is successfully transferred to the accounts. After making sure that the money has been transferred, the guild members give the order to the players to immediately free the Chimera Dungeon from all outsiders. The huge, ferocious werewolf roars terribly. He has received a mortal wound and falls senseless onto the cold ground of the dungeon. Adrian feels genuine joy and tells his girlfriend that the experience is growing very well thanks to exclusive hunting. The guy happily informs his companion that this is a completely different matter compared to the previous hunting conditions. The speed of experience accumulation has increased twofold compared to previous battles in a group with other players. Level 220 was reached in less than a week, and the guy expects to rise to level 250 in a month. Ballantyne tells the latest disturbing news. The man heard that the selection will take place in the lands of the Saints much earlier than originally expected. This unexpected news begins to irritate the guy, disrupting his carefully thought-out plans for leveling up his character. He was just thinking about how he could finally level up without being distracted by anything. And then he got this unpleasant news. The information is officially confirmed. and the choice of a new saint will be made much earlier than they had planned in their calculations. If all goes according to the carefully laid out plan, the elections will take place in the second half of next year. The commission is currently actively searching for candidates and plans to complete them this month. The guy suddenly declares that the situation is not as bad as it seems at first glance, which clearly surprises the perplexed Ballantyne. The selection process is moving quite quickly, and this could immediately significantly reduce the number of serious competitors in the fight for the title. Adrian decides that they need to quickly come up with a winning strategy for Miss Barnett to set her apart from the rest of the competition. The man curiously asks if the guy has a specific plan of action, to which Adrian replies that, first, they must turn the girl into the #1 candidate representing the entire kingdom. To this end, a large donation was sent to the Diocese of the Kingdom 2 weeks ago in the name of the pious Barnett to create a positive reputation. The next day, a high-ranking archbishop makes a ceremonial visit to the grounds, and Adrian and Miss Barnett greet him with due honors. Ballantyne knows that the guy is going to involve an influential archbishop in his ambitious plans to achieve his goals. The man believes that if they win the favor of the archbishop, they will be able to ask for support from the powerful royal family. Adrian confidently confirms that this is indeed the case, and in addition, Barnett will have someone next to her who constantly motivates her. Ballantyne hopes that everything will work out exactly as it should, according to their carefully thought-out plan of action. A moment later, the man provides important materials that the guy had previously specifically requested for competitor analysis. Adrian carefully studies the information and learns that among the candidates participating in the selection for the title of saint, there are 3 influential families. The first candidate from these families is a high elf girl of 10 years of age and a royal granddaughter. The second girl has the skills of an aura expert and is 21 years old, making her a formidable opponent. The third candidate is a young girl of 17 years of age, which will make matters much easier in the psychological confrontation. Ballantyne believes that they have serious problems, as these ladies are certainly not lacking in outstanding talent. The guy honestly believes that even if we exclude influential sponsors, all these girls are significantly superior to their candidate in many respects. To be honest, when the young man saw this impressive list, he wanted to give up and abandon the idea. But then he thought that he wouldn't be able to do without such serious rivals anyway, and it wasn't worth getting lost because of them. Ballantyne is amazed that the young man took this difficult matter with such incredible seriousness. The guy happily declares that he sincerely believes in the enormous potential that the talented Barnett has. Having finished important negotiations, the young man stretches contentedly. He thinks that today's business is finished, and it's time for him to go back to the virtual game. Ballantyne stops the guy. He has one important question. He wants to know how much the young man donated to the influential archbishop. As far as an experienced officer knows, the archbishop is not a man who is in great need of money or material goods. A rather mysterious, joyful smile appears on Adrian's face. He clearly intrigues the curious officer with his behavior. The girl is very surprised and says out loud the stunning figure of 10 billion, not believing her ears. Young people nearby confirm this and say that generous sponsor Barnett has made a truly enormous donation. With a sharp movement, the girl slams the thick book shut and reflects on the fact that, it seems, one little priestess is going to take part in the prestigious selection. A sly, meaningful smile appears on her face. The girl thinks that this is a truly interesting and promising candidate. The young people nearby come to the common conclusion that Olivia is smiling in some sinister and suspicious way. The bishop smiles happily and loudly announces that this is simply amazing and exceeds all his expectations. He believes that the girl is very good at using divine magic and believes that she will become a new saint. Adrian thinks that the task has been successfully completed, and they have lured the influential bishop to their side. The guy tactfully interrupts the man from his conversation with the girl and says that he wanted to discuss something important with him alone. Adrian talks about how competitors have proposed forming a temporary alliance during the selection for the title of saint. The bishop understands that, to be precise, this proposal came from influential sponsors of the candidates for the high title. After which he calms the guy down and tells him that his candidate is very good and has excellent chances. He suggests first increasing Barnett's chances, and then openly competing with the rest of the competitors. The archbishop feels that the neighboring duchy does not want to enter into confrontation with the marquis, even though he is their direct competitor. All that remains is to win over the royal family to their side. The second prince declares that he sees no reason to refuse cooperation. He promises to tell his father, because if a saint is born in their country, it will significantly improve their national status. The young man sincerely thanks the prince for not refusing his persistent request for support. After this, Adrian learns with great surprise that the daughter of Margrave Otis and the powerful duke have disappeared without a trace. The second prince happily reports that due to this unexpected incident, the crown prince's side has suffered a severe political decline. The young man immediately sees an unpleasant image of a spoiled, capricious Michelle, which disgusts him. The count who disappeared along with her was the second aura expert after the Grand Master, and was on the crown prince's side. The prince is very surprised that this important news has only just reached the young man. However, he does not consider this to be anything unusual, since he himself learned about it quite recently, just an hour ago. from his own informants. Adrian tries to play his part and fakes a laugh before telling the second prince that this is great news for their plans. However, in reality, the young man is very unhappy with what is happening. He clasps his hands behind his back and tries to cope with the growing anxiety. After this, Adrian goes to the first prince. The guy is very unhappy, because first the selection of the saint was suddenly moved, and now it is unclear what is happening. Michael smiles cheerfully and invites the young man to look at his worried face in the mirror. He believes that the young man has already received disturbing news from his younger brother. The first prince reveals that the Margrave and the missing count are cousins on their mother's side. The count dotes on Michelle like his own daughter, and he volunteered to be her protector when he heard that she was going on vacation alone. Adrian begins to wonder if an aura expert could be a regular security guard, and speculates that the problems must have arisen once they had already arrived at the scene. The guy considers this an incredible act of suicide, since they went to an extremely dangerous place. The first prince thinks that this girl is a very arrogant madwoman, and he knows that she is seriously engaged in searching for the fate of the Archmage. After which he declares that the fate of the Archmage has already been found, and it is located in the distant Republic of Prius. He believes that the girl could not come to terms with this unpleasant fact, and many say that she went on this vacation completely impulsively. Adrian begins to feel guilty, because he turned out to be the very guy who provided this crazy girl with an unquenchable passion. The guy thinks that Arcia does not hold this point of view, and remembers how he asked her to stay while he talked to the second prince. Arcia unquestioningly carried out the young man's order. The girl indifferently continues to eat a huge amount of food in his absence. The first prince reports that he has taken the necessary measures. Firstly, he has requested the extradition of 2 people through official diplomatic lines, and also covertly deployed special forces in conjunction with the National Intelligence Service. He believes that if the case resolves itself, that would be the best case scenario, but the likelihood of that outcome being successful is extremely low. Diplomatic friction is inevitable one way or another, and the prince is willing to take on such a loss for the sake of these 2. After hearing these serious arguments, Adrian confidently declares that he himself will set out on a dangerous search for the missing people. The guy says that he is ideally suited for such a difficult mission due to his unique abilities and experience. The first prince promises that he will send the coordinates of the location where they were last seen and narrow the search to places they would prefer to visit. Michael tells the young man that he is leaving the search for these 2 important people entirely to him. Michelle and the count desperately run through the deserted forest, dodging the deadly energy beams of their pursuers. The girl turns around sharply and sees one of the beams approaching her at great speed. In the last split second, she deftly dodges the deadly energy, and a powerful, blinding explosion occurs. The shockwave throws the girl and the count aside, causing them to fall painfully to the ground. The smoke from the explosion gradually clears, and they slowly try to come to their senses and get back on their feet. They don't yet notice how heavily armed knights are approaching them from all sides. Gradually, the knights surround them in a tight ring and order them to surrender immediately without resistance. The count loudly declares that there has been some misunderstanding. He says that they are just tourists and have no hostile intentions towards their country. He demands that the squad leader think carefully, because if he had evil intentions, he would never have brought a woman with him. The squad leader asks what intentions the count is talking about when the woman approached the fate of the Archmage. They were given the death sentence. The girl asks her uncle for forgiveness. At this moment, the count whispers to pay attention to the perimeter on the left side of the knights blocking them. He tells the tearful girl that as soon as he gives the command, she must run to that place without looking back. If she runs about 30 meters, she will be able to use the teleportation spell. He asks the girl not to worry, and tells her that he can get out of this dangerous situation without her. Michelle looks at the knights surrounding them and tells her uncle that she can't do this and leave him. The count turns sharply to her and loudly orders her to stop chatting and leave immediately. Michelle experiences intense fear and despair. Tears appear on her face. She continues to cry from hopelessness. However, the girl follows her uncle's orders, and after receiving the command, she starts running away with all her might. The count draws his sharp sword after the knights give chase to the fleeing girl. He calls the attackers all sorts of names and demands that they deal with him first. One of the knights calls the count a vile thief and raises his huge sword to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, an energy beam flies past the count and crashes into the attacking knight at great speed. The powerful blow tears the knight's body into pieces, and the count looks in bewilderment towards the source of the shot. Sky Fortress Icarus disables invisibility magic and appears in the sky above the battlefield. Adrian is on board the Icarus and thinks that it was he who really created the cause of all these problems. The young man sees no logic in going to the dangerous Republic of Prius after these people. At this moment, the girl companion calmly reports that they have discovered the wanted objects. Adrian looks at the screen that has appeared in front of them and thinks that everything seems to be resolved more easily than he had previously expected. The young men teleport from the cruiser and find themselves in the sky above the battlefield. Adrian still doesn't fully understand what's going on down below and wonders about the nature of the conflict. The Prius Vanguard Squad and other armed forces begin to confront each other in a fierce battle. One of the knights tells the Count and the girl that they need to move in that direction. Arcia says that this is the revolutionary army of the Prius Republic, and asks the guy what he is going to do. Adrian puts on a mask to hide his identity, and invites the girl to join him in battle. The next moment, they begin to approach the site of a fierce battle at great speed. A piece of paper appears in Adrian's hands, after which a powerful magic spell flashes on it. A moment later, a huge fiery explosion falls upon the opponents, scattering them in different directions. The smoke from the explosion clears, and the remaining unharmed knights try to recover from the shock. At this moment, Adrian lands on the ground and fearlessly rushes into a furious attack. Arcia lands next to him and deals a devastating blow to the nearby knights. Having suppressed the resistance of the knights, the young people confidently move forward towards their goal. They slowly approach Michelle and the Count, who look at the unexpected visitors with obvious surprise. Adrian solemnly declares to the Count that they have arrived with the purpose of inviting his lordship and his niece to return home. The Count suddenly feels a spiritual uplift, as he realizes that the long-awaited popular uprising has finally begun in the Republic. Michelle, meanwhile, stares intently at one of the young men, and gradually begins to guess his identity. Adrian notices that the girl has a very sharp look, so he carefully puts his finger to his mouth, making it clear that she needs to remain silent. A joyful smile blossoms on Michelle's face, and her eyes literally shine with the boundless happiness that overwhelms her. The girl respectfully turns to her uncle the Count, and hopefully asks him to make a decision about returning. Adrian finally feels a deep sense of relief that the difficult situation has been resolved more quickly than expected. Suddenly, one of the knights decisively blocks Michelle's path, standing right in front of her with a serious expression on his face. The knight formally announces that he wishes to ask the miss some important questions regarding recent events. The two bravely tried to protect them, even when they were in an unequal battle against the elite vanguard of the Prius Republic. The officer recently heard credible rumors that the girl allegedly inherited the legendary fate of the Archmage. Adrian is extremely surprised by the information received, and instantly realizes that the girl has gained access to a skillful false fate. Michelle calmly begins to explain that, judging by its external form, the artifact looked quite plausible and convincing. But after careful examination, its internal contents turned out to be much more defective than she initially expected. The soldier still hopes that there is a small chance that fate might be true. The rebel commander cautiously suggests that this is, after all, a clever fake created by the true master of fate. Adrian discreetly holds his hand behind his back and generates a powerful energy field in his palm, thinking about the need to eliminate witnesses. However, the guy quickly changes his mind, as he does not want to act blindly, without knowing the true scale of the revolutionary army. The knight persistently continues to question the girl, not believing that she was able to penetrate the security of the presidential palace. Michelle calmly reports that she has discovered destiny in a virtual world that is not real in nature. She methodically continues to tell how she remotely gained access to Fermont's terminal and found out his frequent logins to a certain domain. The girl logically decided that it was this domain that served as the entrance to the legendary fate of the Archmage. Adrian gloomily thinks that if no one had learned the truth first, this girl would have become the real mistress of fate. The guy abruptly interrupts the dialogue and warns that enemy scouts will soon appear here. He firmly states that he will personally escort these people to a safe place, but the officer stops him with a gesture. The soldier dryly reports that he has not yet finished his conversation with the girl and her uncle. The officer announces that their mysterious commander has personally invited the two to his office for an important conversation. A huge glowing pentagram suddenly appears under the feet of everyone present, and everyone is instantly teleported to the northern glacier. The bright magical glow gradually fades, and people's bodies slowly begin to materialize in the harsh new location. They are greeted with great fanfare by a commander named Jeremy, who is a powerful 7th-level archmage and the leader of the revolutionary army. Adrian instantly determines with his experienced eye that all of the leader's closest associates are recognized experts in aura. The man warmly welcomes the young people who have suddenly moved to such harsh and inhospitable climatic conditions. He sighs heavily and sadly reports that during his entire stay here, he never noticed the beautiful northern lights. The commander says thoughtfully that he was always curious, because people talked about the rainbow color of the northern lights on the glaciers. A loyal soldier standing nearby respectfully greets his leader, and formally introduces Michelle and her esteemed uncle to him. The girl and the Count sincerely thank him for his timely rescue, and solemnly promise that they will never forget his generous kindness. Jeremy, in turn, politely replies that this is exactly what any noble and decent person should do in such a situation. Adrian mentally believes that this is far from true, and that everything that is happening can only be explained by the hidden selfish intentions of the commander. Adrian suddenly finds himself thinking that he could never have imagined meeting the man who is the center of everyone's attention. A little later, Adrian politely introduces himself and gallantly introduces his faithful companion to the assembled people. Jeremy apologetically asks for forgiveness from those present, and announces that he and the young man are mutually subscribed on social networks. The Count is extremely surprised by the unexpected discovery that Adrian was next to them all this time. the guy calmly understands that there is absolutely no need to hide his face anymore, and decisively removes the camouflage mask. The Count begins to become noticeably nervous, and anxiously asks why the second prince's close associates are here. Michelle insistently asks her worried uncle to calm down, since these details are completely unimportant now. Adrian seriously tells the rebel leader that he must know what the real deal is. The man looks at the young man with an ambiguous and intent gaze, and seems to gradually begin to understand the essence of his words. Adrian suddenly declares with a slight grin that His Majesty Jeremy is an incorrigible prankster and mischief maker. Jeremy is incredibly surprised by the unexpected discovery, and asks the guy in bewilderment how he managed to find out his true identity. Adrian smiles contentedly and mysteriously, casually answering that this is his commercial secret, which he does not intend to reveal. The knights react extremely aggressively to the guy's impudent and brazen behavior, instantly pulling out their sharp combat swords. However, the rebel leader immediately stops his heated and battle-ready subordinates with an authoritative gesture of his hand. Jeremy calmly tells the guy that he recognized them solely through his own intuition, since they represent an odd couple of an archmage and an aura expert. After this, the rebel leader persistently demands an explanation of how exactly the guy managed to find out his true identity. The man carefully admits that the guy is definitely not the kind of person he wants to be enemies with. After which, Jeremy politely turns to Michelle, as he wants to ask her one important and delicate question. He directly tells the girl that she copied valuable research materials of the Archmage, to which she gained unauthorized access. Adrian seriously considers that copying classified materials actually sounds very plausible and logical. Even if the Archmage's fate was a clever fake, the rebel leader cannot ignore its potential value. Jeremy delicately admits that he doesn't want to seem rude, but asks the girl to share some of the materials for good compensation. The girl honestly states that fate had an extremely complex form, achievable only step by step, and she was unable to obtain it. The rebel leader still stubbornly insists, wanting to receive the blueprints for modern and advanced military equipment of the new generation. The man is particularly keen to obtain secret materials to make special equipment for the elite vanguard troops. Adrian clearly understands that the man is absolutely correct and sober in his assessment of the critical importance of this secret data. Michelle noticeably begins to hesitate in making a decision, and this is not at all surprising, since her actions could provoke a bloody war. Jeremy solemnly declares that his true identity has been revealed, and officially admits that he is a direct descendant of the current royal family. It reminds us that young people are probably well aware of how much blood was spilled in the brutal power struggles. The democratization of the Republic of Prius took place in a completely strange and unnatural way, especially in the opinion of the guy as a former Earthling. It is obvious that the late king was indeed a great and wise man, but there was one important fact that he missed. The monarch created a democratic country for his people, but this democracy was not achieved by the citizens of the state themselves. It was a one-sided and imposed democratization from above, devoid of popular support and understanding. The current corrupt president has cleverly squeezed himself into a dangerous gap in public consciousness that has not yet fully formed. Jeremy sighs heavily and says sadly that as a result of the dictatorship, the country has become much larger than in feudal states. He sincerely informs young people that he wants to radically change the situation and introduce an undistorted democratic system. Adrian seriously thinks about the fact that no matter how you look at it, the man has an incredibly long and thorny path ahead of him. Still, it seems to the guy that this man is sincerely trying to create something significantly better than the current despotic regime. Jeremy again addresses the girl politely and carefully asks if she seems reluctant to take part in the proposed deal. Michelle responds honestly by stating that this is too serious and responsible a matter for her to resolve on her own. Jeremy, in turn, understands her well-founded and serious concerns about the current situation. Meanwhile, the Count resolutely steps forward and covers the girl standing behind him with his strong body. Adrian does not intervene in the tense conversation, and gloomily thinks about the fact that such a development of the situation will turn into a deal close to open extortion. The guy begins to seriously think about whether he, as a former citizen of the Republic of Korea, should lend a helping hand to these people. The young man suddenly and confidently declares that if no one objects, then why don't the rebels try to make a fair deal with him? The rebels are indeed in dire need of modern technology and detailed plans for quality equipment for their armed forces. Adrian firmly believes that his unexpected decision was absolutely correct, because in any case, he was going to produce and sell power equipment. In a loud and confident voice, he solemnly declares that he has all the necessary drawings and samples of modern equipment. Jeremy smiles contentedly and happily, as he is completely pleased with the guy's unexpected and generous response to his request. He tells the boy with admiration that he is truly a man who goes far beyond the bounds of ordinary common sense. The Count is extremely surprised by the fact that the young man's technology is in no way inferior to the power equipment produced by the powerful kingdom. A glowing portal suddenly appears next to the young man, and he calmly announces that he can immediately demonstrate a working prototype. The next moment, a complex power communication device of an entirely new type materializes in his outstretched hand. Jeremy, with undisguised surprise, begins to carefully and in detail examine the high-tech device he received from the guy. The guy confidently reports that there is absolutely no reason to doubt, since this is a thing of truly excellent and impeccable quality. The rebel leader sincerely admits that this is completely unexpected, and carefully asks why the boy wants to help him by revealing his own secrets. Adrian's answer greatly surprises the man, as the young man simply and sincerely says that he really likes them. Adrian suddenly falls silent and looks at the man standing in front of him in tense anticipation, studying his reaction. Jeremy looks quite pleased and satisfied, because he did not expect to receive such an unexpected benefit from the Marquis. The Count anxiously asks the boy if everything is okay with him, since trading technology without the permission of the royal family is illegal. The answer surprises the man again, as Adrian calmly says that everything will be absolutely fine if everyone keeps their mouths shut. Adrian confidently states that they all know each other's secrets perfectly well, and therefore wisely suggests living in peace and harmony. He directly states that everyone present is well aware of the identities of these people, who are dangerous rebels. After which the guy notes that the young lady has come into possession of a priceless and powerful treasure of unknown origin. Adrian rightly believes that the third common secret will be his own illegal trade in prohibited military technologies. The Count and the worried girl seriously think about the fact that in their complicated relationship, everything is really very confusing and intertwined. Adrian reflects that even if everything comes out, it doesn't matter at all, and he will think about it thoroughly later. The guy has invested 10 billion in an ambitious plan to establish a new government, and such a deal will be very useful to him. Meanwhile, the action quickly moves to the luxurious residence of the first prince. Adrian politely tries to make small talk and amiably informs him that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Michael is adamant that the Republic of Prius does indeed possess the legendary destiny of the Archmage, and war could begin at any moment. The guy, with open sarcasm, notes that it is simply wonderful that while the whole world is in tension because of the division of the throne, the uncle and niece were calmly walking around the danger zone. The Count humbly offers his sincere apologies, to which the first prince sternly asks him to behave appropriately in the future. Adrian carefully notices how the Count carefully approaches the first prince and says something important to him in a hushed voice. The man asks warily if Marquis Lawrence and the Countess are not on the side of the kingdom's second prince. Adrian freezes internally from surprise and carefully waits for the powerful crown prince's unpredictable reaction to these words. Meanwhile, the Count continues to wonder, perplexed, the important question of what this mysterious couple is doing here. Michael sternly accuses the Count of a complete lack of elementary tact, and confidently says that in fact, they are on their side. Michelle is extremely surprised by the fact that these two are putting on a whole theatrical show, pretending to be supporters of the second prince. Adrian is greatly struck by the girl's unusually emotional and violent reaction to the events that are taking place. Meanwhile, the Count joyfully declares to the first prince that this is indeed excellent news for their common cause. Michelle also noticeably calms down after a while, and is relieved to think that they have powerful allies on their side. Arcia is burning with an irresistible desire to immediately kill this annoying girl who knows too many dangerous secrets. The guy grimly agrees that the existence of this young lady is indeed somewhat problematic, since she knows about the false destiny. Adrian diplomatically begins to refer to urgent matters, and politely says that they need to leave immediately. At this tense moment, an agitated young man from his personal guard quickly approaches the crown prince. In a hushed, alarmed voice, he tells him that he needs to watch the breaking news immediately. In the magical age of November 19th, 2019, the neighboring powerful empire officially declared war on the Republic of Prius. The emperor, in an angry and furious voice, publicly announces that his vile neighbors have unleashed an aggressive war and harshly criticizes their policies. At that same historical moment, the president of the Republic of Prius solemnly appeals to the world community for recognition of the legitimacy of the possession of the fate of the Archmage. The young people tensely continue to watch the special news broadcast, which details how the fate of the Archmage is under Fermont's control. The dangerous conflicts surrounding the legendary fate of Manuel Lucas steadily escalated, and eventually neighboring countries decided to escalate the military conflict. The guy places his bets coolly and analytically calculates that the chances of ultimately winning are about 60 to 40%. He objectively reports that the neighboring empire has certain military advantages, but there is a serious problem with crossing the ocean. The first prince fully agrees that in this way the defensive position of the Prius Republic will certainly have some strategic advantages. Adrian, carefully analyzing the current situation, comes to the sober conclusion that at the moment the neighboring neutral kingdom can do nothing. He can only sincerely hope that the military actions will pass without numerous casualties among the civilian population of both sides. The guy also hopes that the war will end with the neighboring empire helping to resolve the situation with the despotic regime in the Republic of Prius. The Count, in turn, is seriously considering that the best scenario would be one in which the revolutionary army destroys the corrupt regime. Adrian sincerely hopes that the man will keep his mouth shut and not reveal any unnecessary information to the first prince. He doesn't care at all if someone misunderstands his actions. The main thing is that the issue of illegal trade does not arise. Michael is surprised to learn that in the process of rescuing the two, Adrian asked for help from the revolutionaries of the Prius Republic. Adrian insistently explains that they were in dire need of a local information network, and he managed to make some useful connections with them, after which the young man casually announces that he and the leader of the Revolutionary Army are mutually subscribed to each other on social networks. Adrian admits that this cost them a little money, but he was surprised by the scale of the operation. The first prince shrewdly realizes that in a sense, the Revolutionary Army may use this political situation as a suitable opportunity for a coup. Adrian, in turn, gives sensible advice that at the moment no public statements should be made regarding the war that has begun between neighboring states. Michael goes into deep thought about the current situation, after which he agrees with the young man's reasonable arguments. His usually commanding voice becomes noticeably quieter and more cautious, as he diplomatically suggests ending this delicate conversation for now. The prince categorically demands that the count and his niece keep their mouths shut and maintain complete silence at any cost. The crown prince announces that Adrian and his faithful companion are his main trump cards in the upcoming brutal struggle for the throne. Adrian firmly believes that this strategic decision by the first prince is absolutely correct and far-sighted in the current circumstances. Michelle cautiously asks if it would not be better if she and her uncle remained in the prince's palace. The prince generously agrees to her request, and the girl accepts this news with genuine joy. She sincerely says that if she stays here, she will be able to see Marquis Adrian and his beautiful countess much more often. Arzia is extremely jealous and painfully perceives such flirtatious behavior of an annoying girl, demonstrating obvious interest in her lover. Meanwhile, the bloody war was rapidly gaining its threatening momentum, and the expeditionary forces of the hostile empire were deployed with terrifying speed. It seemed as if they had been carefully preparing for this conflict for many years and patiently waiting for the right opportunity. The Republic of Prius responded to the aggression by wisely taking advantage of its geographical advantage and forming a strong, multi-layered line of defense. Direct large-scale military clashes between the armies have not yet occurred, but military experts predict that this could happen in the near future. The host of a popular TV show happily announces to viewers that he is here again and is sincerely glad to see everyone. He warmly welcomes everyone to another edition of his comparative analytical show, answering questions from curious and interested viewers. The presenter then solemnly announces that this is indeed a special project dedicated to the important 10th anniversary of their popular show. He proudly introduces the participants of the show and asks the audience to pay special attention to the 20-year-old genius archmage who recently caused quite a stir. The action moves back a few days, when a young man worriedly reports that Barnett's candidate lacks recognition compared to the other contenders. He seriously explains to the young people that in order to solve this critical problem, the two of them will have to make maximum efforts. After which, a bright holographic screen suddenly appears in front of Adrian, on which a detailed plan of the grand performance appears in detail. Adrian thinks with satisfaction that he was right to bet on this guy, since his protege is definitely a promising person. The host continues to professionally host the show and admiringly tells Adrian that he really looks great and impressive. The guy modestly replies that he has his mother to thank for this, and the host is very surprised by the unexpected answer. The TV studio is suddenly flooded with bright, blinding sapphire lights, and the presenter reminds us that he has already spoken about the taboo nature of the topic. He announces that today a unique comparative experiment will be conducted between magicians and knights, and asks the guy for his opinion. Adrian sincerely believes it is incredibly interesting, but many experts have assessed it and have come to the conclusion that the topic is scandalous. The host warns the young man that his impeccable reputation could be seriously damaged, so the guy will have to be extremely careful. Adrian is confident that there is no need to worry unnecessarily and asks no one to worry, as he is going to rid society of prejudices. A satisfied smile appears on the host's face, and he invites the audience to warmly welcome the candidate from the noble knights. Adrian is extremely surprised when the host solemnly introduces Count Felix as a new outstanding young expert of the highest level of aura. The host kindly asks the Count what exactly brought him to this popular show. The guy calmly answers about the desire to have a good time, after which the presenter curiously asks why the Count looks so calm. He reports on the praise of his opponent for his unusual talents. The Count acts extremely self-confident and arrogant, mentally thinking that today he will finally show the Marquis the true complexity of reality. This unexpectedly bold behavior and openly aggressive pressure of the Count greatly surprises Adrian. The presenter professionally tries to build up the tension and enthusiastically reports that this statement is very similar to an official declaration of war. He curiously asks Adrian what the guy thinks about such a provocative and challenging statement from his rival. Adrian, in response, deliberately, familiarly, and dismissively asks the Count what exactly his name is, demonstrating complete indifference. The guy's brazen statement that he has no idea who his rival is, and that he is hearing this name for the first time, causes the Count to become extremely angry. Adrian calmly continues to methodically tease the angry Count, and says that he is extremely curious how such a man became an aura expert. Meanwhile, the host loudly and enthusiastically declares that this fight has become incredibly nervous from the very beginning of the confrontation. He thinks with undisguised joy that he has a strong premonition about the success of this issue. The grand sparring will take place in a majestic ancient castle, which is picturesquely located in the middle of a beautiful crystal-clear lake. A huge fighting ring was specially installed on the castle grounds, which is solemnly called the legendary Duel Island. The loud voice of the presenter can be heard, giving details about the invited experts who are observing the sparring and compiling reports. The young people instantly teleport to the prepared arena and look around with interest, studying the area. The host diplomatically asks the contestants if it would be better to use protective power armor during dangerous competitions, to which the count sarcastically remarks that noble knights traditionally arm themselves with magical equipment, but magicians fight practically with bare hands. After which he extremely arrogantly and dismissively states that he doesn't care at all whether the Marquise wants to fight in normal equipment. The Count is extremely self-confident and firmly believes that he cannot possibly lose shamefully to some inexperienced newcomer. Adrian, in an unexpectedly quiet and calm voice, tells his opponent that there is no equality in skill level between them, his remark causing an even greater fit of uncontrollable anger in the Count, who was already overcome with rage. A sly and satisfied smile appears on the experienced host's face when he announces that the participants are ready to begin the duel. A tense countdown begins as the Count draws his enormous, menacing-looking two-handed battlesword. Adrian remains surprisingly calm and unperturbed, despite the fact that a dangerous and angry opponent is rapidly approaching him. The Count, on the other hand, is too nervous and mentally resents how this little slippery brat dares to look down on him. Clutching the heavy, huge sword tightly in his trained hands, he is determined to clearly show who really stands at the top. The tense countdown finally ends, and the Count instantly and furiously rushes at the guy at great speed. His twisted face hideously distorted by blind rage, the man swings his huge sword wide to deliver a crushing blow. The next moment, a blindingly bright magical flash occurs in the battle arena, and the protective glass of the Count's helmet instantly cracks into small pieces. None of the spectators and experts present could have expected that the loser would be a high-level professional aura expert. Adrian politely and courteously addresses Barnett, who is standing nearby, and delicately asks the girl to heal his defeated enemy. The girl folds her graceful hands into a prayer lock, and her fragile body is instantly enveloped in a dazzlingly bright divine aura. The members of the authoritative judging committee experience genuine joy and admiration, carefully watching the magical actions of the amazing girl. Barnett continues her sacred prayer with concentration, and following her words, the body of the slain Earl begins to be covered in a bright golden glow. Experienced experts are extremely surprised by the miracle that is happening and turn their heads in disbelief, paying attention to the angelic feathers falling from the sky. The host continues to host the show professionally, and tells the guy with admiration about the wonderful girl who came to the performance with him. Adrian confirms that this is indeed the case, and explains that he decided to enlist the help of someone he trusts implicitly. The presenter is very surprised, because this girl is a priestess of the bishop level, and at such an incredibly young age. He tells us with knowledge that divine magic and angelic feathers can only be seen in ministers of the level of bishop or high priest. Adrian explains that the girl recently studied divine magic personally from the archbishop, and the effect of the angel feathers is due to her nature. After which the guy solemnly announces that Miss Barnett plans to take part in the upcoming prestigious selection of saints. The presenter carefully watches the expressions on the faces of the judging committee, and rightly believes that they unanimously agree with the assessment. Adrian reflects with obvious satisfaction on the fact that the impression made by the girl and her soft voice perfectly correspond to the image of a saint. The film crew is extremely focused on their work, and continues to professionally film the popular show, capturing every moment. Although the girl appeared only for a short time, she managed to attract a lot of attention from viewers and experts. Barnett smiles sweetly and kindly at those present, and in a kind voice asks everyone not to get seriously injured in future fights. The host, as well as members of the authoritative judging committee, are genuinely delighted by the incredibly sweet and touching appearance of the young girl. Adrian believes that the young man appointed as Barnett's personal manager is an excellent and professional employee. Very quickly and unexpectedly, Barnett becomes quite a well-known and recognizable personality in the capital and its surrounding areas. The girl slowly walks along a busy street. Passers-by immediately recognize her as the same girl who appeared on air today. Many ordinary people sincerely believe that she will most likely very soon become the new great saint of this generation. Until recently, the girl simply worked part-time in a small shop. But now she can truly become a great saint. She comes home and joyfully greets her loving parents. Mom greets the girl loudly and enthusiastically, solemnly informing all family members that Barnett has come to visit them. The large family immediately gathers around the girl and unanimously announces that they have not seen each other for a long time. The girl looks noticeably wary since a lot of distant relatives, whom she has not seen for a long time, have unexpectedly gathered in the house. The middle-aged man laughs loudly and familiarly asks Barnett if she remembers him, since he is her uncle. A woman standing nearby with poorly concealed envy sarcastically remarks that Barnett's shoes are very expensive and can cost more than 5 million. Selfish relatives begin to actively gossip and think that Lord Adrian probably really adores this girl. Barnett is extremely upset by such greedy behavior of supposedly close people who suddenly showed up after her success. She asks her worried mother a fair question about why these relatives came to their home so suddenly and unexpectedly. After all, they usually behave with their family as if they were complete strangers and outsiders. The uncle confidently states that their life has been very difficult all this time, which is why he gathered the entire large family here for a joint business. He persistently hands the surprised girl a thick stack of papers and businesslike informs her that this is a detailed business plan for their enterprise. The greedy relatives joyfully and enthusiastically inform her that together, they can achieve much greater success and prosperity. They confidently add that if they present it as an honest family business, then this profitable business will never fail. Mom desperately tries to calm a worried Barnett, assuring the girl that she is not worried about what is happening and does not intend to carry out this absurd plan. Mom resolutely declares that they absolutely do not need the selfish help of these suddenly appearing relatives. She categorically demands that they not even think about the possibility of trading the good name of their talented daughter for their own benefit. To which the mother's brother coldly and contemptuously replies to her that she does not value family at all and treats her siblings very badly. The atmosphere in the house becomes extremely tense and irritated. Relatives begin to make mutual claims and recall old debts. The father bitterly reminds his uncle that they paid off the debt with a deposit and avoided bankruptcy, creating huge problems for their family. He rightly states that if the relatives were truly sorry, then it was worth helping when they were suffering from debts, while these people lived happily and carefree after their cowardly escape to another prosperous region. The uncle desperately tries to justify himself and unconvincingly says that they allegedly did not want to act so cruelly and were trying to pay off debts. He insistently demands that he not be considered the only culprit, since the initial incident with the deposit was created by many relatives. The man hypocritically adds that the Barnett family also took an active part in that ill-fated deposit case. Such unpleasant squabbles between relatives begin to greatly anger and upset the sensitive girl, and she resolutely asks them to leave. She firmly states that she does not want to get involved with them in any way, and sensibly suggests that they return to their previous relationship. The adult relatives indignantly tell the girl that she should not speak in such a tone to the elders in the family. They hypocritically remind her that they are still the siblings of her respected parents. Selfish relatives begin to brazenly press on pity and falsely remind her of how much her aunt loved little Barnett. Suddenly, the voice of a young man is heard, who contemptuously says that all these parasites are filled with disgusting beggarly stubbornness. Next to the surprised girl, a confidently smiling Adrian suddenly appears, materializing as if out of thin air. Barnett is very surprised, because she did not expect to see the guy next to her at this difficult moment. Adrian looks surprisingly calm and contented. He smiles confidently and encouragingly at the confused girl. The surrounding relatives immediately begin to bow respectfully. One of them obsequiously introduces himself as the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Strategic Group. All those present suddenly begin to smile haughtily and obsequiously greet the mighty lord, expressing their deepest respect. Adrian casually snaps his fingers, and the self-proclaimed commander instantly feels strange and painful physical changes in his body. The guy sarcastically asks if he knows what the best thing is about becoming a great aristocrat of high rank. The man begins to apologize in fear and despair, while Adrian coldly declares that he can do whatever he wants. The body of a frightened man begins to experience intense and increasing physical pressure, squeezing him from the inside. The guy casually moves his hand and begins to lift the helpless man into the air, demonstrating his magical power. A moment later, he makes a sharp swing of his hand, and the man quickly flies to the side, painfully hitting a hard wall. Adrian indifferently turns his attention to the frightened man next to him and imperiously orders him to come over immediately. The man desperately tries to apologize, but the next moment he also flies towards the wall where his brother lies. The women, watching this cruel massacre, fall to their knees in panic and beg the milord for merciful forgiveness. The guy coldly asks the frightened women if they realize that they have done something so unacceptable and outrageous that it is worthy of the most serious condemnation. They answer with trembling voices that they were blinded by greed and money, and also made the life of an innocent girl difficult. To which the guy contemptuously says that their main mistake does not lie in this obvious circumstance. Adrian angrily asks the terrified women how they dare harm one of his people. Adrian continues to put psychological pressure on them, and says that this is perceived as a direct declaration of war on him personally. The women humiliatingly call themselves worthless creatures and desperately ask for forgiveness. The guy orders his subordinates to immediately arrest them. Barnett's eyes widen in shock, as she clearly did not expect such a dramatic outcome to the family events. Adrian politely asks her worried parents to calm down, and explains that he accidentally overheard everything that was happening in their house. He is going to force the impudent offenders to pay off the entire debt to the girl's family through forced labor and compensate for moral damages. Adrian generously offers the parents to move into his luxurious castle, because it is better to enjoy comfort, having such an outstanding daughter. The parents silently and meaningfully exchange glances, mentally agreeing to everything for the well-being and happiness of their talented daughter. They are sincerely grateful to the guy for the way he so touchingly cares for and looks after their daughter. Adrian makes a calming gesture, asking the girl not to worry, and gives her a thumbs up, indicating that everything is going well. The guy kindly offers to personally accompany the parents to the castle, and this unexpected statement slightly embarrasses the modest girl. Barnett tries hard not to show her strong emotions, but her delicate face betrays a bright blush of excitement. She sincerely believes that she should be the one who can at least help the respected Sir Adrian in his affairs. Suddenly, she is overcome with an anxious thought about whether she will cause him unnecessary problems by expressing interest in the guy. However, the girl wisely believes that she can still usefully help him as a devoted and reliable assistant. The action quickly moves to one of the powerful duchies of the Great Brigham Empire, where a tense political atmosphere reigns. A holographic recording of Barnett's speech is broadcast, where she sweetly asks the participants not to get too hurt during the dangerous tests. One of the 4 great dukes of the Brigham Empire finds himself thinking about how unbearably annoying this girl is to him. If things continue like this, his carefully crafted plans to make his protégé a saint could finally collapse. The Duke immediately summons one of his most reliable and trusted subordinates to his personal office. The young man's face is completely hidden by a black mask, and he receives a secret order from the Duke to get rid of them. Adrian is in his spacious office, methodically working through a huge number of important government documents. Suddenly, he receives an urgent holographic notification that a new confidential message has been received from an unknown sender. The guy is genuinely surprised to learn that this mysterious message is addressed to him personally from the influential Duchess. He receives a serious warning that the powerful Duke is engaged in some suspicious and strange activities. In one of the spacious rooms in Lord Lawrence's enormous castle, a group of young officers from his personal guard are resting peacefully. The guys unanimously agree that working in the reserve team is very profitable, because they always have enough time for leisure. One of the guys proudly boasts that he used to work with a baron who had a private credit business. The officer adds that there were so many enemies there that even the reserve team was constantly busy with dangerous combat operations. His partner happily declares that compared to his previous dangerous place of work, this is a real paradise for officers. He adds with gratitude that the Lord strictly calculates their working hours and carefully monitors their physical condition. The guys unanimously agree that the food here is really good, and begin to good-naturedly joke with one of their friends. After a while, they regretfully realize that the joke was too cruel, and worriedly ask the guy if they offended him. The guy slowly looks up and asks a strange and unexpected question, asking the guys who exactly they mentioned in the conversation. The young officers are extremely surprised by the unusual behavior of their comrade. When he indifferently reports that he has long forgotten this name, one of the alarmed officers suddenly grabs his partner by the arm and insistently demands that he leave the strangely behaving guy alone. He starts acting suspiciously strange, aggressively asking if they really want to screw up an important mission. The man loudly and excitedly tells his partner that absolutely all people make annoying mistakes from time to time. Suddenly, the young officers instantly draw their combat weapons upon hearing one of the guys talking about memory erasure. They immediately realize that dangerous strangers have secretly crept in here and skillfully disguised themselves as their faithful comrades. The young officers are extremely outraged by what is happening and demand an immediate explanation of what happened to their friends. The officers are at a loss to remember what happened a few seconds ago and look at each other in bewilderment. One of the guys says with concern that he had a strange feeling, as if he suddenly passed out for 1 second. The scout quietly tells his partner that he tends to rely too much on his abilities. His comrade smiles smugly and asks to look at the excellent result, because he can change people's memories. The partner seriously reminds that their main target is not the powerful Marquis, but a girl named Barnett. The guy starts laughing nervously when he hears the warning about not exposing himself to unnecessary mortal risk. One of the experienced scouts cautiously reports that before heading to the Lord's castle, he watched the Marquis from afar for a long time. The guy with a serious expression on his face claims that during the entire period of long observation, he never once crossed eyes with the powerful Adrian, which seems quite remarkable to him. The partner asks in bewilderment what is special about this circumstance, since he has done something similar hundreds of times, and he has answered with concern that the issue is not at all about the number of surveillance operations carried out. Adrian walks slowly and majestically along the busy street. Hundreds of enthusiastic fans loudly greet their idol. In the dense crowd of fans, a focused young man stands unnoticed, carefully watching the Marquis's every move. Suddenly, Adrian stops abruptly, as he clearly feels someone's piercing and persistent gaze on him. The guy in the crowd is very nervous because he is extremely worried that he can be easily spotted among the people. Adrian's eyes instantly light up with a bright blue magical glow as the guy just carefully scanned the strange stranger. Recalling this disturbing incident, the experienced spy plunges into deep and gloomy thoughts about what happened. He hesitantly tells his worried friend that he is too excited and may be imagining things that are completely unnecessary. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounds, announcing that dangerous intruders have been detected in the east wing of the castle. The security team should be immediately ordered to move out, as the intruders are 5 expert-level assassins with power daggers. The young officer's job is to support the reserve team in the east wing and prevent the killers from escaping. The scouts suddenly rush towards the east wing and are sincerely happy that everything is happening exactly as they planned. The target is located in the farthest room of the eastern building, very close to the personal office of the esteemed milord. The bodyguards suspiciously ask the scouts, disguised as young officers, what they are doing here instead of guarding my lord. The guys convincingly answer that they heard about the lack of guards and came to help, but the bodyguards order them to stand still. In a stern and unyielding voice, the bodyguards categorically inform that no one in the castle should approach Miss Barnett. They add that the only exceptions are those people who were personally appointed and approved by Milord Adrian himself. They warn that the girl's personal guard will soon arrive, and the young officers would definitely be better off returning to their positions. The bodyguards take a decisive step forward and threateningly draw their sharp swords, seeing the strange behavior of the officers. The young officer's appearance becomes more eerie and sinister as a glowing aura sword materializes in his trained hands. From a slow, cautious step, he quickly switches to a run, after which he suddenly rushes towards the unsuspecting girl. The bodyguards immediately realize that they are facing dangerous hired killers disguised as officers. Using his professional skills, one of the wily scouts uses destructive mental magic against the confused bodyguards. The second killer at this time quickly approaches the girl and raises his sword high to deliver a fatal blow. Barnett is extremely shocked by what is suddenly happening and is in a panic, unable to even move. The female bodyguard successfully throws off the magical spell for a moment and notices that their target is in mortal danger. The next moment, one of the hired killers is dealt a powerful, crushing blow that sends him flying. The bodyguards standing next to Barnett are in extreme shock as they watch this unexpected and brutal massacre. The hired killer is in excruciating pain and is desperately trying to catch his breath and come to his senses after receiving a powerful blow. He notices with horror the magical blade in Barnett's hands and immediately realizes that this girl is not their target. The killer instantly realizes that they have fallen into a cleverly laid and deadly trap. And at this critical moment, a blindingly bright energy glow suddenly flares up around Barnett, enveloping her entire figure. A moment later, the girl is completely transformed, and everyone present is amazed to realize that this is actually Countess Arja. The scouts instantly realize that secret information about their carefully planned operation has been leaked in advance. A confidently smiling Adrian suddenly appears in the room. The guy sarcastically asks the hired killer if he remembers their meeting with their eyes. He begins to laugh coldly and mockingly informs the confused scouts that he is sincerely glad to meet them. The guy calls him by the name Hendon with obvious contempt. The killer belongs to the Brigham Empire and is considered a recognized expert in the field of aura. The second dangerous infiltrator is named Nox, and he is a top mental class spiritualist belonging to the Blue Moon organization. Adrian begins to tell with interest that he did not even know about the real existence of the organization, mentioned only in ancient legends. Nox, in a quiet and ominous voice, tells his partner that they no longer have a choice and must go with Plan B. A bright red energy field instantly flares up around the assassins, which begins to swirl into a powerful destructive vortex. None of their many enemies who have seen their true forms have ever survived such encounters. Hendon admits with regret that it is a great pity, but he intends to turn this place into a living hell today. Nox begins to smile maliciously and menacingly, greatly increasing the deadly magical field around his body. Adrian admiringly praises his dangerous opponents for their outstanding abilities and politely asks the girl if she likes the performance. Arzia doesn't react at all to this provocative phrase and casts a completely absent look at the hired killers. Blue Moon is a legendary secret organization that is involved in many mystical and bloody rumors. There are only vague guesses about this mysterious organization as to whether it is real or even exists at all. Everyone knows about the mysterious Blue Moon, but absolutely no one knows the members of this organization by sight. They say that Cerberus, guarding their secret base, feeds exclusively on human flesh, so the Blue Moon created a farm for breeding people. Blue Moon members often act as villains, terrifying civilians. Adrian states with surprise that he thought it was all just scary stories made up by parents to scare their children. Who would have thought that this legendary organization really exists and is actively operating in the modern world? On top of that, this dangerous duo consists of an expert aura assassin and a high-class spirit magic spiritualist. Nox greatly increases his destructive spirit and madness magic, and a huge demonic butterfly materializes next to him. Arcia dismissively asks if Blue Moon are the dukedom's dogs, or if they are unaware of their true status. She is adamant about an immediate answer, and insistently asks what exactly the true purpose of the Blue Moon is. Adrian seriously thinks about who could be financially supporting and sponsoring this powerful secret organization. He points his magic staff at the assassins, and confidently states that he is the one who understands them well enough. Hendon threatens the boy that in that case he will have to die a painful death here. Adrian smiles arrogantly and contemptuously in response, sarcastically asking the mercenaries if they have enough strength for this. Nox lets out a creepy demonic laugh, after which his entire body erupts in bright red bursts of destructive energy. Instantly, the energy transforms into a huge humanoid butterfly, which begins to move menacingly towards the young people. Adrian watches this display of the highest magical skill with obvious surprise and professional interest. Over time, the huge demonic butterfly begins to rapidly grow in size and make truly eerie sounds. Nox laughs menacingly and mockingly asks the young people if this is the first time they have seen a real magical spirit. The magic wand in the young man's hands instantly activates, and a bright stream of glowing blue energy bursts out from it. The next moment, a powerful destructive explosion occurs, after which the hired killers regroup and take up a defensive position. The guy looks at his magic wand with satisfaction, after which he casually informs the mercenaries that he will play with them in moderation. A powerful energy field begins to move rapidly around the confused mercenaries, and they instantly realize that this is a force attack. The world is huge, and there are really a lot of talented people in it, so the guy sarcastically asks the mercenaries if they think they are exceptional. The mercenaries realize with undisguised surprise that the guy used a power attack and is a dangerous high-level magical swordsman. They know very well that the guy uses a magic rod made of metril and dragon bone, which has auxiliary functions of charging the aura. Hendon finally understands why the boy was so confident that he could hold his own in close combat against an aura expert. Adrian calmly states that this is not all of his capabilities, and loudly snaps his fingers to activate the next spell. The next moment, a huge blackbird crashes through the roof of the building with a roar. The mercenaries watch in genuine horror as heavy chunks of concrete fly off in all directions with a roar. Nox is overcome with a chilling horror at the sight of this powerful magical creature summoned by Adrian. Adrian laughs loudly and solemnly declares to his opponents that he is also a skilled tamer of wild animals. Nox screams loudly in pain, falls to the floor and desperately clutches his bloody wounded leg. The humanoid butterfly spirit grows even larger in size, filled with the furious anger of the wounded Nox. The young people are instantly overcome by an ominous blood-red aura, spreading throughout the room in threatening waves. Adrian is fully prepared for the attack and clearly understands that a powerful mental attack from the enemy is about to occur. Nox screams loudly in anger and rage and begins to use a dangerous spiritual skill called mind control. The spirit begins to manifest itself even more strongly and actively, thereby significantly increasing control over the developing situation. However, a moment later the blood-red aura completely and without a trace disappears, leaving the mercenaries perplexed. Adrian, with a satisfied smile on his face, mockingly asks the mercenary what exactly he is trying to do. Arzia is frankly bored with this drawn-out performance. The girl tells the young man that she is hungry, after which she practically suggests getting rid of these annoying and useless mercenaries once and for all. Nox, consumed with impotent rage, continues to desperately pour all his remaining strength into this obviously futile attack. Tentacles of magical energy quickly move towards the young people, but instantly dissolve into thin air without a trace. Adrian once again asks the confused scouts, surprised and mocking, what exactly they are trying to do. The guy smiles contentedly, because the abilities of the Owner of Fate have now been successfully transferred from the online world to the harsh reality. For people whose defensive abilities are at their maximum level of development, such attacks are completely useless. Nox realizes with growing horror that his fighting abilities are at zero, and his mental attacks are not working. His worried partner gloomily reports that the guy sees right through them and anticipates their actions. He complains in despair that he cannot determine the characteristics of the young man, even when he is standing right in front of him. A moment later, he reports with horror that the boy is a genius magician who became an archmage at the age of 20. Hendon adds that Adrian is the last disciple of the legendary Grand Duke and has incredible powers. After a small, anxious pause, he states that there is more to it, and this guy is definitely not that simple. Hendon's hands, tightly gripping his battle sword, begin to tremble traitorously as he reports that this young man is simply a monster. A moment later, the broken mercenary throws his battle sword to the floor in front of the young men. Initially, the guy decided that he would simply kill and get rid of these people, so he pulled off a couple of spectacular tricks. But it worked out even much better than he had originally expected and planned. The magic glasses give him detailed information about the enemy's status, and the boy learns of their complete surrender. Slowly, Adrian begins to raise his hand and resolutely extends it forward towards the wounded opponent. A second later, a bright healing glow flashes in his hand, and the guy activates a powerful magical restoration function. A powerful healing energy instantly begins to envelop the wounded Nox's crippled body, repairing his damage. Adrian calmly tells the confused mercenaries that he has no desire whatsoever to fight them. The guy smiles amiably and clarifies that he didn't want to fight with the Blue Moon at all, after which he expresses a desire to meet their leader. Hendon tries his best to maintain his composure, and with noticeable difficulty says that he understood everything perfectly. In the courtyard of the castle, there is a large number of destroyed warriors of the auxiliary detachment. The guy says that he is very sorry. Adrian makes a subtle gesture with his hand, indicating that he is tired of talking and is going to say goodbye to his guests. A huge, invisible force throws the Blue Moon people into the air. They break through a concrete wall and fly out into the street. The young people calmly watch the fleeing mercenaries. The girl asks why the guy didn't allow her to kill them. Meanwhile, the Blue Moon people are trying their best to leave the dangerous castle territory as quickly as possible. Adrian curiously asks the girl what he looked like and whether he looked like a big shot in the eyes of his opponents. The guy looks at the huge number of defeated opponents below and thinks what a difficult job it is to make a saint out of Barnett. The presenter solemnly announces that an official worldwide announcement of an important event has been sent from the Holy Lands. Many people around the world are instantly receiving this historic message on their screens and personal communicators. In total, 15 worthy candidates for the title of new saint were chosen for this great event. Of these, 11 candidates will compete fiercely to become the new saints of this generation. In the very near future, intense competitions will begin to select 2 leaders among all the participants. The girl continues to listen attentively to the important information message and learns that the selection will last about 1 month. The content of the selection itself will be broadcast via special programs in real time for everyone interested. Barnett watches as Adrian enters the room and greets him happily. The guy seriously thinks that while he still hasn't received an answer from the Blue Moon, the real selection of saints has already begun. The action quickly moves to the Holy Lands, where there is a huge majestic temple, striking in its magnificence. In the luxurious garden, magnificent classical music sounds, and people in expensive clothes slowly chat with each other. The young people immediately notice a stranger standing out from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention with his presence. They look closely at Adrian walking past his men and wonder who it could be. Many are surprised by the guy's young age, but everyone has heard about his outstanding abilities and understands that he should not be underestimated. A group of musicians begins to play loudly on trumpets, solemnly signaling the presence of a high and respected guest. The great saint appears in the huge hall, and all those present instantly bow to him as a sign of deepest respect. The great saint raises his hand, indicating that everyone should remain silent and listen attentively to his solemn speech. The great saint is sincerely glad to welcome everyone, and is grateful to everyone who took part in the opening ceremony of the selection. He solemnly announces that 15 candidates have been selected, and 11 candidates for the role of saint, and the selection will last about a month. He asks those around him not to worry, as there will be a constant broadcast, and all information will be uploaded online. The theme of the first round concerns tactics based on the behavior and effective subjugation of various magical monsters. The man explains in detail that the group must consist of 5 people, including 2 companions who are swordsmen of the aura expert level and 2 mages. He adds an important condition. All of the candidates' abilities except divine power will be temporarily sealed to ensure the fairness of the competition. The great saint sincerely hopes that everyone will enjoy the grand event dedicated to the first day of the ceremonial selection. Adrian respectfully greets the 3 leaders of the Holy Land and the head of all the faithful people in this sacred world. The guy clearly knows that the main person who should turn his attention to Barnett is the current saint. The saint curiously asks the guy what his name is, after which Adrian politely and gallantly introduces himself. The girl tells the guy with a smile that he is very young and mentally thinks that she would seduce him. Despite the fact that the saint looks young, in fact she is a real granny who got married 60 years ago. After the introduction, the young man ceremoniously introduces Barnett, whom he generously sponsors at this important competition. The young man respectfully asks the great saint to take care of this talented and worthy girl. The saint begins to carefully examine Barnett, after which she quietly says in admiration that this is simply incredible. She rightly believes that the young Marquis has found a worthy candidate, as she expected from a perceptive guy. Adrian scans the great saint and learns that she is favorable towards them and has a neutral attitude. The guy is pleased to think that if they were able to make such a strong impression, then it was definitely a success. He is seriously considering whether he should seek out the Duchess, with whom he has made an important political alliance. However, he does not have to look for her, and Adrian suddenly notices a familiar Duchess next to him. There is a powerful duke next to the girl. The guy immediately recognizes that he has a hostile attitude. Adrian smiles diplomatically and politely tells the duke that he is pleased to meet him, after which he gives his name. In a calm voice, the young man informs the man that he has received his generous gift. The count is extremely wary and tries his best not to show his true emotions, because it was he who sent the hired killers. The count hypocritically begins to play a double game, and with feigned concern reports that he heard about a major incident on the guy's territory. Returning from the failed mission, the assassins gave the count one important piece of advice in gratitude for his favor. They insistently asked him never to make the young Marquis his mortal enemy. Adrian continues to smile amiably and reports that he heard about the sudden collapse of the Count's sky fortress. The boy regretfully says that it is very unfortunate, since the pilot of the fortress suddenly lost his mind from an unknown reason. These caustic remarks lead the already tense Count into a state of rage and uncontrollable fury. The guy politely introduces himself to Countess Frances, and diplomatically asks her to be gentler with his talented candidate. Adrian decides to tickle her father's nerves one last time, and casually announces a meeting with 2 influential counts. The guy indifferently states that the count has lost contact with these 2 influential people. and it seems to him that it does not concern him. Having driven the Count to white heat, Adrian leaves him and says that they will see each other next time. Barnett curiously asks those around him to whom this Count is subordinate. Perhaps to the powerful Brigham Empire. Adrian seriously tells the girl that she is one of the chosen candidates, so she should always be more confident. The guy's words that the girl is the only one he has chosen leave her genuinely amazed. Having regained her composure, the girl sarcastically remarks about what a curious and interesting scene this is. Adrian greets the young Duchess warmly and says that he was just about to look for her among the guests. The girl kindly asks to be called by her first name Olivia, as she does not like the formal address of Duchess, after which she kindly introduces the young men to the girl she is promoting and who has the talent of divine power. For the first round of selection, very strict and uncompromising conditions were set, allowing no compromise. The girl is optimistic and confident that they will definitely cope, because she has the right staff, after which she openly shares that they have 2 knights, but no mages with real combat experience. Adrian generously offers the Duchess to lend him his men, which makes her genuinely happy and grateful. Adrian kept wondering why this girl was acting weak in front of him, but it turned out she had a goal. The guy solemnly promises to find 2 third-circle battle mages with excellent skills and good character for her team. Even just standing next to this girl and laughing casually, they put a lot of pressure on the other candidates. The guy pauses for a moment, then asks to be allowed to ask a question, even though it may be completely inappropriate. Olivia is clearly interested in what is happening and curiously asks what this mysterious question is. The young man cautiously asks if a magic swordsman will count as one person in this tactical competition. The girl carefully looks at the list of participants at the moment when a young man standing next to her asks in confusion what they should do now. She finds him to be a truly amusing young man, since a knight who uses magic would obviously cause displeasure among the other candidates. The guy rightly states that it is their fault because they did not immediately announce that hybrids are not allowed, to which the girl wisely replies that they will not change the rules now, and finding loopholes is assessed as the ability of candidates. After which the young man leaves, and the girl continues to study with interest the composition of the various teams of participants. She studies the composition of the young Marquise's team with great pleasure and professional interest, after which the great saint makes the astute guess that the young man is even more interesting than she thought. A huge werewolf opens its giant mouth threateningly and launches a furious attack on defenseless people. The young knight bravely steps forward, drawing his sword, and desperately tries to protect the candidate from the monster. The group works together to use a powerful technique called sacred protection, which sends a sphere of fire that scatters the werewolves in all directions, after which experienced magicians come into action, because the theme of the first round is the tactics of subjugating various monsters. All the holy men and women were registered as candidates and led teams of 4 to defeat the monsters. Cameras follow them closely all the time, and everything that happens during the selection is broadcast live. Each candidate has a separate channel dedicated to them, and the viewership rating can be seen as the number of people supporting the participant. The guys unanimously praise the girl and say that the monsters she caught are here, and she can take them. The guys confess to Barnett that they are her fans and have watched her on TV, after which they suggest monsters. They insistently ask to accept these gifts, which are necessary for the successful completion of the quest in the competition. The guys start fighting among themselves, sorting out their relationships, and proving that they should be the first to bring gifts to the candidate. A member of the film crew thinks uncertainly that this is the first time something like this has happened in the history of the selection of saints. When the elves first appeared on the broadcasts, they attracted a lot of attention with their chic and noble appearance. However, due to their characteristic cruelty, they focused only on tasks and performed them perfectly without emotion. As a result, their performances turned into a documentary film, devoid of any entertainment value for the audience. So when the candidates started to become more active, it attracted the attention of numerous viewers from all over the world. Unlike the other candidates' channels, Barnett's channel, with its entertaining moments reminiscent of youth melodramas, attracted noticeable interest. The girl often did not understand what to do, and wondered how to act in a given situation. Meanwhile, some stages of the competition turned into a real serial show with dramatic twists. Frances is cruel to her subordinates, telling them that she hired them solely to do dirty work, and orders them to do it immediately. Candidates for the role of saints from high-ranking aristocratic families were some kind of villains, so public opinion shifted to the common people. The public points fingers of contempt at mercenaries, calling them lower-class people who risk their lives for money. But Miss Barnett is completely different, as she treats everyone equally well, regardless of social status and background. The girl doubts, but she is told that everyone sincerely wishes for her to become a saint. The man idolizes the girl because he looks like the most dangerous of the mercenaries. But she came first, and used healing magic. The young partner good-naturedly teases him, and reminds him that at first he scolded the girl. Barnett listens with amusement to the statement of the boy, who said that his older comrade used to hate newcomers hanging around the hunting grounds. The mercenary tells the girl that they have collected a lot of monster corpses, and asks her to accept them as a gift. He tells the girl that they will gladly clear the way for her to victory under any circumstances, after which they solemnly declare that even when the girl becomes a saint, Their opinion of her will not change for the worse. The large cheerleading squad and team begin to loudly chant Barnett's name and actively support her. In a fit of emotion, the girl throws her hand up and solemnly promises those present that she will give it her all. Everyone starts shouting and chanting happily as the cameramen try to capture every shot from different angles. The crew is having a blast making the film, gushing that it's more of a teen drama. The current viewing ratings are confidently headed by Barnett, which greatly pleases the satisfied Archbishop. Adrian, in turn, also feels deep satisfaction, since everything is going according to his previously developed plan. There is another important reason why the young man asked to meet in the Holy Land today. He hands the Archbishop a rare artifact with incredible power and an ancient history. This is not just a piece of orichalcum, as it contains a real divine power of unknown origin. The Archbishop knowingly says that there is no need to tell him about this, since he knows that it is a relic 20,000 years old. As the boy expected, as soon as the Archbishop saw the relic, he immediately began to think about using it for the candidate. Adrian offers an alternative option, wanting to modernize the ancient relic with the help of an outstanding craftsman. The statement that the guy is going to revive the ancient relic greatly surprises the experienced Archbishop. The man believes that this is quite possible, since there is a sacred magic chain from the mythical era inside, although most of it has been destroyed, after which the Archbishop agrees to invite a worthy and talented craftsman for this work. The man beams with joy and solemnly declares that this will be a great opening for the church. The guy asks with genuine interest whether it will be necessary to hand over the relic to the church, to which the Archbishop calmly replies that there is no need for this. The Archbishop rightly believes that this will be excellent advertising for the girl. But a properly functioning relic from the age of myths is too much for advertising. Adrian muses that even if they decide not to donate it, there are plenty of other ways to advertise the artifact. Having completed important negotiations, the young man slowly gets up from the table. The Archbishop smiles at the boy in a friendly manner and promises in a sincere tone to contact him at the earliest opportunity to continue the work. There are a lot of dedicated people working hard behind the scenes to make Barnett a saint. The screen shows the first stage of testing, where many fans solemnly swear allegiance to Barnett. The girl continues to watch this fragment over and over again, in the complete darkness of her room, as if trying to catch something elusive in it. She is very irritated by Barnett's expression when she said that she would give it her all. A couple of days pass, and the young man is warmly greeted by an engineer who is a half-gnome and is 98 years old. The Archbishop gave the young man access to one of the 3 best sacred relic craftsmen in the world. The guy introduces himself politely, but the engineer says that he knows him because he has often seen him on broadcasts and in the news, after which he states that it is difficult for him to analyze his clothes, and concludes that the guy has enormous resources. Adrian understands that the engineer immediately understood everything. Having barely glanced at him, the Archbishop accurately introduced him to the right person. The guy hands the engineer a mysterious object, and politely says that he wants him to take a close look at it. The engineer begins to professionally examine the artifact in detail, after which he authoritatively declares that this is the hilt of a sword with ancient divine magic. The young man hopefully states that he would like to use it, to which the engineer confidently states that it is entirely possible. The experienced craftsman confidently states that he has already seen similar items in the church, but in comparison with them, this handle is in a practically untouched condition. A young man curiously asks the craftsman if it is possible to use rare mithril to create a blade for this mysterious hilt. The man calmly reports that in this particular case, there is no need to make a separate blade. The master confidently declares that this amazing item is already completely ready for immediate use. The craftsman carefully hands over the sacred weapon to the guy, and once again insistently reminds that this is already a finished product. An ancient magical artifact suddenly flares up with a blindingly bright light, and the master's voice is heard, explaining that this is a blade that strikes evil and is capable of cutting through any darkness. This legendary item has many different nicknames, but its most famous name is the Sacred Sword. Adrian is incredibly surprised to receive this shocking and unexpected information. The guy gradually realizes that he has gotten his hands on an incredibly rare and powerful magical artifact of immeasurable value. His sudden guess is fully confirmed by an experienced craftsman, who says that there are not so many such unique products, and currently the church has only 3 such sacred swords. He had previously heard ancient legends about the existence of only 6 sacred swords in the entire known world, and this mysterious blade, it turns out, will be the 7th in a row. The master carefully points to the mysterious crystal located at the base of the blade, and informs that when the sword is in full combat mode, a sparkling blade of divine light emerges from this rare bloodstone. These amazing magical swords were incredibly popular and widely used among warriors many years ago, but this is a completely different level of skill and power, and if you believe the ancient tales, then this type of heavenly blade can be safely compared to the legendary Aura sword, and it is much more effective against insidious demons. Moreover, this unique artifact is a universal item that is capable of transforming absolutely all types of energy into deadly blades, and it does not matter what it is, magic, aura, divine power, or the power of the elements. Adrian is greatly surprised by the fact that such a priceless item was kept for many years in a half-abandoned county castle, and reflects on the fact that many of his subordinates have no idea about the true power of the other 3 sacred swords. The boy excitedly asks the master if this amazing item is in a state of full combat activation, how incredibly valuable it will eventually become. The craftsman thinks for a moment, and with a serious look says that with the money from his sale, it will be possible to buy one prosperous big city. However, this is still far from an accurate assessment, and frankly speaking, even an experienced appraiser finds it quite difficult to determine its true market value. Adrian experiences incredibly strong joy and delight. He feels like a lucky guy who unexpectedly won the biggest lottery in his life. The boy asks the master if it would be possible to completely repair this damaged blade and restore its original magical abilities. To this question, the master thoughtfully answers that, firstly, he will definitely need a high-quality heliotrope and several completely new specialized tools for fine work. Suddenly, a brightly shining holographic screen with mysterious symbols and numbers appears right in front of the surprised master. The man asks the young man doubtfully if this is too much money for the work, to which the boy firmly asks him to consider this a fair payment for the difficult work, including the full cost of the rare materials. Adrian tells the experienced craftsman that if he can successfully repair the sacred sword, he will gladly give him twice the amount. The master, after some thought, comes to the conclusion that he definitely will not refuse such a profitable job. Adrian hopes that if he can successfully form a powerful aura-level blade with his own mana, he will be able to act as a skilled swordsman mage, or perhaps it will even be possible to organically combine a sacred sword with a magic staff, and use the resulting structure as a long combat spear. Suddenly the guy remembers with alarm that he left his faithful Arcia with the girl for safety. He receives an emergency magical signal from his female companion, and anxiously asks what exactly happened in his absence. In a calm and unperturbed voice, Arcia sadly answers her master that Miss Barnett was kidnapped this morning by unknown assailants. The action quickly moves to the harsh and dangerous Dragonlands on the far border of the mighty Crozon Empire. Barnett is deeply unconscious and breathing very slowly, as if her life force is running out. The young men, seated on the rocky ground, watch the girl, who is inside the shimmering protective energy dome, with great attention and caution. One of the mercenaries starts to get very irritated, and angrily wonders why absolutely all of their powerful attacks don't even touch her. The mercenaries initially hope to get rid of her very quickly and without any problems, but now they realize with horror that she is closely connected with a rare artifact of the 8th level, and now this has become a serious problem for them. They are determined to stop the useless chatter and try to attack her mind again, as the protective magic created by such artifacts is traditionally vulnerable to mental attacks. One of the mercenaries asks his partner in bewilderment who exactly he is talking to in this deserted area. Suddenly, they both become acutely aware that something is wrong, and turn around sharply to find Nox hovering in the dark sky above them. Very surprised by what happened, they anxiously ask the stranger who he is and what he is doing here. Nox's body instantly flares with a bright red pulsating aura, and he calmly announces that he is a passing summoner of ancient spirits. Adrian is extremely determined and is trying his best to contain his growing irritation and anger. Hendon bows respectfully low and greets the young man politely, addressing him respectfully as your lordship. Nox informs the guy that they have successfully caught all those responsible for the brutal kidnapping of Miss Barnett, and these criminals are here. He gestures pointedly at 2 mercenaries who are tightly bound with a glowing energy rope and unable to move. Adrian excitedly asks the rescuers where exactly the kidnapped girl is now, to which the young people calmly answer that she is resting in a small wooden hut. The boy is worried that he is yet to find out who was really behind this kidnapping, as it appears that the perpetrators used a cunning middleman to hire these 2 performers. Adrian asks Hendon an important question with curiosity, as the young man sincerely wants to know why they decided to help him in this difficult situation. Hendon somewhat vaguely replies that this remote place is their safe and secret hideout. The man states that he received a direct order from the Supreme Leader as the girl was suddenly in mortal danger, so they were strictly ordered to save her as special compensation. This greatly surprises the guy, and he wonders with bewilderment what kind of mysterious compensation is being discussed in this case. Hendon pauses in deep thought for a moment and says thoughtfully that this is the first time in his life he has seen the stern leader so angry about what is happening. The man goes on to detail that the leader no longer considered the duchy to be of any strategic value, and had categorically ordered them to immediately change their main base. Adrian begins to gradually understand that everything that happened to him in the recent past was a personal decision of the mercenaries without any participation of their supreme leader. In the Blue Moon organization, the leader usually does not interfere much in the daily affairs of his subordinates, but this time, all members of Blue Moon were strictly forbidden from harming the young Marquis. Hendon bows respectfully several times as a sign of respect, while the boy thinks to himself that this convoluted story is gradually becoming stranger and stranger. The mercenary sincerely hopes that with this noble act, they were able to atone for their guilt for the unsuccessful attack in the past. Adrian believes that, to be honest, their previous ambush did not pose any real threat to him, so he cannot call what happened something truly bad. Given the current state of affairs, the guy comes to the conclusion that the leader of the Blue Moon did respond to his persistent request. The warriors confirm that this is indeed the case, and the guy begins to think that they are inviting him to their secret base too easily, and this could well be a clever trap. However, judging by their open and honest faces, the guy intuitively thinks that his suspicions are completely groundless. Hendon politely hands over a small device and explains in detail that it is a special password and terminal that they all use in the Blue Moon organization. He additionally informs that this device is directly connected to other similar terminals, and sincerely asks the guy not to be shy and call at any convenient time. Having said this and carefully handing over the terminal into his hands, the mercenaries instantly and without a trace disappear into the surrounding space. Arcia curiously asks the guy if she should follow them discreetly, but he calmly replies that for now they have a reliable way of communicating and asks to leave them alone. The unprecedented case of the Saint's abduction during the selection was broadcast live the entire time, and the whole world was literally on its ears from what was happening. The guy rightly believes that it would be much better to bring a special investigation team from the church here to investigate the incident. He is very much alarmed by the disturbing thought that not only did the mercenaries readily accept his request for help, but the leader of the Blue Moon also categorically ordered them not to contact him. Adrian smiles nervously and wonders with bewilderment what the hell is going on in this unpredictable world. A radiant, shining smile suddenly appears on the Saint's face, and a bright divine aura flares up around her body. The guy looks at this mesmerizing sight with genuine curiosity and smiles at the girl in a friendly manner in response. The Saint asks with interest if the young man knows what the upper echelons of their powerful church call him. Adrian tries to defuse the situation with a joke, saying that he is probably handsome and rich, but at this time the girl angrily slams her fist on the table and sharply says that they are calling him a rule breaker. She asks loudly and indignantly whether it was not clearly mentioned earlier that in tactical competitions it is strictly forbidden to use anything other than the equipment specifically designed for this purpose. The Saint persistently asks what this mysterious necklace was, to which the guy sincerely replies that he simply had no other choice, because they had already survived one serious attack attempt. Adrian firmly states that if he had not taken any protective measures, Miss Barnett would have lost her life long ago. The guy makes a fair claim and says that if the church had managed the competition site better from the start, such a tragic incident would never have happened. Adrian is outraged by the fact that the candidate was kidnapped right during the official competition, and begins to think bitterly that this is the final end to his good image, which he carefully maintained in front of the Saint. The guy firmly states that the girl is an innocent victim of circumstances and does not want her to fail in the competition, since he is fully responsible for her, and offers to bear the just punishment himself. Suddenly, the great Saint begins to laugh quietly and tells the boy with a smile that he is truly a very curious person. She thinks to herself that if she were 30 years younger, she would definitely seduce this interesting guy. The great Saint suggests that they have a frank conversation and says seriously that there is a serious suspicion within the church council that this incident was a carefully planned game. The young man suddenly realizes that the great Saint was deliberately trying to gauge how exactly he would react in this difficult situation. She confidently states that she carefully analyzed the entire situation and was finally convinced that there was not a drop of lie in the young man's words. After these words, the great Saint solemnly hands Adrian a small magic mirror with ancient runes. The action quickly moves to a huge throne room, where the great Saint sits on a majestic chair. Count Francis wonders in bewilderment as to why exactly the great Saint has called them all here. The Saint sincerely thanks all those present for their immediate response to her urgent invitation. The reason she called all the sponsors and candidates together was because she was determined to uncover the truth about the recent mysterious kidnapping. She takes out the Mirror of Truth, a sacred relic that unerringly reflects all truth without distortion. With the help of this powerful mirror, the Saint officially confirms that the kidnapping was not the personal initiative of Miss Barnett and Marquis Adrian. The great Saint casts a piercing and suspicious glance at the Count and asks him directly if he is the true culprit of what happened. The Count becomes very nervous from the unexpected accusation and indignantly asks the Saint if she is going too far in communicating with noble aristocrats in this way. The girl calmly declares that the Count has absolutely nothing to fear, and it will not be difficult to say just one sentence in front of the sacred mirror. At this tense moment, Adrian suddenly appears in the room. He smiles happily and sarcastically calls the Count Your Highness. The guy confidently states that perhaps the criminal who tried to harm his candidate is the Grand Master, and that is why he is here to help in the investigation. The stern voice of the Saint is heard, telling the guy that they have not yet identified the real criminal, and asks him to watch his words. She suggests that everyone approach the mirror in turn, and the first to respond to this offer are the representatives of the elves. One of the candidates approaches the mirror and firmly declares that she has nothing to do with the mysterious abduction. After her, it is the next girl's turn, and she also confidently states that she was completely uninvolved in this incident. In a moment, the Mirror of Truth flashes with a bright blue glow, confirming the truth of the words. The great saint solemnly declares that these girls are truly not involved in what happened, and their complete innocence is finally proven. After which the great saint authoritatively orders the systematic questioning of all those present to continue. The priestess carefully holds the sacred mirror up to the next candidate and her sponsor for inspection. The great saint is clearly pleased with the answer she has received and says with relief that it is truly wonderful. The lot falls on Count Francis and his own daughter, which immediately causes a tense silence among those present. The man tries with great effort to contain his growing irritation and anger, convulsively clenching his teeth from the overwhelming internal tension. After this, he resolutely approaches the mirror and officially announces that he has nothing to do with the kidnapping incident. After his words, the mirror again flashes spectacularly with a bright blue glow, testifying to the truthfulness. A short moment later, the man finally loses his temper, shouting loudly at the guy and furiously accusing him of not even hiding his open hostility. They begin to loudly quarrel among themselves, but are abruptly interrupted by the great saint, who sternly orders them to be silent and to observe silence immediately. She says that they haven't finished checking yet and demands that everyone present immediately shut up. The last suspects remaining are the Prime Minister of the Republic of Prius and his official candidate. They loudly assure those gathered that they are completely uninvolved in the incident and insistently want to explain everything in detail. The saint gives them a final, serious warning and commanded them to quickly stand before the sacred mirror of truth. The Prime Minister and his candidate are immediately surrounded by armed guards as they will now be officially arrested for the attempted murder and kidnapping of Miss Barnett. Adrian is very surprised by what is happening. He clearly did not expect that the Republic of Prius would be to blame for this whole matter. Francis mentally considers them to be complete idiots, but on the other hand, he understands that this is a completely unexpected benefit for him. Since Prime Minister Prius and his daughter were involved on behalf of the Republic, this scandal will seriously shake the state of affairs both inside and outside the state. Not only will this be an unexpected gift for the Bring Empire, which is in a state of active war against the Republic, but it will also provide a great opportunity for the Revolutionary Army. The Barnett kidnapping incident left the boy, the church leadership, and even the saint herself deeply puzzled. But people watching the competition around the world reacted surprisingly calmly and gently. The daughter of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Prius desperately tries to escape from the strong hands of the guards. She threatens them and angrily asks if they know who they are dealing with. Thanks to this unexpected incident, the course of the first stage of the selection changed dramatically, and now the strongest of the remaining candidates are considered to be the 5, which includes the granddaughter of the Elf Queen. Second place is deservedly taken by Miss Barnett, who possesses the rare nature of a saint and great abilities. The girl who ranks third in the rankings is in a secret alliance with Adrian. In fourth place is the spoiled and evil daughter of Count Francis, known for her bad temper. Rounding out this list of the strongest leaders is the princess of the Roberto Kingdom from the powerful nation of the eastern continent, Triton. After the elimination of the Republic candidate Prius, many participants began to actively support this princess, hoping to gain friendly support from the Triton continent. The guy gets tired of long thoughts about the political situation and suggests that Arcia go and raise his combat level. Following the kidnapping incident, Barnett's popularity with audiences continued to grow steadily around the world. A newscaster announces on air that new power equipment has been released for professional fencers. There were no serious problems in the hunting grounds, and things were going quite well in the Magic Tower. Adrian was completely immersed in the game, because he had no need to worry about the safety of his candidate. Finally, for the first time in a long time, he was able to truly relax and get the most out of every day he lived. The man smiles amiably and politely informs that his name is George, and he is the supreme leader of the Blue Moon organization. Adrian smiles sincerely in response. He is clearly pleased with the meeting, because everything is going strictly according to his carefully thought-out plans. The young man looks at the Blue Moon leader carefully, and a short moment of silence falls in the room. After which, Adrian suddenly starts talking about how the drinks offered taste simply wonderful. The Blue Moon leader is sincerely pleased with such an assessment, because he considers the young man a very important person for the organization. Arcia continues to silently eat the offered treats in huge quantities, and still remains emotionally calm and completely indifferent. The conversation continues in a friendly tone. They talk, smile, laugh, and some kind of suspiciously friendly atmosphere develops. Adrian finds himself with the disturbing thought that all this is very strange and unnatural. He scans the Blue Moon leader and learns that George is a skilled aura expert at the age of 49. He is definitely an exceptional person with 4 rare high-level talents. But the boy is gradually beginning to suspect that the information obtained through the magic glasses is incomplete. Suddenly, George shouts sharply at his loyal subordinates and demands that they leave the premises immediately. The Blue Moon leader believes that he does not need constant protection, and does not want anyone eavesdropping on his conversation from the outside. Knox and his partner are a little surprised by the unexpected order, but they are not going to contradict their esteemed master. After they leave the room, a heavy and oppressive silence falls inside. Adrian says that now that no one is around, they can talk calmly and frankly. The young man wants to know from the leader what his real identity and true intentions are. Suddenly, George stands up from his seat, greatly surprising the young people present. The guy reads the emotions and understands that the man is very nervous, but cannot understand what exactly is happening. Suddenly, the female companion steps forward sharply and resolutely grabs the hilt of her combat blade. Suddenly, George falls to the floor and begins to bow to the young people. The man solemnly declares that he has been given the great honor of meeting the man who has taken over the legacy of the greatest magician Manuel Lucas. This unexpected statement not only surprises, but even deeply shocks the young man. After which the leader begins to tell in detail that the great mage was the previous master of the Blue Moon organization. The guy understands perfectly well that this meeting was not scheduled to simply establish a partnership between them. He asks the man what is going on here, and insistently asks him to explain everything in great detail. George confidently states that he will, of course, do it, and holds out a small mysterious box towards the guy. He immediately realizes that this is a high-performance terminal of the latest model, and the room is instantly enveloped in a bright blue glow. A clear holographic image of Chester appears, politely greeting the young man. The guy asks the old man in bewilderment if this is also a magical fate, to which Chester calmly replies that this is indeed the case. Chester goes into detail about how the Blue Moon was meant to be an important part of the Destiny quest, and a well-deserved reward for successfully completing Level 8. However, the guy unexpectedly came into contact with the organization much earlier than the system had planned. He learns that 5 years ago, just as he first embarked on the final path of obtaining Destiny, the various divisions had resumed their active operations. One of these important divisions was the Blue Moon, which suddenly woke up from its long sleep and began to actively engage in the world in order to significantly expand its influence. Thanks to this sudden awakening, the organization is now in a stable and prosperous position. Adrian learns that George is the old man's personal assistant and an experienced manager of the entire Blue Moon organization. The guy begins to seriously think that if the Blue Moon is a reward for the 8th level, then it is completely pointless for him to actively interact with it for now. He sincerely doesn't understand why they couldn't just tell him about this inside the game, and why they had to bother him and force him to move here. Chester openly admits that he still can't officially make the guy a full-fledged master of the Blue Moon, but he won't stop him from forming friendly relationships for now. He sincerely asks the young man to consider this as fair compensation, since everything happened solely because of his own negligence in management. George continues to bow respectfully to the guy, and says with respect that it would be an incredibly great honor for him to work with such a person. Chester shares secret information that Blue Moon consists of 8 special members at the Aura Master and Archmage level, as well as 1,000 high-ranking Knight-level assassins armed with power daggers. Adrian is overjoyed to learn that the organization owns the 5 Sky Fortresses, as well as the Pacific Hotel where they are currently staying. Adrian believes that he has hit the jackpot, as the organization's financial power is around 100 billion, and its military power far exceeds most of the Dukes. The next day, the young man meets with an experienced craftsman to receive the repaired sword. The man asks the guy with curiosity what happened, because his face is literally shining with genuine joy and satisfaction. The engineer apologetically informs the guy that the repair of the product took much longer than he initially expected, and sincerely apologizes for the annoying delay. Adrian thinks to himself that from the outside this object looks like an extravagant handle, and wonders with curiosity how exactly it works. The engineer patiently explains that you just need to put any kind of energy into it, like aura, mana, divine power, and so on. Adrian decides to try it immediately, and at that very moment, a powerful blinding blade of light bursts out of the handle. The young man immediately recalls with a smile that this strongly reminds him of the famous Star Wars. The engineer asks Adrian to be extremely careful and try to make a test swing with the sword. The guy easily delivers several confident blows and notices with great surprise that the blade easily cuts both soft matter and hard matter, such as stone. He gets excited and begins to swing the powerful light blade with vigor and enthusiasm. Adrian laughs happily, because the cutting ability of this amazing weapon simply amazes his imagination. The engineer turns to the girl sitting next to him with concern and urgently informs him that immediate help is needed. Adrian suddenly feels a sharp weakness and instantly falls dead to the hard ground. The girl quickly picks up the young man, after which she opens a magic portal and takes out a restorative elixir from there. The engineer watches with obvious concern as the girl carefully sprinkles the boy's body with a healing, restorative elixir. Adrian comes to. The guy tries to catch his breath and screams loudly in pain. The engineer asks the guy with concern how he feels, because just recently blood was gushing out of him like a powerful fountain. Adrian begins to seriously consider that this was actually the biggest threat to his life since his rebirth. Aside from the attempted poisoning of Anna, a small information screen appears next to it, which contains a message that the sword needs to be given its own name. The guy asks the engineer if the sword has a name, to which the man replies that no, and he needs to come up with one himself. Adrian solemnly raises his sword above himself and, being an earthling, is going to name this sacred weapon Excalibur. Sacred weapons embody various types of energy, including aura, magic, divine and elemental power, into one powerful blade. The young man again sincerely thanks the engineer for his excellent work and instantly falls unconscious to the ground. After some time, he regains consciousness and smiles weakly. The girl reports that he received a serious wound and is still very weak. The fans are crying loudly and emotionally, telling the girl that she simply must become a saint. The first stage of the selection has passed. The fans are very upset and wonder what they will do when the girl leaves. Adrian catches himself thinking that this is not the first time he has observed how soft these stern guys become. Barnett had a great performance, taking second place in the tactical challenge and first in the audience ratings. Previously, the guy thought that Princess Yellen was an ordinary candidate who was just lucky enough to receive the support of the Prius Republic. In fact, she very cleverly overtook the Countess and took fourth place in the overall standings. The guy thinks that this princess is really a dark horse. He didn't expect such a result from her at all. Adrian ceremoniously presents his contender with beautiful flowers and tells the girl that she did a great job. Barnett hopes that she can live up to the young Marquis's expectations in future trials. In this competition, candidates are selected from whom God himself, who is watching the struggle, will choose. He always chooses the person who is most suitable from the first places. If things continue as they are, Barnett will be one of 5 girls who will have a chance to become a saint. The young people are actively discussing the next selection round. At this moment, a young priest approaches them. He addresses Adrian politely and respectfully calls him Marquis. The guy learns that candidate Shaylin wishes to arrange a personal meeting with His Excellency. Adrian is very surprised by what is happening. He clearly did not expect such an unexpected turn of events. A melodious female voice is heard, saying that the name of his lordship has spread far beyond the Central Sea and is heard even on the territory of their continent Triton. The princess respectfully states that it is a great honor for her to meet the young man like this, after which the princess casts a piercing and searching glance at the young man. Adrian politely tells the girl that she flatters him, after which he begins to gallantly shower her with exquisite compliments. The princess notices the girl companion and makes the assumption that the beautiful woman next to him must be Countess Arzia. This is the first meeting with the princess, however. To the guy, she seems like a rather smart and good-natured girl. She is undoubtedly one of the best candidates who can use her sacred magic well to help other people. This behavior came as a pleasant surprise to the guy, since she was from a royal family. The princess then introduces her influential sponsor, who requested this meeting. This man is an influential chairman and one of the 3 main people of the Republic. And Adrian did a lot of dirty tricks. For example, he gave the magician a false fate. In addition, the young man closely collaborates with the Revolutionary Army against the interests of the Republic. Adrian tries to keep a friendly face and politely says that he would not mind spending time with the beautiful princess. The guy directly asks the man why he attracted his attention, because now the Republic has many serious problems, including a war with a neighboring empire. The chairman asks not to rush things and diplomatically suggests having a detailed conversation over dinner. Adrian enters the luxurious hall and freezes in place from genuine amazement. He sees in front of him a huge table, which is covered with various amazing dishes of local cuisine. The man smiles warmly and says that they still have a lot of time to talk. Adrian immediately notices a Korean dish, stewed fish wrapped in lettuce leaves. Next to him is a large bowl of delicious spiced kimchi. Adrian immediately starts eating and enjoying the main dish called kalbithan. The princess's clothing bears a striking resemblance to that of the Goryeo dynasty, and even the food is very similar to Korean cuisine. The young man suddenly begins to feel that forgotten and familiar taste of his distant homeland, which he had long ago forgotten. He gradually begins to feel a little embarrassed, as he clearly sees that the princess is closely watching his every move. Adrian is cautious about revealing that this is his first time trying the kingdom's exquisite cuisine, but it suits his preferences perfectly. The chairman announces that he is the person responsible for the official reception, and is very pleased about this, after which he suggests getting down to business. A man with a serious face declares that, frankly speaking, extremely terrible events are currently happening in their republic. And it's not just the war with the neighboring empire, since for some time now the government has been concerned about the actions of an armed group calling itself the Revolutionary Army. The chairman reports with alarm that, to everyone's surprise, this anti-government group has somehow managed to make their own combat gear for their vanguard. They were alarmed to discover that the equipment in question had many similarities with the new swordsman's magic core currently being produced in the Lawrence Magic Tower. The guy, with noticeable excitement in his voice, declares that what is happening clearly indicates that the power equipment was skillfully forged by someone. The man had expected something like this. The young man sincerely hopes that they were unable to analyze the complex core without a special password, and is going to play the fool. He politely asks for forgiveness, and innocently states that he cannot know in what way exactly the equipment of the Revolutionary Army is similar to the equipment of his magic tower. The chairman, in turn, confidently states that he scheduled this important meeting not at all because he suspects the guy of anything reprehensible. He is adamant that these secret technologies were stolen without permission, and insists that the boy formally file a serious charge against an organization called the Republican Army. There are now really big internal problems in the Republic, and the chairman openly wants to undermine the people's trust in the so-called Revolutionary Army. Adrian curiously asks what his personal benefit is, to which the influential man calmly replies that they are going to pay well and the guy will definitely not be disappointed with the amount. The chairman generously offers to purchase 50 suits of modern power armor at 10% above the normal market price. Adrian asks the princess if he should accept these tempting offers from the authorities. He asks himself the important question of whether it would be right to deal such a crushing blow to the revolutionary army for the sake of the self-serving politicians of the Prius Republic. The girl does not rush to give a hasty answer and silently plunges into her deep thoughts about the current situation. The princess does not think that she can afford to openly interfere in this delicate conversation, which greatly hurts the chairman's pride. However, as an official representative of her country, she diplomatically joins the political choice of the government of the Republic on this issue. The guy immediately understands that this mysterious girl is not simple and is very smart in political games. She did not express her personal opinion until the very end, although she mentioned her official position as a representative of the country. Taking the side of the Republic, Adrian continues to involuntarily catch himself thinking that he really likes this beautiful and smart girl. The chairman impatiently asks the guy what his final decision is, since with one simple nod of his head he can easily make 50 billion. The man internally believes that this is a completely obvious matter, and thinks that the guy will undoubtedly agree to such a lucrative offer. Adrian abruptly breaks him out of his self-confident thoughts, and asks ironically if there really is nothing to think about seriously here. After which, completely unexpectedly for the self-confident chairman, he categorically refuses his generous offer. This greatly hurts the pride of the influential man, and he loudly and indignantly asks what this impudent guy is doing. He continues to loudly express his indignation at what is happening, to which the young man internally wonders whether the angry chairman will now begin to openly threaten him. Adrian politely asks the angry man not to forget that they are now on a continent where a warring empire is located. He asks the chairman directly why he thought the guy would participate in something that could lead to the defeat of the empire in a protracted war. Adrian firmly states that he sees no compelling reason to put the mighty empire at a disadvantage in this conflict, as it is located on the same continent as himself. The chairman continues to stubbornly insist on his profitable deal, and persistently advises the guy to first of all take care of his personal material benefit. Adrian calmly states that in the long term, this conflict will have an extremely negative impact, and that the government must resolve its internal problems on its own. The statement that the population is listening attentively to the rebel groups, and for good reason, causes the chairman to become wildly irritated. The words that the chairman could easily resolve a difficult situation if he took care of it personally drive the influential man into a real rage. He suddenly gets up from his seat, turns decisively and quickly leaves the spacious room. Adrian calmly continues his quiet meal and, as if nothing had happened, says that this chairman is simply an ill-mannered boor. The guy says contentedly that since all the strangers have finally left the room, he can now calmly enjoy an excellent meal. Adrian smiles contentedly and thinks with pleasure that he can finally eat really tasty food in a pleasant environment. The young man angrily declares that Marquis Adrian is behaving extremely frivolously, and does not think at all about the serious consequences of his actions. He is very unhappy with the provocative video that Adrian thoughtlessly posted on the public network at such an inopportune time. The Emperor is extremely disappointed with what is happening, as the guy posted extremely important and highly classified information on a social network at such a critical and tense moment. The first prince begins to chuckle quietly and maliciously when he learns that the vengeful government of the Prius Republic has imposed harsh economic sanctions. The council believes that if they ignore the situation, the young Marquis will certainly do something similar in the near future. High-ranking aristocrats only met in words to develop countermeasures, but in reality, they held a real court hearing. The scandalous post on social networks spread with astonishing speed throughout the civilized world, causing a violent reaction. The judge considers it his duty as a senior in rank and age to teach the absurd child what is good and what is bad. Marquis Otis raises his hand decisively and demands to be given the floor to speak. He reminds us that the trade turnover between their kingdom and the Republic of Prius is extremely small, and even lower than with the neighboring kingdom. He believes that they may well ignore the sanctions without making a mountain out of a molehill. The judge aggressively reminds everyone that they must understand how many weapons and artifacts their kingdom supplies to the Triton continent. Otis angrily states that the revolutionary army caught their government by surprise, and they came to the young Marquis for a favor. The Emperor clutches his head, as he is completely confused about who is on whose side in this political game. The man casts a heavy, meaningful glance at everyone present in the room and slowly plunges into deep thought. Suddenly, Arcia decisively raises her graceful hand and politely asks to be allowed to speak. Everyone remembers very well that this girl has always been a terrible shy person, but she sincerely wants to protect her dear betrothed. The girl calmly says that she doesn't understand anything about what's happening and really wants to know exactly what Marquis Adrian did wrong. The judge states that Marquis Adrian extremely frivolously revealed the state secrets of the government of the Republic to the entire civilized world. However, the young man did not lie and spoke the pure truth, which is precisely what constitutes the main problem of the disclosure of secret information, which put the government of the Republic in an extremely difficult position. The girl firmly states that the blame for the truth coming to light and creating serious problems should lie solely with the government, and not with the young Marquise. The judge turns to the Emperor and declares that no matter how absurd the deal may be, it is morally unacceptable to reveal its details and put the partners in a difficult position. Luke is very amused by the comparison that if the Marquis's money were missing and he revealed who the thief was, he would be accused of putting the thieves in a difficult situation. The second prince believes that the Countess, as well as Otis, are right in their view of the current situation. The panelists agree that this may be a form of personal protest, but that sanctions at the national level represent an excessive expression of anger. The first prince states that he sees no need to bring formal charges against Marquis Adrian, given the current situation. He also adds that they may well directly confront them and cooperate with their allies, a statement that greatly angers his brother. Adrian begins to wonder who would have thought that it would be Arcia who would take the initiative in discussing such an important issue. The young man believes that the girl has grown noticeably as a person, and he is sincerely proud of what she has become. The princess asks the young people what they really believe in, if they allow themselves to behave so calmly when discussing the consequences. Adrian says he took precautions in advance to avoid potential complications. The princess asks what exactly this insurance is, and the guy responds by pressing his wrist device. Adrian says that the conversation touched on an interesting topic, which is why he decided to record the entire conversation. The video recording causes great surprise among everyone present, and only the first prince falls silent and begins to laugh quietly. Then the quiet laughter turns into a loud roar when he remembers that the guy's post had the hashtag #BringhamEmpire, I'm scared. After getting over his laughter, he states that if this clip is shown, the Brigham Empire will have no choice but to intervene. The people around him begin to discuss why the chairman of the State Council does not take any precautions against audio and video recording. The guy understands that he has given grounds for other countries on the continent to take part in resolving this conflict. A video of the conversation with the chairman of the State Council was posted immediately after the meeting on developing countermeasures ended. As expected, after the video was released, not only the Brigham Empire, but also the kingdom's allies issued an official statement in support of them. The girl asks the princess if she is afraid to watch such unpleasant news against the backdrop of what is happening. The princess is very surprised and declares that this guy is only a year older than her, and he is already shaking the world order. The girl tells her that a man of this kind would be an ideal match for the princess. This statement causes great anger in the princess, and she declares that the young man already has a bride. The girl tries to justify what she said, but the princess sharply demands that she immediately shut up. At this moment, another maid enters the room and informs the princess that a message has been received from the Holy Land that the selection round will be held simultaneously with the participation of 2 candidates. Everyone understands that this round will create a truly competitive environment with increased attention from the public. She asks if those around her know who exactly she will be taking part in this test with. After this, the girl learns the news that she will participate with Barnett, who is sponsored by the young Marquis. At this time, the technical team is busy installing the scenery and setting up the entire lighting system. The film crew simultaneously sets up the equipment and thinks about which angle to take the best shot from. Unlike the first competition, which took more than a month, the second round will take place at an open-air concert venue built within the Holy Land. Each candidate for the title of Saint will be given 2 hours during which she must demonstrate her unique abilities in front of the camera. Princess Xiaolin appears on the stage, greets everyone present, and expresses hope for a successful cooperation. Adrian greets them happily in return, and says that he is genuinely glad that they are collaborating and hopes for a good interaction. The princess tells the young man that after everything that happened recently, he began to scare her a little with his behavior. Adrian asks the girl not to worry, promises not to create problems, and notes that he treats those he likes well. The guy begins to look closely at the girl and is surprised to notice that she is unusually beautiful. She looks like she's about to perform a dance right now. The princess confirms his guess, saying that today's concept is dancing and the art of charms. Adrian excitedly says that he has long been interested in the art of Triton charms and is looking forward to the performance. He suggests supporting each other during the competition and giving everyone a great, memorable performance. After this, the girls in elegant and expensive national clothes slowly move away. Competitors say there is little need to worry about Miss Barnett because, despite her first-round splash, she was an unremarkable commoner before her participation. The girl tells the princess that, as far as she knows, Barnett does not possess any special talents other than divine power, which he hastily acquired. The princess listens to her in silence, without commenting on what was said or expressing any reaction. As she leaves, the girl suddenly stops, turns slowly, and takes a long look at Adrian. She is greatly surprised by the young man, from whom comes an inexplicable and strange aura. At this time, the director loudly gives the command and announces that the competition will begin in 3 minutes. Another command is heard, which states that candidates and assistants must get ready immediately. The princess slowly walks onto the stage and quietly tells herself that she must become a saint, no matter what. She approaches the heavy curtain and thinks that at least now she must become a support for her country. The command to begin is given, after which the musicians begin to play national string instruments. Magnificent music is heard, and the princess begins to perform an expressive dance, moving with grace. With her graceful hand movements, she performs a dance that is remarkably similar to traditional Korean dance, as if immersing the audience in another dimension. She continues to dance, confidently twirling around the stage with a magnificent and piercing gaze, exuding deep inner strength. Without stopping for a second, she performs her dance to the admiring glances of those around her, captivating everyone present. The girl's palm suddenly flashes with a bright light, and a huge white tiger appears above her, shining in the air. The princess continues to spin around the stage and performs the dance with amazing ease, demonstrating complete control of her body and an impeccable sense of rhythm. Adrian watches the proceedings in fascination and believes that this is truly an outstanding display of the art of enchantment. The technique's level corresponds to a maximum of the fourth circle, but its sophistication can rival that of any archmage. The guy is confident that if everything continues in the same vein, Princess Jalen will take one of the highest places in the second round of selection. Adrian believes that the competition is becoming increasingly tough, and every participant is obliged to give their best. He believes that they, too, have no right to lose in this competition. Barnett greets visitors with joy in his small shop, smiling sincerely at everyone who enters. The people around don't understand what's going on. There's some store in front of them, some salesgirl, and it all seems completely meaningless. One of the customers says he would like to pay, which causes Barnett to laugh heartily and happily. People watching the filming cannot understand whether there is something serious in what is happening, or whether this is just a scene for the sake of a joke. The young man asks why the people around him don't buy something, since the chance of being a customer in a store where a candidate for sainthood works is 1 in a million. Barnett greets customers as they enter the store and cheerfully advertises the various products, telling them about each one. The film crew continuously records what is happening, believing that the girl is really showing herself to be a real hard worker. Assistants believe that this is the point, to show how close to the people the candidate is, despite her exalted sacred status. It may not look as extravagant as spiritual practices or the art of magic, but it still warms the hearts of viewers when they watch it. The emphasis is on presenting the girl as someone familiar, as if she is no different from any ordinary person in the crowd. Rather than inventing fictitious talents or overly embellished performances, the main goal was to highlight the unique and truly living qualities of the girl herself, with humor and light irony. In fact, the initiative did not belong to Adrian, but was thought up by his attentive assistant, who sought to show the candidate in a more down-to-earth and relatable image. The princess thinks there is nothing special about the scene, just a girl behind the counter, and doubts whether the audience will watch it for 2 hours. She believes that the rivals managed to achieve the effect only by emphasizing the candidate's everyday life, and is confident that viewers tired of the monotony will eventually return to her. Adrian smiles mysteriously and contentedly, because any quality performance should include not only a beginning, but also a development with a culmination that can surprise. He snaps his fingers, and at that very moment, a brightly shining magical sign appears in the air in front of him, accompanied by a powerful and blinding explosion that amazes both the film crew and the audience. Many seriously begin to think that a real explosion has occurred, but soon a girl in the guise of a devil appears in the shop. A voice is heard from behind the camera. The cameraman says with surprise that he expected to film a documentary, not a variety show. Arcia, transformed into a devil, addresses the audience in a languid voice, asking if they would like something sweet. Everyone around looks with surprise and admiration at the girl, who appears in a completely different image, and now looks completely unrecognizable. There are enthusiastic exclamations from the members of the film crew. No one expected that Ms. Arcia was capable of such a bright and frank transformation. The girl lowers her gaze slightly and begins to giggle quietly, enjoying the effect produced and the attention of the audience. She then says in a practiced voice that she is an insatiable demoness and an aura specialist. The girl demands 3 portions of food at once and adds several snacks to them, after which she begins to read aloud a prayer in the name of the devil. Adrian gives her a thumbs up, showing that he is quite pleased with her acting and the way she portrayed her role. The film crew, delighted by the unexpected spectacle, addresses him respectfully, "Your Excellency," and asks what is happening, to which he calmly replies that there is no need to worry. It is all part of a carefully prepared performance. Barnett feigns extreme fear, and with a loud scream, informs everyone that a she-devil has suddenly appeared in the room. The girl, in a panic, calls on all visitors to the store to immediately leave the premises through the emergency exit to avoid the threat. Countess Arcia approaches Barnett and begins to laugh maliciously but quietly. She tells the candidate with a grin that she is going to take absolutely every snack in the store, leaving not a crumb behind. Barnett angrily draws her combat blade and tells the she-devil that she cannot allow such a thing to happen before her eyes. Arcia immediately orders her to shut up immediately, demands that she give her the snacks without further ado, and suddenly rushes into the attack. The crew members watch in fascination as the 2 girls engage in a tense and dramatic confrontation. The cameraman notices a glowing aura blade in the candidate's hands and asks Adrian in bewilderment if this is really part of the show. Adrian, wanting to warm up the atmosphere, smiles at the camera and says that everything is happening for real and there was no rehearsal. The crew members are worried about the girl's safety and are afraid that she might get hurt, but the guy assures that everything is under control. Adrian laughs loudly and explains that the challenger is simply using her holy blade for defense. Meanwhile, Arzia, in the form of a devil, draws her sword and continues to increase the pressure on her opponent. The girl's combat blades collide with force, and the impact sends a powerful burst of magical energy across the court. Adrian instantly erects an energy dome, protecting the film crew, and continues to watch the fight with obvious pleasure. Barnett at this point finds herself thinking that she was quite nervous, and that performing on stage turned out to be much more tiring than she expected. However, she feels safe, because Mrs. Arja skillfully adapts to her and controls everything that happens. The fight is developing smoothly and looks extremely spectacular, especially considering that the girl trained hard 2 days before the performance. The contender understands that she can simply trust her body, because it has remembered all the movements practiced during grueling rehearsals. Inspired, she launches another furious attack and delivers a crushing and precise blow to the she-devil with force. Arcia manages to repel the attack, but the force of the blow is so powerful that she is still thrown aside. The Countess, without losing the intensity of her acting, tells the girl with contempt that she is just a pathetic saleswoman, unable to stop her. Barnett waits for the girl to take a step back, carefully watching her every move to complete the scene accurately. The room is suddenly filled with a powerful glow of brightly glowing magical energy, causing the assistant director to gape in amazement. The magic sword in the hands of the challenger begins to glow brighter and brighter, and she begins to cast a powerful spell, increasing its impact. The magical energy grows in strength and intensity, forcing Princess Xiaolin to perform defensive manipulations to contain its flow. After finishing the spell, Barnett screams loudly and raises his combat blade, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The astonished film crew continues to carefully film every movement, not wanting to miss a second of what is happening. Princess Xiaolin is deeply surprised by this sight, and now clearly understands that she will face a worthy and serious competitor. Barnett quickly approaches his opponent, and at the very last moment delivers a powerful blow, in response to which Arcia jumps back. Suddenly, there is a blinding explosion that fills the entire room with its brightness, causing a crack in the roof of the store. After this, a huge silhouette of Arcia appears in the sky, hanging over the scene and creating an intimidating effect. Gradually, the giant image of the girl begins to dissolve in the sky, but she threatens the contender with the words that she will still dance for her. A voiceover is heard saying that their supermarket almost fell into the clutches of the snacking demon, but was saved thanks to Barnett. The director remains deeply surprised after seeing the performance and still cannot recover from the shocking emotions. The guy asks him how he evaluates the plot, and whether he finds what is happening on stage exciting and gripping. The girl, in turn, begins to bow to the audience, expressing gratitude for their attention and support. At this point, the guy explains that it is a simple story about how a saleswoman managed to save the store from demons. Then he tells the surprised film crew that the sword that Barnett used is actually a real sacred sword. Hearing these words, Princess Xiaolin is in great shock and falls to the floor along with her huge white tiger. The great saint smiles, clearly enjoying the show and the drama on display. Adrian and his team smile back at her as a sign of mutual respect and approval. However, the smile quickly disappears from Saint's face, and she states that points for the performance will be deducted according to the rules. A video immediately appeared on social media stating that the Saints selection committee had docked Barnett's second-round score because her performance was not entirely her own. Team Barnett finished only 6th in their group, and the girl asks the young people to forgive her for this result. Adrian assures the girl that there is no need to apologize, because despite the difficult conditions of the second round, she did an excellent job and showed herself with dignity. He admits that the team was docked more points than he expected. But as expected, the audience enjoyed the performance, and the team took first place in the audience ratings. The selection of the saint is almost complete. At this moment, a man enters the room, respectfully addressing the guy, "Your Excellency." He reports that the selection of the new saint was originally expected to be completed in the 3rd round, but it was unexpectedly postponed due to a serious incident. Adrian is surprised to learn that the Republic of Prius has won a major victory in a fierce military campaign against the powerful Brigham Empire. The action moves to a huge ceremonial throne room, where the formidable Emperor Bringuma sits on a golden throne. At the same moment, loyal servants appear at the ruler's side, respectfully bow their knees, and the Emperor angrily orders all major units to be immediately raised on alert. He is beside himself with uncontrollable rage and orders his subordinates to do everything possible to completely wipe the Prius Republic off the face of the earth. Prime Minister Prius is drunk. Holding the bottle tightly in his trembling hands, he walks uncertainly down the long corridor. He constantly curses the Revolutionary Army with malice and hatred, and hates these vile rebels with all his heart. Suddenly, an unfamiliar young man appears in the dimly lit corridor, and begins to tell us that the chairman, in his role as an official obliged to honestly serve the people, has amassed considerable wealth by shamelessly stealing from the civilian population. The stranger solemnly announces that on behalf of the just revolutionary army, the chairman will be severely punished for all his grave crimes. In desperation, the man throws a heavy bottle of expensive wine at a stranger and tries to escape, loudly calling for help from security. However, his way is decisively blocked by another armed rebel, and the chairman sees with horror that his entire personal guard has been mercilessly killed. A stranger with a hooded face quietly approaches the trembling man from behind. He politely apologizes and calmly says that he is forced to kill him. The piercing death cry of the unfortunate man is heard, after which the stone wall opposite him is profusely covered in blood. The leader of the Revolutionary Army firmly believes that all funds confiscated from corrupt officials should be fairly directed to the benefit of the common people. His subordinates regretfully report to him that they were unable to take with them a large amount of money and valuables. And besides, there was no direct order to do so. He asks the leader with a grin if he would like to start a profitable organization of hired killers and live the high life. Jeremy methodically crosses out another photograph of yet another liquidated official and calmly says that he has a slightly different noble goal. The leader's interlocutor abruptly removes his dark hood, and he realizes with surprise that Adrian is standing in front of him. The action moves back a few days, when the guy was greatly surprised by the unexpected news that the Republic of Prius had won a decisive victory in military operations against the Brigham Empire. Adrian calls them stupid idiots, because the best strategic decision for the Republic in this war would be to wisely use the advantage of homeland to systematically deplete the enemy's resources. He understands perfectly well that this major victory has dealt a painful blow to the Empire's pride, and soon it will simply turn into a blind rage aimed at completely burning the Republic to the ground. The guy persistently asks to report to him the current operational situation, and is alarmed to learn that the Republic also suffered heavy losses, but they still turned out to be 5 times less than the Imperial ones. The man continues to explain in detail that the Republic's military leadership very successfully optimized its own losses in this battle. Adrian continues to rant and rave, calling them hopeless idiots for believing that maintaining their own high position is a priority over the country's security. The guy clearly understands that the forces are completely unequal, and the Empire will definitely deliver a crushing counterattack, because its formidable army includes 15,000 vanguard fighters. He grimly reports that the Empire has about 460 sky fortresses, and this means the inevitable end. No matter how complete an egoist the young man was, his stupid, irresponsible decision put 500 million residents of the Republic in mortal danger. After all, it was Adrian who started this bloody war in the first place, by throwing the false fate of the Archmage to the Republic of Prius. Adrian believes that since he has already started this terrible mess, he will have to clean it up, and he will definitely have to help the Revolutionary Army. The rebel leader reports that he has an important meeting with the Marshal tomorrow, and he sincerely hopes to come to an agreement with this influential man. Moreover, Marshal deeply hates the current president and other corrupt officials, and will join the Revolutionary Army without any problems. The leader reports with satisfaction that everything has been going smoothly so far, but there is one serious problem. The guy immediately understands what the matter is, and confidently says that the main problem is the president and his impudent son. Jeremy sadly reports that the problem is that they are completely incapable of dealing with this dangerous couple. The presidential palace where they are safely located is superbly guarded by aura masters and powerful archmages, as well as 2,000 vanguard warriors and 10 heavenly fortresses. Regarding the president's son, who has the rare destiny of an archmage, the problem is that they absolutely need to capture him alive in order to have a real chance of negotiating with the Empire. Jeremy hopes to team up with the Marshal, then they will finally have the opportunity to capture the capital, but they will need to achieve final victory in a fairly short time. The leader understands perfectly well that the longer the bloody uprising continues, the more precious time the president and cunning politicians will have to safely escape and gather loyal forces. The anxious voice of the duty officer is heard, insistently asking that the current critical situation at the front be taken into account. The officer reports with alarm that there are currently too many troops stationed at the presidential palace, and he insistently requests that at least a small number be transferred to the front. The marshal angrily replies that war is the sacred duty of every soldier, and categorically orders the officer to deal with this problem himself. He states emphatically that the rebels are killing key figures in the state every day, and the officer wants to weaken the palace's defenses. The officer suggests gathering all high-ranking officials in the palace in order to reliably ensure their protection, to which the marshal angrily reports that in this case, there may be dangerous rebel spies among them. The conversation about how the methods of protecting the palace will never change is suddenly interrupted by the secretary who hastily arrived. He informs the surprised man that the young gentleman wishes to use the main hall of the presidential palace and asks for official permission. The marshal asks in bewilderment why he needs the main hall, to which the secretary respectfully replies that the guy wants to throw a luxurious banquet there. The military is amazed to learn that the guy is going to invite the heirs of large companies and give them the opportunity to communicate together. The officer is indignant because the war is in full swing, and this impudent fellow is throwing a carefree party in the presidential palace, to which he is told that war is not fought for free, and the young gentleman is not throwing a simple party, but is establishing connections in order to obtain funding. The marshal thinks that the guy must be planning to line his pockets for a rainy day if he suddenly has to escape from here. In a huge luxurious hall, a grand luxurious party begins, and the voice of an officer is heard, who says that this country is finished. The girl asks the guy in bewilderment if it is okay to throw such a party right during the invasion of the Imperial Army. Vermont loudly orders that everyone present be poured expensive drinks and cynically announces that he doesn't care about the war, because war is meant for soldiers. Quite quickly, he gets drunk to the point of complete unconsciousness, and before he finally passes out, he says in a quiet, indistinct voice that he doesn't care about it, because he has the rare fate of an archmage. Still in a drunken stupor, Vermont quietly curses and aggressively announces that he will mercilessly crush anyone who stands in his way. After some time, he gradually comes to his senses and loudly expresses dissatisfaction with the fact that someone is making noise next to him. The knight anxiously reports that they were attacked. The knight reports that a large advance party has broken into the presidential palace, cleverly bypassing the capital's defenses. Vermont begins to experience a strong animal fear. He does not want to believe that the Empire was able to invade here. His face is distorted with real horror. The girl clings to him in fear and asks in a trembling voice what will happen to them. Vermont continues to be very nervous and casually pushes the annoying girl away from him. He gives an urgent order to the advance guard of the presidential palace to immediately defend it at any cost. The guy hysterically declares that he is the future of the Republic, and everyone is obliged to protect him in order for the Republic to survive. Vermont runs out of the luxurious hall. The officer asks in confusion, "What about the other guests?" The guy continues to run out of the room, many of his so-called friends contemptuously calling him a cowardly freak. Vermont does not have time to reach the underground bunker, as he is suddenly stopped by a powerful destructive explosion. The smoke from the explosion begins to gradually clear, and the knights quickly surround the guy in order to reliably protect him. A group of heavily armed knights emerge from a wide gap in the wall, loudly asking the guards where Vermont is, with furious cries that they will no longer sit idly by and watch the Vermont family's corruption. The rebels charge headlong into the attack. Vermont calls them disgusting freaks and aggressively asks how they dare to oppose him. He begins to loudly and hysterically ask where the general responsible for protecting the presidential palace from enemies is. The boy orders one of the loyal guards to quickly inform the general to meet him, and that there are dangerous traitors among the palace guards. Vermont learns with horror that the National Guard forces under the command of the Marshal are treacherously collaborating with the Revolutionary Army. Together with his loyal guard, the guy continues to carefully move towards the underground bunker through the destroyed corridors. On their way, they suddenly come across a lone knight. He politely calls Vermont Your Excellency, and says that they need to come here. The president's son, along with his security detail, enters the service elevator and begins to quickly descend into the underground bunker. The guy is beside himself with anger. He cannot come to terms with the catastrophic situation, and does not intend to tolerate such shame. The guards continue to silently watch Vermont's hysteria, as he loudly swears and punches the walls of the elevator. Vermont calls the rebels all sorts of names and furiously promises that they will definitely not get off with a quick death. The elevator reaches the top floor, and Vermont, accompanied by guards, enters the fortified bunker. The father is very surprised, and clearly did not expect to see his son Vermont here in such a state. The guy hopes that his father has a good plan on how to deal with those bastards outside. He suggests staying in the bunker and blowing up the entire palace along with the rebels above. At this moment, Adrian suddenly appears next to him. The guy says that Vermont is a real liar, but he himself was so stupidly caught. The rebel leader appears from behind the marshal and, laughing loudly, says that all friends have gathered together. Vermont, trembling with fear, asks the rebel leader how he dared to raise his hand against the country's leadership. He calls the rebels utter scum and asks in confusion how they got into this secret bunker. Adrian silently watches his pathetic hysteria and only smiles a little contemptuously. The action moves back several hours to the presidential office of the Republic of Prius. Adrian smiles happily and graciously welcomes the powerful president into his luxurious office. The guy says he didn't expect to visit this beautiful palace and get an audience so quickly. Meeting with the president was quite difficult. He asks the young man if he really wants to make a serious deal. The guy holds out two high-tech devices and sincerely hopes that his offer will be tempting. The president is amazed to recognize the swordsman's power cores created in the boy's magical tower. The second core serves as the Revolutionary Army's power equipment, and the president asks in bewilderment how it ended up in the rebels' arsenal. He is very surprised that the rebels stole the secret technology. The guy says that he will make a public statement and more. As an apology to the president, he wants to present him with two valuable gifts as a sign of respect. Adrian invites you to read information about a company whose shares will skyrocket in the very near future. After which he hands the president a piece of paper and solemnly says that this is the second gift. The president carefully studies the secret documents and learns that this is the exact location of the headquarters of a rebel group calling itself the Revolutionary Army. He asks the young man with interest where he got this valuable information, to which the guy replies that the source of the information is not important. The officer quietly informs the president that they have confirmed the presence of the Revolutionary Army headquarters at that specified location. Adrian hopes that the government will successfully deal with the thieves who stole the secret technology. The president continues to carefully examine the secret documents. He is very happy with such a gift. Adrian insists on an answer and asks directly whether the government will actually do this. Vermont Sr. starts laughing loudly and states that of course they can't just ignore such a criminal organization, especially since they received such incredible help from the guy. The young man declares that this is a matter of honor, which is very important for every aristocrat. A shrill alarm sounds, and the room is instantly filled with bright red flashing lights. The president is very worried, and immediately asks the guard what happened. The knight anxiously replies that they were attacked. A large enemy unit is rapidly moving towards the city, and the officer insistently advises to immediately go down to the underground bunker. Adrian begins to masterfully portray intense fear after learning that teleportation is now completely disabled in the presidential palace. The young man hopes that the president will not abandon him and will generously take him with him to the underground bunker. A satisfied smile appears on the boy's face when Vermont states that there is nothing to be done and invites him to go down into the bunker. Once Adrian got into the bunker, the rest was not too difficult for the revolutionaries. The president's son is furious when he learns that the battle inside the palace has reduced the strength of the guards and that the rebels have taken advantage of the chaos. The rebel leader asks him not to despair, because he is an extremely important figure for subsequent negotiations. Upon hearing that he will be given as a gift to the Brigham Empire to end the war, Vermont desperately tries to escape. Jeremy watches with laughter as they desperately and completely futilely attempt to escape. The president's son loudly calls for security and hysterically announces that he is the owner of the rare fate of an archmage. Jeremy slowly approaches the president's son and raises his hand threateningly to strike. He tells the man, who is trembling with fear, that he is too proud of being the president's son. Jeremy asks Adrian what he thinks about becoming president of this republic. The young man is very surprised to hear this unexpected proposal from the rebel leader. Jeremy continues this theme and asks the guy if he would like to become a full-fledged citizen of the republic. Meanwhile, the knights on the rebel side are tightly twisting the arms of the president's son. Adrian tells the leader that it is a bad idea to involve foreigners like him in the interim government. Jeremy starts talking about how he was a member of the royal family. He worries that people will riot and everything will eventually return to authoritarianism. Adrian says it is stupid to think and lie to yourself that there will be no mass protests at all. After this, the guy declares that the appointment of a rebel marshal to the provisional government is more like another dictatorship. The young man says that the ideal solution would be to appoint a government from among the rebel commanders. The guy leaves, but the leader shouts loudly at him, forcing him to turn around. Jeremy, along with his loyal officers, gives the young man a solemn military salute. He states that they are now in great debt to the guy. Adrian smiles back and thinks it's a little annoying. The rebel commander replies that such respectful treatment is the minimum the young man deserves. Most of the Republic's population will rejoice, but the guy knows that when the government changes, things will not get better so easily, and the people who fought for the revolution will have excessively high expectations for the future. Adrian believes that there will be conflicts with supporters of President Vermont, who only see and hear what they want. Meanwhile, a large number of people gather around the presidential palace, shouting loud slogans in support of the Revolutionary Army. Several days after the revolution in the Republic of Prius, the action moves to the kingdom of Reinhard in the hunting grounds. Adrian slowly sips aromatic tea and carefully studies the information from the holographic screen that has appeared next to him. Having studied the latest data, he learns that the revolution is over, and all the oligarchs who supported the government are in prison. As the leader of the revolution, Jeremy ruled the country until the next presidential elections. The former president, a hotbed of corruption and deceit, was sentenced to death in a jury trial. His son was handed over to the Brigham Empire along with the Archmage's fate in exchange for ending the war. This news makes the guy very happy, because the war between the neighboring countries seems to have come to an end. The problems that had been troubling him lately have been resolved, and now he can focus on selecting the saint and leveling up in the game with peace of mind. The guy next to Adrian notices that the young man is a little bored. Adrian replies that because of the second prince, he had to get involved in a pointless confrontation, and he is not particularly interested in hunting. Meanwhile, rumors quickly spread that the fall of President Vermont was facilitated by Marquis Adrian. Rumors continued to spread, and many people began to think that this was not just an attack, but that the guy had made an alliance with the Revolutionary Army and sent the president to the chopping block. Adrian constantly noticed how the courtiers gossiped behind his back. The young man asks Adrian to forgive him for his narrow-minded servants. The guy was used to this, because in the aristocratic world there is always this masquerade going on, where people smile in your face, but what is going on inside them is impossible to know. The young man tells Adrian that there are many people among the aristocrats who want to become his friends. The officer makes a remark. He is very irritated that after the attacks on the young Marquise, many have changed their minds and are trying to befriend him. This remark begins to greatly irritate the young aristocrat. The officer continues to make comments, to which the young aristocrat demands that he watch his words. The officer notices the girl standing next to the guy and politely asks why Countess Arcia doesn't show off her hunting skills. Many know the girl thanks to her triumphant victory over an aura expert on television, but many are interested in her skills, which they have never personally observed. Adrian immediately understands that the officer did not start this conversation himself, but was ordered to do so by the second prince. The officer reports that he has prepared everything for the hunt, and this will be enough to demonstrate the skill of an aura expert. Arcia replies that she agrees. Adrian in turn hopes that this will be over very quickly. The girl takes out a light shield from the virtual storage, carefully examining it before deciding on its use in the upcoming battle. The officer cautiously asks if she is comfortable with such light equipment, and advises her to consider wearing a helmet for additional protection in combat. Arcia answers negatively, which greatly impresses the second prince. He will finally be able to see the Countess in action with his own eyes. Two huge predatory monsters roar loudly and desperately try to escape from a powerful iron cage. Arcia slowly approaches the cage and gracefully draws her shiny sword from its sheath. There is a metallic clang. The cage doors open wide, and the creepy creatures instantly pounce on the girl. The second prince is deeply moved as he watches this dangerous spectacle. Arcia grips her combat blade tightly in her hands and patiently waits for the right moment for a decisive counterattack. As soon as the monster has approached the required distance, the girl delivers a single, sharp, and powerful blow. After which her calm voice is heard. She says that she is finished with the monsters. Adrian thinks that he should have recorded their surprised faces on video. The more he remembers this moment, the funnier it becomes. The guy is very happy, because these people look down on the girl. Adrian starts to tell Arcia that she did a good job, but immediately stops. He sees something amiss in the girl's behavior, and anxiously begins to call her by name. Arcia does not answer, which greatly frightens the young man, and begins to fall onto the floor of the car. Adrian is surprised and very scared. He doesn't understand what's happening. The driver of the car hears the sound of impact, and immediately turns around. Adrian starts screaming loudly from worry, and demands that the driver turn away immediately. The guy rushes towards the girl and hugs her tightly. Adrian does not understand what happened and why the girl suddenly lost consciousness. Arcia begins to slowly open her eyes. The guy thinks that this has never happened before. The Countess is very broken and clearly feels very bad. She is trying to come to her senses. The girl looks around the car with an absent gaze and clearly does not understand what happened. She calls the young man by his name, which greatly surprises the guy. Adrian is very worried and anxiously asks what just happened. Arcia begins to explain that it was like a sudden lightning strike, and the connection to the database was instantly cut off. There was a major error that caused the entire system to crash for 10 seconds, and the guy doesn't know why it happened. He asks if the girl is okay, and she confirms that she is fine. She just passed out for 10 seconds from shock, but now her body is fine. The virtual database has never had any errors, not a single one in the 50 years since its creation. And thanks to its high stability, public institutions, as well as the financial and military sectors, have been connected to it. The guy realizes that a serious error has been discovered in this almost perfect system. This is something that cannot be ignored, and the young man orders the driver to head to the castle as quickly as possible. Adrian doesn't know the reason for this error, and hopes that the administrator privilege will be one of the rewards in the Destiny quest line. Maybe not right away, but one day the knowledge base could be his, so he needs to figure it out. Arcia begins to notice that the young man is very nervous. She gently takes his hand and squeezes it softly, showing genuine empathy and concern for him. Adrian is very surprised by this unexpected reaction of the girl and looks at her carefully. He looks at Arcia's face, which remains indifferent and emotionless. The guy doesn't know what kind of problems this mistake will create for the girl in the future. And right now, this is the main problem that worries him. Quite quickly, they arrive at the huge Lawrence family residence. With a decisive step, Adrian approaches his office and abruptly opens the door. The young man immediately takes the virtual reality glasses and immerses himself in the system. A second later, he is transported to the 8th floor of Manuel Lucas's magical tower. A young man walks around a deserted room and loudly calls Chester. After a while, an old fairy appears next to him, and he notices that the guy logged in earlier than usual today. Adrian loudly informs the old man that Arcia has just lost consciousness right in front of his eyes. He explains in detail that there was a serious error in the knowledge base and the entire system crashed, and then asks what is going on. The young man learns that the knowledge base is similar to human civilization, and that there is a communications network with hardware and software. The main difference is that the signals are transmitted via mana in the atmosphere, so there is no need for a base station or transmission lines. However, despite this, there is a central system in which something has gone wrong. Adrian wonders what exactly could have caused this to happen, and what meaning lies behind this event. He looks closely at Chester, but the old man is silent and deep in thought. Chester, as the official steward of the Archmage's legacy, is now deciding whether to disclose information about this incident. Numerous screens appear in front of Adrian, showing a recording of recent events. Today, at approximately 16:30 local time, intruders entered the facility where the system control terminal was hidden. These were assassins in black robes and Vanguard fighters with power equipment. An automatic security system was activated to prevent intruders from reaching the main terminal. The guy learns that after this, the second block of the system began to work from a safer location. He worries and asks what would happen if the attackers captured the main terminal. The old man says that there is no need to worry about that. The guy sighs with relief. Even if all the system control terminals are captured by enemies, there will be no problems, since he is the owner of the Tower of Fate. Adrian asks where the attackers came from, to which the old man replies that he does not know this information. The old man lays out the circumstances, explaining that no terminals, artifacts, or voice recordings were found at the scene, while the enemies were using equipment of a completely unknown design. Chester adds an alarming detail to the facts presented, reporting that after death, the bodies of the killed Azure creatures completely melted and evaporated under the influence of the acid introduced inside. The young man sighs heavily as the enemy is impossible to identify, and even his fighting style is unlike anything known. Adrian offers a sincere apology to Chester, realizing that he had pressed him too hard with questions, as if they were under interrogation. He is interested in reliable information about whether the second block is really safe. Chester says that the second block is reliably hidden and protected much better than the location that was attacked, and they have prepared defensive measures up to the 21st block. The guy believes that what happened was solely due to his own carelessness, and in the future he will strictly act in accordance with the established instructions. Although the young man does not know who exactly his enemies are, the motivation of his opponents seems completely obvious to him. They seek to gain complete control over the system. The benefit of such a capture is comparable to gaining the powerful destiny of an archmage, and opens up limitless possibilities for power. The guy comes to the conclusion that he needs to increase the time he spends in the game, even if it negatively affects the quality of his sleep, since he needs to reach the 8th circle faster in preparation for the next attack. At this moment, mysterious and inexplicable processes of an unknown nature begin to occur in the depths of the knowledge base. Within its mysterious depths, a pulsating heart appears, which slowly and ominously transforms into a human skull. Barnett says with genuine pride and determination that she will try her best. Adrian expresses firm confidence that everything will go wonderfully, because the girl is a natural-born saint with exceptional abilities. A whole month has passed since the serious incident with the Prius Republic. The large-scale war between two huge nations has finally ended. The long-awaited period of stability has begun, and the paused selection of saints is resumed. The only thing required of the saint is to gain the necessary experience in practical matters, and in this delicate process, the guy cannot provide her with any significant help. Thus, he has no other choice but to completely trust his loyal and experienced assistants. In other words, he suddenly has a whole bunch of free time. Arcia expertly parries a powerful blow from her opponent with her strong shield, then lunges forward and delivers a precise blow with her sharp sword. At this point, Adrian actively uses his magical abilities, generating a large number of glowing magical signs that reliably restrain the huge and aggressive insect. The queen bee lets out a shrill and terrifying cry of rage, sending an entire army of her rank-and-file warriors towards the young fighters. Adrian actively participates in the fierce battle with furious rage, and has currently reached an impressive level of 240. The girl player looks at the glowing screen with undisguised surprise, wondering about the identity of this mysterious player, because his equipment costs a truly fabulous amount of money. Adrian, struck by a powerful blow from a cunning enemy, falls to the ground, and a game message immediately arrives stating that he was killed by a user named Veltor. The girl laughs loudly and cheerfully, after which she loudly declares that someone at that moment definitely won big and received a solid loot. Arcia receives an in-game message informing her that she has respawned at her original starting point, and as an inevitable penalty for respawning, has lost a significant portion of her hard-earned experience. Adrian understands that this unpleasant incident happened to them solely because of the aggressive intervention of other players, and asks what valuable items the girl had missing. Considering how much valuable they lost as a result of this attack, the guy is firmly convinced that this bastard is an experienced rogue, and wonders curiously how much money he makes from such operations. Adrian hands the girl a protective bracelet, and reflects on the fact that there will soon be many rumors about a simpleton who spent a huge amount of money on renting hunting grounds from the influential Black Dragon Guild. The guy is extremely dissatisfied with the sudden and brazen attack of other players, and firmly intends to send an official complaint to the Black Dragon Guild, to which he has duly paid for the fair rent of the territory. The girl, who is the official representative of the Black Dragon Guild, bows deeply and energetically asks for a sincere apology for the incident that occurred. The guild representative asks to provide the game nickname of the offender, since in this case the guild will immediately receive an official order for his merciless murder. The guy reports that the attacker's name is Veltor, and in addition, he shamelessly sells equipment that he took from honest players. The guild significantly tightens security conditions and creates a powerful protective barrier around the rented hunting grounds. But this time, a whole herd of aggressive players appears here. The evil and greedy girl persistently pursues the young men and loudly shouts that she has returned here again for easy prey. The representative of the influential Black Dragon Guild shouts loudly and gives an urgent command to immediately catch these impudent freaks at any cost. The difference in game speed turns out to be too great, and the clever robbers manage to successfully capture the huge and powerful Black Eagle. Adrian believes that they need to get out of this dangerous location immediately, and the guy quickly materializes a saving leaflet with a teleportation spell. However, a moment later, the magic scroll mysteriously disappears from the guy's hands. The user Veltor insidiously used a spell to prohibit teleportation. Adrian is terribly outraged by what happened and loudly curses at the entire game world. But he does not notice how a dangerous robber has silently crept up on him from behind. The guy continues to be surprised by the sudden ban on teleportation. At this very time, the robber is already raising a sharp sword to deliver a fatal blow. At the very last critical moment, Adrian miraculously manages to deftly dodge a potentially deadly blow, and the rough voice of the robber is heard, demanding that all valuable artifacts be immediately handed over. The bandits are genuinely surprised by the fact that this mysterious guy so masterfully dodges their attacks, having such a low game level. Adrian understands that even with a female companion, players of the maximum level are completely overwhelming opponents for them. The guy didn't want to resort to this extreme measure, but he has absolutely no other choice. He starts shouting loudly that he is an aristocrat, and promises that the robbers will definitely not get away with it after everything they did to him. The bandits begin to laugh loudly and unanimously at his words, mockingly declaring that if this guy is a real aristocrat, then they are all certainly emperors. Adrian continues to carefully back away, and desperately defends himself from the merciless blows with the help of glowing magical seals. He is confident that he is capable of defeating numerous opponents, but he understands that it is extremely important for him to gain precious time before the arrival of long-awaited reinforcements from the Black Dragon Guild. At this decisive moment, a girl player silently sneaks up behind him and, with a sly smile on her face, mercilessly plunges a sharp knife into the back of the unsuspecting young man. The guy's unconscious body falls heavily to the ground, and the girl's contented voice is heard, thanking him for once again generously treating them with expensive items. An in-game message arrives, notifying that the young people have been reborn at their original starting point and, as an inevitable penalty for resurrection, have lost a significant portion of the experience they had gained. The representative of the Black Dragon Guild offers a sincere apology, admitting that she did not know that these impudent scoundrels would gather an entire organized group to attack. Adrian is extremely unhappy with the current situation, because he will need 3 whole hours of intense play in order to fully regain all the experience. He screams loudly in indignation, because on top of that, it will take an additional 3 hours of hard work to restore the experience lost from this ill-fated level. After some time, he finally calms down, and honestly agrees with the unpleasant fact that he himself asked for all this trouble. A player named Veltor is in the cozy room of his apartment, laughing loudly with pleasure and surprised at how much all the stolen valuables are actually worth. He greedily sips juice from a tin can, after which he thoughtfully reflects on the fact that he entered this game location solely on the off chance, and completely unexpectedly discovered that some psycho had rented an entire hunting area there. As a result of this unexpectedly successful foray, he successfully captured expensive items worth 100 million in game currency, and is dreamily thinking about how much money he will be able to earn if such luck continues in the future. Suddenly, his attention is distracted by a mysterious message about a large cash reward from a game account, the balance of which is an incredible 10 billion. The young man sincerely believes that this message is some kind of very strange and inappropriate joke from bored gamers. The guy starts to get noticeably nervous, as real information about him is actively leaked in the game chat, and he anxiously wonders how many people already know about his criminal activities. Veltor begins to be seriously afraid of what is happening, and gradually comes to the conclusion that this guy really is a real aristocrat, and now he needs to urgently make a sincere apology for his reckless actions. He quickly starts calling the 24-hour customer service center, where a polite operator kindly asks how he can help him. The guy excitedly states that he has urgent requests regarding the events taking place in the game, to which the operator asks to clarify the game nickname to confirm his identity. Veltor provides his exact registration details, after which the operator again asks how exactly he can help him solve the problem. The guy goes into detail about how right now in the gaming community, certain people are openly looking for real information about him, and it's clear that they want to seriously harm him. He demands that appropriate measures be taken immediately, and that absolutely all posts containing his personal confidential information be removed. Veltor noticeably calms down and gains confidence, because he believes that he is now relatively safe. All the compromising posts will soon be deleted, and these persistent people who are looking for him will soon forget about this troublesome matter. Veltor chokes heavily on his drink after suddenly seeing an alarming message stating that one of the vengeful players has successfully found his real contact phone number. The next second, a powerful and deafening explosion occurs, which completely destroys the entrance doors to the apartment of the frightened Veltor. The young man trembles with unbearable fear and desperately tries to hide under the massive desk. He begins to tremble violently and tries to say something in a voice that is broken by fear and fright. Adrian smiles happily at what is happening, and with satisfaction informs the frightened young man that the mysterious user with the game nickname 123 is indeed him. The guy starts laughing loudly and cheerfully at the situation, calling the frightened Veltor a real son of a bitch and a notorious scoundrel. A few seconds later, his loud and shrill scream echoes through the quiet residential area where Veltor lives. With quick and precise movements, the girl types complex commands on the computer keyboard and asks in bewilderment whether this was really a planned setup from the start. The friend honestly answers that she knows nothing about these dark deeds, but someone was definitely looking for information about these users during the live stream. After this revelation, they begin to seriously think about the strange things that are happening. Someone has taken the players away, and inexplicable events are happening in the game itself. The friend additionally informs the girl that this is not all. Their mysterious partner spent a huge amount of real money to ensure the security of the rented hunting grounds. And, according to rumors, this mysterious guy has extremely strong and influential connections in the world of professional computer games. Players who actively participated in organized robberies are now crying loudly in remorse, offering their sincere apologies and pleadingly asking for forgiveness for the crimes they committed. Adrian successfully found the entire organized gang of robbers, and they turned out to be the most ordinary unemployed losers with no specific occupation. The young people humbly ask for forgiveness for their actions and are ready to do absolutely anything to atone for their guilt. But they are unemployed and have nothing to do except play computer games, so Adrian generously gave them all new jobs. Adrian finally calms down and his mood noticeably improves, since it seems that no one is suddenly attacking him anymore, and he can calmly focus on methodically leveling up the game. The second prince suddenly breaks away from his deep thoughts, and in a quiet but decisive voice, informs those around him that the long-awaited time has finally come. The best moment and the last convenient chance to finally remove the first prince from the political scene and claim his legitimate right to the royal throne has arrived. As soon as the mighty king solemnly declared his final decision to abdicate the royal throne, the fierce struggle for absolute power in the prosperous kingdom of Reinhard reached a critical point. If the reigning king formally renounces supreme power over the state, the current first prince will automatically receive the crown and become the new monarch. Prince Luke will remain the second in line to the throne, and he must act decisively immediately before it is too late to change the balance of power. Adrian reflects on the unfortunate fact that the political situation always becomes critically aggravated precisely when he most needs to focus on leveling up his game. He turns his attention to the two young archmages sitting quietly next to him at the table, who are high-ranking and influential mages of the Sixth Circle. The magic glasses clearly indicate the remarkable fact that the noble marquis sitting next to him has a neutral political attitude towards what is happening and may well become a valuable ally. Adrian begins to think seriously about the unpleasant fact that these two talented young magicians may very soon unexpectedly turn out to be dangerous traitors. The guy starts to smile slightly, as it seems like he suddenly realized something really important. On the political surface, the current balance of power between the first and second princes is roughly 6-4 in favor of the eldest heir. The young man is extremely interested to know what exactly the cunning first prince has planned, losing to his rival by 20% in public support. Adrian realizes that this guy is a truly insidious person. It turns out that he has drawn not only him personally, but also the entire powerful Proton faction into his dangerous political intrigues. The second prince firmly declares that he cannot afford to prolong the destructive war indefinitely. He firmly states that if the civil conflict drags on for too long, the kingdom will become significantly weakened, and the neighboring empire may launch a large-scale invasion at any convenient moment. Luke offers a detailed plan of action. He will personally penetrate the royal castle. 2 detachments will participate in the operation. 1 will capture his father and the first prince, and the second will carry out the necessary measures to neutralize the main enemy forces. He makes the final decision that the experienced Marquis will take over the post of Commander-in-Chief during the operation, and Adrian will become the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, receiving this appointment by personal decision of the prince. Many of the officers present don't show it, but they are clearly unhappy with this unexpected personnel decision. Adrian believes that the first prince has found the ideal person for his purposes among the second prince's close associates. His favorite is the Marquis of Troton. He is extremely arrogant in character and greedy for political power. So, fearing for his impeccable reputation in the faction, he aggressively advocated for the boy's harsh punishment at the last official meeting. He then tried to actively recruit Adrian into his personal faction during a joint hunt. Moreover, he does not get along with many influential marquises and the second prince's right hand. Although Adrian had only received his noble title 6 months ago, he was promoted to the command staff of the operation. But on the contrary, he was not assigned any significant role in this important operation. Adrian reflects on the suspicious circumstance that the second prince seems to be deliberately inciting him to political betrayal. Luke confidently states that they will begin the decisive operation in 2 days at exactly midnight. Adrian is about to leave the room, but someone stops him with a loud and commanding voice. The second prince politely apologizes and says that he would like to have a serious talk about Countess Arcia. Luke states that the Countess is a true master of aura, and for the sabotage squad there is no talent more valuable than this gifted girl. This unexpected statement puts the young man in an extremely awkward position, and he thinks that he would be very happy to punch the second prince in the insolent face. The guy is forced to agree to the proposed conditions, to which the second prince sincerely thanks him for his willingness to cooperate. He further reports that the young people will make a truly significant contribution to the overall success of their secret operation. Luke solemnly promises to generously reward the young men personally for their hard work when they successfully complete the assigned operation. Adrian says that they will do everything possible to complete the task, after which he decisively leaves the second prince's chambers. He insistently asks the girl not to hold back and to give the second prince a good punch in the insolent face if he tries to harm her. Arzia's confident voice is heard. The girl cheerfully says that she will do it with great pleasure at the first opportunity. Adrian, together with his faithful female companion, returns to the family estate after a long absence. The loyal adjutant respectfully informs the boy that their guests have been waiting for them for a long time. Adrian notices his beloved mother, who smiles happily and greets him warmly after a long separation. She delightedly tells the girl that this castle amazes with its large size and impressive scale. Adrian notes that this is the first time his parents have visited him in this new place of residence. The father asks ironically if there is anything more unpleasant than annoying parents arriving at their son's house and poking their noses into all his affairs. Although people say that they enjoy the laurels of their successful son, parents have to actively protect their territory and categorically refuse aristocrats from the central regions, so that unpleasant consequences do not fall on their beloved child. It is especially hard for the father of the family, because he has completely stopped interacting with his neighbors and has completely abandoned his usual social activity. Adrian, meanwhile, politely asks his father what business exactly brought him to these remote places. A young man is always genuinely happy about such family visits, but there must still be a good reason why his parents suddenly visited their estate. Father seriously states that he has heard reliable information that a bloody civil war will soon break out in the kingdom. This news comes as a surprise, since the man had long since cut off all ties with the outside world, and it is very strange that he learned of these events so quickly. Lawrence begins to detail that His Majesty plans to officially abdicate the throne, and Luke is not going to sit idly by. The guy replies that His Majesty Luke has decided to make him Deputy Commander-in-Chief, so his position will be much higher than most of the court aristocrats. After this, the father learns with alarm that Arcia has been assigned to the vanguard. The father begins to seriously warn his son against rash actions. He asks that if His Majesty's personal guard enters the battlefield, under no circumstances interfere in their confrontation. He falls silent thoughtfully for a while, after which he once again insistently asks that the young man under no circumstances go against them. Adrian listens silently to his father's wishes and becomes deeply immersed in anxious thoughts. Lawrence talks about the important fact that His Majesty is much more terrible and powerful than everyone is accustomed to believe, and in no way can he be considered only a nominal head of state. Adrian is surprised by his father's unexpected statement, and wonders how it might affect the political movement as a whole. The boy is very surprised when his father starts talking about how legendary grandmasters can enter the political game. A grandmaster is the equivalent of an 8th circle mage, and as far as is known, among the 5 grandmasters of the continent, none belong to their kingdom. Father says that he recently discovered an old diary of his grandfather, which said that their family probably served the king in the secret department for palace affairs. And one sad day, due to the sudden death of their grandfather, access to the palace for their ancient family was cut off forever. The father had absolutely no choice but to enter into a risky marriage in order to prevent a catastrophic decline in the status of the family. Adrian begins to understand that this tragic event happened because his grandfather accidentally learned about the secrets of the royal family. He believes that his father's serious words should not be taken lightly or without due attention. Lawrence urges his son to exercise extreme caution, understanding the danger of the current times. He emphasizes that now, in these troubled times, the most important thing is to take care of your own life. After this, the young man happily learns that his mother is pregnant, and he will soon have a younger brother. At this moment, Arcia sits quietly nearby and tactfully does not interfere in the family conversation. Michael is unable to contain his stormy emotions, and continues to laugh loudly with pleasure for a long time. He learns that the boy will soon have a younger relative, and asks to accept his sincere congratulations. After which the first prince directly asks the guy what his younger brother's weak points are. He learns from Adrian that Luke's main weakness is his lack of information control. The first prince declares that they will deliberately create a breach and allow the invasion to happen, as if luring a gullible mouse into a clever mousetrap. Michael carefully spears a shrimp onto his fork and announces that he will deliver the finishing blow after his brother begins to revel in his false victory. He laughs joyfully and says that his insidious plan consists of a siege, betrayal, and complete destruction of the enemy. In order to maintain the traditional legitimacy of power, the second prince will not be able to afford to let go of the royal palace and the throne that he will get into his hands. In other words, the second prince will bring his entire faction into the castle and lock himself in there for defense. And this is the worst possible option in this situation for the second prince and his supporters. Adrian says that the second prince will be pleased, although he understands perfectly well his complete ignorance of current events. After a while, he seriously states that, unfortunately, there is one significant problem with this plan. Adrian states that he and his female companion, like other traitors, will inevitably be exposed to mortal danger. The prince calmly informs that the process is inevitable. As soon as the alliance begins to fall apart at the seams, he will show several secret passages from the castle. Adrian reports that the first prince's plan is perfect, but wants to suggest something else to improve it. He begins to talk about how he played a significant role in the recent crisis in the Republic of Prius, and made a significant contribution to the revolution, as a result of which he was given certain promises. The Revolutionary Army agrees to provide military support to their kingdom in the event of a civil war. The first prince fears that those around him will perceive what is happening as serious interference by a foreign power. Adrian replies that it won't be sky fortresses or vanguards. It will just be a few high-level aura masters. Michael was clearly interested in such an unexpected offer from a young ally. He wonders if all the incidents involving the Republic were just a coincidence, or if it was part of a deliberate plan. Michael looks closely at the smiling young man and tells the guy that he is truly brilliant in his intrigues, after which they firmly shake hands and the behind-the-scenes negotiations are over. The first prince solemnly declares to the young man and his female companion that they have worked very well for the benefit of the future victory. Adrian recalls his father's stern warning. The man said that if the personal guard came out onto the battlefield, under no circumstances should he go against them. He begins to think anxiously about what will happen if the second prince's attempt to capture his majesty fails completely, and he himself is captured. Adrian realizes that the crown prince seems to be completely unaware of the real state of affairs. The fateful day X is approaching, and a huge bird of prey is hovering over the majestic castle. Adrian explains that the bird will control the area around the royal palace, so the girl must transmit a telepathic signal if an emergency occurs. The guy reports that the bird will immediately provide magical support by transmitting powerful spells. Arcia is about to teleport to her destination, but at the last moment the guy decisively stops her. The young man hands her a magic blade and insistently asks her to take it with her on a dangerous mission. The girl immediately recognizes the holy sword and wonders if this is not an extremely important artifact. Adrian smiles warmly at the girl and tells her that she is much more important than any object. He puts his hand on her shoulder and asks her to listen to him very carefully. The guy starts telling her that there might be a powerful Grand Master hiding in the royal palace, and asks the girl to surrender immediately if she meets him, no matter how it affects the operation. He once again insistently demands that the girl under no circumstances engage in mortal combat with the Grand Master. The girl asks if the guy really wants her to put personal safety as a top priority. Adrian loudly shouts at her that this is exactly what he wants from her, after which the female companion heads towards the huge, brightly shining magical pentagram. Her body begins to be engulfed in a brightly shining energy. The girl slowly turns around and asks the guy to take care of himself too. This sentimental moment sends shivers down the young man's spine. The guy smiles sweetly and once again asks his female companion to take care of herself, avoiding unnecessary risks and dangers. The second prince solemnly declares that the long-awaited momentous day has arrived. Luke loudly declares that today he will cut off the head of his incompetent brother. He tells his loyal people that he will soon become the new dawn that will illuminate their kingdom. The second prince extends his hand forward and then gives a decisive command to begin the operation. The advance party, which includes Arcia's female companion, rushes to storm the castle. Luke looks closely at the girl next to him and admires her grace and beauty. The squad moves very quickly along the long corridor and approaches the coveted door. Armed in heavy armor, the knights quickly deal with the few guards stationed in the corridors. They approach the doors and inform the second prince that the area has been cleared, after which the captain kicks down the heavy doors with a powerful kick. The rebel squad quickly runs inside the room and begins to look around warily. Luke is very surprised, as he realizes that for some reason there is no one inside. He begins to get very angry, because apparently the crown prince realized that something was wrong and ran away. Trying to contain his growing irritation, the man gives the order to move on to the next target. The secretary makes a report to the king, at which time a powerful explosion occurs, which destroys the doors. The rebels burst into the room. The king loudly calls them scum, and asks how they dare to invade his chambers. Luke points his sword at his father, smiles, and sarcastically asks his father to forgive him. He demands that the fate of the state be entrusted to him. The king loudly curses and calls his son a scoundrel. At this time, on the outskirts of the capital, a coalition meeting is taking place in the Sky Fortress. The officer reports that a report has arrived that His Highness is negotiating with His Majesty the King. Many officers hope that Luke will simply convince his father and suppress the First Prince's ambitions. Adrian listens attentively to the officers' conversations, but does not interfere in them. The guy suggests not to relax and move troops towards the capital, because as soon as the rebellion is known, loyal forces will immediately be deployed to protect the king. The officer gives the order to all rebel forces from this moment to stop hiding and go on the open offensive. Adrian thinks that everything happened exactly as he expected. The rebel officer notices the boy's quiet laughter and curiously asks him what's wrong. Adrian replies that he finds it surprising that the first prince escaped from the castle alone. The guy says he never thought he would prioritize his own life over his father's. Adrian scans the officer and realizes that once the mutiny is over and he reaches his usefulness limit, he will be disposed of immediately. The officer smiles at the boy and asks him to trust him and prevent all attempts of the first prince to resist. The guy notices an old acquaintance, the Marquis, next to him, and says that it is high time for him to let go of his hostility. He wonders how long this man plans to maintain his feigned indifference, after which the young man tells the Baron that they need to be wary of his response for that incident with his sons. Adrian isn't sure about the rest of the rebels, but he'll destroy those bastards before they dare lay a finger on him. The boy remembers how his father Anna and grandfather Serdic turned his childhood into a living hell. He also remembers the other aristocrats who bullied him during his time at the academy. This memory remains painful and unpleasant for him. However, now is not the time for revenge. And so the young man tells the rebels that they are on the same side, and suggests leaving all scores in the past. Adrian coldly states that no one wants to be stabbed in the back, a remark that greatly irritates the Count, who is outraged by the very thought of betrayal. The outraged Count's violent reaction makes the officer standing nearby laugh, and he can barely contain his laughter. The experienced officer completely agrees with the young man, and says that now no one needs strife and old grievances. After these words, the officer suggests that everyone let go of old grievances and create a new future together, joining forces. Unnoticed, one of the young officers steps aside and receives a secret signal through a radio earpiece in his ear. Meanwhile, the advance group of rebels completely suppress the armed resistance of the king's personal guard. The captain, with noticeable pride, informs the second prince that the entire territory has been successfully cleared of enemies. Luke points the sharp blade of his sword at his own father and tells him that his long era has finally come to an end. He categorically demands that the king quietly and without any resistance hand over the rightful throne to him. Arzia begins to look around restlessly. One of the knights wonders with curiosity what exactly the girl is looking for so attentively. She replies that she feels something wrong in the air, to which the knight asks in bewilderment what could be wrong. A mysterious voice is heard politely asking if your majesty needs help. Luke wonders where this strange voice from the void comes from. The king's eyes suddenly flash with furious anger, and he loudly demands immediate protection from the threat. Arcia turns back sharply, as she acutely feels strong vibrations of magical energy in the space. Suddenly, powerful energy beams mercilessly cut the knights holding the king in half. At the very last moment, Arcia deftly jumps to the side, and the deadly beam cuts down the officer who was next to her. The officer in charge of communications loudly announces that communication with the sabotage group was suddenly interrupted by interference. This news greatly alarms all the rebels and fills the soul of the young man with anxiety. He wonders with concern whether it was the Grandmaster himself who had appeared. Luke looks at the hacked bodies of his loyal knights and wonders with genuine surprise what exactly is going on here. 4 members of the elite Special Forces unit were mercilessly destroyed in one short instant. In the ensuing complete silence, measured steps can be clearly heard, and a mysterious man slowly approaches the group of rebels. The alarmed rebels ask him who he is, to which the stranger calmly replies that he is a faithful knight of His Majesty. Luke angrily asks his opponent what he is talking about, since the prince has never heard of such a knight. The Grandmaster coldly asks the overconfident prince if he thinks the great king can be removed just like that. The prince bitterly realizes that his father turned out to be a truly terrible man, hiding a trump card up his sleeve that even his own son did not know about. Luke points his battle sword threateningly at the Grandmaster and commandingly orders his subordinates to kill the dangerous enemy immediately. The next moment, deadly energy beams mercilessly cut through the front ranks of the attacking knights. They desperately try to defend themselves from the magical attacks, but the beams continue to cut through the rest of the warriors standing in the second row. Luke begins to nervously back away, defending himself with his magical power blade from the deadly blows. With incredible difficulty, the knight captain repels 2 enemy swords, which reveal themselves as blue blades of magical aura. Arcia covers herself with a heavy shield and carefully begins to slowly retreat backwards. She carefully scans the enemy's energy essence and realizes with horror that the one in front of her is that same powerful Grandmaster. The concentrated magical energy quickly transforms into 2 deadly energy blades that rise menacingly above the king and Grandmaster. The frightened voices of the terrified knights are heard, who say in despair that this simply cannot be. Luke realizes with horror that they are facing a real Grandmaster, because he naively thought that before these were just ancient legends. The captain insistently asks the girl to immediately take His Highness to a safe place, while he himself intends to gain precious time for a general retreat. Watching the brave captain, the Grandmaster philosophically says that the knight is truly loyal, but not to the right person to serve. He thoughtfully asks the warrior whether it is not better to wisely correct an erring student when he makes a serious mistake than to blindly cover for him. The captain angrily demands that the Grandmaster immediately close his impudent mouth, after which he decisively rushes at him in a furious attack. He strikes with colossal destructive force, but the Grandmaster calmly reaches out and effortlessly stops the deadly blade. The captain is genuinely amazed by the inhuman physical strength of the mighty Grandmaster, which surpasses all imaginable limits. The surrounding knights are in complete shock as this mysterious man easily blocked the attack of the best swordsman in the entire kingdom. The Grandmaster respectfully asks the king if His Majesty will allow the public execution of the rebels to take place immediately. The king responds with a categorical refusal, because these people form an important part of the armed forces of the nation. The Grandmaster coolly informs his master that all these warriors are dangerous traitors to the crown, and the king bitterly declares that the forces of organized rebels will inevitably fall, deprived of centralized control. The monarch does not have time to finish his sad phrase, as bitter tears suddenly appear on his tired face. The king shamefully covers his face with trembling hands, after which he begins to cry inconsolably from mental pain. At this time, his rebellious son, under the reliable cover of loyal knights, desperately tries to escape. Suddenly, a powerful magical explosion occurs, which forcefully throws the group of rebels in different directions. The Grandmaster calmly tells his opponents that the escape route is finally closed, and further resistance is completely useless. At this critical time, in the aerial sky fortress where the secret headquarters of the rebels is located, operators are desperately trying to re-establish the interrupted connection. Adrian realizes with alarm that all encryption devices have been successfully compromised by enemy forces. He begins to think feverishly, because it is vitally important to urgently find some real way out of the current situation. A young man creates a mental telepathic connection with a huge bird of prey soaring in the sky. The giant eagle successfully receives the transmitted signal, and the guy carefully penetrates the bird's mind. Now, with the help of a keen-eyed bird, Adrian has the opportunity to closely observe what is happening far below. The brave knight captain desperately tries to deal a fatal blow to the Grandmaster, but he fails completely. Adrian realizes with horror that the powerful Grandmaster is skillfully using an invisible telepathic blade against his opponents. He bitterly realizes that his wise father was absolutely right, and the girl is indeed in mortal danger. Adrian, via telepathic communication, urgently transmits to her a vital command to immediately surrender in case of real danger. Arcia turns sharply towards the high window. She clearly felt a powerful telepathic signal coming from the eagle. Adrian understands that now a lot depends on the brave girl, and it is necessary to maintain constant contact with her. He persistently asks the rebel officers to give him one chance to radically change the situation in their favor. A young man is about to carry out a risky re-infiltration of a well-guarded royal palace. Adrian is still an experienced battle mage, whose outstanding abilities in battle are not inferior even to the recognized masters of the Vanguard aura. The officers agree that there is no better backup than the guy right now, and each of them understands internally that there is simply no other option in this situation. After which the senior officer directly states that he is ready to give the guy the best knights from the elite ranks to strengthen his capabilities. Adrian replies that he shouldn't do that, as he would be much more comfortable working with subordinates with whom he is already accustomed to interacting. The officer agrees to the conditions put forward, after which the young man asks him to lift the ban on teleportation for exactly 1 second. Adrian has a determined expression on his face, and at the same moment his eyes flash with a bright blue glow, reflecting his inner strength. Meanwhile, in the palace, the second prince is having a hard time dodging the deadly blows dealt by the Grand Master. The rebels deploy 4 aura masters, who can only block the attacks while wondering where this monster came from. The female companion anticipates the next blow and warns the second prince to be careful. Luke doesn't immediately understand the warning, as a dense stream of energy moves rapidly towards him from below. At the last moment, he dodges and remembers that the Grand Master is capable of controlling 4 telekinetic blades. He blocks 3 blades, but realizes that he is unable to block the 4th. At this moment, Arcia steps forward and protects the second prince. Grand Master doesn't show it, but he is very surprised by the girl's fighting skills. Arcia exhales heavily, realizing that it was extremely difficult for her to repel this attack. The Grand Master wonders who this unknown girl is. He changes his mind, because before he thought that it would be easy to deal with her due to her age. Arcia continues to defend herself steadfastly, as if her feet were rooted deep into the ground. The Grand Master takes note of her weapons and equipment, and realizes that they are far superior to the knight's equipment. The second prince is unable to hide his delight, as he did not expect anything else from the woman he had set his eyes on. The prince considers her truly unique, and believes that giving her to someone else would be an incredible stupidity. He thinks that everything has gone wrong, but the man has a plan. As soon as they can escape from this monster, they will set fire to the royal palace. He assumes that civil war is inevitable, but he intends to deal with the crown prince and his father and then win this girl. Luke's mind is filled with a huge desire to make this girl his. At this moment, Arcia decisively repels another blow from the Grand Master. A brightly sparkling magic sign flares up under Adrian's feet. The guy snaps his fingers, and at the same moment, the heads of the officers standing nearby fly off their shoulders. The young man continues to move forward, using his deadly spells and destroying the rebels. Luke is in extreme shock and doesn't understand what's happening. At that moment, the girl strikes him. The bewildered officers are also in genuine horror and do not understand at all why the young Marquis suddenly begins to mercilessly kill his fellow rebels. Arcia happily tells Adrian that she is truly glad that she finally has the chance to kill this disgusting pervert. Adrian smiles happily and thinks with relief that 3 of the enemies are finally finished. The organized resistance of the rebels was completely suppressed, and the pitiful remnants of their defeated detachment indifferently watch the unfolding events. The shocked king experiences great surprise and animal fear, after which he confusedly calls his son by name. The insightful Grandmaster immediately realizes that the cunning fellow was only pretending to be on the same side as the second prince, but was actually waiting for the right time to kill him. Arcia openly tells him that their secret plan was originally much more complicated, but thanks to the Grandmaster, everything was resolved much more easily. The Grandmaster does not understand one important point and wants to ask the mysterious girl about it. He sincerely wonders, if killing the second prince in cold blood was really part of their plan, then why did they block his attack? The girl calmly says that she patiently searched for the perfect moment to deal with the prince personally, without suffering severe punishment for it, and did not want to give this chance to someone else. The captain of the knights loudly calls the treacherous girl the last creature, and in blind rage rushes at the traitor. A huge black bird of prey instantly appears above the enraged warrior. The knight captain deftly dodges the deadly blow of the bird's paws and continues to stubbornly move towards the hated girl. He furiously cuts through the defensive energy chains with his sword and resolutely steps into the line of attack. The Grandmaster immediately activates his deadly magic blades. In this critical situation, his main task is to reliably protect the king. Arcia, along with the powerful magical beast, successfully manages to quickly block the knight captain's furious attack. The huge bird slowly approaches the frightened king, and Adrian respectfully informs His Majesty that he will speak through the mystical beast. The wary Grandmaster asks the impudent boy with distrust for what purpose he is addressing His Majesty. With the help of a talking bird, Adrian politely says that he sincerely wants the wise king to make a fair decision on the situation before a bloody civil war breaks out. The guy carefully scans the Grandmaster's energy aura, and is amazed to realize that this is the legendary Forgotten Marquis, who was officially said to have died tragically from an excess of mana. But this was clearly just a clever cover. The Grandmaster asks the insolent opponent if it is too early to judge the battle to be completely over, just because His Highness the Second Prince is dead. Adrian confidently declares to those gathered that at this moment, 72 influential aristocrats, who are the recognized leaders of the rebel army, are under strict arrest. The guy insistently states that if we delay the final solution to the problem, the destructive chaos will only rapidly increase. The king gradually realizes that the insightful young man is generously offering to give the remaining rebels a real chance to surrender honorably. He casts a long, meaningful glance at the huge talking bird hovering in the air. After this, he slowly turns his sad gaze to his dead son, who lies motionless on the cold floor in a dark pool of blood. The shocked monarch begins to tremble all over, and bitter paternal tears begin to slowly flow down his tired face. After a long pause, the broken king declares that he fully agrees with the young man's reasonable terms. Organized units of healers and experienced peacekeepers quickly appear on the field of the recent battle. Medics immediately provide skilled first aid to those seriously injured in battle, while loyal knights methodically arrest surrendering rebels. Adrian, together with his faithful female companion, respectfully kneel before the first prince and sincerely congratulate His Highness on his brilliant victory. A smug smile appears on the triumphant Michael's face, but the prince does not yet know that this is not a victory. Adrian smiles back at him in a friendly manner and notes to himself that this is a skillfully disguised defeat for the kingdom. And all this grand action is happening because of an ambitious boy who was barely 20 years old. A large-scale coup d'etat, carried out under the direct command of the second prince, was never completed. The fierce battle for the royal throne ended in a crushing victory for his elder brother, and all the noble houses that openly supported the second prince irrevocably lost their hereditary titles and privileges. An angry man loudly scolds his frivolous sister for the fact that because of her stupidity, all her relatives were almost sent to the chopping block. The frightened girl desperately tries to somehow justify herself to her brother, but the guy categorically declares that now the only option is to give her over to be torn apart by the ruthless Adrian. She replies with horror that she categorically does not want to die such a horrible death, to which the enraged man rudely interrupts her and imperiously orders her to shut up immediately. He grimly tells his terrified sister that if she does not break this vicious cycle of revenge, then all members of their family will inevitably die. The man openly tells his sister that he categorically does not want to get involved with this dangerous madman, who is truly capable of terrible deeds. Marquis Adrien is ceremoniously awarded a vast dukedom, and to distinguish him from other titled aristocrats, the honorary title of L is officially added to his name. The young hero is also generously given the rich holdings of the former territory of the late Marquis, as a significant expansion of his existing holdings. The grateful king sincerely hopes that the talented young man will definitely become a righteous ruler, who will take care of his common people. After the award ceremony, Adrien and his faithful female companion are joyfully greeted by a huge, jubilant crowd gathered in the square. Chester is alarmed to see that a major system failure continues to occur in an important knowledge base, with some critical sections of information beginning to disappear without a trace. He methodically scans the virtual data storage, and after some time successfully finds a secluded place where a dangerous bug has insidiously hidden. Chester cautiously approaches the digital pest, but the aggressive creature is extremely hostile and furiously tries to grab the elderly man. Chester uses a well-timed, reliable magical defense, and tells his opponent with a grin that it was a pretty good attack attempt. He confidently grabs the resisting bug with his hand, and calmly says that although the attempt at resistance was not bad, it remains completely useless. The digital bug desperately tries to resist and aggressively grabs the old man with its creepy, toothy mouth full of sharp fangs. Chester makes the reasonable guess that perhaps a critical error during the system's last crash has suddenly caused a primitive artificial intelligence to start up inside it. He would be happy to conduct many different experiments on artificial intelligence, but if he continues, the error will destroy the system, and he has no choice. Chester grabs the digital error tightly and squeezes it tightly in his small hands. It gradually contracts and suddenly takes the shape of a small, pulsating heart. Chester wonders in confusion what it is. While in the digital space, the old man intends to put the artifact in a special shell and use it as an assistant in the real world. Adrien smiles contentedly at what is happening and thinks that power really is an incredibly cool thing. Now even his most sworn enemies bow down in mortal fear before his power. The young man casually snaps his fingers, and his stern personal guard instantly grabs his helpless enemies. A pitiful, pleading voice of a man is heard, respectfully calling the guy Your Highness and desperately asking him to forgive him. Adrien looks closely at the frightened girl, who was especially cruel among the bullies who bullied him at the academy, and thinks about what to do with her. He calmly asks Katrin what is the best way to deal with the offender, since she was her very first victim. The girl is quite pleased that her former offenders have humiliatingly bowed their knees before her, and asks the young man to make a fair decision on his own. Suddenly, a truly interesting and insidious thought comes into the head of the concentrated Adrien. He asks Chester if he really wanted to be given an animal that could be turned into an obedient doll. The guy confidently tells the old man that right now something quite suitable for these purposes has been found. He casually tosses Chester to his former abuser and explains that he had originally wanted to pick up a flying animal, but now he thinks a human would be better suited. Chester intends to completely wipe the creature's brain clean and make a puppet, but he is hesitant to do this with a living person. He asks the guy why he came to such a cruel choice, because it is not like him, and makes the assumption that it is banal retribution. The young man coldly declares that this girl, in her atrocities against him, is no less than other offenders from the past. The old man still sincerely hopes to get an ordinary flying beast, but the guy convincingly says that a person can be used to perform complex tasks. Eventually, Chester reluctantly agrees with the guy's arguments and hands him the pulsating digital heart. The frightened girl loudly asks for forgiveness and tearfully tells the guy that she was completely wrong. Adrien casually grabs his former offender by the frightened face and says that he had already warned her about this earlier. Smiling ominously, the young man reminds the girl that he had previously promised to make her bitterly regret that she had ever been born. The girl begins to scream loudly and desperately, while the guy tries to force a pulsating digital heart into her mouth. Instantly, her memory begins to be irrevocably erased, and she bitterly regrets that she committed many wrong actions in her time. If she had not caused harm to those around her at the time, then everything would have turned out completely differently, and vivid images from the past quickly fly through her fading brain. The girl's mind gradually begins to completely fade away, and a digital heart begins to beat loudly and anxiously in her body. While the young man was busy brutally suppressing the rebellion of the Second Prince's faction, Barnett successfully completed the final competition for the right to serve the goddess. After a complex selection process that lasted for several long months, only one final choice of a powerful goddess remained. Young people stand in front of a huge ancient altar. The man notices that he cannot take a step, as if his body is stopped by an invisible wall. The experienced count immediately understands that only candidates chosen by the goddess who have passed all the tests will be allowed further. Only select candidates, specially handpicked by the goddess, will have the unique opportunity to ascend to the top of the altar and receive divine grace. Adrien believes that all the candidates gathered here today should have no problem climbing the sacred ladder. However, the experienced man calmly answers him that in reality, everything is not as simple as it seems. He talks in detail about how, in addition to the saints and candidates, One influential person has enormous political power here. The man states that he is Archduke Manuel Lucas, a renowned citizen of the mighty Brigham Empire, and the great saint sincerely believes that the Duke is rightfully proud that such a great man was born in this great nation. The guy skeptically wonders why this arrogant old geezer even came here. Was it just to show off in front of everyone? The digital bug, having successfully moved into the body of the former offender, now completely controls her devastated mind and will. This creature looks like the old Isabella, but this is all that is left of her. Now it is an artificial intelligence born of digital reality. Having completely erased the girl's memory and personality traits, the digital creation took absolute control over her body and mind. As you can see, she has become quite an ignorant and primitive being, perhaps due to her countless dirty deeds in the past. Arcia angrily shouts at the impudent creature and imperiously asks him to behave with dignity and watch his language carefully. After this, she points her finger at her threateningly and says that otherwise, she might just die. The guy continues to talk to the Count, but thinks to himself that this creature looks clearly inferior. Loud, majestic music is heard from the top of the pyramid, and the priests solemnly announce that those who have heard the voice of the goddess can boldly go forward. They solemnly inform the assembled that if the candidates fully meet the requirements, the goddess will graciously open the sacred path for them. The great saint slowly goes into a deep trance and watches all the candidates closely, assessing their merits. Isabella, now a digital being, continues to be indecently capricious, and Arcia gives her a strong, ringing slap. The ceremonial ascent to the Great Pyramid begins. The candidates look very serious and noticeably tense. Barnett is overcome with awe as the girl watches with complete fascination as she climbs the pyramid stairs. The Count watches the candidates carefully as they begin their slow climb up the steep stone staircase. He curiously asks the young man who, in his opinion, will eventually reach the coveted summit. Of course, the guy sincerely believes in the final victory of Miss Barnett, whom he has been generously sponsoring for a long time. The Count confidently believes that his talented candidate really has a very high chance of winning the final victory. It is said that the great magician once conversed with the goddess herself at the summit, but neither the saint nor the saint knows what exactly they talked about. According to ancient rumors, this was the first and last event in all of history, when the goddess personally spoke to a common man. The Count believes that perhaps the goddess will show special interest in a capable guy, as she once showed to the legendary great magician. The guy notices with genuine surprise how the candidate named Francis confidently and decisively moves up the stairs. The arrogant girl haughtily walks past Barnett, demonstratively showing open contempt for her rival. Adrian looks closely at Francis's familiar face. It seems to him that something has changed dramatically in the girl recently. Unexpectedly for all those watching, the girl suddenly stops, slowly turns around and begins to walk down the steps. The young man wonders in bewilderment why she is going back down, since she has only just begun to climb the sacred staircase. Unexpectedly for all the young people, Francis loudly declares that she voluntarily renounces the honorary title of saint. It seemed that the boy finally began to understand why the experienced Count had been acting so calm and unperturbed all the time. Many influential people bet large sums of money on Francis, but the likelihood of her eventual victory was extremely small. Adrian understands that this smart family got it right, and wisely chose to leave with their heads held high, and with honor. The young man rightly believes that the difference between a shameful refusal and a voluntary defeat is quite significant. Now everyone present will remember the girl not as a candidate rejected by the goddess, but as a noble character who generously gave up the competition for the sake of others. Meanwhile, the remaining stubborn candidates continue to slowly climb the huge stone staircase leading to the top of the pyramid. It seems that Barnett finds it difficult to take each step up, but the determined girl continues to slowly move forward towards her goal. The priestess thanks the candidates who have been given the opportunity to enter this sacred path of testing. She commanded all those present to kneel and pray sincerely to the mighty goddess Sepia. The huge ancient pyramid is solemnly illuminated by the bright rays of the setting sun, and divine feathers begin to slowly fall from its top. Suddenly, a powerful and sharp gust of wind hits the rising candidates. Following the gust of wind, a blindingly bright glow appears, which mercilessly blinds all the people around. A powerful light begins to press on the young man, and he anxiously wonders what this unknown energy is. All those gathered become shocked witnesses of the solemn arrival of the goddess to earth. The frightened candidates kneel respectfully and greet the greatest divine being with fear. Many naively thought that choosing a goddess meant only an announcement of intentions, but it turned out that a whole coming would take place. Given the confusion in which the saint and the saint found themselves, they clearly did not expect such a development of events. Adrian wonders in amazement if someone could have attracted the goddess's attention so much that she decided to personally descend to the people. The young man begins to get very worried, as the goddess solemnly announces that the final choice has already been made. The goddess suddenly announces that she has chosen a guy named Jihad as her new saint, and completely unexpectedly for everyone present, she officially declares Barnett a great saint. The people around hear the prophetic words of the goddess that endless chaos has enveloped the entire world, and she asks them to beware of the fall of an ominous black star, After this warning, the goddess slowly turns and majestically walks away through the huge golden gates floating in the air. The people standing far below are still unable to recover from the strong impressions and are wondering what exactly the goddess warned them about. Isabella speaks rudely and ignorantly wonders what nonsense the all-powerful goddess just said. A dazzling divine aura flares up around the triumphant Barnett. The happy girl sincerely thanks Adrian for all the support he has given her. The guy modestly answers her that she coped with all the tests perfectly well without any outside help. Adrian generously offers the girl his help and says that she can call at any time, and he will do everything possible. Barnett is literally beaming with boundless happiness, which means they can still see each other regularly, even after she became a saint. The girl chosen by the goddess will spend a whole year in the sacred temple to thoroughly learn all the duties before accepting the title. Adrian thinks to himself that the goddess's condescension overshadowed everything else, and there was no unnecessary attention to the humble origins of his candidate. All the influential people paid close attention to the goddess's prophecy. The sacred land and the great nations carefully followed the divine prophecy, but they came to nothing. Isabella screams loudly and persistently warns the young men, demanding that they not be distracted. The girl informs in a businesslike manner that in 30 meters there will be a dangerous trap on the ceiling, and 2 demon dragons are already approaching. She laughs loudly and unpleasantly, after which she skillfully summons a powerful double elixir of full healing. Virtual reality is home to a digital bug that has taken over a girl's body. Isabella begins to make crude jokes about what is happening, for which she immediately receives a strong, painful kick from an angry Arzia. Adrian is surprised to note that with an experienced healer, leveling up in the game definitely goes much faster than usual. Chester calmly replies that given all the events that happened to the guy in reality, the process is indeed going quite quickly. The guy honestly answers that, frankly speaking, he really wants to get a good night's sleep, to which the old man says that he is not a super magician, and therefore, he will have to sacrifice comfortable sleep. Chester looks at the tired guy for a while, then seriously tells him that he shouldn't even try to compare his abilities as an ordinary person with the great Archmage. The boy thoughtfully believes that this is indeed true. The Archduke was born in special conditions where he had no choice but to master magic. Suddenly, the old man announces that there is no longer any point in hiding this important information from the guy. He frankly tells a surprised Adrian that Manuel Lucas was a powerful wizard from birth. Adrian's eyes widen in amazement. This unexpected statement greatly surprises the unprepared young man. The guy asks in bewilderment what exactly the old man is saying, because the great magician was from Earth, and how could he have been a wizard from the very beginning? Chester, in response, begins to explain in detail that magicians really did exist on Earth. Only over time they weakened, became less powerful, and only a minority remained to live the lives of ordinary people. Manuel Lucas was the youngest son of a noble family of great wizards, but during his magical research, a tragic accident occurred, and he suddenly found himself in this world. The old man instructively tells the boy that he went through fire and water with only his own fists, while the great magician initially started with powers at the level of an archmage, which is why comparing their positions is completely pointless. Unlike the young man, the great magician survived a premature death. He was almost accidentally transported to another world, and in addition, he received abilities, using which he could return home. Adrian rightly believes that if he were in the place of the magician, he too would not be able to calmly give up, and would do everything possible to return back. Chester believes that the guy's path means even more than the difficult path taken by the great magician, whom everyone considers the best of the best. Adrian sincerely thanks the wise old man for his complete frankness and truly friendly attitude towards him. The guy curiously asks why the great magician was never able to return home to Earth after he died. Chester mysteriously says that he was actively working on this problem, so there is a chance of returning, and only he himself knows about it for sure. Arcia nervously asks the digital being how much longer it will idle, then delivers a strong blow to its head. The guy rightly believes that the creature that Isabella now is a fidget and an outright bore. He has another use of administrative rights. The guy really wants to know what the goddess's last words mean. The old man honestly answers that he cannot say for sure, but he still has some understanding. However, he wisely believes that it would be better if the young man himself carefully sorted out all this. After these words, the old man materializes a thick book, which indicates the reasons why the inhabitants of the Empire did not go into outer space, despite the high level of technological development. The guy activates his wristband, and the device quickly downloads all the important information. To be honest, Adrian had only been trying to survive in this world so far, so he hadn't had much time to think about space or anything big. The physical powers of this world are a subset of metaphysical abilities like magic and aura, and this land has very special conditions. However, no one even tried to lift the satellite into space. The guy investigated this, and eventually discovered that all roads lead to the goddess Sepia. The physical laws of this world are radically different from the universe in which the Earth is located. And apart from the planet, the moon and the sun, there is nothing else in the vast universe. The The Milky Way and other bright stars that you can see in the night sky are just a beautiful illusion. In essence, this planet turns out to be a giant cage with its own strict restrictions. But demons constantly invade here, and the guy wonders if this is some kind of show for the amusement of the goddess. This world is full of ancient magic, and one cannot approach it with traditional earthly ideas about physics. Manuel Lucas spent a lot of precious time to completely rid himself of the prejudices of an ordinary earthling. The guy learns that the great magician equipped his ship with a special mana detection device. He set out to find planets that naturally accumulate mana in order to uncover the invisible truth of this mysterious universe. The assumptions were correct. At that moment, unexpectedly, the saint and his sacred knights burst into his home and arrested the great magician. The charge was made that the great magician had gone against the goddess's prohibition and committed blasphemy. In his research, he discovered 3 facts. First, other objects cannot be seen due to illusion. However, there are 2 more planets with similar conditions for life. These are the worlds of angels and demons, and movement between these planets is impossible. To set foot on another planet, one must undergo space travel. But the goddess strictly forbids this. The boy is amazed to learn that the night sky of Earth and this planet are very similar. The great mage watched the night sky for a long time, and all the time he felt some discomfort. The constellations of the sky of this planet are a reflection of the constellations of the Earth from right to left. This world is connected to the boy's homeland, and there is a possibility that it is the other side of the Earth he once knew. Adrian remembers the words of the old fairy, who said that one must be careful with the words of the goddess. The guy begins to assume that the black star is a planet on the other side of this world. In other words, Earth. He has more and more questions to which he cannot find answers. Arzia at this time continues to pass game levels, constantly increasing her experience. Adrian believes that if the prophecy only concerned demons, then everything would be much easier to explain. The female companion loudly calls the young man and orders him to concentrate. The guy understands that it is too late to retreat. He instantly uses a magic link technique to deflect the level boss's attack. Adrian takes a deep breath and receives a message that he has reached level 250. After this, the game system informs that the young people will be moved to a secret location created by God Ariel. Adrian starts to think about whether the contribution of the digital error was not counted. It would be cool if the girl could participate in the quests of fate, but she is not allowed. It took about half a year to reach level 250, and this is the first full raid in 6 months. A loud roar is heard and the space is filled with bright flames. The summoning of the named monster begins. Adrian believes that no matter what happens, all he can do is continue to level up and fight. The guy bitterly reflects on the fact that his fate has already been decided, and he cannot escape this path. A powerful ruler sits on his throne and watches intently as a girl is surrounded by his armored bodyguards. The lord is extremely displeased with the behavior of the impudent girl, and gloomily considers what punishment would be appropriate for her insolence. The girl sobs inconsolably from the helplessness and pain that has overwhelmed her, and in a trembling voice swears to the ruler that she will certainly kill him. A moment later, she is overcome with uncontrollable hysteria. She begins to scream that she will definitely take revenge on the tormentor at any cost. At this point, the monstrous game monster begins to rapidly expand, reaching colossal sizes that make the earth shake. The giant creature opens its huge mouth with sharp fangs, from the depths of which a scorching stream of fire erupts with a roar. However, the guy immediately uses protective magic to reliably protect himself and his companion from mortal danger. Arcia immediately uses a powerful magic shield to greatly increase her defense and make her impenetrable to attacks. After the fire attack was repelled by magical protection, the brave girl fearlessly rushes to attack the enemy. She deals several accurate blows in a row to the enemy, as a result of which he loses a fifth of his life. Adrian concentratedly reads the most powerful spell of the 7th circle, after which a deafening explosion of colossal destructive force occurs. However, the stubborn monster does not give up. Despite serious damage, contemptuously calls people bugs, and furiously tries to destroy them. The guy understands that his fate, in the end, has already been determined by higher powers, and nothing can be changed. A brightly shining stream of energy roars out from his ancient staff, crashing into the level's mighty boss at great speed. Multiple shining magical seals suddenly appear next to the majestic black eagle, and Adrian skillfully synchronizes his combat actions with the winged bird. Together they continue their relentless assault on a raid boss of a level that is significantly more dangerous than a Death Knight after reaching level 200. However, the well-coordinated team has no doubts about victory, and they tirelessly continue to put pressure on their stubborn opponent. Under the most powerful magical blows, the huge monster rapidly loses 2/3 of its life level, approaching a critical state. Suddenly, a system message arrives, solemnly informing the young people that the mighty boss of the level has finally surrendered and admitted defeat. The giant monster disappears into space without a trace, followed by a message that the brave young people have successfully subdued the monster in question. The conditions for opening the next difficult location of the Magic Tower are finally open, and brave young people are allowed to enter the 9th floor of the Manuel Lucas Tower. Chester smiles kindly at the guy and sincerely tells him that he really tried very hard in this difficult battle. The old man does not intend to hide his sincere surprise, because he thought that subordinating the boss would be an incredibly difficult and almost impossible task. However, Chester seriously warns the young man that the next time the battle will not be so easy and safe for the team. After all, the final path is packed with very serious and extremely dangerous opponents, capable of easily destroying unprepared adventurers. Moreover, at this difficult stage of the tower, the growth of Arcia's power becomes critical to the success of the entire expedition. The guy calmly tells the old man that this circumstance does not particularly bother him, which causes genuine surprise in the sage. Adrian confidently tells his mentor that in the last fierce battle, he finally realized the incredible effectiveness of their perfectly honed teamwork. The guy reminds Chester that he had previously said that a girl is no different from a human being, and that her potential for development is limitless. He sincerely hopes that his faithful companion girl will continue to grow and one day reach truly unimaginable magical heights. And the old man laughs joyfully, and his heart is filled with quiet joy. The guy receives a huge number of system messages. He is given 5 administrator rights, 200 billion money, and also transferred under the control of the powerful organization Blue Moon. The 8th magic circle is finally formed, and the game system solemnly welcomes the young man as a full-fledged ruler of the mysterious Blue Moon. Adrian takes off his virtual reality glasses and is surprised to see a huge number of strangers in expensive suits around him. George, along with other faithful followers of the Blue Moon, respectfully kneels before the young man in a sign of absolute submission. Adrian maintains a meaningful silence and only smiles contentedly in response, demonstrating his complete satisfaction with what is happening. The action moves to the capital of the kingdom of Reinhard, the city of Lionel, where the highest aristocrats and courtiers have gathered for an important meeting. All those present greet the young men and solemnly inform them that it is a great honor for them that he has come here. The guy realizes that the close attention of the aristocrats makes his team feel extremely awkward in this solemn setting. The young man admits to Adrian that the thing is that he absolutely did not expect that he would be suddenly dragged into the light. Adrian replies that he needs to get used to it. After all, one of the reasons for coming here is to assign the guy to the necessary positions. The young men are granted a royal audience and respectfully greet and bow to the king on the throne. The king begins to wonder what brought the young man to him, and whether he could not resolve these issues with his son. The boy understands that the king shows open disapproval of him, because he needs a target on which to pour out his grief over the lost son. Adrian reports the rebirth of an aura master in the kingdom, at which point the kingdom's emergency teleportation gate begins to move. The huge room is illuminated by a bright blue glow, and a tortured girl in torn clothes falls out of the teleportation gate with a crash. A servant runs into the king's chambers and excitedly reports that there is urgent news that requires His Majesty's immediate attention. Everyone is alarmed to learn that the Princess of Xialan, a neighboring kingdom, has just appeared at the emergency teleportation gate, extremely wounded. Adrian and his friends immediately rush to help the princess, without thinking for a second about the possible consequences of their actions. The girl is unconscious, and the people around her are desperately trying to provide her with first aid using available means. Adrian casts powerful healing spells on her, after which the princess screams loudly and takes a deep, convulsive breath. The young man abruptly orders the people around him not to interfere with the magical process, and to immediately move away from the tortured girl to a safe distance. He continues to exert intense, high-level magical influence, and tirelessly continues the complex process of restoring the princess's damaged body. Adrian swears loudly, and wonders in despair who could have done such a terrible and cruel thing to a defenseless girl. The guy realizes with growing horror that half of the girl's internal organs are seriously damaged, and simple healing magic is clearly not enough. The young man is worried that with such a slow pace of healing, the princess could die right before his eyes. Meanwhile, the princess gradually regains consciousness, and Adrian carefully asks her what exactly happened to her. In a quiet, barely audible voice, the princess begs the young man to help her survive this critical situation. Adrian is plunged into deep, sad thoughts about what measures should be taken to save the princess's life. He gently takes the girl and carefully lifts her up, carefully taking her in his arms to carefully carry her to a safe place. The guy firmly declares that he will take the princess with him, which greatly surprises the officer of the first prince of the kingdom who is present. However, with a simple movement of his hand, the prince instantly stops his indignant officer, and thus silently gives his royal consent. The first prince tells the boy that he can do as he sees fit, after which Adrian and his team begin to teleport. Princess Xialan is very weak, and in a very quiet voice sincerely thanks the young man for his timely and selfless help. The guy resolutely extends his hand, and a bright magical aura of the 8th circle of incredible power instantly flares up around it. He understands that what the girl needs now is not simple healing magic, but powerful 8th circle magic with the ability to resurrect. Streams of pure magical energy gently embrace the princess's tortured body, and begin to slowly penetrate every cell of her body. Adrian significantly increases the magical effect, after which, in a loud, commanding voice, He orders the girl to immediately come back to life. Shaelin's consciousness is in a dark and gloomy bloody swamp where absolute horror and hopelessness of death reign. The girl trudges with great difficulty through the blood-red viscous liquid. She cries bitterly and calls out for her mother and father in fear. She plaintively asks someone to help her get out of this terrible place. At that moment, a bright white glow appears in the distance. The princess reaches out to this saving radiance with great hope, and at that moment begins to clearly hear her name. The girl suddenly regains consciousness. She quickly rises up in bed and begins to try to catch her breath from the nightmares she has experienced. Adrian greets the awakened princess and gently informs her that she is in the mainland's central city, after which the young man additionally clarifies that the girl is now in his personal possession under reliable protection. The residence is located in the Kingdom of Robert in the eastern part of the Triton continent, where relative stability and safety reign. After the fall of President Fermont's regime in the United Republic of Prius in a bloody revolution, cracks appeared in the barrier protecting the royal family. This led to the usurpation of the throne by the powerful ruler of the northern province, Emperor Da, who seized power by force. According to an old tradition, the nobility in this kingdom has always had significantly more political weight than the entire royal family. This is quite obvious to the young man, because it is for this very reason that they were unable to stop the destructive rebellion. Desperate attempts to win the Contest of Saints were also made in order to restore the shaken influence of the royal family. Adrian tells the surprised girl that he is ready to help her return her rightful kingdom and restore justice. Shaelin is very worried and responds by saying that he cannot create more problems for him and his people. The guy replies that he won't do it for free and reminds her of a small island in a sea of storms. He asks to give the island for free use for 50 years, in exchange for stopping the uprising without large-scale military action. The girl is very surprised, because this is all that Adrian asks for in exchange for extinguishing the fire of rebellion in her country. The young man decides to tell about his plans. His goal is tourmaline, which is located in the depths of this island. Shaelin is very surprised by this offer, because this mineral is not very expensive and is extremely common in nature. She asks the young man again if he is really capable of stopping this incident and not starting a big war. Xiaolin asks for help and says that if this is true, then she will transfer into his possession everything he wants. Adrian only smiles mysteriously in response. He understood everything and tells the girl that he will do everything possible to solve the problem. Xiaolin, in turn, wants to ask the guy if he has a specific plan of action. His plan is extremely simple. It will lead everything to a struggle between people, not heavenly fortresses. And first of all, it will push the leader of the revolutionary army to action. But first, Adrian wants to seriously intimidate this self-confident old man and show him who is the real master of the situation here. To the young man, it all looks as if Adrian really enjoys sticking his nose into other people's business. Adrian, in turn, solemnly congratulates the guy on his official becoming president and wishes him success in his new position. Many believe that Adrian fleeced his friends blind by taking a 50-year lease on a large tourmaline mine, after which the interlocutor asks Adrian with interest where exactly he plans to use this tourmaline. The conversation is suddenly interrupted as the kingdom's military advisor urgently requests an audience with the president. A stately man enters the room and solemnly announces that it is a great honor for him to see His Excellency. The envoy respectfully salutes the president and formally announces that he is going to discuss a very important state issue. The man suddenly stops speaking mid-sentence as he suddenly sees the princess sitting calmly at the presidential table. Xiaolin is very angry and indignantly wonders what the messenger is doing here and for what purpose he came. After exchanging pleasantries with the guest, Adrian politely suggests that the man get straight to the point without unnecessary ceremony. The envoy asks the princess a direct question. Is Her Highness really trying to use foreign forces to win this fight? The girl is very irritated and sharply replies that it is not for him to talk about this and interfere in royal affairs. Adrian asks the envoy with a grin if he really considers the president of a legitimate republic a foreign force. The president starts to joke good-naturedly and asks the guy with a smile if he considers him a foreign force. The envoy firmly states that they will strive for decisive resistance and will never forgive brazen foreign intervention. After which the man says that he came for help and politely asks to study the letter from His Excellency the Emperor. Adrian understands that the Emperor is ready to pay more than 500 billion so that the neighboring kingdom does not interfere in the war. A fair question arises as to whether the kingdom has such huge amounts of money, since it is practically equal to the national budget. The messenger reports that they are ready to bear these expenses and asks the young people to let them know if the amount is insufficient. Adrian choked on his tea when he heard the man say that money doesn't decide everything in this world. The new president of the republic, Prius, reacts nervously to this statement because he knows that it is up to him to decide how to use the money. He suggests that the envoy immediately transfer this huge amount of money to Princess Xiaolin as compensation for the damage caused. This unexpected statement greatly surprises the messenger. He is at a loss and asks again what exactly was just said. Adrian smiles mischievously, and the president's voice is heard, saying that if they do this, the republic will not interfere. Looking at the messenger's face, distorted with irritation and anger, the guy comes to the conclusion that this is a very elegant way to mock. The envoy leaves, and the young people look at his back from the balcony, watching his hasty retreat. The president tells the boy that he has decided to live for his people and cannot allow himself to be latched onto by the nobility of another nation. Adrian, in turn, says that he would first take the money and then think about moral principles. The president looks at the guy closely and compliments him, saying that he looks like a real destructive typhoon. Adrian smiles back and says good-naturedly that the young man is clearly flattering him with his warm words. After which, he and his female companion stand on the edge of the balcony and instantly teleport to another remote location. Adrian looks around the place carefully and says with approval that it is a very expensive and quite nice residence. The girl curiously asks him what he is going to do next, to which Adrian replies that for now he is just going to clarify the situation. A rebellion that is raised solely for personal gain without any loyalty to the cause lacks one extremely important component. He reports that trust cannot be formed within a group formed for the sake of betrayal, and is confident that the slightest spark will ignite internal conflict. The guy states that they have the perfect talent to create a feud like this, at which point Nox appears next to them. The princess is very surprised by the man who suddenly appears next to her, who possesses incredibly powerful mental techniques for influencing consciousness. Adrian watches the surprised girl and says that it is easy for this man to brainwash anyone. The messenger respectfully addresses the ruler, Your Majesty, and anxiously reports that he has extremely terrible news. At this moment, Nox quietly appears next to him and begins his insidious mental influence on the messenger's mind. The influence is exerted not only on him, but also on 9 other feudal houses through the active support of controlled media. The emperor is indignant with rage. He shouts loudly. Has everyone around him finally gone mad and lost their minds? He is informed that perhaps all of their loyal vassals now wish to gain complete independence from the central government. He learns that there is a lot of money behind all this, and suspiciously asks who exactly controls these financial flows. After which the subordinates propose to find all the traitors in the ranks of the nobility and immediately execute them without trial or investigation. The man ominously informs that in such a case the common people will have no choice but to submit to the rule of the strongest. His eyes light up with hellish fire and he tells me that he just has a new technology that he wants to test. This man is a very well-known figure in certain circles named Gray, whose reputation raises many questions. Adrian thinks that this man does not look like a resident of Robert's kingdom, and they tell him that he is most likely a wizard from a neighboring island. He is a 6th circle mage and also has a natural talent for developing and crafting powerful magical artifacts. Gray, just 2 years after entering the service of the Emperor, had already launched an independent production of equipment for the front lines. Adrian finds this extremely suspicious, to which the girl explains that the government conducted an investigation into the island's criminal connections, but found nothing. This information makes the young man think hard about the possible hidden connections and secret plans of this mysterious magician. Suddenly, the boy asks for permission to personally carry out the execution of the Emperor, which becomes an unexpected turn in their plans. The girl is very surprised and wonders with bewilderment whether Adrian really wants to do this with his own hands. Adrian smiles mysteriously in response, and it seems that a brilliant plan to overthrow the government has finally matured in his head. He states that the operation plan will be as simple and effective as possible, without unnecessary complications and risks for the team. The princess learns that the guy wants to create unrest and chaos, and then, taking advantage of this, will strike at the top of power. Depending on how the situation develops, it may happen that the princess will have to act on her own. A huge crowd of people gathers near the palace. They want to stop the persecution of Princess Yellen and demand that a representative of royal blood rule. The official declares that all those who rejoice at the return of the princess to the throne are considered rebels and orders them to be killed. The police immediately begin to brutally beat and disperse the demonstrators who came to the square with peaceful demands for justice. Suddenly, a stranger appears on the roof of the building and in a loud, commanding voice orders that this bloody outrage be stopped immediately. The girl is very outraged by how those who took an oath to protect their people can point their blades against civilians. Her voice echoes throughout the square. Shaylin declares that this is where the princess is who is being desperately sought throughout the kingdom. Armed police try to capture the princess, but a mysterious stranger in combat armor suddenly comes to her aid. With a powerful blow of his blade, he easily scatters the attackers and contemptuously wonders what kind of pathetic freaks they are. Adrian tells the stranger that this is a major event that will be written about in historical chronicles, and appearance is also important here. To which the stranger replies that he had no intention of standing next to the princess like some kind of villain in the armor of a holy knight. Emperor Da becomes furious and furiously wonders if the princess dared to act like that in front of the royal palace. He learns that the girl, together with the military advisor's troops, is opposing the forces that are dispersing the protest, and orders the arrest of this girl. He is informed that an aura master is present with the rebels, and this circumstance greatly complicates the whole situation. Suddenly, the emperor is informed that extremely dangerous uninvited guests have appeared in their palace. The entire room is instantly filled with powerful waves of magical energy, of incredible destructive power, causing the walls to shake. The officials standing nearby experience animal fear and wonder with horror who it could be. Suddenly, a bright, blinding explosion occurs, filling the entire room with bright light and temporarily blinding those present. Adrian appears in the hall. In a quiet but threatening voice, he says that it is immediately clear who the main villain is here. The Emperor's angry voice is heard as the young man's staff bursts into flames with a bright, shining, magical flame. Adrian reminds that 3 days have already passed, and asks the Emperor if he has had time to enjoy the pleasant dreams of power. Da is extremely indignant and reminds the guy that this is a very big impudence. He is not only the Emperor, but also the head of the entire kingdom of Roberto. The Emperor menacingly asks if the impudent fellow has any limits to his boundless and offensive impudence. Armed guards quickly surround the young man, and the Emperor's voice is heard, asking if the boy really thinks that the whole world lies at his feet. Da gives a decisive order to seize the young man, but Adrian points the magic staff towards the soldiers. The next moment, a powerful blinding explosion occurs. Adrian pompously declares that this battle was over at the very moment they entered the palace. The Emperor's face becomes distorted with rage when he sees Princess Xiaolin next to the young man. The girl gives him a determined, angry look and reminds him that she said that she would definitely take revenge for everything. The Emperor asks why no one attacks the enemy. He promises to reward anyone who finishes off these bastards with the title of feudal lord. Da starts shouting loudly. He says that if they die, the families will still receive appropriate compensation. Adrian asks not to listen to this pig, because right now they have their last chance to stay alive by laying down their arms. He declares to the Emperor that none of his officials or guards are going to lose their lives because of such a freak. After which he advises the Emperor to accept everything as it is, and think that he was just catastrophically unlucky. He states that if the princess had not arrived to him covered in blood, the Emperor could have remained on the throne. Adrian notices a stranger near the Emperor's throne and suspiciously asks the man who he is. The man only laughs ominously in response and mockingly repeats the young man's question back to him. Adrian lunges forward and sends a powerful, high-level, destructive energy stream towards the Emperor. A complex magical seal appears in front of the guy, illuminating the entire throne room with its strong glow. However, the most powerful magical flows are completely absorbed by the dark energy field created by the enemy. A man's voice is heard. He laughs loudly and asks the guy with feigned bewilderment why he is attacking him without warning. Gray's face changes, and he asks the young man how he managed to guess his true nature. Adrian's face becomes decidedly stern. The guy understands that in front of him is a dangerous high-level dark magician. Adrian thought the man was just part of the crowd, but he turned out to be a real puppeteer, controlling all the events. This definitely happens in games and not infrequently, but there should be a reasonable limit to everything, and this situation clearly goes beyond that. The guy would never have thought that suddenly a real dark magician with such abilities would appear on his path. Adrian understands that he would have lost his title of Archmage if he had not sensed this ominous dark energy in time. Gray tells him that he has met many people on his long journey, but the guy is the first one who could feel his energy. Adrian feels joy as he has encountered something new, and with a sharp movement throws a magic blade to his female companion. Arcia deftly catches the blade in mid-air, after which a brightly shining energy blade instantly appears from its handle. The guy resolutely orders the girl to immediately finish off this dangerous opponent, and do it as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the dark magician generates a multitude of energy arrows and directs a whole cloud of them towards the young people. Adrian easily repels this furious attack and purposefully continues to move forward towards the enemy. Suddenly, strong energy chains appear on the dark magician's hands, restricting his movements and magical abilities. At that moment, Arcia quickly approaches him and delivers a powerful blow with her glowing blade. Gray clearly didn't expect his opponents to be so strong, and he grits his teeth in anger and frustration. He tears off the magical chains holding his arms and jumps back, preparing for another devastating attack. Gray tries to talk to the young men, but the guy suggests that he stop chatting and get it over with quickly. The dark magician tells the young man that he obviously will not agree to his peace terms. He tells the surprised young people that he still has much to do in this world to achieve his goals. At this moment, the ceiling in the room begins to collapse, and warriors in the armor of the vanguard fall into it. Arcia deftly jumps to the side. Otherwise, she would have simply been buried under the heavy stone fragments of the roof. Adrian scans the enemies and realizes that they are wearing implanted advanced armor of an unprecedented design. This equipment is implanted into the brain and spine, and also has the aura system of a high-ranking knight. A warrior with such armor produces overall performance indicators that are 50% higher, and reaction speed is 30% higher than usual. The guy realizes with horror that the dark magician divided people into parts and assembled a single whole from these parts. Gray says with admiration that this integration was unique, and no one had thought of it before. He laughs loudly, and confidently states that with just 2 of these fighters, one can easily defeat the Aura Master. Adrian clearly understands why it is necessary to get rid of dark magicians like him as quickly as possible. One of the cyborgs launches a furious attack on the young man, and the voice of the dark magician is heard about the future masterpiece. The Emperor tries to slip away from the battlefield unnoticed, but sharp stone fragments mercilessly knock him off his feet. Adrian's palm flares with a blinding magical light, and he commanded the defeated emperor to freeze immediately. The emperor instantly freezes in space under the influence of an irresistible magical force, and the guy doesn't care at all whether this ruler dies or stays alive. However, Adrian firmly remembers the important promise he once made to the beautiful princess. After which, the determined young man makes a swift lunge forward and deals a crushing blow to one of the cyborgs. Adrian instantly understands that his opponents are definitely much stronger and faster than the ordinary warriors of the vanguard. However, this guy is a high-level archmage, and these primitive movements seem too simple for his skill. Adrian asks the dark mage with disdain if he really expects these nightmarish creatures to replace living people. He confidently states that such a nightmare will never happen in their world. At this moment, the faithful female companion continues her merciless attack on the hostile cyborgs with redoubled fury. The dark mage desperately tries to dodge her deadly blow, but the magic blade still reaches his body. Stepping back, the dark mage activates several powerful magical seals that flash with an ominous light. But Arzia moves forward relentlessly, and Adrian helps her, binding the dark mage with his merciless spells. The girl is extremely determined and deals one crushing blow after another to the enemy. The dark mage cannot withstand such a furious attack and takes a fatal blow straight to the body. However, suddenly a malicious, insidious smile full of dark triumph appears on his face. Adrian begins to receive numerous alarming messages that the magic system is critically overloaded. For the first time in his life, the young man sees with his own eyes how mana is dangerously overloaded. The dark magician laughs loudly and says that since they have come this far, they can walk hand in hand into another world. The release of magical energy is so colossal that its destructive waves shake the entire imperial palace to its foundations. The stranger quickly steps forward and uses his strong body to protect Princess Xiaolin from mortal danger. Numerous nobles and officials lose consciousness and fall onto the marble floor like limp ragdolls. Arzia lunges forward and delivers a precise blow to the dark mage's chest with her magic blade. Gray is in tremendous pain and cannot believe what is happening, repeating over and over again that this cannot be happening. He realizes that the young man had just built a protective shield in reverse, suppressing the energy of the dark blast. Gray feels his strength leaving him and thinks about how this guy suppressed an explosion that surpassed the 7th circle of magic. He looks at the guy and can't believe that he is a powerful 8th circle magician. Adrian points his magic wand at him, from which a powerful flame bursts out, burning everything in its path. After which, the guy tells the officials that he did not expect that there was a dangerous dark magician hiding in their faction. The emperor looks around nervously and thinks that he needs to escape from here as quickly as possible. At this moment, Princess Xiaolin appears next to him, raising a sharp combat blade over her head. With strength and fury, the girl delivers a powerful blow aimed straight at the emperor. The blade misses the emperor's head by just a few centimeters, which is enough to give him a nervous breakdown. The princess declares that she will not kill anyone, because death for these scoundrels would be an act of mercy. She declares that something worse than death awaits them all, for the Holy Land knows no mercy for those who are associated with dark magicians. The voice of the princess is heard, thanking the young man with all her heart for saving her. She states that if it weren't for him, the throne would be forgotten, not to mention the country would be taken over by a dark magician. The princess is pleased that there were no traces of other dangerous dark magicians in the surroundings. Adrian, in turn, thinks that this might have been part of the goddess's prophecy, and a meeting with a dark magician does not bode well. Xiaolin looks at the guy and thinks that he is full of secrets, because the world was in a panic trying to figure out which faction the dark mage belonged to. Adrian turns to the princess and wants to believe that she will keep his secret a secret. A magical teleportation seal appears under the feet of the young people. The princess assures the young man that she will fulfill this condition. The girl declares that she will keep in her memory all the good things that the guy did for her, leaving only pleasant memories. Disappearing from this location, Adrian casts a kind and sad look at the princess as a farewell. A second later, the young people disappear, leaving behind only a small, barely noticeable trail of energy. Xiaolin feels grateful to the young men, because they saved her life and returned the throne. After which, the girl approaches the edge of the protective wall and looks at the capital spread out below. The man trembles with fear and asks his lordship if he really needs to do this. Adrian laughs and gives the order to begin the dangerous experiment immediately. The scientist reaches out with a trembling hand to the huge switch and activates it. A bright cloud of energy flares up, illuminating the entire laboratory with its radiation. There is a powerful explosion. The scientists are shocked, and only Adrian remains calm, quietly saying that this time nothing worked. A group of scientists are very upset. They cannot believe that this time the experiment, on which $1 billion was spent, failed. Adrian orders to continue the experiments. He is going to create a symbiosis of tourmaline mined in his mines, and use a diamond as a core of power. The cost of diamonds takes up half of the equipment production cost, so it is necessary to reduce their amount by replacing them with other materials, and this can bring huge profits. The guy tells the scientists that the most important thing is to find the right ratio of diamonds to tourmaline for the optimal result. The next experiment also fails, and the frustrated scientists tearfully report that it is impossible. The developers experienced enormous stress, watching tens of billions disappear every day, and some even began to experience hair loss. After tens of billions had been spent, luck finally smiled on the scientists. The ratio was 210 carats of diamonds and 852 carats of tourmaline. Tears of joy appear on the faces of the tired, exhausted scientists. They begin to rejoice and scream loudly with delight. The guy considers the result excellent, because they successfully reduced the production costs of the power engine to 20% of the original. The Emperor is in deep thought. He wants to raise the prices of the recently released fencing equipment. The Emperor believes that at this rate the guy is monopolizing the domestic market for equipment, and a monopoly is nothing more than poison that hinders progress in any field. Adrian continues the conversation and states that the development department of the Royal Magic Tower will sense an approaching crisis. He sincerely hopes that he is kindling the flame of competition that will benefit progress. At the end of the negotiations, Adrian finally agrees to raise the price by 10%, but asks in exchange for permission to export the advanced equipment and its key components. The Emperor allows them to do this. He understands that exports will compensate for domestic prices and will bring additional benefits. Left alone, the Emperor tells his son that this young Marquis is a real troublemaker and a source of concern. Michael laughs happily and tells his father that he does not want to become a ruler who hinders the development of his subjects. The Emperor casts a heavy look at the boy and says that people are treacherous. Once they reach power, they inevitably want even more. Michael tells his father that he has everything under control, and if the guy needs strength, he will give it to him. And if he wants power, he will give him power. The boy tells the Emperor that the world is vast, and there are many directions in which Adrian's thirst for power and strength can be directed other than the royal family. He gives the example of a problematic neighbor who constantly finds fault with their every action and starts arguments over the slightest provocation. After which Michael tells his father that it is necessary to speed up his abdication from the throne. The man is already old and still underestimates the power of the kingdom. At that moment, a sharp blade appears near the crown prince's throat, gleaming menacingly in the light of the torches. The mage bodyguard asks the crown prince if he is overstepping his bounds in his statements. Michael is completely calm and understands that this man is the shadow of his father, and carries out his will. The bodyguard asks why the guy isn't surprised. Did Adrian really tell him about him in advance? They start talking in raised tones. The Emperor doesn't like it, and asks both of them to shut up immediately. The man clutches his head. He finally understands why his son silently watched the second prince's faction grow. The Emperor then declares that if Michael wishes to put his plan into action, he must first defeat the enemy within himself. He understands that Michael has already eliminated any opposition that could interfere with his plans. The Crown Prince demands that his father stop pressuring Adria and force him to turn his back on the royal family. A demonic smile appears on his face and the guy declares that he will turn this kingdom into a powerful empire. In a night forest, a man in fear tries to escape from an unknown danger. Suddenly he runs out into a clearing flooded with light and stops, his eyes widening in amazement. He sees before him a huge, brightly lit flying fortress hovering in the air. Looking around, the man notices numerous buildings, flooded with artificial lighting of unearthly origin. He continues to silently watch this spectacle, quietly repeating, "Oh my God," in shock. The guy tries to dial the emergency number to no avail and wonders where he ended up. Isabella whistles a cheerful melody and, sitting on the sofa, enthusiastically plays a game on her phone. Young people appear next to her, animatedly discussing where they should have dinner today. Adrian notices the girl and is surprised to try to understand what she is doing with such concentration. He asks the digital creation what she is doing and what she just had in her hands. Isabella rudely replies that the guy imagined it, and at that moment she pays dearly for her words, as the girl companion performs a painful hold on her. Adrian picks up the device and instantly realizes that it is an earthly smartphone. The digital creation begins to tell that she recently found it at the market, and this toy has an inscription on the back, most likely in English. Adrian starts screaming loudly and demands to immediately tell where the girl found him. Meanwhile, the action moves to the ancestral estate of Count Otis, surrounded by green gardens. The young man sits silently by the window and has been gazing into the distance for a long time, his face filled with melancholy. He is distracted by a quiet voice that asks what the guy is thinking about. Is it really about his homeland? A joyful Michelle appears on the threshold. The girl asks the young man how he is feeling after the recent events. The guy replies that thanks to her, everything is fine with him, and thanks the girl for accepting some incomprehensible person who can't even speak the local language. Their conversation is interrupted by a maid who politely informs them that unexpected guests have arrived. Michelle is very surprised when she learns that Adrian has arrived with his girlfriend. Adrian apologizes to the girl for being rude, as they arrived unannounced. Michelle says it's no problem and says she's honored, then asks the guy what brought him here. Adrian tells the girl that he heard that an interesting person has recently appeared next to her. The guy introduces himself as Adrian and says his name is Benjamin, after which Adrian says he has one important question. The guy shows a phone in his hands and asks the young man if it was ever his. Benjamin tells a happy Adrian that he sold the thing to a street vendor when he desperately needed money, and also that Michelle took him under her wing. Adrian's joy knows no bounds, and the entire room is filled with a bright magical energy of unprecedented power. Suddenly Benjamin sees Michelle, who was sitting next to him, freeze, turning into a cold stone. Adrian tells the surprised guy that he stopped time for everyone except the two of them, which leaves him confused. He asks the surprised man what country he is from, clarifying that he means planet Earth. Benjamin is very surprised that Adrian knows about Earth, but the young man continues to persistently demand an answer from him. He says that he is from Singapore, his ship was wrecked, he fell overboard and woke up in this world. Michelle told him about this world where magical abilities exist, and with the help of a translator artifact, they were able to talk. After this, Adrian asks the guy to tell him about what happened on Earth after 2020. Benjamin repeats his words and notes that not much time has passed, but a lot has happened. Adrian had an accident and moved to Rondell in 2020, living here for 21 years. On Earth, only 2 years had passed during this time, and it became clear that the time difference between the worlds was 1 to 10. Benjamin sadly talks about the apocalypse that happened on Earth, when natural disasters engulfed the entire world. Earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, and volcanic eruptions struck the entire planet, destroying everything in their path. These catastrophic events tormented the world for 10 days, paralyzing the international community and killing many people. When the situation finally calmed down, unusual phenomena began to appear, which plunged the planet into chaos again. A highly contagious disease began to spread, but this terrible virus could not be defeated, and as a result, deadly toxic zones filled with monstrous mutants arose. Toxic gas began to accumulate in some regions, significantly limiting freedom of movement for all of humanity. Then, new natural formations suddenly began to appear all over the planet, completely changing the familiar appearance of the Earth. Adrian was shocked by this information, as too many disasters and catastrophes had occurred in just 2 years. He thanks the young man for the information he has provided and suggests that it may be related to the goddess's prophecy. Adrian remembers that he was born in this year, and he has a dear family on Earth. He tells a surprised Benjamin that at that time he was living on Earth, while in the Republic of Korea. Adrian suggests stopping there and tells the guy that no one in this world will understand him the way he does. He tells the young man that he would gladly return him to Earth, but movement between these dimensions is not yet possible. After this, Adrian states that he is the only one who has any idea how to get back. He then informs Benjamin that he should under no circumstances share this secret, and his knowledge unless Adrian himself allows it. Benjamin apologizes for his persistence, and cautiously says that he would like to ask one important question. A young man asks if Rondell's magic can solve the problem of toxic zones on planet Earth. Unexpectedly, he learns that all this can be easily dealt with using magic. The guy believes that perhaps he came to this world to meet their savior. Adrian is a little embarrassed by this phrase, after which he loudly snaps his fingers. Michelle, turned to stone, begins to move slowly. A second later, the girl, as if nothing had happened, is transformed and begins to think about what is happening to her. She glances at the table and then asks where all the cakes that were just lying on it went. Adrian states that he will take Benjamin with him and asks the girl if she would like to go with them. Michelle is very happy because she really wants to spend some time in the Duchy of Lawrence. Her reaction greatly irritates Arja, and the girl companion's body instantly flares up with an evil aura. Adrian understands that this girl has come closer to the fate of the Archmage than anyone else, except for him. If Blue Moon had discovered Benjamin a little earlier, he would have been too late, and Michelle would have learned the entire English language. The guy thinks that until something unexpected happens, he should keep the alien to himself. At this point, a remote meeting is taking place. The man is very annoyed that last month, the competitor's sales volumes accounted for 60% of the total sales. He angrily reports that this is not all. The number of power engines they sell exceeds all foreign contracts for the past year. He demands that sanctions be imposed immediately, to which the girl asks if the Crown Prince has any other clear ideas. The Crown Prince laughs evilly and announces that he is prepared to impose dumping prices on their equipment. He argues that the countries that need to equip the advance guard do not have the military strength and will not be able to intervene in the conflict. The girl is very upset that the Crown Prince demands to put pressure on neighboring nations in order to earn money, and considers such behavior unworthy. The Crown Prince clearly doesn't like the girl's behavior, and wonders if she is taking the wrong side. They start arguing, and a woman intervenes in their quarrel, demanding that this outrage be stopped immediately. The meeting continues, and many agree that the Crown Prince's proposal must be accepted as the only correct one. However, many criticize his decisions, which begins to anger him greatly and throw him off balance. A loud sound is heard. An expensive vase thrown by the angry Crown Prince falls to the floor and breaks. He disconnects from the video conference and swears loudly. He is outraged by the way his allies behave and believes that they only cause losses. He calls everyone impudent scumbags and doesn't think that he will sit quietly until they get away with everything. The Crown Prince orders his adjutant to immediately contact the loyal count for an urgent conversation. The prince is beside himself with rage, and is going to show what will happen when he is treated like this. Michael announces that today at approximately 2 o'clock, the kingdom of Byron has fallen, and Count Triss is involved. The neighboring empire itself denies its involvement, claiming that they have nothing to do with it and bear no responsibility. Many at the council are indignant and believe that their opponents have neither shame nor conscience, because they allowed themselves to command the troops without the emperor's order. They tell Michael that these actions are a blatant provocation against their kingdom. After which Michael asks Adrian to take control of the Marquis of Triss's possessions and restore order there. Michael begins to laugh quietly and with a cold smile says the proverb, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." He asks Adrian why he is so surprised, because they are just paying back a debt and does not understand what the problem is. Adrian smiled slightly. He realized that the prince's attitude was very different from the previous king's, but he did not expect such a reaction. After which the guy declares that he promises to make the aggressor Marquis pay for his crimes. Michael declares that from now on, their kingdom will not simply laugh off threats from the neighboring empire. He says they must understand that if they continue to provoke, there will be a price to pay. Many people are beginning to think that such actions could provoke a full-scale conflict with unpredictable consequences. Michael asks to calm down and says that there will be no big problems. Everything is under control. He then asks permission to introduce one person and points to the Grand Master standing next to him. Everyone around begins to feel great surprise and even shock, because information is revealed that a Grand Master lives in their kingdom. Meanwhile, the occupation forces that have occupied the city are committing lawlessness, abusing the residents in every possible way, committing robberies and violence. One of the soldiers tells his friend that it's completely boring, because there is no reaction after what they did here. The soldiers continue to talk about how their opponents are complete cowards, while one of the soldiers reports that someone is approaching. The fog gradually clears and the Grand Master slowly walks towards the military, keeping an inscrutable expression on his face. The soldiers start laughing loudly. They expected to be attacked by crowds of enemies, but the enemy sent only one old man. Meanwhile, the Grand Master moves closer and closer to the soldiers and slowly draws his sword from its worn scabbard. The action moves to the capital of a neighboring empire, to the domain of Count Triss. The son nervously asks his father if everything will really end well without serious consequences. The Count is confident in his abilities and says that he is acting on direct orders from the Crown Prince of the Empire. He begins to tell his son that they will soon have to lead the empire. At this time, the duty officer runs into the room. The officer reports that the captured area has been recaptured, and reports from the battlefield indicate that all their best forces have been destroyed. When the conversation turns to the Grand Master, the Count jumps up from the table. He has never heard of the neighboring kingdom having a master of such a level. The officer says that perhaps it was a secret weapon of the enemy, to which the Count replies that this is some kind of absurdity, because this master was considered dead long ago. Suddenly a message comes that an intruder has been detected, and that 5 sky fortresses and 300 vanguard fighters are being teleported. Soon the Count learns that 2 intruders from the Special Forces squad are approaching his office at high speed. Having learned that his personal guard has been destroyed, the Count decides to evacuate. His son asks him what will happen to his grandmother and aunt. However, they are unable to get far, as their path is blocked by a powerful explosion of destructive force. Adrian smiles contentedly and asks the Count where exactly he was going to go in such a hurry at such a late hour. Triss asks the young man why he is attacking his residence without declaring war. The man is overcome with great fear. He understands that the neighboring kingdom has sided with the enemy and decided to start a war. Adrian continues to smile and asks why not, isn't it fair? Suddenly the boy starts laughing loudly and tells the Count that he will die before the official war begins. This phrase terrifies the Count and his son, and they begin to scream loudly from despair and fear. The next moment, a powerful explosion of destructive force occurs in the Count's office in his residence. Every front-page news story is filled with the news that overnight, not a stone was left standing of Count Triss's estate. The Kingdom of Reinhardt has appointed a Grand Master, and Duke Gabriel is now the commander of the eastern border. The Crown Prince is beside himself with rage. He shouts loudly that these scumbags have completely lost their minds. The officer standing nearby does not dare to say a word, and silently watches the prince's hysteria. He believes that, unlike the previous king, Michael appears to be trying to take a tougher approach. While Michael was fighting for the throne with the second prince, many considered him an insignificant guy, and no one thought that he would turn out to be such a vicious person. Jigor believes it is necessary to act before this freak becomes the official king and receives full power. News reports indicate that 7 diplomats were killed in a brutal attack on the embassy of a neighboring kingdom. Relations between the two countries are rapidly heating up, and everyone thinks that this is the beginning of an inevitable war. Adrian says that the more time passes, the worse and worse it gets. Michael is clearly pleased with what is happening, because he eliminated a competitor, and Count Triss himself provoked the aggression. After which he tears himself away from his glass of expensive drink, and asks Adrian what brought him to the royal palace today. Adrian happily informs the prince that he is planning a wedding with the girl. Michael breaks into a satisfied smile, after which he begins to laugh joyfully at the unexpected news. He recalls that when he asked about this earlier, the guy insisted that he was not going to get married. Adrian says there are good reasons for this now, and thinks that, frankly, Arzia has recently exceeded all its limits. Michael watches in surprise as the cutlery rises into the air and realizes that the telekinetic blade sphere technique is being used. Adrian understands perfectly well that he cannot just go and reveal that he reached the 8th circle because of the Archmage Manuel Lucas. However, with Arzia it was different, because the boy could not risk having reckless fools try to sow discord. The young people start talking about the consolidation of power, and this topic clearly does not please Arzia for obvious reasons. Michael believes that the proposal prepared by the young Marquis should look truly extravagant and memorable. He claps his hands and asks that when the guy proposes, he be called, and he will give a standing ovation. As for the wedding, Michael will conduct the ceremony, and by that time he should already have ascended to the throne, and this will be an honor for Adrian. Suddenly Adrian falls silent, and he begins to be bothered by clearly difficult thoughts about the upcoming events. The boy asks the prince if he will be busy with his coronation during this busy time, after which Adrian notices strange energy fluctuations coming from the waiter who had just served him at the table. In a quiet voice, he asks the prince when he plans to deal with the dirty spies who have been planted. Michael smiles and says that for now he will just observe, and in the end, of course, he will clear everything of hostile elements. Adrian responds to his words with a smile and raises a glass of expensive red wine. He clinks glasses with the crown prince and says that he is looking forward to the ceremony. The day of the coronation arrives, and servants help the crown prince dress in a luxurious festive outfit. On the day of the crown prince's coronation, many joyful people from all over the kingdom gather in the central square. Michael, accompanied by an honor guard, moves to the venue of the ceremonial event to the sounds of fanfares. One of the guard soldiers does not show it, but watches the prince closely. The action moves back a few days. Jiger asks the assassin what the probability of successfully getting rid of Crown Prince Michael is. The assassin replies that, given that they are putting their lives and the lives of their subordinates on the line, the probability is about 50%. The king thinks that this is quite enough, because if they succeed, it will be great, and if not, then they will still succeed in instilling fear. The assassins, disguised as guard soldiers, receive the order and rush to attack the crown prince with drawn blades. One of them approaches to the required distance to deliver the killing blow and thinks that they cannot fail. His sharp blade gets closer and closer to Michael's throat. However, there is not even a trace of fear on the crown prince's face. He is completely calm and only smiles slightly. One of the guard soldiers turns out to be Arzia. She draws her combat blade and deals multiple blows to the assassins. The leader of the assassin squad is seriously injured and falls to the stone floor. He doesn't understand what the hell is going on and why their carefully planned plan didn't work. After which he turns his gaze to Adrian, who is also dressed in the uniform of a guard soldier. Jigur is in his estate. He is unhappy and shouts angrily, asking how the assassination attempt could have failed. He asks the officers what's going on, since he was promised a 50% chance of success. Jigur grabs his head and learns that the detachment was discovered and destroyed by the young Marquis Adrian. The officer strongly recommends that His Highness stay in the royal palace, and not in the magic tower, because he needs to lie low for a while. He reports that their enemy is very powerful and cunning, and it is difficult to guess what he will do next. Jigur angrily declares that he is the crown prince, and will not hide like a rat from some pathetic nobleman of non-royal origin. The officer listens to his angry words in silence, after which he quietly asks him to listen to him again. At this moment, a huge black magical bird with a threatening appearance appears outside the windows. Jigur does not see her yet, but he senses something wrong happening around him. He turns sharply to the window, at which moment the officer loudly shouts his name. Suddenly, a powerful energy beam flies into the room, and the officer saves the crown prince at the last minute, pushing him aside. Jigur is wounded and feeling pain and fear falls onto the cold stone floor. At this moment, security runs into the room. The elder shouts to immediately protect His Majesty from attack. The soldiers watch in amazement as a huge black bird hovers in the room, speaking with a human voice. Adrian, using a bird, tells the crown prince that from now on it would be wise for him to look back more often. After which, a loud cry from the crown prince, full of pain and impotent hatred, bursts out from the building. The soldiers address him respectfully as Your Highness, and demand that he immediately evacuate to a safe place. Adrian is sprawled in a comfortable chair and slowly sips aromatic tea from an elegant cup. A wide, satisfied smile appears on his face. The guy thinks that everything is going strictly according to his plan.